Chapter 1. You're also noisy. A thief. A gasp erupted from the crowd. A woman in red soared into the air, gracefully stepping over the shoulders of the onlookers, and apprehended the flustered thief. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Missed before the thief could finish his stammering plea, a resounding slap landed across his face. Noise, the woman in red said, her expression revealing impatience as she turned to toss the wallet back to its owner. Your purse. The owner expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you, noble heroine, for your assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name? Smack, you're also noisy. With that, Wen Tangjiu turned on her heel, leaving the thief and the wallet owner to exchange bewildered glances, each marked by the imprints of her slap. Tsk, had I known I should have struck lighter. My hand still aches, Wen Tangjiu lamented, rubbing her reddened right hand. Jiu, let me blow on it. We'll feel better. A small hamster emerged from the sleeve of Wen Tangjiu's garment, clutching her hand and puffing air onto it. The little rodent blew with such fervor that her palm became damp with its saliva. Wen Tangjiu closed her eyes momentarily, lifting the small hamster and presenting her saliva-coated hand to it. Yichen. The little creature immediately covered its face, refusing to look. Chiu, do you know? Wen Tangjiu was amused by its comical attempt to hide. You are the loudest. Eek. Upon recalling the unfortunate state of the two individuals earlier, Chiu wriggled free from Wen Tangjiu's grasp and scurried back into her sleeve. What a cowardly little busybody, Wen Tangjiu shook her head, making her way towards the Xiaoshan pavilion. She had forgotten far too many things, yet the one memory that lingered was that crimson figure, the blood-soaked person standing before her. Each time the image surfaced in her mind, an unbearable pain pierced her heart. He was still waiting for her. She needed to recover her memories swiftly. Meanwhile, Chiu recalled their first encounter when she had looked upon it with pity and remarked, what a meddlesome little nuisance. Originally, Chiu had not been named Chiu. It was a pitiful little mouse abandoned by its parents. That day, like any other, it ventured out in search of food when it suddenly heard a hissing sound that a snake lurked nearby, its prey being another trembling little hamster. Chiu knew it should flee without a backward glance. Yet it hesitated. It picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the snake. Provoked, the snake abandoned its initial quarry and advanced towards it. In the moment the snake's tail coiled around it, Chiu glimpsed the silhouette of the hamster, thinking, not so bad after all, at least it's not a total massacre here. It closed its eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, it seemed that death was caught in traffic, for what it received instead was a light laugh. Opening its eyes, beneath the moonlight, a woman in red gazed at it, her smile more enchanting than any flower it had ever encountered, even though it sensed the mockery behind it. Is it true that good deeds summon a fairy to escort one to the afterlife? Thought Chiu that a sticky substance dripped onto it, pulling its thoughts back to reality. Blood. A leaf had pierced the snake's vital spot, and droplets of blood fell onto Chiu. Truly, what a meddlesome little wretch, remarked the woman in red, her gaze both frigid and compassionate. You, who can scarcely withstand a blow, dare to contemplate saving others. How utterly laughable. The little mouse lowered its head, acknowledging the truth in her words. In comparison to the fairy who could pierce a serpent's vital point with a mere leaf, it indeed felt like a useless creature. Having witnessed the spectacle, the woman in red prepared to depart. However, the mouse clutched at her pant leg. The woman furrowed her brow. I wish to accompany you if I may. The mouse summoned its courage to make the request. Accompany me? The woman in red seemed to find amusement in this notion. I'm not exactly a paragon of virtue, you know. I have no family. You saved me, making you my benefactor. I wish to journey with you. The mouse's voice dwindled to a whisper. It waited in silence for what felt like an eternity, only to be met with tranquility. Still, thank you, it murmured, releasing her pant leg. Just as it intended to depart, delicate fingers, as fair as jade, lifted it gently and tucked it into the spacious sleeved. Oh, you have a name? The voice remained ethereal, devoid of any discernible emotion. The mouse hesitated momentarily before responding, No, I do not. You've taken good care of yourself. The woman in red chuckled softly. Round and plump like a ball, I shall call you Chiu. The mouse repeated the name in its mind several times. How lovely. I shall be called Chiu. It twirled joyfully within the sleeve. I am Wen Tangjiu. She introduced herself. When we toast the wine, the begonia shall never return to its former glory. Wen Tangjiu stroked the excitedly wriggling Chiu. Should you fall, I shall bear no responsibility. After you, my lady. Chapter 2. The past, I can scarcely recall. My lady, please come inside. The voice of the innkeeper pulled Chiu from her reverie back to reality. They had arrived at the Xiaoxiang pavilion. Innkeeper, I require your finest private room. Wen Tangjiu placed a gold ingot on the table. The innkeeper paused for a moment. My lady, the finest room does not command such a price. I am well aware of that, which is why I also request your top talent, Nan Zhuxin, to accompany me for drinks. But, my lady, Master Zhu seldom accepts guests. The innkeeper's expression revealed his reluctance. Name your price. Wen Tangjiu cast a casual glance at the innkeeper. It is truly not a matter of price, my lady. Master Zhu has not attended to guests in quite some time. What if I insist? Wen Tangjiu twirled her hairpin absently. Innkeeper, in this world, there are but two ways to accomplish a task, through gentleness or force. If you do not yield to gentleness, then I must resort to the latter. With that, the innkeeper felt something was past his scalp. Turning around, he saw the hairpin, now embedded deep into the wooden surface, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He had not expected such a seemingly ethereal woman to possess such remarkable prowess. My lady, truly, it is not. Let her come in. A voice, smooth as a mountain spring at dawn, interrupted the innkeeper. Wen Tangjiu looked up to see a man in blue, his face concealed by a veil, revealing only his captivating peach blossom eyes, devoid of any seduction, exuding an aura of refined elegance. If the lady wishes for my company, she need only beckon. There is no need to trouble the innkeeper. The man smiled and then turned to enter a room. Master Zhu was indeed as transparent as the rumor suggested. Wen Tangjiu ascended the stairs and pushed open the door to the room. My lady, please take a seat. Nan Zhuxin poured tea for Wen Tangjiu. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? As I have stated, I wish for you to accompany me for drinks. Nan Zhuxin laughed, his eyes sparkling like a galaxy. You possess a delightful sense of humor, my lady. Yet, judging by your demeanor, you do not strike me as a superficial individual. Might you reveal the true purpose of your visit? I may be of assistance. I have heard that Master Zhu excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and is knowledgeable about worldly affairs. Is this true? I am but modestly acquainted with music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and my understanding of worldly matters is limited to perhaps a fraction. Is it also true that you are proficient in the art of hypnosis? Wen Tangjiu casually inquired, tapping the table. However, Nan Zhuxin's pupils slightly quivered. How did you come by such knowledge? Do not feign ignorance with me. My patience is limited. Wen Tangjiu fixed her gaze upon Nan Zhuxin's eyes. I have my methods. You need only answer truthfully. I do possess some understanding of hypnosis. I wonder how I might assist you, my lady. Nan Zhuxin was a clever man. He would not be foolish enough to pry into matters best left unasked. I require your help to recover my memories. Have you suffered from amnesia, my lady? Is it the faces you cannot recall, or the events? Amnesia? Wen Tangjiu frowned slightly, straining to remember, yet her mind was shrouded in a haze, devoid of clarity. I suppose it could be termed amnesia. The past, I can scarcely recall. There are two types of amnesia, my lady, Nan Zhuxin said unhurriedly. One is due to physical causes, such as a blow to the head resulting in memory loss. The other is induced by human means, where one forgets the past through hypnosis. Do you know to which category you belong, my lady? Is it important to you? What I truly care about is whether you can help me regain my memories. Wen Tangjiu raised an eyebrow. I have never attempted this before, but if you are willing to cooperate, I shall make an effort. Then let us proceed, she replied. Please relax. Slow your breathing and envision yourself in a vast meadow. Can you imagine it, my lady? I can. Then might you share with me what you see in this meadow? Grass. A slight crack appeared in Nan Zhuxin's eternally cheerful visage. My intention, dear lady, is to inquire what else you perceive beyond the grass. Aside from grass, I see more grass. Alas, it seems this hypnosis cannot proceed. It appears you do not trust me, Nan Zhuxin remarked, though her smile grew increasingly strained and artificial. You are correct. I do not trust you. Wen Tangjiu opened her eyes. We are mere acquaintances, and I know little of your character. How could I possibly entrust myself entirely to you? What you seek may not be attainable. Nan Yaozhu returned to his composed demeanor. Not quite. It remains feasible. Wen Tangjiu replied with a sly smile, akin to a cunning little fox. I could first become acquainted with you, and after knowing you better, I shall return. Nan Yaozhu, still captivated by Wen Tangjiu's smile, was suddenly taken aback as she swiftly removed his veil. You. This marked the second moment in his life that Nan Yaozhu felt exposed, the first occasion also being due to her. Young master, you truly are a striking beauty, Wen Tangjiu exclaimed, admiring his exquisite features. Farewell for now. I shall seek you out again. With a wave, she leaped from the window. Once when Tangjiu departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Qingfeng. Observing his master's grim expression, he dared not breathe too loudly and cautiously inquired, Young master? Her appearance and skills are remarkable, yet she suffers from amnesia. Quite a contradictory individual, Nan Yaozhu finally spoke. Investigate her. What shall we do once you have gathered information? Qingfeng carefully gauged Nan Yaozhu's mood. Eliminate her, Nan Yaozhu replied with a cold chuckle. Excuse me? Eliminate her? Qingfeng seriously doubted he had heard correctly, especially given the way his master had tenderly watched her leave only to appear stormy once she was gone. He resembled a jilted lover left behind in a chamber. Do you require me to repeat myself? Nan Yaozhu shot a glance at Qingfeng, seemingly piercing through his thoughts, his expression dark enough to drip with water. What are you pondering? I was merely considering what splendid weather we have today, haha. Qingfeng glanced out at the gloomy sky and noticed his master's expression mirrored it, making it impossible for him to smile. I shall attend to it immediately. Wait, Nan Yaozhu suddenly called out, halting Qingfeng. Is there something else you wish to command? Qingfeng wondered silently. Allow the shadow guard to handle it. Her martial prowess is commendable, and she is not easily vanquished. It seems he has overthought the matter. As you command, young master. Qingfeng once again melded into the shadows. Nan Yaozhu's gaze darkened as he picked up the teacup that had held the remnants of Wen Tangjiu's drink, idly toying with it in his hand. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the cup shattered into countless pieces. Those who have seen my true form must perish. Jiujiu, why did you choose to climb through the window when there's a staircase? Qiuqiu inquired, perplexed. Because I do not follow conventional paths, Wen Tangjiu replied with utmost seriousness. Qiuqiu felt there was some truth to that sentiment, yet something about it seemed amiss, though he could not pinpoint what. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Jiujiu, where shall we go next? No rush. Wen Tangjiu smiled slightly. There are still two insects trailing us. From their concealed position, Ying Yi and Ying Er, though unaware of whom Wen Tangjiu was addressing, wished she would lower her voice a tad. Thank you. Oh, what should we do then? Will they bite us? Shushu asked innocently. They will, but they cannot overpower us. Thus, let them follow. After all, free labor is too good to pass up. It was evident who had sent these two. It seemed some beauty was enraged and intent on vengeance. Qiuqiu, let us first seek an inn. Wen Tangjiu had no intention of confronting the two. Allowing them to follow was of no consequence. After all, if even she could uncover no trace of her past, it would be rather extraordinary if Nan Yaozhu's men could. For her, the paramount concern was to ascertain why she had awakened at the cliff's edge and why her memories of the past had slipped away, leaving only her name. She had even attempted to leverage external assistance to locate the largest intelligence organization in the Li Kingdom, Jianwang, and she vividly recalled the expression of its leader, Jiang Jian, as he gazed at her in disbelief. How could there be no trace whatsoever? Every person in this world must leave some mark. It appeared that both he and his subordinates were utterly inept, Wen Tangjiu thought as she cast a sidelong glance at the frenzied Jiang Jian. Young as he was, he had established the foremost intelligence network in the Li Kingdom and was presumed to be a person of great depth and prudence. Yet you wicked woman, you shall not accuse me of being useless. Jiang Jian covered his face, thoroughly disheartened. In the end, he was merely a somewhat decent-looking fool, Wen Tangjiu concluded. I provided you with the frost blade you desired, Yet you cannot furnish me with the intelligence I seek. Jiang Jian, how do you intend to proceed with our arrangement?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Jian regained his composure. This wicked woman possessed skills beyond the ordinary. She had single-handedly infiltrated the depths of the Shaohan Pavilion, breaching numerous defenses to retrieve the frost blade. The blade, perpetually cold and frosting over in winter, was astoundingly sharp, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, a rare divine weapon. He had attempted many times to reclaim what was rightfully his from that old master of the pavilion, but had always failed. This time, Wen Tangjiu had rendered him a tremendous service. Regardless, I will honor my word. I shall continue my investigations personally. As compensation, I can provide you with one piece of intelligence for free concerning anyone within the Li Kingdom. Jiang Jian's eyes, reminiscent of a damp puppy, gazed earnestly at Wen Tangjiu. "Anyone? I wish to inquire about Nan Zhuxin from Xiaoshan Pavilion." "Nan Zhuxin? I am indeed aware of certain matters concerning him. It is widely known that he excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as being knowledgeable about the significant affairs of the world. However, few are aware of his proficiency in hypnosis. He can hypnotize?" Wen Tangjiu understood immediately. As she suspected, Nan Zhuxin was no ordinary individual. This, however, suited her intentions perfectly. She has always enjoyed engaging with those who possess formidable abilities. "I find this information quite satisfactory. Do not forget your promise to me. My wort is my bond." Rest assured, Jiang Jian gazed at Wen Tangjiu's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. The appearance of this cunning woman was indeed strikingly unique. Moreover, given her formidable martial prowess, even if her name were misremembered, these two attributes alone would suffice to uncover her true identity. Yet, this wicked woman seemed to have emerged from thin air, with no trace of her past to be found. This suggests only one possibility. Someone has erased all evidence of her history. Jiang Jian furrowed his brow. A person capable of such a feat was no ordinary individual and would be challenging to confront. "What are you thinking about?" Chapter 4. "I observe with my eyes, were you contemplating?" Chiu fidgeted restlessly within the sleeve. Jiu, what are you thinking about?" "I called out to you several times." Wen Tangjiu restrained Chiu's head, pondering Jiang Jian. "Ah, Jiu, do you have feelings for him?" "It is said that when a woman likes someone, she thinks about them day and night." Wen Tangjiu sighed in exasperation. "I do not have feelings for him. I am merely reflecting on the information he previously revealed to me." "Right. He seems even less intelligent than I, so of course, Jiu would not fancy someone foolish." Shu boasted proudly, hands on her hips. Wen Tangjiu refrained from disclosing that the two were equally matched in intellect, a matter of 50 paces laughing at 100. She simply acknowledged with a hum and continued seeking an inn. "Excuse me, do you have any rooms available?" "My apologies, miss. Our establishment is fully booked." Wen Tangjiu frowned. This was the third inn she had visited, and each was at capacity. Such coincidences were perplexing. The innkeeper, noticing Wen Tangjiu's radiant beauty, could not bear to see such a lovely young woman left in the lurch and felt compelled to caution her. "Miss, nightfall approaches. It would be wise to secure lodging, for the night can be perilous here. Pray tell, is there a specific reason for this?" "In a month's time, it will be the emperor's birthday, and the national master is to present a birthday gift to his majesty. The affairs of royal power and wealth are of little concern to us common folk." Wen Tangjiu replied, puzzled. "Ah, but you may not be aware that the national master travels far and wide to prepare for the gift." He sauntered through the streets at dusk, selecting fated young maidens to be called the chosen ones. Chosen ones? That sounds rather auspicious. Indeed, for us ordinary citizens, being selected by the national master would bring unparalleled wealth and fortune. However, the matter of these chosen ones is troubling. What is it? The maidens chosen, whether they wish to or not, must be carried away in palanquins alongside the national master. Currently, he has selected 42 maidens, and none have returned, which raises considerable concern. "Isn't that tantamount to abduction?" Wen Tangjiu scoffed. The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat. "Miss, such words should not be spoken lightly. The honor of capturing the attention of the esteemed national master is indeed a blessing for them. Now that the national master happens to be resting here, it would be prudent for the young lady to find an inn to stay in as this humble establishment is about to close. Upon noticing the innkeeper's genuine fear, Wen Tangjiu expressed her gratitude and departed from the inn. Qiu, did you hear that? What are your thoughts? Huh? Juju, are you referring to me? I'm observing with my own eyes. She should not have posed such a question to this adorable one. It's nothing. Qiu, you may continue your play. Wen Tangjiu gently patted the little mouse. To forcibly seize innocent maidens against their will, while the young women remain untraceable. This national master of Li Kingdom hardly resembles a competent leader. However, with the sovereign above, how could the ministers dare to act unilaterally? It is likely that the ministers sing the praises of the emperor, who turns a blind eye. Wen Tangjiu recalled the throngs of beggars she encountered on the road. Initially, she paid them little mind, merely offering some silver coins before moving on. But now, reflecting on it, in a time of peace when no one should go unassisted, how could there be so many beggars? It seems that the grandeur of the Li Kingdom is nothing more than a dazzling facade built upon a foundation of skeletons. Now, as she rests here, I am eager to witness how this national master of a great nation harbors concern for the populace. When Tangjiu whistled at a bird perched on a tree, and it flew down to settle on her shoulder. As the hour approached, she instructed, "Go and see if anyone is wandering the streets and report back to me with their location." The bird, intrigued, felt an innate affinity towards her and flew over upon hearing her call, astonished to discover that they could communicate. Understood, the bird nodded and took to the skies. The chosen one, when Tangjiu mused with a smile, this chosen one shall be mine. A quarter of an hour later, the bird returned with news. There is indeed a group on the street, led by a man who is followed by a sedan chair. What is their general location? Follow me. The bird gestured for Wen Tangjiu to proceed. She trailed behind the bird through several streets until, suddenly, it halted. You should be able to encounter them if you continue forward. I'm not fond of the aura of the man leading. I shall take my leave. Contrary to the sensation Wen Tangjiu evoked in the bird, the presence of the leading man made it exceedingly uncomfortable. Thank you, Wen Tangjiu sincerely expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. The bird flapped its wings and flew away. Qiu, Wen Tangjiu nudged the little mouse tucked in her sleeve. Are you asleep? Not yet, Juju. What is the matter? As long as you're awake, that's good. If a scuffle ensues, hold on to my sleeve tightly. Previously, when she had engaged in a confrontation, she had not anticipated that Qiu would fall asleep, resulting in the little mouse being flung onto someone's face as she lifted her sleeve. Both the human and the mouse had been quite startled. Rest assured, Juju, I shall not allow myself to be cast aside again. Qiu vowed earnestly. With that reassurance, Wen Tangjiu felt at ease and continued onward. In the distance, she perceived a tall silhouette. While contemplating how to present herself as the chosen one, her legs, in a moment of rebellion, tangled together, causing her to slide forward and kneel right before that figure. Wen Tangjiu expressed her gratitude, remarking that such an entrance was rather unnecessary. Coincidentally, Qiu joyfully called out from her sleeve, "Juju, are we fighting?" I got a firm grip. Wen Tangjiu endeavored to steady her breath and raised her gaze, only to behold a face of astonishing beauty, aristocratic brows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips. Though he bore the appearance of a dignified gentleman, his peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of coldness. His presence was so striking that it dimmed the brilliance of the moon. "My lady, I have already issued an order. There is no need for such reverence in the marketplace," he remarked, noticing that Wen Tangjiu remained kneeling. This young woman possessed the potential to be the chosen one. Yet her intellect seemed somewhat lacking, for even upon recognizing him, she need not have knelt all the way. Since awakening at the cliff's edge, fortified by absolute strength and wisdom, she had not knelt before anyone. Suddenly, she comprehended the feelings of those dispatched by the Nan Zhuxin to assassinate her. She too harbored a desire to kill. Let the national master see. I shall respond with a smile, Wen Tangjiu retorted through gritted teeth. Ji chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. I perceive that you are indeed the chosen one. Come, let us return to my residence. Perhaps she was a bit foolish, but that made her easier to manage and control. Wen Tangjiu did not expect that aside from her first and only embarrassing moment in life, she would encounter such a smooth path She promptly nodded in agreement. Please, were these shoe covers? A nearby guard presented a pair of shoe covers. It was evident that Ji had a strong obsession with cleanliness. However, knowing oneself and one's opponent is crucial in battle. Thus, she managed to glean some understanding of him. She obediently donned the shoe covers. My lady, please. Ji lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. And when Tangjiu stepped inside, within the carriage, when Tangjiu observed Ji closing his eyes to rest, seemingly disinterested in conversation, she took the initiative to inquire. Might I ask how the chosen ones are selected? It depends on fate, he replied. What qualities must the chosen one possess? The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Ji remained with his eyes shut. When Tangjiu appeared to have exchanged many words, yet in reality, she had said nothing of substance. Her desire to kill intensified. Then may I know our itinerary for the coming days? After conversing for quite some time, without learning her name, Ji suddenly opened his eyes and countered. May I inquire your esteemed surname and given name? Wen Tangjiu. When will the wine await? The begonia shall not return to its former state. Ji repeated her name. A fine name indeed. You flatter me, National Master. Miss Wen, simply follow my lead. There is no need for you to overthink or be so verbose. Understood. Wen Tangjiu strained to think of the 42 missing young women, suppressing the urge to act out. Soon, the carriage arrived at Ji Ye's temporary residence. He guided Wen Tangjiu to a side courtyard, saying, Miss Wen, you shall rest in the Wangshu courtyard for the next few days. National Master, I have heard that before me there were 42 elder sisters chosen as the chosen ones. Are they all in the capital? When Tangjiu scrutinized Ji Ye's expression, he maintained his calm demeanor and offered no reply to her inquiry, merely instructing the maidens to take good care of Miss Wen before turning to leave. This man was impervious to gentle persuasion and even less susceptible to forceful tactics. To extract information from him was a feat as daunting as climbing to the heavens. When Tangjiu pondered to herself, listening to his words, it seems we shall linger here for a few more days, observing closely for a while longer. When Tangjiu rendered the maid who was tidying up the courtyard unconscious, then sprang over the wall. Under the moonlight, a woman gracefully traversed the rooftops, her movements as light as a swallow, her beauty surpassing that of the moonlight itself. It is time to reunite with an old friend. When Tangjiu thought with a faint smile, quickening her pace. Chapter 6. The true name young master, it is as you say. Ing Yi reported, standing to one side. Are you suggesting she departed with Ji? Nan Yaozhu lightly tapped the table. Indeed, young master. We intended to take action, but the national master suddenly appeared and took Miss Wen away. She had long sensed your presence, yet chose not to act, Nan Yaozhu said, her brows furrowing. It appears she does not regard you as a threat. Her martial prowess must far exceed yours. All you discovered is that she is known as Wen Tangjiu? Yes. Young master, our men could not uncover her past. They merely found that she previously visited Jianwang and met with its leader, Jiang Jian. Ing Yi and Ing Er knelt. Acknowledging their inadequacy, we beg young master to impose punishment. Rise, Nin Yaozhu commanded gently. It is not your fault. The information that even Jiang Jian cannot ascertain is beyond your reach. It seems my ability to hypnotize was revealed by Jiang Jian. Taking a sip of her tea, Nan Yaozhu remarked, however, I am curious how she managed to compel Jiang Jian to investigate and disclose information to her. Since the beauty is curious, why not inquire directly? When Tangjiu entered through the window, brushing off the dust from her attire. Protect the young master. Ing Yi and Ing Er positioned themselves in front of Nan Yaozhu, swords drawn towards Wen Tangjiu. I had thought our prolonged following would forge a bond of camaraderie, when Tangjiu smiled, pinching Ing Yi's sword between her fingers and snapping it effortlessly. I never anticipated such hostility from you. It truly chills the heart. You, Ing Yi exclaimed, astonished and furious. Ing Yi, Ing Er, stand down, Nan Yaozhu finally spoke. You cannot impede her. Yes, young master. Though reluctant, they obeyed their master's command. I traveled a great distance to pay my respects to the beauty, yet I am denied even a cup of tea? When Tangjiu chuckled as she pulled out a chair and sat across from Nan Yaozhu. Nan Yaozhu, not daring to neglect Wen Tangjiu, prepared tea for her. Miss Wen, please enjoy the tea. I have already stated, young Master Nan. If you have inquiries, feel free to ask me directly, Wen Tangjiu replied, accepting the teacup lazily. Nan Yaozhu hesitated, lacking the familiarity to pose such intimate questions to her. Ha! Wen Tangjiu laughed heartily, when young Master Nan sent someone to eliminate me. I did not observe such timidity. There is no need for Miss Wen to speak with such sarcasm. Nan Yaozhu maintained a facade of cordiality. Those individuals could not harm you in the least. Indeed, your subordinates lack substantial skill. Wen Tangjiu suddenly leaned closer to Nan Yaozhu, gazing into his eyes with a smile. I could resolve them in 3 moves. However, considering they are your subordinates, I refrain from striking, lest it grieve you. A faint blush crept onto Nan Yaozhu's face. An unusual hint of fluster evident. He turned his gaze away and cleared his throat. Miss, you jest. What I utter is indeed sincere. Wen Tangjiu gazed at the flustered Nan Yaozhu, finding him somewhat more agreeable. He perpetually wore a mask of feigned smiles, concealing his true thoughts, polite yet distant. In his current state, however, he exuded a semblance of authenticity, facilitating discussions of serious matters. Young Master, Nan possesses remarkable intellect. My intentions are quite clear. I wish to forge a friendship. After all, you cannot harm me, and your secrets require my discretion. I have needs that you can fulfill, so why not transform foes into friends? Is Miss Wen proposing a transaction with me? Not a transaction, but a friendship. Wen Tangjiu retracted her smile, fixing a serious gaze upon Nan Yaozhu. I do not trust partners in business. I only trust friends. The woman in red focused her attention, her eyes shimmering like water, fixed on the man before her. What are your thoughts, young master? Nan Yaozhu, as if scalded, hastily averted his gaze. He had never had friends and was uncertain how to interact with them. Friends should be honest with one another. If you have any doubts about me, feel free to inquire. I shall answer you truthfully. In conclusion, although young Master Nan had already uncovered it, I still wish to introduce myself to a friend. I am Wen Tangjiu. I am Nan Yaozhu. At last, Nan Yaozhu turned his face, casting a furtive glance at Wen Tangjiu. Indeed, that is my true name. So, in other places, you use an alias? Nan Yaozhu had never considered how melodious his name sounded when spoken by another. He stammered, yes, that is correct. Wen Tangjiu could not suppress a chuckle. Nan Yaozhu, who had previously appeared as a cunning fox, now resembled a startled raccoon. Since we have just become friends, I will wait for you to share your matters with me when you feel ready. I shall not pry. As for the information that Jiang Jian informed me about your ability to hypnotize, I exchanged it for the Frostblade. Indeed, Nan Yaozhu's ears flushed crimson. Wen Tangjiu diverted her gaze. The sight of the blushing beauty was too captivating to behold for long. Jiang Jian's need for the Frostblade was never a secret, nor had she been asked to keep it confidential. She had initially thought her transaction with Jiang Jian was not a secret. If Nan Yaozhu wished to investigate, he would inevitably discover it. It would be better if she disclosed it herself, thereby gaining his trust. Yet, it seemed Nan Yaozhu's reaction had indeed surpassed her expectations. Did he genuinely wish to become her friend? She had assumed that someone like Nan Yaozhu would be difficult to confide in. Now, he revealed his authentic self to her. So in the spirit of mutual sincerity, she too would take this seriously. Were you contemplating? Seeing Wen Tangjiu lost in thought for an extended period, Nan Yaozhu could not help but inquire. As he spoke, he became flustered again. If you do not like me calling you that, I shall refrain. I was thinking that perhaps we could become very good friends, Wen Tangjiu replied candidly. Nan Yaozhu lowered his head, a rosy hue creeping across his face and ears. Is it that easy to blush? Wen Tangjiu was astonished. There is nothing wrong with it. It is natural for friends to address each other with a degree of intimacy. Am I not calling you Yaozhu? Indeed, that is true. Nan Yaozhu did not raise her head, yet her cheeks grew even redder. Wen Tangjiu felt it was time to leave. She feared that if she lingered any longer, Nan Yaozhu would truly ripen. I slipped out and should not overstay my welcome. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again, Yaozhu. With a wave of her hand, Wen Tangjiu climbed through the window. However, Nan Yaozhu remained frozen in place, motionless. Young master? Qing Feng had just returned from a mission and was taken aback to find his master standing there. a suspicious blush gracing her cheeks and a foolish smile adorning her lips. Qing Feng rubbed his eyes, convinced he was mistaken. It was indeed a foolish smile, not a mere facade. While it was common for his master to wear a smile, even when issuing orders for murder, a foolish grin. How perplexing. After all these years of service, he had never witnessed such a display from her. Was it possible that she had lost her senses? She said she wanted to be friends with me. Nan Zhuxin finally spoke, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Qing Feng, who would dare to be friends with the master? She even called me Yaozhu. There was a hint of pride in her tone. Qing Feng found the situation increasingly surreal. Who was this audacious person, bold enough to elicit such a reaction from his master without incurring her wrath? Young master, are you referring to that Miss One? Qing Feng cautiously observed Nan Yaozhu's expression. After much contemplation, he concluded that no one else possessed such audacity. Could it be Yichen? Nan Yaozhu shot a glance at Qing Feng. Young master, you refer to Miss One as Yichen? Qing Feng felt as though he had yet to fully awaken. However, his position as the most trusted guard by his master's side compelled him to speak. It must indeed be Miss One. Upon hearing this, Nan Yaozhu appeared even more elated. She picked up the teacup that Wen Tangjiu had used and instructed Qing Feng to find a box that could accommodate it. Surely, you do not intend to preserve a used teacup? Qing Feng questioned. Indeed, I do, Nan Yaozhu replied. Though Qing Feng did not understand, he complied nonetheless. Nan Yaozhu gently caressed the teacup, murmuring, Yichen, Yichen, slow down. I feel as though I might swoon. Qiu, nestled within Wen Tangjiu's sleeve, could only hear the rush of wind and began to suspect that Yichen had already vanished in a thin air. My apologies, Qiu. I shall slow down. Wen Tangjiu moderated her pace, realizing she had been somewhat reckless. The thought of Nan Yaozhu becoming too engrossed filled her with urgency to return. It's quite all right, Yichen. I'm no longer dizzy, Qiu offered understandingly. Yet, Wen Tangjiu's mind was in turmoil. She was accustomed to planning and predicting her actions. But this was the first time she felt events slipping beyond her control. Uncontrollable factors? Wen Tangjiu murmured, Nan Yaozhu, you truly surprise me. It's nothing. There is plenty of time ahead. Perhaps, just as she suggested, they could become good friends. The lanterns of Wangshu courtyard were already in sight. Qiu, we have arrived. As Wen Tangjiu climbed over the wall, she did not land as gracefully as anticipated, but instead fell into a cold embrace. Where has Miss One gone? Chapter 8. A character of reckless abandon. Wen Tangjiu's heart was filled with only 2 words. It's over. However, adhering to the principle of remaining motionless while the enemy is unmoving, she calmly replied, I simply wish to enjoy the moonlight and take a stroll. Is that not permissible? Esteemed National Master? Jiue released her, brushing off his garments. Do not touch the filthy wine, hypocrite, he retorted. So, Miss Wen, your leisurely outings entail scaling walls? Jiue gazed intently into Wen Tangjiu's eyes. Ha! National Master, you jest, she laughed. If one does not scale walls, how else can one escape? She had long observed that the maidservants left behind by Jiue were all skilled in martial arts, and there were guards at the entrance of Wangshu courtyard. Should she attempt to leave through the main gate, she would undoubtedly be stopped. Miss One is truly a chosen one. It is only for your safety that one cannot roam freely before returning to the capital, he reasoned. Your argument holds merit, National Master. Yet, I'm quite curious. Why would you visit Wangshu courtyard at such an hour? Wen Tangjiu had already noted that the maidservant she had incapacitated lay still on the ground. With her abilities, she would have detected any surveillance immediately. Thus, there was only one possibility. Jiue had come on his own, without anyone alerting him. There has been an assassin infiltrating this estate, and I am concerned for your safety, which is why I have come here. However, Jiue shifted his tone. It appears my concerns were unwarranted. To me, the National Master poses a far greater danger than any assassin. Given the circumstances, Wen Tangjiu resolved not to feign ignorance. She intended to go to the capital regardless, and she also planned to rescue the young women there. Whether Jiue consented or not, he would have to take her along to the capital. Ha! Jiue chuckled softly. Is it not more intriguing to keep the most dangerous one close at hand? From tomorrow onward, Miss Wen shall accompany me as my personal maid. The hour was late. Miss Wen, you should retire early. When Tangjiu paused, taken aback by Jiu's audacity. Having discerned her formidable martial prowess, he still dared to keep her by his side as a personal maid? Did he not fear for his life? However, if she could approach him gently, there was no need for force. This was fortuitous, as it would allow her to travel to the capital with him. Do rest well. National Master, when Tangjiu curtsied and entered the adjoining courtyard. National Master, the assassin has been captured. How shall we proceed? No need for inquiries. Eliminate them directly. Jiu coldly instructed, twirling his jade ring. Understood, the guard replied, departing. It was evident who had dispatched the assassin. After all, across the realm, the only fool who could not be silenced yet continued to send people to provoke him was that imbecile from the capital. Yet, when Tangjiu exceeded his expectations. Originally, the assassin's target had been him. He had no need to check on the maidservants left at Wangshu Courtyard, as their skills were adequate. However, upon encountering her today, he realized she was unlike the others. The previous women were of a purely Yin constitution, but she possessed not only a purely Yin essence, but also a purely Yang one. Two seemingly contradictory natures coexisted within her. This phenomenon was only mentioned in ancient texts he had read. Lonely Yin does not give birth, solitary Yang does not thrive. Extreme Yin gives rise to extreme Yang. It was now evident that she was not only uniquely constituted, but also possessed martial skills beyond the ordinary. She did not appear to be chosen by him. Rather, she seemed more like one who had sought him out. From their interaction today, it was evident that she was far from the bewildered figure she had initially presented. Her speech was marked by strong logical coherence and a clear sense of purpose. Thank you, Wen Tangjiu, but dare to mention our first meeting again, and I might just plot your demise. Wen Tangjiu, how many secrets do you harbor? Under the moonlight. The jade ring emitted a soft glow as Ji sat on the rooftop, gazing at the moon. Miss, this is the attire the young master has requested for you. The maid held a set of white garments. Wen Tangjiu frowned slightly and replied, Return and inform your young master that I abhor white. Tell him to take this funeral white far away from me. The maid appeared somewhat distressed. You may convey my exact words to him. Understood. The maid nodded and retreated. Does she not wish to wear the maid's attire? Ji inquired, observing the maid retreating with the garments. Young master, the young lady said she dislikes white, which made the maid hesitant to relay the message. But it is all right to say. What did she ask you to do? She requested that you take this funeral white far away. The maid replied, lowering her head, afraid to meet Ji's gaze. Ha ha, qui l'a fait, un perturbit. Funeral white, indeed. She has a way with words. If she does not wish to wear it, then let it be. You may leave. Understood. Such a free-spirited character. Ji recalled the fire that seemed to flicker in Wen Tangjiu's eyes. Every time their gazes met, it scorched him, a man accustomed to the shadows. She certainly possessed that power. Qui it softly. Are you a little fool? 1. This phrase originates from Taoist teachings in our country and is not the author's original creation. Chapter 9. The young lady knows not. Are you a little fool? Wen Tangjiu looked helplessly at the inky blobs left on the paper by the little ball. Jiu, I did my best. The little mouse protested, feeling aggrieved. Jiu, why must I learn to write? You can understand my words, can't you? But only I can comprehend them. You have adapted to human ways of living. What if I am no longer around one day? Pa. The little hamster put down the brush and jumped up, attempting to cover Wen Tangjiu's mouth. Jiu is so amazing. She will surely always be here. Does Jiu not want the little ball anymore? Of course I want the little ball. How could I ever part with something so adorable? But Wen Tangjiu's tone shifted, yet no one can accompany another for a lifetime. I can accompany Jiu forever. The little ball immediately retorted. Jiu, I have eaten the Yiling fruit, which grants longevity. The Yiling fruit is a treasure of the world. For humans, it extends life, while its effects on animals are exponentially greater. At the time, it had no inkling of the rarity of that small fruit. When Wen Tangjiu purchased some eggplant cakes, the little ball watched her eat, drooling all over. However, Wen Tangjiu forbade it from partaking, warning that the little hamster would perish if it did. Eventually, when she noticed its longing yet hesitant gaze, her heart softened, and she tossed it a fruit, claiming it was 100 times better than the eggplant cakes. When it tasted it, It was indeed delicious. The little ball curiously asked Wen Tangjiu what kind of fruit it was, to which she nonchalantly replied, "Yiling fruit." Heaven knows how astonished it was at that moment. The divine fruit of the beast realm, a treasure that can be encountered but not possessed by the world, is unexpectedly used by Jiu as a mere snack to amuse itself. Thus, its lifespan now exceeds 70 years, which should suffice for its companionship with Jiu. Chiu, it is not merely a matter of lifespan. A faint sorrow flickers in Wen Tangjiu's eyes as she muses, "Do you know Chiu? I often wonder why, upon waking from the precipice, I found myself utterly alone, with my family and friends never seeking me out." Jiu, they must not have discovered this place yet. Chiu interjects immediately. Though somewhat naive, Chiu understands what Wen Tangjiu is trying to convey. I have pondered similarly. Yet Chiu, some attachments are indelible in memory. Wen Tangjiu pauses momentarily before continuing. However, before meeting you, I felt no burdens in my heart. The worst-case scenario is Jiu. Let us resume practicing calligraphy. You shall supervise me. Chiu perceives Wen Tangjiu's unspoken sentiments and wishes to spare her heartache. Very well, Chiu shall strive. Observing the little hamster laboriously lifting the brush with its tiny paws, trembling as it writes, Wen Tangjiu refrains from pursuing the conversation further. "Miss, the National Master requests your presence. He also asked me to convey a message to you." A maid knocks at the door and announces. Wen Tangjiu tucks Chiu into her sleeve and opens the door. "What did the National Master say?" "He mentioned that a personal maid should embody the demeanor of a personal maid. Attire may be optional, but absence from duty is unacceptable." "Understood. Please leave me there." Wen Tangjiu comprehends. This is Ji's subtle reproach for her prolonged absence. Wen Tangjiu follows the maid to Ji's study door. The maid knocks gently. "National Master, Miss Wen has arrived. Allow her to enter on her own." Ji's voice emanates from within, revealing nothing of his current mood. Wen Tangjiu steps inside. "I apologize for my tardiness. I hope the National Master can forgive me." "Miss Wen, do you still recall your promise to serve as my personal maid?" "I would never dare to forget. Come forth and prepare the ink for me." As Wen Tangjiu takes the ink stick, it snaps in two upon touching the inkstone. She exchanges a bewildered glance with Ji, the air thick with an unsettling silence. "Merely," Wen Tangjiu attempts to explain softly. Ji, exasperated, rubs his forehead, choosing to overlook the ink stick incident, and instead poses another question. "Miss Wen, do you know how a maid should refer to herself?" Wen Tangjiu certainly knows, yet she is unwilling to bow her head and address herself in such a manner before this man. It is not a matter of status. She has never regarded servants as inferior. She does not subscribe to the classist distinctions imposed by the Li Kingdom, but she finds herself powerless to effect change. All she can do is maintain her integrity, refraining from employing attendants or maidservants. Wen Tangjiu also disapproves of the noble families who, under the guise of saving lives, purchase slaves from the markets. Without the trade, there would be no harm. Their purchases, regardless of intent, tacitly support the institution of slavery. The so-called salvation is merely a guise for the slaughter cloaked in the skin of compassion. Were Ji of noble virtue, deserving of her admiration, she would accept any form of self-reference. However, this Ji remains inscrutable, and she has yet to uncover the fate of the 42 women in his care. Such a person is unworthy of her lowering her gaze. The maid ought to refer to herself as a servant. Wen Tangjiu replied as usual. "Does Miss Wen understand now?" G.S. spoke, his expression inscrutable. "The young lady does not know." "Oh, Chapter 10. Quite the temper." Jia raised an eyebrow, unwilling to prolong the standoff with Wen Tangjiu. "If she does not know, so be it. Go and have Lan Yin prepare the carriage. We shall depart shortly." "Understood." Wen Tangjiu responded and stepped out. After she left, Jia reflected on Wen Tangjiu's unwavering demeanor and slightly curled his lips, acknowledging her considerable spirit. He picked up the broken ink stick from the table, examining it for a long while before adding, "and quite the strength as well." After Wen Tangjiu had instructed Lan Yin, she retraced her steps to find Jia. Suddenly, a maid bumped into her. She steadied the maid, but felt something being pressed into her embrace. The maid thanked her and bowed her head as she departed. Wen Tangjiu continued walking as if nothing had happened until she reached the ornamental rockery, where she quickly concealed herself behind it. Once she was certain that no one was around, she retrieved the item the maid had given her. It was a note, the handwriting bold and unrestrained. It read, "Wicked woman, Jie will be meeting someone at the hour of the rooster tomorrow. He is unlikely to take you along. At that time, go to the easternmost private room on the second floor of Nanning Pavilion to find me. I have matters to discuss with you." The note bore no signature. However, only that childish fool Jiang Jian could possess such information about Jie, get the note into the National Masteress' residence, and address her in that manner. Yet, this child had always been true to his word. He must have discovered something. One could only hope that this seemingly useless child would prove useful this time, and not let her down. When Tangjiu tucked the note away and proceeded to find Jie. Upon entering, she found him already dressed, clad in white. He bore a resemblance to a refined young gentleman, exuding an air of elegance. Unfortunately, in Wen Tangjiu's eyes, there was no alignment between Jie and those two words. "National Master, Lan Yin is waiting outside," she informed him. "I am aware." However, Jie shifted the topic, since Miss Wen is reluctant to refer to herself as a servant. "You need not mimic others in addressing me as National Master. I would never presume disrespect towards the National Master." When Tangjiu maintained her composure, yet inwardly scoffed. Jie's sudden eccentricity was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. Nothing but ill intent. "No matter. You may still call me National Master in front of others," Jie said leisurely. "When it is just the two of us, you may call me as you wish." "Very well, Jie." When Tangjiu promptly complied. Yet, Jie's lips pressed into a thin line, and his faint smile vanished. He walked to the door without uttering a word, noticing that Wen Tangjiu had not followed. Coldly, he commanded, "Keep up," and strode away without looking back. Wen Tangjiu could only quicken her pace to catch up, utterly perplexed by Jie's erratic behavior. He instructed her to address him as she pleased, yet appeared displeased when she did so. Truly, he was an unpredictable madman, she muttered under her breath. The figure of Ji Yi paused momentarily before returning to its usual state. Inside the carriage, Ji Ye's expression remained somber, exuding an air of low pressure. When Tangjiu, indifferent to his demeanor, chose to close her eyes and rest, knowing that extracting words from him was futile. Observing her closed eyes, Ji Ye's countenance grew even more grave. "I foresaw that you would encounter a calamity today," Ji Yi finally spoke. Startled by his voice, when Tangjiu opened her eyes to find Ji Yi staring intently at her, as though he intended to devour her. Feeling a surge of fear, she shook her head and averted her gaze from him. After organizing her thoughts, she jested, "I did not expect the esteemed National Master to possess the skill of divination." "It is foresight, not divination," Ji Yi replied, his brow furrowing. "The crux of the matter is that you are destined for a calamity today. The National Master is overly concerned. In terms of my martial prowess, even if all of your deadly warriors were to ambush me, I would not lose a single hair." When Tangjiu was confident in her abilities, although she had lost all memory upon awakening at the cliff's edge, her martial skills had become instinctive to this body. Even the renowned master of the Shaohan Pavilion, known for his unmatched prowess in the martial world, had been defeated by her. If he could not harm her, then how could Ji assert that she was fated for calamity? Seeing Wen Tangjiu's nonchalant demeanor, Ji spoke in a low voice. "My foresight has never been erroneous." It was understandable that Wen Tangjiu doubted him. He himself had been perplexed by the results he obtained. Given her martial skills, it was improbable for anyone to approach her unnoticed. Who could possibly harm her? Yet, the outcome of his repeated calculations remained unchanged. "Thank you for your concern, National Master. I appreciate your warning and will remain vigilant," Wen Tangjiu replied with a slight nod. Though she did not fully believe Ji Ye's words, she recognized that his position as a National Master indicated he possessed considerable skill. As he generously offered her a warning, she resolved to heed it. "National Master, we have arrived," Lan Yin called out as the carriage came to a stop. "Let us disembark," Ji Yi said, stepping out first. As when Tangjiu prepared to jump down, a hand as white as jade reached out to her. "National Master, I am merely your maid," she remarked. "Not at all. A maid is but a nominal title, and we both understand the truth of the matter." I would never dare to neglect Miss One, Ji Yi replied. Thank you, National Master, Wen Tangjiu said as she took his hand and descended from the carriage. However, she had not anticipated that Ji Ye's destination would be Nan Zhuxin. Chapter 11. Were these words meant for her ears? When Tangjiu followed Ji Yi into the private room, is this the National Master's intimate associate? A familiar. Gentle voice caused Wen Tangjiu to look up abruptly. At the moment their eyes met, both were momentarily stunned. Although Nan Zhuxin wore a veil, Wen Tangjiu recognized him instantly. Nan Zhuxin? What brings her here? She wondered. Did she have a close relationship with Ji Yi? Why was it him that Ji Yi chose to meet? The mere sight of him brought back memories of that intimate night, leaving her feeling extremely awkward. This is my personal maid. What does young master take an interest? As Ji Yi gazed upon the deeply affectionate exchange between the two individuals, his countenance suddenly darkened, and he spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Wen Tangjiu, unwilling to witness Ji Ye's descent into madness, lowered her head. Yet, she sensed Ji Ye's unwavering gaze upon her, sending a chill down her spine. Nan Zhuxin quickly regained her composure and, still wearing her customary smile, replied, I merely felt that this young lady bears a slight resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. Thus I could not help but steal a few glances. My apologies for my rudeness. However, since this is a matter concerning Master Ji, I shall not allow this young lady to feel uncomfortable. What are you lingering for? Quickly serve tea to young Master Nan, Ji Yi coldly commanded, casting a glance at the bowed Wen Tangjiu. Wen Tangjiu thought to herself, calm down. She would not stoop to the level of a madman. He bore the weight of 42 lives upon his shoulders. A moment's restraint would yield tranquility, and taking a step back would grant her a broader horizon. Taking a deep breath, she reached for the teapot, only to have it gently taken from her grasp by a hand as pale as jade, Nan Zhuxin's. Nan Zhuxin smiled at her and said, I prefer to take matters into my own hands, so there is no need to trouble you, dear lady. As she spoke, she brewed a cup of tea for Ji Yi, saying, Master Ji, please. She then prepared a cup for herself. Wen Tangjiu felt a flicker of emotion within her. When she first met Nan Zhuxin, he had worn a facade of insincere smiles that was truly irksome. Yet now, after seemingly embracing the role of a friend, he perceptibly sensed her displeasure and took the initiative to extricate her from an awkward situation. His smile appeared genuinely heartfelt. Wen Tangjiu squinted her eyes and returned his smile. Ji Yi, observing the two blooming smiles before him, inexplicably felt even more vexed. Bang! He slammed his teacup onto the table. Though startled, Nan Zhuxin maintained a smile and gently inquired, Is the tea I prepared unpalatable to Master Ji? Ji shot a glance at Wen Tangjiu and coldly responded, Young master, Nan is exceptionally wise and skillful. The tea you brew is incomparable. Wen Tangjiu discerned Ji Ye's veiled insinuation regarding her clumsiness. However, considering that he had been unpredictable and deranged since that morning, she chose not to engage with a madman. I may have been overly concerned, Nan Zhuxin said with a slight nod. Master Ji, it is time we discuss serious matters. Currently, the supply of pine stones in the Li Kingdom is critically low. Half of the stones are being offered as tribute to the emperor, who in turn bestows them upon the concubines of the imperial harem. Given the emperor's typical approach, this is to be expected. Ji toyed with the teacup in his hand, speaking leisurely. The remaining half must be in young Master Nan's possession. I would not dare nor wish to deceive Master Ji. Indeed, the remainder is in my hands. Name your price. Ha ha. A wider smile spread across Nan Zhuxin's face. Master Ji, you know that I'm never lacking in gold or silver. Then state your demands. I wish to have the ability to mobilize your Qian Yue 3 times. Nan Zhuxin's smile faded as he locked eyes with Ji Yi. The two entered into a silent stalemate. Meanwhile, Wen Tangjiu was astonished. The Jin Yue only answered to the emperor, and the emperor had long established laws against officials privately maintaining armies or large-scale guards, punishable by death. It appeared that Ji had secretly raised the Qian Yue to answer solely to him, right under the emperor's nose. Rumors abound that the current emperor holds the national master in high esteem, and that the master is wholly devoted to the emperor, though they are sovereign and subject. Their bond resembles that of a father and son. Are these words fit for her ears? In disbelief, she turned to Ji Yi, who averted his gaze. Deal, Ji Yi said to Nan Zhuxin. May I inquire as to the purpose of such a considerable quantity of turquoise? Nan Zhuxin's smile returned. Is this included in the request? The request only involves mobilizing a single member of the Qinyu Guard. This question arises from personal curiosity. It is of no consequence if the national master chooses not to respond. It would be of no issue to answer. I intend to use it for medicinal purposes. Chapter 12. Letting go medicinal purposes? She mused. Indeed, while turquoise is commonly fashioned into jewelry, it can also serve medicinal applications. Nan Zhuxin's understanding dawned. Can the turquoise be delivered before the next full moon? At any time. Since our transaction has been settled, I shall not detain you further. Farewell. Ji Yi rose, taking Wen Tangjiu's wrist as he made his way out. Lost in contemplation about Ji Yi's nurturing of the Qinyu Guard, she allowed him to lead her. Observing Ji Yi grasping Wen Tangjiu's hand, a flicker of intrigue crossed Nan Zhuxin's eyes. National Master, please proceed slowly, she remarked. Do not cause the young lady to stumble. Hearing her words, Ji tightened his grip on Wen Tangjiu's wrist and slowed his pace, enunciating each word. She is my personal maid. No need for concern, young Master Nan. Nan Zhuxin remained still, her long eyelashes casting shadows that obscured her expression. Ah, Kie. That hurts, Wen Tangjiu exclaimed as she regained her focus, realizing they had already exited, with Ji Yi still gripping her wrist tightly. Upon hearing her cry of pain, Ji Yi finally released her. Wen Tangjiu quickly stepped back, distancing herself from this madman. Ji Yi's behavior was decidedly unusual today, his madness manifesting too frequently. Observing her retreat, his gaze darkened, yet he said nothing as he turned to ascend the carriage. Just as Wen Tangjiu prepared to enter the carriage, he spoke again. You may return on your own. With that, he commanded Lan Yin to drive away. Her good breeding prevented Wen Tangjiu from uttering a curse. Instead, she wished to strike him. Continue to be arrogant, Ji Yi. Once I uncover the truth, you shall be the first to feel my wrath. As she walked through the streets, she plotted whether to strike Ji Yi's head or his face first. Suddenly, she felt a tug at the hem of her garment. It was a dirty-faced child. Miss, can you spare me something to eat? The child's eyes were filled with yearning as they looked up at her. Child, one does not request food in such a manner. Wen Tangjiu replied softly, though her words bore a cruel edge. To halt others on the street and disrupt their journey is quite impolite. You are robbing others of their time by forcefully presenting your demands. And those demands rely on the assistance of others. Such behavior invites trouble. Do you understand? Then, miss, could you give me some food? The little beggar asked. His head bowed, hair obscuring his eyes. It seemed the child had taken none of her words to heart. Her coins were secured at the Wang Shu courtyard, leaving her with only a few copper coins on hand. However, she remained uncertain whether the madman, Jia, would permit him entry into the Wang Shu courtyard. Although her skills would allow her to force her way in, she valued her dignity. After all, it was Jia who had purchased the courtyard, without the owner's consent. It would be unbecoming to intrude. Consequently, she could not take the risk of venturing out tonight, penniless and at risk of wandering the streets, to assist this child. I possess neither silver nor sustenance. Wen Tangjiu waved her hand, intending to move forward, yet the child clung to her resolutely. Let go. Wen Tangjiu spoke coldly. You are clad in silk, clearly a young lady from a wealthy family. I beg you, bestow upon me some silver. The child persisted, pleading with Wen Tangjiu. I have already stated that I possess no money. Wen Tangjiu, growing impatient, prepared to shake off the child's grasp and depart. You selfish person, may you perish. Suddenly, the child lunged at Wen Tangjiu with a dagger concealed behind his back. The entire incident transpired too swiftly and unexpectedly for Wen Tangjiu to react. She could only attempt to grasp the dagger. Just as the blade grazed her hand, a jade pendant came flying through the air, striking the child's wrist. The force of the impact left the child momentarily incapacitated, and the dagger clattered to the ground, leaving merely a faint scratch on Wen Tangjiu's hand. Are you unharmed? Chapter 13. If you were gone, it would be quite troublesome. Are you unharmed? Wen Tangjiu looked up to see the voice belonged to Jia, who had returned. She was astonished. This madman had left her behind, And now he had come back? Surely it was not a sudden pang of conscience, prompting him to retrieve her? I am fine. Wen Tangjiu shook her head at Jie. The child had already been subdued by Jie's guard, Qingyan, awaiting Jie's judgment. Take him to report to the authorities, stating that he attempted to assassinate the national master. Jie commanded impassively. The child's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. He was in fact the national master Jie. I was wrong. I beg you. Before the child could finish his plea, Qingyan covered his mouth and dragged him away. Wen Tangjiu observed the scene coldly. The child had brought this upon himself. They were strangers, and offering him silver would have been a kindness, while withholding it was merely her right. His rage and intent to harm her due to her refusal was inexcusable. Such malice at a tender age, if left unchecked, would surely lead to great calamity in the future. Jie approached Wen Tangjiu, cradling her hand gently. Are you injured? He inquired, indicating the small cut on her hand, from which a few droplets of blood had begun to emerge. It is but a minor wound. It will heal on its own shortly, Wen Tangjiu replied nonchalantly. It seems my deductions were not amiss. Yet, how is it that a formidable master of the Shaolin Pavilion could not best you, while this mere child managed to draw blood? The most seemingly innocuous entities often inflict the deepest wounds. People do not underestimate the powerful, relying solely on their skills. However, when confronted with the seemingly harmless, they tend to lower their guard. Thus, it is the innocuous weak who can deliver a severe blow to the unsuspecting strong. Wen Tangjiu understood that Jie had undoubtedly investigated her, so she was not surprised by his knowledge of the Shaolin Pavilion master. As for the child, he had indeed caught her off guard. She had underestimated the darkness within human nature. At that moment, she was capable of catching a blade with her bare hands. Yet it was inevitable that she would sustain severe injuries. Regardless, Ji had come to her aid. Thank you. Wen Tangjiu expressed her gratitude sincerely towards Ji Yi. It is of no consequence. You are the chosen one. If you were to perish, it would pose great trouble for me. Ji Yi waved his hand dismissively and entered the carriage. With Ji Yi having spoken, Wen Tangjiu refrained from being overly sentimental, ignoring the hand he extended and leaping into the carriage. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she turned sharply to Ji Yi. Are you no longer allowing me to wear shoe covers? It matters not. You are not dirty. Ji Yi regarded Wen Tangjiu with a steady gaze. When we first met, I was not dirty either. The memory of their initial encounter sparked irritation within Wen Tangjiu. It is different. Ji Yi shook his head, closing his eyes and choosing not to pursue the topic further. Observing Ji Ye's disinterest in further conversation, Wen Tangjiu decided to rest her eyes. Whether this madman had discovered his conscience or intended to lower her guard to strike her down was of little importance at that moment. What preoccupied her thoughts was the whereabouts of the 42 young ladies. Yet, Ji Yi reopened his eyes, fixating on the serene visage of Wen Tangjiu as she slept. Fortunately, he recalled the results of the divination conducted at dawn, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease that compelled him to return and check on her. Just a moment earlier, that dagger would have deeply sliced through her palm. The mere thought of that scene sent a shiver down his spine. He wondered why he seemed to care for her safety, albeit just a little. Perhaps it was due to her rare constitution, as he had mentioned. If she were gone, finding another with such a unique physique would prove exceedingly difficult. Though the wound on her hand was shallow, it was particularly conspicuous. Miss Wen, will you not bandage it? Ji finally could not restrain himself from speaking. Wen Tangjiu opened her eyes, observing the nearly healed small cut on her hand, and felt a wave of exasperation. Our illustrious and formidable national advisor, this little cut may very well heal on its own during the process of bandaging. Ji closed his eyes once more, opting for silence. The following day, what expression did she wear upon seeing it? Chapter 14. Climbing through windows is my distinctive trademark. What expression did she wear upon seeing it? Jiang Jian supported Hong Su's shoulder. Was she surprised, impressed? Surely, she must have found me quite useful, ha ha ha. Hong Su, the maid who had delivered the note to Wen Tangjiu, averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight of Jiang Jian's exuberant demeanor. My lord, I did not dare approach while she was reading the note. After she finished, she nodded in my direction. She must have noticed me. That wicked woman possesses formidable martial skills. She undoubtedly discerned your presence. Just tell me, did she change her opinion of me after reading it? Did she realize her previous judgments were all misunderstandings? Jiang Jian exclaimed with excitement. My lord, I cannot ascertain what Miss Wen thinks. I only seem to have seen. What did you see? I perceived that when Miss Wen read the note, her expression bore 3 parts disdain, 3 parts relief, and 4 parts amusement. Could you be mistaken? Huh? Hong Su, have you had her eyesight checked? Jiang Jian responded incredulously. How could that wicked woman still smile at him? He is so useful. He has uncovered so much of what she tasked him with. Hong Su rolled her eyes in secret. How could someone with such poor vision as her succeed as an assassin? Does the sovereign not suspect that the issue lies within himself? Nonetheless, she respectfully replied, Your Majesty, there is nothing wrong with my eyesight. It is impossible. Jiang Jian felt profoundly disheartened. That wicked woman, he is so capable. Yet she not only refrains from praising him, but also looks down on him. What do you mean impossible? Wen Tangjiu had just climbed through the window and immediately noticed Jiang Jian, who appeared dejected, like a forsaken puppy. You wicked woman, what brings you here? Why did you not use the front door? Jiang Jian exclaimed in surprise, only to grow more agitated upon realizing it was Wen Tangjiu. Did you not write on the note to come find you today, at the hour of you? She retorted. Then why did you not enter through the front? Climbing through windows is my signature style. Jiang Jian understood that this mischievous woman had always taken the unconventional route. Isn't that the delicate beauty who fell into my arms that day? Wen Tangjiu smiled faintly at Hong Su, who blushed and said, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now, nodding at Wen Tangjiu before exiting and closing the door behind her. What does that mean? Is she beautiful and I am not? Jiang Jian protested indignantly. Wen Tangjiu found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Jian was indeed like a child, insisting on competing over trivial matters. What man compares beauty with a woman? You are beautiful. Indeed, she replied. You are merely being dismissive. It is evident you are being insincere. Jiang Jian became even more displeased. What have you come to discuss with me today? Seeing the conversation veering out of control, Wen Tangjiu quickly shifted the subject. However, Jiang Jian was not easily swayed. You cannot dismiss me so lightly, you wicked woman. So, what do you mean by impossible? Realizing her attempt to divert the conversation had failed, Wen Tangjiu could only retort in defense. Nothing significant. Let's discuss serious matters. Jiang Jian's gaze wavered, observing that he had finally moved past the issue of beauty. Wen Tangjiu inquired, What have you uncovered? Your origins are quite extraordinary. I am aware, he replied curtly. If it were ordinary, it would not be so difficult to investigate. The cliff where you awakened, its notoriety is steeped in danger. Few have ventured there. Yet you emerge from its depths. Logically, one would expect that a fall from such a height would result in certain demise. If someone had intentionally cast you down there, there is only one path to the bottom, and we have found no trace of anyone entering that abyss. Currently, you are the only individual who traversed that route, presumably after your awakening. What a cliff! Who else has visited? Jiang Jian queried. When I awoke, I bore injuries. Wen Tangjiu pondered deeply. It was implausible for anyone to survive a fall from such a precipice. Jiang Jian furrowed his brow. I have also investigated those who have been to the cliff, yet their identities are quite remarkable. Who are they? Wen Tangjiu fixed her gaze upon Jiang Jian's eyes. They are connected to the current emperor. Chapter 15. Do you not suspect that the demon is I? The atmosphere grew suddenly silent, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. After a prolonged pause, Wen Tangjiu spoke. Are you suggesting a connection with the current emperor? Precisely. Although I cannot ascertain whether you fell from the cliff or if your fall relates to them. I must inform you that 2 days prior to your awakening, the Crown Prince requisitioned the Imperial Guard to visit the Cliff of Longing. The Imperial Guard cannot be dispatched without a royal decree. Thus, the Crown Prince's actions necessitated the Emperor's consent. Is there any way to uncover their purpose for going? The royal secrecy has always been impeccably maintained. Specific details remain elusive. All that is known is that a monstrous entity has appeared at the precipice. A monstrous entity? Wen Tangjiu's pupils trembled slightly. Indeed, It is said that this creature has ruthlessly slaughtered several villages near the cliff, prompting the crown prince to take the initiative and lead the imperial guard to capture it. Such a critical matter should not have been entrusted to the national master. I too find it perplexing. Logically, capturing a monstrous being is the national master's forte. So why was he not dispatched? Were they able to apprehend the creature? They did. It was executed on the spot. Executed on the spot? Wen Tangjiu murmured. I awoke, drenched in blood, at the base of the cliff, having fallen from such a great height, yet surviving. Her expression was devoid of emotion, but her eyes brimmed with sorrow. She turned to Jiang. Do you not suspect that I might be that monster? Why would I suspect you? Do not hastily place such an accusation upon yourself. Jiang retorted with urgency. Although he held a slight disdain for this wicked woman for deeming him useless, he would not so carelessly attribute such a grave accusation to her. The monster is bloodthirsty and malicious. This wicked woman, though she possesses flaws, is only harsh towards him, treating others with kindness. She could never be that terrifying creature. Ha! Wen Tangjiu, observing Jiang's anxious demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Jiang, you are rather endearing. What are you talking about? Jiang's ears flushed crimson. This wicked woman, speaking as she does, suddenly showering him with compliments, caught him off guard, leaving him feeling a tad bashful. It is nothing, Jiang. Regardless, thank you. Thank you for uncovering so much information and for informing me. Wen Tangjiu gazed earnestly at Jiang, her tone profoundly sincere. No need for thanks. Just tell me whether I am useful or not. Jiang's gaze wandered, unable to meet Wen Tangjiu's eyes. You are indeed useful. It is no wonder you are the leader of the Insight Network. You are quite formidable. I told you I'm quite useful. Jiang lifted his head, resembling a proud peacock displaying its feathers. It is getting late. I must return to the National Master's residence. Farewell, Jiang. Farewell, wicked woman. Jiang watched as Wen Tangjiu leapt from the window, acknowledging her usefulness, yet he had inadvertently called her a wicked woman. However, it mattered not. He had a premonition that they would meet again. Wen Tangjiu planned to scale the wall into the Wangshu courtyard as usual, but as fate would have it, she found herself landing securely in a fragrant embrace. Where have you been? Chatting for so long? It seems the National Master is rather idle. Returning to my courtyard to wait for me? The sentiment is mutual. I just returned, intending to share some news, only to discover you had stepped out. So you were lying in wait beneath the wall to catch me, were you? Wen Tangjiu inquired. Ji remained silent. In Wen Tangjiu's eyes, his silence was tantamount to confirmation. Ji, release me, Wen Tangjiu exclaimed in exasperation. Why did he continue to hold on to her? Ji gently set her down. So, what is it you wish to convey? Chapter 16, she resembled a formidable beast devoid of emotion. So what do you wish to convey? Wen Tangjiu asked. Ji may have been a bit mad, but he would not resort to such foolish lies. Since he mentioned he had news to share with her, it was evident that something significant had transpired. We shall set forth to the capital by tomorrow. Why the sudden urgency? What has occurred? Wen Tangjiu inquired with a hint of confusion. Yet, Jie remained silent. Something has indeed happened, but it cannot be revealed to her. Jie, as the National Master, you must have subdued numerous demons, correct? Wen Tangjiu recalled the words spoken by Jiang and decided to test Jie's resolve. Subduing demons is the duty of the National Master. Are you aware of the demons at Wangguan Cliff? She asked, suppressing her inner anxiety with an ostensibly casual inquiry. I have heard of them. However, at that time, the Crown Prince took the initiative and did not allow me to intervene. Are you saying the Crown Prince forbade you from going? Wen Tangjiu's voice trembled slightly. Jie pondered for a moment before responding. As the National Master, I heed only the edicts of His Majesty. I have always treated the Crown Prince's commands as mere whispers in the wind. So it was His Majesty who disallowed your presence? Wen Tangjiu's heart sank further. Jie glanced at her and nodded subtly. We must depart early tomorrow, Jie. You should rest. She urged. Very well, Jie understood the unspoken message to leave. The capricious little thing, having obtained the answers it sought, now wished to dismiss him. Yet, he surmised that the little one's heart was in turmoil, for even he had not anticipated her connection to the Emperor. Upon reflection, The only one capable of erasing all traces of her previous life was indeed the figure seated upon the high dais. He shook his head and departed from Wangshu courtyard. Once when Tangjiu sensed Jie's retreat, she finally collapsed onto the ground. How could it be His Majesty? She murmured. Jiu, what troubles you? Chiu hurriedly emerged, taken aback by Wen Tangjiu's appearance. In its memory, Jiu was always spirited, proud, and powerful. It had never seen such fragility, as if a mere touch could shatter her. Chiu, I feel like I might cry, Wen Tangjiu confessed, cradling the little hamster in her arms. Why must it be His Majesty? The imperial family is notoriously heartless, and few matters related to royalty end well. If it were merely about subduing demons, the emperor would have no reason to prevent the national master from accompanying him. Yet if it is not about subduing demons, she dared not contemplate further. Ooh, Jiu, it's all right. If you wish to cry, then do so, the little hamster said, witnessing Wen Tangjiu's sorrow, feeling as though the sky itself were collapsing. Though Wen Tangjiu did not shed tears, the little creature cried profusely. Wen Tangjiu managed a faint smile, wiping away the little hamster's tears. It's fine, Chiu. I'm not sad, and I will not cry. She was not deceiving the little hamster. She truly could not shed tears. She always felt a piece of her heart was missing, the part that allowed her to experience emotions fully. Her feelings, whether joy or sorrow, were but faint wisps, easily dispersed by the wind. Thus, she had never shed a tear, traversing the path from Wangduan Cliff onward. She had witnessed lovers embracing and weeping joyfully under the moonlight, and she had seen the heart-wrenching tears of those mourning for lost kin. Yet, she could only watch, silently observing. She could not understand the fervent, intense emotions they experienced. She resembled a powerful creature devoid of feelings, lurking in the shadows, enviously observing the emotionally rich lives of ordinary beings. Yet even a monster yearns for a home. She continuously reassured herself that her lack of family and friends was due to her amnesia, that she simply did not remember them. They must still be waiting for her, anticipating her return when her memories would resurface. Perhaps, when she was with them, she too would have cried and laughed heartily. Yet, in her present reality, the familial bond she yearned for, the most ordinary and seemingly insignificant affection, was remarkably elusive. Why, of all places, must it be within the imperial family? It's all right. Chiu, time for bed. We have a journey to embark on tomorrow morning. Wen Tangjiu gently ruffled Chiu's hair, deciding not to dwell on the future for now. The present was what truly mattered. At least she was fortunate enough to have a sincerely affectionate little mouse and a friend who easily blushed, right? The dew from tonight shall turn white, and the golden crow will rise bright tomorrow. The sun is but one, yet tomorrow is always a brand new day. Chapter 17. I could pester Miss Wen day and night. Did you not rest well last night? In the carriage, Ji observed Wen Tangjiu, her eyes encircled by dark shadows, resembling a creature from folklore, and inquired with concern. I rested splendidly, Wen Tangjiu replied, fully aware of her prominent dark circles, having fallen from bed and bumped her face, leaving 2 distinct marks. You have quite the unique excuse for your dark circles, Ji remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Wen Tangjiu was momentarily taken aback. She had never considered that Ji looked so captivating when he smiled, as if spring had arrived, melting away the ice and snow. What are you thinking about? Ji waved his hand in front of her eyes. I was just thinking how lovely your smile is. Inadvertently, when Tangjiu revealed her thoughts, she quickly lowered her head, lamenting the folly of being ensnared by beauty. Ji paused, his smile widening. You also look quite beautiful when you smile. Do smile more often. When Tangjiu's smile was superficial, Ji's laughter was genuine, devoid of any malice. Feigning a smile, she asked, Ji, what medicinal purpose does the turquoise serve? She had begun her daily routine of inquiries. Such conversations were indispensable. A poison for killing. Ji replied calmly, as if discussing the weather. When Tangjiu's amusement faltered, however, turquoise is non-toxic, so there was no need for such elaborate efforts to acquire it. Perhaps I was unclear in my previous expression. Ji paused, as if they had stumbled upon an amusing topic, an undeniable lightness gracing his demeanor. It is a medicine that appears to save lives, but is, in fact, lethal. Very much like you, Ji, Wen Tangjiu remarked. And whom is it intended to kill? She inquired, her brows furrowed in confusion as she gazed at Ji Yi. The young maiden, with her rosy lips and pearly teeth, looked at him with a charming smile. Ji Yi turned his face away, guess. I suppose it is aimed at the emperor, correct? Clever. Ji Yi nodded in approval. He understood that with Wen Tangjiu's keen intellect, he could not conceal anything from her. In truth, he had no desire to do so. Perhaps it was because she meant too much to him, and her well-being was of utmost importance. It is not difficult to deduce. With your capabilities, you could eliminate anyone directly, without such intricate schemes. In the past, had I been swayed by the whispers of the streets, I would have certainly believed that your target was the crown prince. However, it is evident now that your intentions are directed solely towards His Majesty, Wen Tangjiu asserted with conviction. Oh, whispers of the streets. Pray enlighten me, Ji Yi inquired with curiosity. He had heard of such rumors, albeit only a scant few had reached his ears. They speak of your violent temperament, your capricious nature, your penchant for madness, and your intimacy with His Majesty akin to that of father and son, Wen Tangjiu recounted while gesturing with her fingers. This narrative differed significantly from what Ji Yi had heard. He harbored reasonable doubts that Wen Tangjiu was settling a personal score. Aside from the final claim, are these whispers truly the opinions of the public, or merely your personal views? Ji Yi slowly questioned, his gaze fixed on Wen Tangjiu. Without a doubt, they are the whispers of the streets. Wen Tangjiu replied boldly, unwavering in her stance as she met Ji Yi's gaze. It seems I have not concealed my true self well enough, Ji Yi remarked, unwilling to argue with this carefree individual who spoke without a filter. You're aware that your usual demeanor is but a fade? Wen Tangjiu scoffed softly, acknowledging that she was indeed correct. In the presence of others, one must portray an image of integrity and virtue. However, Ji Yi swiftly shifted the conversation, since Miss Wen has seen through my true nature. Do you not think? He intentionally left the last few words unspoken. Think what? That you might kill me? Ji Yi, do you possess such capability? Wen Tangjiu responded dismissively. In terms of intellect, she was no less than Ji Yi. In terms of strength, she undoubtedly surpassed him. Even in the arts of medicine and poison, she was of the highest caliber, although she seldom employed her skills. Each person has their fate, and she never intervened lightly in another's destiny. If she were to save someone out of kindness, and that person were to extol her virtues, she feared she would never find peace again. I indeed lack the ability to kill Miss Wen. Ji Yi chuckled. However, I can incessantly pursue you, thus preventing you from revealing my true nature to others. Wen Tangjiu was taken aback. The term iron-eating beast was an ancient reference to the giant panda. Chapter 18. Only she wait, I never realized Ji Yi could be so shameless. She thought. Ji Yi's audacity was overwhelming. Ji Yi, have you been possessed? Wen Tangjiu playfully tapped his face. I was merely jesting, Miss Wen. There is no need for such alarm, he replied with a casual demeanor. This is no jest, Ji Yi, Wen Tangjiu stated, her words deliberate. I detest trouble. If you persist in following me, I shall surely kill you. Oh, that seems rather unjust. Ji Yi revealed his signature smile, laced with mischief. What is unjust about it? You forbid me from pursuing you, yet it is you who now pursues me. Miss Wen, he countered. Everywhere there is a semblance of unfairness. This world is rife with inequities. Endure it. Wen Tangjiu retorted with irritation. Ji Yi observed her, resembling a feisty little kitten, and smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. By the way, Ji Yi, you wish to kill the emperor, but have you considered that although the current emperor lacks benevolence, should he perish, the court will be thrown into chaos, and it is the common people who will suffer the most? Wen Tangjiu expressed her deepest concern. How much more can they possibly endure? The emperor, devoid of compassion, regards the populace as mere fodder, regardless of whether he lives or dies. The common people remain entrenched in their suffering. Have you not contemplated who would succeed the emperor upon his demise? The crown prince? Or perhaps yourself? The current sovereign has 3 sons and 1 daughter, the latter having tragically passed in childhood. Among the 3 sons, they have turned against each other, leaving only the crown prince alive. The crown prince is utterly incompetent, and my refraining from taking his life is an act of remarkable mercy. As for myself, I lack the vigor to save a nation or its people. Do you not possess any alternatives for succession? What the common folk? What the state? Have you considered the consequences? It appears you harbor a significant misunderstanding of my stance. With narrowed eyes, Ji remarked, what concern do the state and its people hold for me? In other words, I harbor a profound disdain for this world and a loathing for all its inhabitants. My mere abstention from causing further calamity is already an act of great benevolence. Wen Tangjiu observed the hatred etched on Jiye's face and chose to remain silent. She was unfamiliar with Jiye's past and had no grounds to demand anything from him from a moral high ground. Just as Ji articulated, the court was steeped in decay, with the emperor indifferent to the lives of the people. His refusal to wreak havoc upon the state was, indeed, a considerable act of kindness. Her insistence that he act justly for the common people was, paradoxically, the greatest injustice to him. You are right. Wen Tangjiu nodded in agreement. Ji, however, was taken aback. He had always found it ludicrous that people adored his gentle and noble faade while fearing his brutal nature, which regarded human life as inconsequential. It was absurd that individuals would hurl insults at him, filling the world with malice, yet expected him to reciprocate evil with kindness, setting aside past grievances. It was a farce that everyone committed vile acts while priding themselves on their innocence, demanding that others not harbor even the slightest blemish. Yet, singularly, Wen Tangjiu, after witnessing all his flaws and misdeeds, acknowledged him with a nod, accepting him wholly. Ha ha! Ji covered his face, bursting into laughter. Ji, have you lost your mind? Wen Tangjiu asked, astonished by his sudden mirth. Although she had always known him to be mad, was his madness now so overt? Crystal tears slipped through Jiye's fingers. Kiye, please don't cry. Though I long to strike you, I have refrained, Wen Tangjiu said, patting his shoulder, only to have Ji grasp her wrist firmly. Thank you, Wen Tangjiu. Ji, with tears adorning his lashes, gazed earnestly into her eyes in gratitude. Why are you thanking me? Wen Tangjiu, caught off guard by his earnestness, replied, if you wish to express gratitude, go ahead, but let go. Ji must have been possessed by another. His words were simply that. Releasing her wrist, Ji, in his newfound mirth, observed the huddled figure of Wen Tangjiu, finding her incredibly endearing. Once perceiving the world as utterly tedious, filled with filth and despair, including himself, he now sensed a shift. Chapter 19, The Unattainable Ideal. Wen Tangjiu, unnerved by Jiye's sudden laughter, felt a chill run down her spine. When Jiye's demeanor fluctuated, she could rationalize it as madness. But now, with his unwavering brightness, he was even more unsettling. The smile upon her face seemed to suggest that in the next moment, she might end her life with a gruesome act. Wen Tangjiu dared not speak. Lowering her head in contemplation of how to investigate the events surrounding Wangduan Cliff upon entering the capital. Meanwhile, Jia merely gazed at Wen Tangjiu, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented sincerity and gentleness. In the capital, at the Yi family residence, the young master's actions were deemed inappropriate. A nearby maid rushed forward to intervene. Yichen set aside the mechanical bird he was crafting, stating, I'm simply bored, merely toying around. You are the recognized heir to the Yi family, young master. You should not indulge in such whimsical pursuits. Yichen pressed his lips together, replying, I shall refrain from such activities in the future. Chener, Ning Wanshu entered the room. Madam, the maids curtsied. Mother. Yichen's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as he concealed the mechanical bird behind him. Rise, Ning Wanshu spoke calmly. Chener, do you remember the weight upon your shoulders? I remember. It is the future of the entire Yi family, Yichen replied respectfully. Indeed, Ning Wanshu nodded. Do you understand that every action you take reflects upon the Yi family's reputation, and each decision you make impacts its honor and disgrace? I understand. Then, do you believe that indulging in these trivial amusements is worthy of the nurturing provided by your father and me? And does it honor the Yi family? Ning Wanshu's voice suddenly rose. I recognize my mistake. Then hand that trinket over. Yichen gritted his teeth, reluctantly surrendering the mechanical bird to Ning Wanshu. With a resounding crash, the mechanical bird was hurled to the ground, its head severed from its body. In response to Yichen's shocked and sorrowful gaze, Nan Zhuxin said flatly, "Chinner, do not forget your mission. If you relish the privileges of the Yi family, you must also bear the corresponding obligations and responsibilities. With that, Nan Zhuxin departed. Leave me. I desire solitude." Yichen's voice bore a calmness that concealed his emotions. "I said all of you leave?" Yichen repeated loudly. Closing his eyes, understood, the maids exited, shutting the door behind them. Yichen knelt, gathering the remnants of the mechanical bird from the floor, murmuring, "It cannot be repaired. It cannot be repaired." In a daze, something seemed to streak down his face, falling to the ground, only to vanish swiftly. "This is my residence," Jia introduced to Wen Tangjiu, urging her to follow. Wen Tangjiu took a deep breath of fresh air. Due to Jia's earlier unusual behavior, she had refrained from looking up or speaking to him throughout the journey, feeling weighed down by the atmosphere. "Jia, your residence is quite expansive. Have you amassed quite a fortune?" After winding through numerous twists and turns, they had not yet reached the rear courtyard, and when Tangjiu felt dizzy from the journey. "Amass? The meager amount I could acquire would not even suffice for a day's rations for my Chinyagard. Why bother?" Jia replied with a sardonic smile. When Tangjiu recognized the truth in his words, yet she was taken aback by how openly Jia spoke of his Chinyagard. "This is the room you shall occupy." Jia gestured towards the west wing of the rear courtyard. "Jia, this cannot possibly be a guest room," when Tangjiu exclaimed in shock, thinking that as an outsider, she should be accommodated in the front courtyard. She initially thought that Ji Yi was guiding her to his room. "You may stay here," Ji Yi replied. "Then where do you reside?" "I live there," Ji Yi indicated towards the east wing room across the hall. "Kiye, don't you think it's rather awkward for us to live so close, always crossing paths?" Wen Tangjiu expressed her reluctance. Merely the thought of living near Ji Yi made her breath hitch. "Not all. In fact, I believe if my personal maid were to reside too far away, it would be even more challenging to summon her." Ji emphasized the term personal maid. Wen Tangjiu understood this as a subtle reminder of her earlier neglect to visit him. "Fine, I'll just accept it. If I'm unhappy, I can always give Ji a good thrashing now that I'm in the capital. By the way, I've sent someone to fetch the specially made small bed. Your little hamster can sleep in that," Ji mentioned seemingly casually. "You know Chiu Chiu?" Chapter 20. "Ji, are you all right? You know Chiu Chiu?" Wen Tangjiu inquired with curiosity. "I've seen it. The first time you climbed over the wall and fell into my arms when I set you down, it tumbled out of your sleeve and quickly scurried back up your pant leg," Ji recounted. Wen Tangjiu was oblivious to the fact that Chiu Chiu had fallen out. She poked Chiu Chiu, who affectionately clung to her finger. "That scoundrel!" Chiu Chiu silently rated Ji a 0. How dare he expose the hamster's secret? "Are you hurt?" Wen Tangjiu asked with concern. Chiu Chiu felt touched. Jiu was the best, not blaming it for the mishap, but instead worrying about its well-being. "Em me fine, Juju," QQ replied. Wen Tangjiu took the little hamster into her palm for a careful examination, relieved to find it unharmed. "I'm curious," Ji said, gazing at Chiu Chiu with a mischievous smile. "If you keep it in your sleeve every day, won't it relieve itself in there?" "Ah, you scoundrel. I shall have my revenge." Chiu Chiu's fur bristled, ready to pounce at Ji. Wen Tangjiu, hearing Chiu Chiu's address to Ji, couldn't help but laugh. She quickly restrained Chiu Chiu, gently patting its head to soothe it. She shot Ji a glare. "Don't speak nonsense. My Chiu Chiu is a very cultured little mouse, never relieving itself indiscriminately." "Exactly," Chiu Chiu chimed in immediately. "Was it just insulting me?" Ji found Chiu Chiu's apparent indignation amusing. "You slander without proof and expect not to be criticized? Then I shall apologize to it." Noticing that Chiu Chiu turned away as if genuinely upset, Ji lowered his head, leaning closer to it, and playfully coaxed the world's most polite and cultured hamster. "I beseech you to forgive my indiscretion." Wen Tangjiu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Ji, humbling himself to appease Chiu Chiu. Scoundrel, in light of your sincere apology, this hamster shall overlook your transgressions." Chiu Chiu held its head high, embodying a gracious demeanor. What did it say? Yi inquired. Looking at Wen Tangjiu, Chiu said that considering your earnest apology, it will reluctantly grant you a reprieve. Wen Tangjiu deliberately concealed Chiu's address toward Jie, fearing that Jie might plot against Chiu upon hearing it. Thank you, esteemed Chiu. Jie bowed in gratitude to Chiu, appearing genuinely appreciative. The small bed prepared for Chiu, along with the toys, had been moved into the room, awaiting Chiu's inspection as an apology gift. Juju, may I go in? Chiu glanced at Wen Tangjiu. Go ahead. Wen Tangjiu replied, gently placing the little mouse down. Upon seeing the mouse enter the room, Wen Tangjiu slowly spoke. Jie, it's hard to believe that someone like you would coax a hamster. Not usually, but since it is your hamster, Jie replied, gazing at Wen Tangjiu with a smile. I am merely indulging it for the sake of its owner. However, Wen Tangjiu was unconvinced. Then does that mean if you anger it, it's also for the sake of its owner? Jie was momentarily at a loss for words, internally chuckling, realizing that Juju was indeed quite sharp-tongued, and he could not bester an argument. By the way, where did Chiu sleep before? Jie suddenly recalled. It slept with me, of course. Where else would my little hamster sleep? Do you know if it's male or female? What if it's male and you're sleeping with it? Jie frowned slightly. Huh? Jie, are you all right? It's just a hamster. Whether male or female, it's of no consequence for us to sleep together. Wen Tangjiu was puzzled by Jie's sudden concern. I had a special folding bed made for it, which can be stored away in a pouch when not in use. Let's sleep on that from now on, Jie suggested. That sounds good. Chiu should have its own bed. Wen Tangjiu nodded, agreeing with Jie's suggestion. If Chiu were present, it would surely leap with joy. This doggo man dares to sow discord between me and Juju. So what if it's male? Juju doesn't mind. Why should he be jealous? Unfortunately, at that moment, the little mouse was happily engrossed in the toys Jie had provided, already mentally awarding Jie a score of 60. Chapter 21. I acknowledge it. I shall enter the palace today to meet the emperor, Jie suddenly announced. Crack. The ink stick in Wen Tangjiu's hand broke into two. You seem to have a particular grievance against my ink sticks. This is the second one, Jie remarked, taking the unfortunate ink stick from her hand. From now on, I shall grind the ink myself. It appears my personal maid can only be pampered. Jie, I want to accompany you. To uncover the truth about the events at the Cliff of Despair, we must meet that individual in the palace. Very well. No conditions? Wen Tangjiu was somewhat incredulous at Jie's prompt agreement. A person like Jie would typically engage in transactions with others. When did he ever act out of goodwill? Indeed, there is a condition. You have already given it, by being my personal maid. But I have never performed the duties of a maid. Jie had merely allowed her to bear the title of maid, without ever assigning her any tasks. The only thing he had asked of her was to grind ink, which she had managed to ruin. It seems even a personal maid knows she is not accountable, Jie teased, flicking Wen Tangjiu's forehead. All right, stop looking so woeful. There is indeed a condition. What condition? Only then did Wen Tangjiu feel a sense of relief. Do you recall the original reason I accepted you? Was it because I am a chosen one? Wen Tangjiu endeavored to evade the awkward memory of kneeling upon their first encounter. Indeed, this is the price you must pay. What precisely must I do? Miss Wen, this has been a most unwise bargain I have ever made. Ji suddenly leaned closer to Wen Tangjiu, whispering, Not only must I bring you into the palace, but I also have to inform you of the whereabouts of those 42 women. I have never engaged in such a buy-one-get-one free deal before. Wen Tangjiu's pupils quivered slightly. The fates of those women had always been her concern and the very reason she sought out Ji initially. He was not wrong. In this transaction, she was indeed the greatest beneficiary. Well, it is not disgraceful to fall into the hands of Miss Wen, I concede. Follow me. Ji displayed a nonchalant smile, turning to indicate that Wen Tangjiu should follow him. Wen Tangjiu accompanied Yi to a secluded courtyard. This is where the women you have been longing for reside, Ji remarked, glancing at Wen Tangjiu with a teasing expression. Wen Tangjiu observed the courtyard, where some were chasing butterflies, others were embroidering, some were laughing, and others were brewing tea. A delightful scene of flourishing vitality and unrestrained joy. Ji, since you have not mistreated them, why not allow them to contact their families? Wen Tangjiu genuinely did not understand. First, what I do requires confidentiality. Second, They must bathe daily to rid themselves of dust and are forbidden from stepping outside this courtyard. If they were allowed to meet their families, they would return too dirty. I cannot possibly force them to bathe for several hours. If they were to write letters to their families, they must receive replies. Correspondence from the outside world is also unclean. I cannot submerge all letters in water for cleansing. Wen Tangjiu, I see. Confidentiality is secondary. The obsession with cleanliness is primary. Last time, when he forbade her from wearing shoe covers, she thought perhaps his obsession was somewhat alleviated. Little did she know, it remained as terrifying as ever. I would like to go in and take a look. Wen Tangjiu attempted to enter, but was halted by Ji Yi. Why go inside? Do you think I'm the sort to create a beautiful facade outside the room while actually tormenting women within? Ji Yi furrowed his brow slightly. I know you are not. I simply wish to take a glance. Wen Tangjiu replied helplessly, aware of Ji Ye's madness. Yet she knew he had no desire to engage in such acts. Do not enter. Ji Yi refused to relent. Why not? It is dirty. This man has reached an advanced stage of obsession with cleanliness, hasn't he? Ji Yi noticed when Tangjiu had fallen silent and assumed she was displeased. He quickly released his grip, cleared his throat, and softly said, Do not enter. I will tell you what I need them for. Very well, go ahead. I have chosen them because they all possess extremely lean physiques, which are beneficial for forming an alchemical array. An alchemical array? Indeed. The current emperor yearns for the path to immortality, and as his most loyal subject, I must naturally fulfill his majesty's desires. Chapter 22. I do not care. You? Loyalty? The kind that wishes to kill him? When Tangjiu pointed incredulously at Ji Yi. Shoo! Ji Yi placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. My intention to kill him is a secret. Wen Tangjiu. Your earlier calm acknowledgement concealed a remarkable secret. The creation of the longevity elixir necessitates the presence of 43 women with extremely lean physiques, who must stand within a formation to enhance its success through their lean energy. Ji Yi observed the anxious glimmer in Wen Tangjiu's eyes and chuckled softly, patting her head, only to be met with a sharp slap from her. Rubbing the fresh red mark on his hand, Ji Yi reassured her, Do not fret. This will have no adverse effect on their bodies. Afterwards, I shall reward them handsomely and ensure their safe return home. But I'm not one of the extremely lean bodies, as you must know, she replied. Precisely. Which adds to the intrigue. Ji Yi mused, a mocking smile creeping onto his face as he recalled the emperor of Li Kingdom. That old man only judged the success of the elixir by its color, unaware that if a woman with a balanced physique were to mix in, the elixir's properties would alter while still appearing as the successful golden hue. However, Ji Yi paused, turning his gaze toward Wen Tangjiu. I never anticipated that such balanced physiques truly exist in this world. If I were not present, what was your plan? To poison the elixir, she replied directly. Such straightforwardness? Everyone would know the emperor was poisoned. What would you do then? There is no one in this realm who can contend with me, Ji Yi retorted, his tone shifting. Except for you, who is quite formidable. Once the emperor passes, only the crown prince and a few vacillating ministers remain. Do you genuinely believe these inept individuals can pose any threat to me? But if that were the case, your reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The world would undoubtedly suspect your involvement, and the populace would cast blame upon you. Wen Tangjiu found herself perplexed. How could Ji be so oblivious to such an obvious consequence? Do you think I care about my reputation? Ji lowered his voice. I do not care. Even if the entire world were to condemn me, it would merely be a minor inconvenience. Yi leaned closer to Wen Tangjiu, casually stating, Their opinions of me pale in comparison to your perception. Wen Tangjiu, she recoiled a few steps. This madman spoke so freely, yet why did he come so close? I was merely jesting. Why are you so tense? Ji laughed, as if his previous remark was but a playful quip. Only the tightly clenched fist hidden within his sleeve betrayed the tumult beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior. And what now? How do you intend to eliminate him? Wen Tangjiu redirected the conversation. Within the formation, you can alter the properties of the elixir. Though it is not poisonous, it can contain elements that are mutually exclusive. I shall simply present the emperor with a restorative each day, leading him to succumb to the conflicting properties. Although I do not concern myself with how the world perceives me, It is preferable to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ji maintained an air of nonchalance, as if the discussion bore no relevance to him. Yet, Wen Tangjiu's heart was tumultuous, now aware of the truth. She realized that her previous views of Ji had been steeped in misunderstanding and prejudice. She had assumed him cruel and heartless, forcibly taking women, when in reality, he had taken good care of them, even arranging their safe passage home. She had thought him indifferent to human life. Yet he had not committed any heinous acts nor harmed the innocent. Ji, I am truly sorry, Wen Tangjiu sincerely apologized to him. The night was serene. It had seemed that Wen Tangjiu's sudden apology left Ji Yi feeling quite bashful. He stammered, "Why are you apologizing so unexpectedly? I'm truly sorry for my past prejudices against you. I have only now come to realize that you are indeed a good person, at least one of the few virtuous individuals in the court. In these times of an incompetent emperor and a decaying court, someone like you, who does not oppress the common people, engage in corruption, and actively accomplishes tangible deeds, can rightly be called a good official. Are you saying I am a good person?" Ji questioned, his incredulity prompting him to repeat the query. Upon seeing Wen Tangjiu nod, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. To be regarded as a good person by another in his lifetime was indeed a rare delight. If he were to be considered good, many a coffin lid might well be unable to contain the weight of the truth. He gazed at Wen Tangjiu, his eyes brimming with deep emotions. She, however, felt compelled to retreat, sensing that this version of Ji Yi was perilously captivating. "I shall take my leave now. Just inform me in advance when you intend to enter the palace." With that, she turned swiftly, hastening her steps to escape this place fraught with complications. Yet, as she pivoted, Jia's voice called out, "Jiu, you truly are becoming increasingly endearing." The word endearing was spoken with such lightness that it seemed to dissipate into the breeze, leaving Wen Tangjiu uncertain if she had heard him correctly. Ji watched her silhouette gradually fade from his view, musing to himself that perhaps this world was not as repulsive as it seemed. At least, Jiu is pure. "My lord, all preparations are complete. Shall we depart now?" Qing Feng knelt on one knee, awaiting Nan Yaozhu's directive. "Let's go. The capital is a splendid place." Nan Yaozhu responded, his thoughts drifting to the girl's delicate features and the earnest gaze that sparkled like a constellation. His tone was laden with uncontainable joy. Qing Feng, however, was taken aback. Did not the master previously express disdain for the capital, citing its treacherous heart and the fierce rivalries among the great clans? Why the sudden change of heart? Nevertheless, he acknowledged, "Yes, my lord." "By the way, my lord, there is one more matter." Qing Feng hesitated, cautiously observing Nan Yaozhu's expression. "Speak," Nan Yaozhu said, meticulously wiping the teacup that once belonged to Wen Tangjiu. "It concerns young Master Nan Rong." Qing Feng shut his eyes, took a deep breath, and blurted out, "Young Master Nan Rong has heard of your intention to visit the capital and has extended a special invitation for you to attend the flower-viewing banquet hosted by the Nan Rong family." "Ah, Nan Rong. He seems rather interested in my whereabouts," Nan Yaozhu replied nonchalantly. Qing Feng was once again astonished. The eldest son of the Nan Rong family had always been a thorn in his lord's side, a taboo subject. Each time the surname Nan Rong was mentioned, his master would become inexplicably irritable, even prone to throwing things in a fit of rage. Will the master be able to calmly polish the teacup as he does today? "Master, this is an invitation." The gentle breeze trembled as it presented the invitation. Placing it on the table upon seeing Nan Yaozhu still engaged in polishing the teacup. "I understand. You may leave," Nan Yaozhu responded in his usual tone, devoid of anger or any act of throwing things. Until the moment Qing Feng stepped outside, he felt as if he were still ensconced in a dream. The master's tranquility today was exceedingly unusual, and Qing Feng, unable to fathom it, decided to dismiss the thought entirely. Inside the room, Nan Yaozhu gazed at the brilliantly polished teacup and gently pressed his face against it. "Jiu," he murmured, "my friend, Jiu. How wonderful it is that Jiu is willing to be my friend." He then caught sight of the invitation on the table. Recalling the tormenting scenes that plague him day and night from his childhood at the Nan family home. "You wretched spawn, incapable of laughter, just like your mother. A group of cruel children pointed at Nan Zhuxin, berating him as fists rained down upon him like a torrential storm. Little Zhuxin silently endured it all, refusing to cry, plead for mercy, or cry out in pain. When the bullies eventually tired, the leader spat at him and declared, "Let us go. We'll come back to beat this wretched spawn tomorrow." Little Zhuxin curled up tightly, his body racked with pain, having gone another day without food, rendering him unable to move even an inch. At that moment, a pair of leather boots appeared before him. "Are you all right? Are you all right?" Little Zhuxin raised his head to see a boy who appeared to be around his age. However, while he was covered in dirt and grime, the boy was dressed in fine silks, his boots seemingly untouched by dust, representing a world entirely distinct from his own. Little Zhuxin shook his head. "Are you hungry? I have some flatbreads. Would you like to have a bite?" The boy spoke, pulling out 2 flatbreads from his pocket and offering them to little Zhuxin, his gaze sincere and filled with concern. Little Zhuxin did not take them. The long-standing beatings and insults had instilled a sense of wariness towards everyone. Yet the boy's hand, still holding the flatbreads, did not withdraw, but instead reached forward. With a smile, he said, "Do not be afraid. I mean no harm. Let us get acquainted. My name is Nan Zhuxin, the young master of the Nan Zhuxin family." Little Zhuxin's eyes sparkled. He had heard of the well-mannered and amiable young master of the Nan Zhuxin family, someone whom the very bullies who tormented him aspired to befriend. "I am Nan Zhuxin," he replied. "Nan Zhuxin, it is a pleasure to meet you." Nan Zhuxin beamed as little Zhuxin accepted the flatbreads, his smile widening. "I must take my leave now. My mother is likely searching for me." With a wave, Nan Zhuxin bid farewell. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Little Zhuxin watched as the boy gradually walked away. The flatbreads in his hand were cold, yet his heart felt as though it had warmed slightly. He consumed the 2 flatbreads, albeit only half-cooked, and gradually regained some strength, swaying as he made his way toward his drafty abode. This was their first encounter. When they met again, little Zhuxin was as disheveled as he had been during their initial meeting, this time at the autumn hunt attended by the young masters of noble families. Even he, the unremarkable illegitimate son of the Nan family, was not an exception. They ensnared him, placed a hood over his head, and with his own bow and arrows, they maimed his horse's leg. Subsequently, they shattered his bow and arrows. Left with only a crippled steed, he found himself unable to hunt or discern a path to freedom. Confined to a solitary spot, Xiao Yaozhu understood that his life or death was of no consequence to anyone, and no one would come searching for him. "Let me perish," he thought. "Heaven truly harbors a disdain for me. Fortune has never once graced me." Yet, it seemed that fate had granted him a moment of kindness. For the first time, he felt the touch of luck. A white horse came to a halt before him, and descending from it was the unforgettable youth clad in white. The visitor was Nan Zhuxin. "What a coincidence! I remember you. You are Nan Zhuxin," he mused, as if in recollection. "Nan Yaozhu," Xiao Yaozhu interjected. "Indeed, Nan Yaozhu. What brings you here?" Nan Zhuxin inquired curiously. He had chased a rabbit into the woods, only to lose it, and upon preparing to turn back, he discovered someone seated there, none other than Nan Yaozhu. "I rode it on horseback and had a fall. My horse is lame, and I am lost," Xiao Yaozhu confessed, aware of the inadequacy of his lie. Yet, Nan Zhuxin seemed unconcerned, for his interest lay elsewhere. "Allow me to guide you out. Your horse is injured, so we shall proceed slowly," Nan Zhuxin suggested. "Very well, thank you," Xiao Yaozhu replied, with no alternative. He mounted his crippled horse and wobbled along behind Nan Zhuxin, filled with gratitude, oblivious to the thought that Nan Zhuxin could have chosen a far simpler means to assist him. "Did you catch any game?" Nan Zhuxin asked as they exited the forest. "No." Xiao Yaozhu lowered his gaze, knowing that during the reckoning, he would be the subject of jest. The only failure to emerge from the woods empty-handed. "I happen to have some game. Allow me to gift you a few," Nan Zhuxin offered, handing Xiao Yaozhu 3 lifeless mice. Xiao Yaozhu accepted them, realizing that politeness was of no value in his situation. "Thank you sincerely," he expressed from the depths of his heart. "It's a trifling matter," Nan Zhuxin replied, preparing to depart. "Until we meet again. Until we meet again." In that moment, Xiao Yaozhu regarded Nan Zhuxin as the sole beacon of light in his darkness, the only stroke of fortune that had ever favored him. Chapter 25. He felt as if he were in an ice cell in due time. Xiao Yaozhu matured. He struggled to carve out a path for himself, cultivating his own influence. Within the familial strife of the Nan family, he emerged as the greatest victor, gradually earning their recognition. At their next encounter, Nan Zhuxin was still adorned in white. He was surrounded by a throng, seemingly the center of attention. Xiao Yaozhu sat quietly in the background, sipping tea, yet his gaze could not help but gravitate toward the focal figure. Upon witnessing Nan Zhuxin rise from his seat, he immediately followed suit. This time, he initiated the greeting, feeling a sense of delight. "Young Master Nan Zhuxin, it has been a long time." Xiao Yaozhu bowed respectfully. "Indeed, it has been a while," Nan Zhuxin replied, failing to recognize him. "I am Nan Yaozhu," he naturally continued. "It is indeed young Master Nan. It has been a long time since we last met, and you have blossomed into a refined gentleman." Nan Zhuxin smiled in response. "I have never forgotten young Master Nan. The kindness of gifting cakes and guiding me through my journey cannot be repaid," Nan Yaozhu said, extracting from his pocket a dagger he had cherished for a long time. "A mere token of my appreciation. I hope young Master Nan will graciously accept it." "Such trifles need not weigh on your mind," replied Nan Zhuxin, declining to take the dagger. "The gift from Yaozhu is not merely an expression of gratitude. Yaozhu wishes for young Master Nan to use it for his own protection. In Yaozhu's heart, young Master Nan is already a friend. Your safety is of utmost importance to me," Nan Yaozhu earnestly stated. "In that case, I shall express my gratitude to you, young Master Nan." Nan Zhuxin ceased to speak further and accepted the dagger. "Nan Zhuxin, what brings you here? We have been searching for you." A young man in a yellow robe patted Nan Zhuxin on the shoulder, followed by 3 others. "Come, let us go admire the blossoms." The youth tugged at Nan Zhuxin, entirely disregarding Nan Yaozhu. Nan Yaozhu recognized the young man as Zhang Ji, the second son of the Zhang family, who was spoiled and arrogant. He lowered his gaze, feeling no anger at being overlooked. "Young Master Nan, I shall take my leave," said Nan Zhuxin, and he departed with the group, their laughter faintly echoing in the distance. Reflecting on how Nan Zhuxin had accepted his dagger, Yaozhu felt an uncontainable joy. He had finally bestowed a precious and pure gift upon someone equally worthy. Approaching an artificial hill, he overheard familiar voices. "Exine, I must say, with so many beautiful young ladies from esteemed families, none have caught your eye?" It was Zhang Ji's voice. "They are merely empty vessels. Of no use to my career," came the response from Nan Zhuxin, lacking the polished elegance he usually exhibited, revealing a hint of disdain. "Oh, by the way, I saw you conversing with that ugly wretch from the Nan family earlier. Did he dare claim to consider you a friend?" Upon Zhang Ji's remark, laughter erupted around them. "Ha ha ha, Xian, surely you jest. That hideously marked, illegitimate son of the Nan family wishes to be your friend?" Another youth chimed in with laughter. Nan Yaozhu's eyes flickered, accustomed as he was to the taunts and insults. These jibes were inconsequential. His true concern lay in Nan Zhuxin's perception. Nan Zhuxin spoke, and Yaozhu held his breath, awaiting his response. "A friend? He dares to consider himself my friend? Just encountering him makes me feel nauseous." The cold, cutting words pierced through Nan Yaozhu's heart, leaving him feeling as though he were trapped in an icy chamber. Yet, the voice continued to torment him. "The cake I found on the road. I had intended to feed to a puppy, but instead, I encountered a larger creature and thought to offer it to him. You should have seen his grateful expression at the time. He nearly wagged his tail and barked at me. Ha ha ha, such a disgrace." Another round of mockery ensued. Nan Yaozhu felt as if a hole had been torn in his heart, rendering him breathless from the pain. He knew he could not linger any longer. He yearned to escape this place, yet his legs felt as though they had taken root, immovable. He was compelled to confront the gruesome truths concealed beneath the veneer of kindness that he had once heard. Chapter 26. At least now he had alcohol. By the way, he recalled the worthless fool he encountered while chasing rabbits in the forest, a fool who had failed to catch a single prey and had even lost his way. At that moment, I feared he might become trapped and perish. I would be the last person to witness his demise. How ominous! Thus, I allowed him to follow me. In the end, I even gifted him a few dead mice, and to my astonishment, he received them with boundless gratitude, his laughter grating like nails on a chalkboard, seemingly piercing through Nan Yaoju's eardrums. Blood trickled from his tightly clenched hands, dripping onto the ground. Nan Yaoju found it impossible to articulate his feelings. Was it disappointment? No. Was it sorrow? Neither. It was merely a piercing agony. After enduring a decade of physical torment, the pain in his heart was unprecedented. A creature akin to a rat dared to aspire to be his friend. The gifts he offered were as filthy as he was. Boastful words echoed from the direction of the rockery. Bang! A sharp sound, as if something had been cast to the ground. Xin yi, calm you shilf. Do not let that despicable creature provoke your ire. Come, let us amuse ourselves over there. The laughter grew fainter, receding until it was utterly inaudible. Only then did he step out from behind the rockery, swaying unsteadily, reminiscent of the time he had stumbled back to the wooden cabin after being beaten. Yet this time, he was not heading toward a wooden cabin, but rather the abyss of deception. The dagger gifted by Nan Yaoju lay forlornly on the ground, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, as though trampled by many feet. Nan Yaoju picked up the dagger, gently wiping it clean, the cold blade reflecting the desolation in his eyes. Was it sadness? Not quite, merely disappointment. He had nearly fallen in love with this world. He had always believed that a person as virtuous as Nan Zhuxin deserved the finest treasures the world had to offer. Thus, even though he held dominion over the Nan family's wealth, he refrained from selecting any jewels to present to him. He deemed the Nan family filthy, their possessions tainted. He had risked his life to retrieve this divine weapon, the Cold Seven, from the treacherous Han Yen cave. He had cherished it for a long time, finally waiting for the moment to offer what he deemed his purest and most precious treasure to the memory of the boy in white. Yet to his dismay, the boy found him dirty, deemed the gifts he offered as sullied. He felt utterly ludicrous, naively believing someone might cherish him, foolishly laying bare his heart for others to see. In the end, all he had to show for it was a gaping wound in his heart. After that day, Nan Yaoju transformed from a madman who never smiled into one who bore an ever-present, gentle smile. The memories came to an abrupt halt. Nan Yaoju carefully placed the teacup into a wooden box, locking it away in a cabinet. He picked up the invitation resting on the table. Nan Zhuxin. This name no longer seemed so difficult to utter. Back then, he had been too young. In truth, it was evident that Nan Zhuxin disdained his demeanor. Yet either he had not noticed or had chosen to ignore it. Now, he wielded power, possessing formidable influence. No one dared to belittle him. Instead, they feared and respected him, hesitant to approach. Apart from Jiu, she is willing to befriend herself. At least for now, he has Jiu. Wen Tangjiu perhaps never considered that a single utterance could rescue Nan Yaoju from the depths of despair. He stumbled forward, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, racing toward his beacon of hope. Like a gambler, he wagered his heart, fully aware that failure could shatter him into pieces. Yet he pressed on without hesitation. Your esteemed master has finally displayed some discernment. Wen Tangjiu observed the neatly arrayed red garments presented by the maid, feeling quite pleased. These were personally selected by the Grand Master. He knows you favor red, the maid replied respectfully. After changing into the attire, Wen Tangjiu followed the maid to seek Ji Yi. Soon, they arrived at Ji Ye's carriage. But was that crimson figure beside the carriage really Ji Yi? Kiye, why are you clad in red as well? Wen Tangjiu exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, Ji donned either dignified black robes or striking white garments, embodying grace. When did he ever wear such vivid colors? Yet, to be fair, Ji did exude a hint of the carefree young master from a noble family in red. I see you wear red daily, and I became curious whether it truly suits people, so I decided to try it myself. And how do you find the result? Mediocre. Ha ha ha. Ji, it is far beyond mediocre. You appear as if you were about to seek blossoms and inquire about willows at any moment. Wen Tangjiu could not contain her laughter. Ji's expression darkened. You know, sometimes a person's beauty and attire is not merely due to the clothes, but because the person is inherently beautiful. Chapter 27. Ji, this is unlike you. It is not the attire that enhances beauty, It is the innate charm of the person. Wen Tangjiu raised her head proudly, resembling a self-satisfied little fox. Perhaps. Ji chuckled lightly, acknowledging that Jiu's beauty was indeed undeniable. It was only upon boarding the carriage that Wen Tangjiu noticed an inconsistency. Kie, why do our outfits resemble matching attire? Only just realizing it? Ji responded with a smile, patiently explaining. If I were to bring a woman to an audience with the emperor without reason, do you think he would consent? Certainly not. Then if I were to say that I sustained an injury while traveling, and you were my savior, and that you suffered amnesia, so I must keep you close at all times, do you think the emperor would allow me to bring you to the audience? By your reasoning, I would be your savior, and the emperor, out of courtesy, would likely agree. However, Wen Tangjiu shifted her tone, looking at Ji with confusion. What does this have to do with our matching attire? His Majesty is quite concerned about my marriage, Ji replied nonchalantly. As a high-ranking official, if I were to unite with the daughter of a powerful minister, do you think the emperor could sleep soundly? Wen Tangjiu quickly comprehended. Ji, already possessing substantial power, will become a thorn in the emperor's side if he allied through marriage. At that point, he would no longer be a favored minister, but rather a treacherous one. Thus, when my life was in peril, I encountered a kind-hearted maiden of ethereal beauty and fell for her at first sight. I wished to pledge my life to her. If the emperor sees that I desire to marry an unpowerful commoner, he would surely be quite pleased. Ji gazed at Wen Tangjiu, his eyes sincere, suggesting he was not merely fabricating a tale. Wen Tangjiu turned her face away, while Jia displayed quite the talent for flattery. She would never admit that his words were gratifying. In due time, His Majesty will undoubtedly be pleased with you. This will also facilitate your inquiries. Observing the corners of Wen Tangjiu's mouth curving upward with suppressed delight, Jia found her utterly adorable. He was intrigued by how she might react if she were to discover that his sincere desire for a lifelong commitment was genuine. Jia, I owe you one for this. Wen Tangjiu acknowledged, aware that Jia's elaborate scheme to assist her was significant. There's no need for thanks. After all, I have benefited from it as well. However, the favor you offer, Miss Wen, is indeed rare, and I shall graciously accept it, Jia replied, his earlier heartfelt tone vanishing, replaced by his usual teasing demeanor. Wen Tangjiu silently lamented, as Jia always managed to elude heartfelt sentiments for long. By the emperor's decree, you two will follow this servant into the inner palace, announced Li Gonggong, the chief eunuch at the emperor's side, bowing to them and motioning for their compliance. Just ahead lies the inner chamber. You may enter directly. Thank you for your efforts, Gonggong. Jia produced a pouch of silver coins and pressed it into Li Gonggong's hands. Despite several attempts to refuse, the eunuch ultimately accepted. Your servant takes his leave. Li Gonggong departed. Wen Tangjiu, however, grew anxious. With the emperor's involvement in the cliff matter, if it truly was her, and if the emperor recognized her, Jia seemed to sense her inner turmoil. Do not fret, even if you were the emperor's enemy. We could simply fight our way out. And what of you, Jia? I may be able to charge out, but what will you do? Wen Tangjiu questioned, determined not to implicate him in her troubles. Jia chuckled. Jujiu, I concede that my martial prowess does not rival yours. It is not as feeble as you might presume. That is not the crux of the matter. Jia, should we sever ties with the emperor, you will no longer be a valued minister, and your retreat will be cut off. Will you not then kill him? Wen Tangjiu asked, her brow furrowed with seriousness. Jujiu, you must understand, I possess not only power but also an army. The emperor cannot touch me. As for killing him, Jia's tone grew grave. There is ample time for that. His demise pales in comparison to your well-being. Why engage in such a disadvantageous bargain, Jia? This does not align with your character. Wen Tangjiu struggled to comprehend. Jia lacked nothing, and the one ambition he seemed willing to pursue was the emperor's death. Yet, he now claimed that her safety outweighed that desire. When had their bond deepened to such an extent? Chapter 28. You are the only vibrancy in this dreary world. This is neither a transaction nor a bargain, Jia countered. I may appear to lack for nothing in gold, silver, status, or power. Yet none of these are what I seek or cherish. A person devoid of desires cannot experience joy. Without joy, There is no attachment, and life feels devoid of purpose. My sole past pleasure, the only motivation for existing in this world, was to eliminate that old man. But now, you have entered my life. You are intriguing. You are the only vibrancy in this otherwise dreary existence. Therefore, my greatest pleasure now lies in ensuring that someone as fascinating as you continues to thrive. The joy derived from dispatching that old man was but a mere sesame seed, while you, my dear, bring forth the delight of a watermelon. I am not foolish. I shall not forsake the watermelon for the triviality of sesame. Jia spoke in a leisurely manner, as if revealing her true feelings to Wen Tangjiu. The latter found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. She was aware of Jia's fondness for intriguing things, yet never anticipated that she would be the most fascinating to Jia. Reflecting on their first encounter, she could hardly fathom that she and Jia had become allies. Well, my position is made clear. Let us proceed. Do not keep His Majesty waiting, Jia urged as she took Wen Tangjiu's hand, leading her into the inner palace. Your Majesty. They both bowed. Just as Wen Tangjiu was about to kneel, Jia swiftly pulled her back. No need to kneel. You are indeed the savior of the national master. Are you not? Step forward. The voice from the elevated platform commanded. Wen Tangjiu steadied her heart and stepped forward. Lift your gaze. Let me behold the woman who has so captivated our national master. The emperor beckoned. As Wen Tangjiu raised her head and locked eyes with the old emperor, she froze. A torrent of fleeting images racing through her mind before she could discern them. A surge of intense anger, hatred, and a hint of sorrow welled up within her. Lowering her head, she breathed heavily, struggling to contain the tumultuous emotions surging within. The old emperor, however, merely expressed his contentment, remarking, a woman of extraordinary grace. No wonder our national master, known for his indifference to the fairer sex, has fallen for you at first sight. You may return now. Understood. Wen Tangjiu stepped back to Jia's side, her negative emotions intensifying, as if she were on the brink of collapse. It felt as though a beast within her was roaring. Eliminate him. Rid the world of this hypocritical scoundrel. Jia sensed her distress and quickly interjected, Your Majesty, Jiu is feeling unwell. May she withdraw for a moment? I shall keep you company. Ah, our national master is truly a connoisseur of beauty, the emperor chuckled, observing the two with a smile. Then let the Wen Tang lady take her leave. Yes. Wen Tangjiu nodded gratefully to Jia and hastily exited the inner palace. The moment she stepped outside, she could no longer maintain her composure and sank to one knee. How could this be? She murmured, clutching her heart as the negative emotions began to ebb away. Yet, as she recalled the emperor, her heart raced once more, the beast within her threatening to unleash its fury. It appeared that she had indeed crossed paths with the emperor before her amnesia, though he seemed not to recognize her. His gaze held only satisfaction and approval, devoid of any other sentiment, suggesting he did not feign unfamiliarity. Wen Tangjiu realized that she could not inquire about the events surrounding the cliffs of despair today. However, there was no rush. She had ample time. Lan Zhang, should your master inquire about my whereabouts, inform him that I am taking a stroll along the city moat to clear my mind, and I shall return when the sky darkens. He need not worry, she instructed Lan Yin, who awaited her outside the palace. In the past, she would not have gone to such lengths, nor would she have believed Jia would be concerned for her. Yet times had changed, and she felt a distinct sense that Jia indeed cared for her. She has always adhered to the principle of genuine reciprocity, extending this courtesy to Nan Zhuxin and not making an exception for Ji. As she walked westward along the city moat, she observed the sunset painting its reflection upon the water and the playful antics of children along the shore. Standing at the water's edge, her heart finally found tranquility. Miss, my young master wishes to inquire if you would like to board a boat. If you desire, he will be pleased to offer you a ride. This inquiry interrupted Wen Tangjiu's contemplations. Chapter 29. The conformist bookworm. The voice belonged to a maidservant. Wen Tangjiu found it intriguing. It was common for people to seek passage on a boat, yet she had never encountered anyone who took the initiative to extend such an invitation. The young master she referred to could either be a paragon of virtue or harbor ulterior motives. I would indeed like to board the boat. Thank you. Wen Tangjiu replied with a nod to the maidservant and stepped onto the vessel. Given her martial prowess, if anyone aboard harbored ill intentions, it would surely be they who would suffer misfortune. My young master invites you to the cabin for a moment of rest. A young servant emerged from the cabin, drawing back the curtain for Wen Tangjiu. Please, miss. Upon entering the cabin, she beheld a young gentleman in azure garb, engrossed in reading a scroll. A gentleman must first be cautious of his virtues. With virtue comes humanity. His features were handsome and refined, and as he held the scroll in one hand, reading aloud with clarity, he presented a captivating image of a scholar absorbed in his studies. When Tangjiu stood still, observing him read, such bookish individuals were a rarity in these times, especially ones so strikingly handsome. She mused quietly to herself. After a moment, the young man finally noticed Wen Tangjiu and quickly said, I apologize for neglecting you, miss. Please do not take offense. Do take a seat. It is of no consequence. I was merely curious as to how a young master, so focused on his studies, could notice a young lady on the shore and invite her aboard. Wen Tangjiu replied with a smile, her words direct. I had just lifted the curtain to admire the scenery along the way and unexpectedly spotted you. You surpass the beauty of the landscape, hence my selfish desire to invite you for a conversation. Yichen answered leisurely. Is it possible that a scholar like you is also superficial enough to be swayed by appearances? Wen Tangjiu was pleased with Yichen's candidness, yet she decided to tease him further. Desire is inherent to human nature. I must admit, I previously lacked the capacity to appreciate beauty. It is only upon seeing you that I realize I'm not immune to such inclinations. Yichen replied smoothly. You are indeed quite eloquent, young master. It seems one cannot judge a book by its cover. Wen Tangjiu thought to herself, smirking inwardly at his seemingly honest demeanor, which belied his silver tongue. Yichen found himself at a loss for words. He spoke from the heart, yet this young lady appeared to doubt his sincerity. The women he had encountered before, though often beautiful, had never stirred feelings of intimacy within him. Only this young lady, with a single glance, left him astonished. He felt that looking at her too often would be an impertinence. Why have you fallen silent, young master? You praise my beauty, yet avoid meeting my gaze. Are you perhaps feeling guilty? Wen Tangjiu teased. Not at all. My words are sincere. I simply find it disreputable to stare at a lady, Yichen hurriedly clarified, as the evening descends and the lanterns illuminate the surroundings. Do you not find it rather inappropriate for a young master and a young lady to be alone together on a boat? Wen Tangjiu pressed, determined not to let him off the hook. The young gentleman, with his rigid demeanor and formal speech, exhibited a surprisingly playful nature, rendering him rather amusing. I beg your pardon, my lady, he stammered, his face flushed with urgency, fearing that Wen Tangjiu might misinterpret him as a rogue with improper intentions. Ha! Observing Yichen's flustered state, Wen Tangjiu found him inexplicably endearing. She had no intention of prolonging the jest, primarily because she could no longer maintain her facade. She was not the demure lady of propriety she seemed to be. Rising, she seized the scroll from Yichen's hands, perused a few pages, then turned to the still stunned and embarrassed Yichen, teasingly remarking, such a rule-abiding bookworm. She tossed the book back to him, leaving behind a parting remark. After our lengthy conversation, I must thank you, young sir, for escorting me. I'm Wen Tangjiu, until we meet again. With that, she exited the cabin. Yichen hurried after her, calling out to her retreating figure on the shore, I am Yichen, until we meet again, Miss Wen. Without looking back, Wen Tangjiu merely waved her hand. Yichen cradled the scroll in his hands, as if it still held the lingering fragrance of Wen Tangjiu. Which Tang and which Jiu? Yichen murmured, we must indeed meet again, Miss Wen. He smiled genuinely, recalling her carefree figure dressed in red. Upon returning to the Ji residence, it was already late. Wen Tangjiu pushed against the large door, only to find it unyielding. It seemed Ji had not left it ajar for her, compelling her to scale the wall instead. Moments later, she found herself awkwardly meeting Ji Ye's gaze as he held her in his arms. You caught me quite steadily, Wen Tangjiu attempted to ease the tension. Knowing that Miss Wen enjoys climbing walls, I deliberately locked the gate. No need for thanks, Ji Yi replied coolly. You weren't waiting by the wall the whole time, were you? Wen Tangjiu sensed the dampness of his clothing, as if he had been standing outside for quite some time. I hadn't anticipated that in seeking solace, I would lose track of time and return only now. Ji's expression remained serene, betraying no hint of emotion. Yet, when Tangjiu felt an oppressive atmosphere surrounding them, I encountered something intriguing along the way, which delayed me a bit, she said, her voice trailing off as she looked at Ji. Ah, indeed, just a bit. He is soudainly chocolate. Feeling guilty, when Tangjiu joined his laughter, yes, exactly. Suddenly, she found her laughter stifled. Ji unexpectedly released his grip, causing her to tumble to the ground, the impact leaving her in shock. Ji, why did you let go so suddenly? She exclaimed, rubbing her sore backside. I lost focus for just a moment. My hand slipped. You don't mind, do you, Miss Wen? Ji emphasized the last word with a hint of mischief. You truly are petty, Ji, when Tangjiu retorted. Next time such a situation arises, you needn't wait for me. I can handle myself just fine. Ji remained silent. He well understood that with Wen Tangjiu's intellect and prowess, the real concern would lie with those who dared to provoke her. Yet, he could not help but worry for her. Despite knowing she was capable and in no need of protection, his concern lingered, fearing for her safety and well-being. Ji realized that this time, he might genuinely be ensnared by his feelings. Yet he fell willingly into this predicament. You should return to your quarters and rest. There are matters to discuss tomorrow. Ji said nothing further, and after advising Wen Tangjiu, he hastily departed. Wen Tangjiu gazed curiously at Ji's retreating figure. Did they not traverse the same path back? Why was he in such a hurry, as if pursued by a specter? Was she truly so fearsome? Her thoughts wandered back to Yichen, whom she encountered at the hour of the rooster. Not a single person seemed sane. She shook her head and stepped into the moonlight on her way back. At the residence, it was getting late. Young master, you should rest early. A maid attempted to take the scroll from Yichen's hands, but he evaded her grasp. I shall manage it myself. Yichen carefully placed the book into an empty slot on the shelf. The maid, puzzled, inquired why he was so protective of this particular volume today, having clutched it since his return at the hour of the dog, refusing to let anyone touch it. However, she felt it was not her place to comment on her master. I shall take my leave then. Depart, Yichen acquiesced. Once the maid had left, Yichen approached the shelf once more and retrieved the book. The wine was a truly fine wine. The image of the woman in red lingered in his mind. She was so vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to his own rigid demeanor. He understood that they inhabited disparate worlds, yet he could not help but think of her. Observing her attire, she seemed to be the daughter of a noble family, yet she was entirely unlike any refined lady he had encountered. Will you attend the flower viewing banquet at the Nan Zhuxin residence in 2 days, Jiu? Yichen loathed his past self for not being bolder, for not pursuing her directly and inquiring about her lineage, instead of languishing here, yearning for an ephemeral reunion. He placed the book beneath his pillow, hoping that fortune would grant him the chance to dream of her, Jiu. Moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the youth's face. It seemed the moon concurred with his silent plea, as a satisfied smile graced his features while his eyes remained closed. Are you all utterly useless? Jiang Jian exclaimed in anger. His network and the royal family had always maintained a non-interference policy. Apart from his own directives, no one was permitted to handle royal secrets. Yet, one of his subordinates in the capital had the audacity to sell information regarding the crown prince to an individual known only as in. If you wish to lose your heads, be my guest, but do not implicate me. Jiang Jian was filled with frustration. The subordinates kneeling before him dared not utter a word. Go and accept your punishment. All of you leave. As you command. Jiang Jian rubbed his temples. It seemed a journey to the capital was unavoidable. He recalled that the wicked woman had also ventured there. He wondered if fate would allow their paths to cross again. Chapter 31. How pathetic and regrettable, Ji. Is this truly the splendid place you spoke of? Wen Tangjiu surveyed the dilapidated wooden tables and chairs, as well as the rickety stage, and asked with skepticism. This morning before dawn, she had been roused by Ji, who claimed he would take her to a wonderful location. Instead, he had brought her to this nondescript, color-faded storytelling house, devoid of any patrons. Not to worry. The early bird catches the worm. Ji replied with a sense of calm. I believe it is rather the early worm that falls prey to the bird. Wen Tangjiu retorted with an eye roll. Let's wait a moment longer. Ji fixed his gaze upon the stage. As the upper eyelid of Wen Tangjiu embraced the lower one in a languorous slumber, a sudden sound akin to a wooden clapper jolted her into full awareness. She glanced towards the stage, where an elderly storyteller, his hair and beard as white as snow, stood before an empty audience, engrossed in his own narration. He spoke of an ancient epoch when 6 principal deities ruled not only the divine realm, but also maintained the delicate balance of the mortal world. Each deity presided over aspects of love, goodness, malevolence, death, reincarnation, and life. In due course, the malevolent god inadvertently toppled a bucket of wickedness, unleashing a torrent of pure evil that birthed the demonic race. This malevolence, fed by the malice of gods and mortals alike, grew ever more formidable. While the ancient deities' powers waned, the insatiable desires and capabilities of the demons ultimately led to an unavoidable cataclysm, the war of gods and demons. The 6 principal deities led the charge, yet 5 perished in battle, leaving the god of life missing in action, stripped of the support of their divine powers. The gods gradually became indistinguishable from mere mortals, forced to descend into the human realm and live as common folk. Despite suffering grievous losses, remnants of the demon race persisted. With the absence of the deities to maintain equilibrium, malevolence eclipsed benevolence, empowering these remnants. Eventually, the demon race declared war upon humanity. Ordinary mortals stood no chance against such formidable foes. Devastation ensued, and cries of despair echoed across the land. In this dire moment, the long-missing god of life reappeared. It was revealed that the other 5 deities had fought desperately to preserve the god of life, for life itself must endure. As long as life persisted, hope remained. Yet, the god of life bore grave wounds and remained in the mortal realm to recuperate. At that time, the god of life, still not fully healed, faced the relentless onslaught of the demon remnants. In a final act of sacrifice, the gods summoned their divine heart to confront the demons, ultimately vanquishing them. Jia, did you bring me here merely to hear such mythological tales? Wen Tangjiu whispered, poking Jia's arm, feigning disinterest. Although the elder's storytelling is quite captivating, I have grown weary of the trope of heroes rising to save the world. Jia restrained Wen Tangjiu's restless fingers, urging her to listen intently. She acquiesced, continuing to absorb his words. After the god of life sacrificed their heart, their corporeal form perished, yet their soul was reincarnated into the mortal realm. The vessel for this divine soul was none other than the beloved Princess Anning, the sole daughter of the reigning emperor. Alas, Princess Anning's mother, Empress Shu, found herself neglected by the emperor, while the other consorts, envious of Anning's divine lineage, conspired against the mother and daughter duo. Empress Shu was compelled to seek refuge in Zhaoming Palace with her young daughter. Tragically, as they traversed the Cliff of Longing, they fell victim to marauders. Both mother and daughter meeting their untimely demise at the hands of their attackers. Upon hearing the name Cliff of Longing, Wen Tangjiu's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to solemnity. How lamentable it was that the 5 gods were entirely erased from existence, and the soul of the god of life suffered such cruelty in the mortal realm, culminating in a tragic end. What a sorrowful tale indeed, the storyteller sighed, stepping down from the stage. Clap, clap, clap. Jia began to applaud. Wen Tangjiu, still immersed in the poignant narrative, followed suit, albeit belatedly. Jia, shall we not offer a token of appreciation? Wen Tangjiu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Having listened to a storytelling session, only she and Jia were present in the audience. No need. He would not accept it. Jia turned to Wen Tangjiu and inquired, do you think he tells stories for money? Chapter 32. At worst, I'll pay with my life later. Jia's question left Wen Tangjiu momentarily speechless. Indeed, if it were for a livelihood, he would not have come out so early to tell a story, leaving without a backward glance after just one performance. He did not charge for admission, nor did he sell tea. This old storyteller seemed merely intent on sharing his tale with those few who had the heart to rise early and listen. Jia, do you think what he said is true? Wen Tangjiu pondered deeply. Since ancient times, storytelling has been a blend of truth and fiction. It depends on what one can glean from it. Jia observed the earnest expression on Wen Tangjiu's face, finding her utterly charming. Not sleepy anymore? He playfully flicked her forehead. Jia, be careful, or I shall have to chop off your fingers. Wen Tangjiu feigned anger. All right, I acknowledge my mistake. However, now Miss Wen must believe that the early bird catches the worm. Yes? Jia raised his hands in surrender. Considering you brought me here, let us call it even. But this shall not be a precedent. Wen Tangjiu huffed lightly. By the way, Jia, how did you know about this place? She voiced her curiosity. This establishment was rather obscure, lacking fame, and the storytelling time was rather unconventional, making it difficult for the average person to find. Because this storyteller is the former national master, Jia's tone shifted suddenly to seriousness. Wen Tangjiu's pupils widened slightly. This elderly man with white hair was indeed the reclusive former national master. The former national master of the Li Kingdom, Qi Mugue, was exceptionally talented and deeply concerned for the nation, having predicted several natural disasters that befell the Li Kingdom, earning him the adoration and respect of the people. Yet, this illustrious figure unexpectedly requested to resign and retreat into seclusion at the age of 30. When the emperor inquired why, he simply stated that he bore a heavy heart, feeling unworthy of the title of national master. He said no more, merely insisting on his resignation. Eventually, the emperor acquiesced to his request, and after resigning, he vanished without a trace, leaving the world in great regret. Yet now, Jia claimed this man was Qi, the national master, this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat weathered old man. Wen Tangjiu could not reconcile him with the remarkable youth spoken of in legends. The former national master once did me a favor. It was he who requested that I assume this role, and naturally, I could not refuse. Otherwise, I would not care to regard the old emperor's countenance. Jia revealed another bombshell. No wonder Wen Tangjiu had been puzzled before. A person as formidable as Jia, who looked down upon the throne. Why would he choose to serve the emperor as a national master? Now, everything was clear. So, how do you find your experience today, Jujiao? Jia resumed his nonchalant demeanor, smiling as he asked Wen Tangjiu. Satisfactory. Jia, I owe you yet another favor. Alas, Miss Wen's debts of gratitude are increasing. What shall you offer in return? Jia feigned innocence, genuinely appearing troubled for Wen Tangjiu. What do you desire, Jia? Whatever you wish, I will strive to provide. Wen Tangjiu looked earnestly at Jia. Yet, Jia was momentarily taken aback. What he desired was both far away and right before him. His desires and aspirations revolve solely around the person before him. What if you cannot provide what I seek? What do you intend to offer in return? Jia jested. At worst, I shall repay with my life later, responded Wen Tangjiu, somewhat exasperated. Little did she realize that this jest would eventually become a prophecy. I dare not take Miss Wen's life. She should preserve it well, for she will owe me a favor in the future. Jia chuckled like a cunning fox that had pilfered fish. All right, the story has concluded. Let us return. Jia rose. Within the carriage on their way back to the Ji residence, Wen Tangjiu pondered the tale she had just heard in the storytelling house. The god of life, the soul, Princess Anning, Queen Shu, the cliff of longing, bandits, and the master of Qi who resigned from his position due to a heavy heart. All these elements seemed intricately connected, yet remained elusive, shrouded in darkness, impossible to grasp. She recalled hearing that the crown prince had led the imperial guard to the cliff of longing to slay the monsters on the spot. Why? Why did such a coincidence occur at the cliff of longing? Suddenly, an image flashed through Wen Tangjiu's mind. A little girl, battered and bruised, sat in a prison cart, while the townsfolk hurled rotten eggs and vegetable leaves at her. The girl appeared indifferent to it all, allowing them to throw without evasion or defense. Her once beautiful eyes now lacked luster. Just as Wen Tangjiu sought to discern the girl's features more clearly, a sharp pain pierced through her mind. Are you all right? Jia inquired, concerned as he observed Wen Tangjiu's distress. I am fine. It was merely a sudden headache, but it has subsided now, she assured. shaking her head to indicate that she was not gravely affected. Jia exhaled in relief. Jia, do you know where Master Qi resides now? Wen Tangjiu asked unexpectedly. You wish to meet him? Jia understood. I know his whereabouts, but he prefers to avoid meetings. I shall first write to him to introduce you. However, I cannot guarantee that he will see you. Prepare yourself mentally, Jia cautioned. An opportunity is sufficient. Thank you, Wen Tangjiu acknowledged. Recognizing that Master Qi could serve as a crucial lead to uncovering the truth behind the cliff of longing. Patience is essential. I must proceed gradually. By the way, Jujio, the Nanrong residence is hosting a flower appreciation banquet tomorrow, inviting the sons and daughters of the prominent families in the capital. Will you attend? Jia inquired. When Tangjiu's eyes flickered. Although it was termed a flower appreciation banquet, it was essentially a social gathering in the capital. The events surrounding the Cliff of Longing were scarcely known among ordinary folk, the information having been tightly sealed within the capital. Perhaps some of the young masters and ladies among these esteemed families had heard of the incident. I wish to go. Then let us attend, Jia affirmed. Do you possess 2 invitation letters? When Tangjiu knew that, given Jia's esteemed status, invitations would surely be delivered to him regardless of his inclination to attend. However, her own invitation remained uncertain. Yes, indeed. The entire capital now knows that the Ji residence is home to a young lady whom he cherishes, the one who saved his life. Those who are adept at navigating such situations would hardly dare to withhold an invitation from her. Yet, I usually do not allow those delivering invitations to enter the residence. It is too unclean. This time, I thought this banquet might be beneficial for you, so I reluctantly permitted them to bring you in. Ji spoke with an air of pride and satisfaction, reminiscent of a child seeking approval. With a chuckle, Wen Tangjiu responded, Ji, do you not realize that you resemble a 3-year-old child who has discovered a golden ingot, seeking praise from their parents? Ji's expression darkened instantly. I am merely trying to consider your interests, and you wish to assume the role of my parent? What is this nonsense? He aspired to be someone's husband, yet they wish to take on the role of a father? When Tangjiu's thought process was indeed baffling. I was merely making an analogy, Ji. Please do not take offense, she hastily clarified, noticing his displeasure. Ji, however, let out a huff, crossing his arms and turning his face away from her. Wen Tangjiu mused that it was not unjust to liken Ji Yi to a child. She recalled their first encounter, where Ji had been both arrogant and cold. Yet now he seemed to embody mere exasperation. Our illustrious and dashing national master, I acknowledge my mistakes and earnestly request your forgiveness, she sincerely apologized. Ji was easily appeased, for he could not bring himself to truly be angry with Wen Tangjiu. Very well, I shall not be angry. But do put away that obsequious demeanor of yours, he remarked coldly. As you command, my national master, Wen Tangjiu replied outwardly, while internally rolling her eyes. Knowing that showing Ji any kindness was futile. Are you saying that the national master allowed you entry and accepted the invitation? Nan Zhuxin's voice was tinged with excitement. Indeed, young master, the servant responded respectfully. Well done, go claim your reward. The servant bowed and withdrew. Nan Zhuxin paced back and forth. The national master held a position of great prestige, someone whom everyone in the capital sought to befriend. Yet, this national master rarely granted favors, never accepting invitations from any prominent families. The fact that he accepted his invitation was unprecedented. Nan Zhuxin, with the national master on my side, what do you have to contest against me? A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Nan Zhuxin's face. Now, 2 of the 3 major families had allied with him, leaving only the mysterious Mou clan and that despicable member of the Nan family unaligned. The Mou clan, known for their seclusion and formidable strength, had shops across the nation but seldom interfered in the affairs of noble families, and their leader was as elusive as a dragon. As for the despicable member of the Nan family, he had once been grateful and subservient, yet now that he held power, he refused to see Nan Zhuxin. Such ingrained baseness amused him. He pondered whether that individual would attend this time. If so, he would slightly lower his stance, reminding him of past assistance and rewards. And surely that individual would regard him as a friend once more. The Nan family stood at the forefront of the three major families, and had it not been for their crucial support, he would not be feigning amiability before that despicable member. With the national master now agreeing to his invitation, the situation was decidedly in his favor. He could almost envision himself inheriting the position of family head while Nan Zhuxin was cast out like a stray dog from the Nan family. Chapter 34. Ji Yi is unworthy? Young master, we have entered the capital. A gentle breeze reported to Nan Zhuxin, who was seated inside the carriage. Nan Zhuxin lifted the curtain and gazed at the bustling scene on the streets of the capital. Returning here once more was not as unpleasant as before, perhaps due to the presence of Jiu. Qingfeng, have you discovered what I asked you to investigate yesterday? Young master, you meant the whereabouts of Miss Wen? Qingfeng responded. Miss Wen is currently residing in the residence of Master Ji. With a swift motion, the carriage curtain was abruptly drawn down. A chill ran down Qingfeng's spine as he sensed something was amiss. What troubles you, young master? Is it possible that the bumpy ride has unsettled you? Is Jiu well acquainted with Ji? After a prolonged silence, Nan Zhuxin's voice emerged, cold and detached. How would I know if they are familiar? I am not your Jiu. Qingfeng replied, albeit with a hint of reluctance. It is said that Miss Wen appeared when the national master was gravely injured and on the brink of death. She saved him, and he fell for her at first sight. Consequently, he brought her to his residence, intending to make a lifelong commitment. As Qingfeng continued, he felt an increasing chill creeping down his back, forcing himself to relay the information he possessed. At first sight, a lifelong commitment? How could Ji possibly deserve such? Nan Zhuxin's voice was laced with barely concealed resentment. Sensing the shift in his master's mood, Qingfeng hastily changed the subject. By the way, young master, tomorrow is the flower viewing banquet at the Nan Zhuxin residence. The eldest son of the Nan Zhuxin family has delivered 2 invitations to the national master's residence, and Miss Wen is expected to attend. Will Jiu be there as well? Nan Zhuxin's tone softened, brimming with anticipation at the thought of reuniting with Jiu. The following day, Wen Tangjiu was awakened by Qiu's persistent nudging. Qiu, stop it. I'm not fully awake yet, she mumbled, patting Qiu before closing her eyes again. Jiu, the sun is already high in the sky. Aren't you supposed to attend that banquet today? Little Mouse scurried about in a fluster. Having already woken late, it was dismayed to find Jiu still in slumber. Unable to rouse her, it resorted to stepping on her face in a desperate bid to awake her. How could I have overslept? Why didn't Ji send someone to wake me? Wen Tangjiu suddenly snapped to attention, sitting upright in alarm. She hastily arranged her appearance and hurried towards Ji's chamber, only to find him leisurely sipping tea. Awake? Are you? Kie imwidit. Kie, why didn't you call for me? Are we not late for the flower viewing banquet? Wen Tangjiu exclaimed, exasperated at Ji's nonchalance while the urgency of the situation loomed large. What's the rush? We aren't merely late. We are already late, Ji replied, nudging the pastries on the table. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Perhaps you should eat a little to tide you over. Wen Tangjiu was taken aback by Ji's relaxed demeanor. Ji, we are already tardy, and you expect me to eat first? Being late is of little consequence. My attendance alone is already a favor to the Nan Zhuxin family. Had I arrived on time, that fellow would undoubtedly have been overjoyed, Ji remarked dismissively. Let him wait. But you, in your haste, have you had enough rest? Perhaps you should return and catch a few more Zs? Ji's gaze softened as he looked at Wen Tangjiu. There's no need for that. Let me finish these pastries, and we shall set off. Ji was indeed correct. Given his status, it would be a tremendous honor for Nan Zhuxin to have him present. Arriving a little late is inconsequential. It is she who has been overly anxious. Very well, Ji nodded in agreement. Ji has performed admirably this time. He did not rouse you from slumber and even prepared pastries for you. I have given him a score of 70. Qiu exclaimed happily to Jiu. Wen Tangjiu chuckled at this clever little imp who even graded Ji, though Ji could indeed be considerate when gentle. He could also be quite exasperating when provoked. At the Nan Zhuxin residence, Nan Zhuxin kept his gaze fixed on the entrance, eagerly awaiting Ji's arrival. Finally, the national master has arrived. The announcement echoed through the halls. A wave of joy surged within Nan Zhuxin. The national master had indeed come. Splendid, splendid. From a distance, he spotted Ji walking alongside a woman clad in red, and he hurriedly approached them. It is truly an honor for my humble abode to receive the esteemed national master. He turned his attention to Wen Tangjiu. You must be Miss Wen. As the rumors suggest, a true beauty, ethereal and extraordinary. Let us forego pleasantries. Please lead the way, Ji interjected coolly. Of course, this way, please. Nan Zhuxin, undeterred by Ji's rebuff, took the lead. However, Wen Tangjiu noticed a young servant whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance. Chapter 35. The bad woman is me. As the servant turned a corner and vanished, Wen Tangjiu deemed it inappropriate to pursue him. It cannot possibly be him, she pondered. In such circumstances, he ought not to be present. Please enter the main hall, Nan Zhuxin announced, pushing open the door and gesturing for them to enter. Ji and Wen Tangjiu stepped inside, whereupon the guests rose to greet them. Yet among the crowd, Wen Tangjiu spotted a masked man whose gaze remained fixed upon her. Curiously, she looked back, and he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Could it be Nan Zhuxin? How is he here? When did he arrive in the capital? Noticing that Nan Zhuxin continued to watch her, Wen Tangjiu returned the gesture with a nod. He, observing their interaction, subtly positioned himself in front of Wen Tangjiu. Ji is acting quite mad today, she thought. Facing Nan Zhuxin's piercing gaze, Ji raised an eyebrow slightly, as if to provoke. National Master Ji, are you not typically disinterested in such gatherings? What has piqued your interest today? Nan Zhuxin scrutinized Ji intently. I am generally averse to such affairs. My presence today is merely to familiarize Miss Wen with the notable figures of the capital. Ji replied with a semblance of smile. Yet, it seems young master Nan has traveled a great distance to attend the flower viewing banquet at the Nan Zhuxin residence. Your rapport with the eldest son of the Nan Zhuxin family appears quite strong. Ji was adept at striking at the heart of matters. Though he was unaware of the events between Nan Zhuxin and Nan Zhuxin, the animosity reflected in Nan Zhuxin's eyes whenever he beheld Nan Zhuxin was unmistakable. National Master Ji truly possesses keen insight, Nan Zhuxin smiled, though his expression was laced with malice. Wen Tangjiu listened intently to their exchange, utterly perplexed. Had they not recently concluded a business deal? Why was the atmosphere now so fraught with tension? Had the negotiations fallen through? Miss Wen, allow me to introduce you to the ladies of the capital. Nan Zhuxin approached courteously. Jigwa Master's earlier words reached Nan Zhuxin's ears. Initially curious about why Jinya would attend his banquet, he soon realized it was to familiarize his beloved with the noble families of the capital. While it was challenging to win over Jinya, he could still leave a favorable impression in front of her. Wen Tangjiu nodded. Observing the mutual sarcasm between the two was futile, and it would be more worthwhile to accompany Nan Zhuxin to meet the young ladies of the noble families and gauge their sentiments. As Wen Tangjiu followed Nan Zhuxin for a short distance, they unexpectedly encountered two young men, one clad in blue and the other in red. Brother, how could you hold a banquet without inviting me? You have truly wounded my heart, the young man in blue lamented to Nan Zhuxin. Wen Tangjiu understood that this was Nan Zhuxin's younger brother, Nan Zhuxin, who was vying for the position of family head, as mentioned by Jinya. Dear brother, do not speak so. I refrain from disturbing you, considering your recent busyness. Nan Zhuxin replied with a smile, then bowed slightly to Wen Tangjiu. Miss Wen, the ladies are ahead. Just follow this path to find them. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Not at all. Fare thee well. Wen Tangjiu returned the courtesy, unwilling to remain and witness the theatrical display of brotherly affection. She continued down the path, when suddenly she sensed someone approaching from behind. Just as she prepared to defend herself, a voice called out, "Wretched woman, it's me." Wen Tangjiu recognized the voice. The figure rushed to her side, grasping her wrist and leading her away to a courtyard and into a room. I'm utterly exhausted, Jiang Jian gasped, catching his breath. Looking at Jiang Jian, who was disguised as a servant, Wen Tangjiu remarked, I thought I had recognized the wrong person. I can't believe it truly is you. What brings you to the capital? This is not your usual territory, and why the disguise? Once he had steadied his breathing, Jiang Jian cast a mournful glance at Wen Tangjiu. "I not called out. Would you have captured me with a shoulder throw?" "Of course. If I sensed someone approaching, I would not simply wait for them to act," she retorted. "I knew it. Fortunately, I spoke up. Otherwise, I would have been apprehended by now," Jiang Jian said with a sense of self-satisfaction. "Apprehended? Jiang Jian, what exactly are you doing here? Were you being pursued just now?" Wen Tangjiu inquired, puzzled. "Yes. I intended to steal something, but unexpectedly encountered a servant who raised the alarm, which led me to flee here." Jiang Jian responded nonchalantly. Wen Tangjiu was astonished. What could possibly warrant the leader of the Jian network to travel such a distance to steal? Chapter 36. Sister, I implore you, help me. What did you steal? Did you succeed? I would never return empty-handed. Behold, Jiang Jian declared proudly, retrieving a ledger from his bosom. Wen Tangjiu accepted the ledger, flipped through a few pages, and looked up at Jiang Jian in confusion. "Isn't this an account book?" "Precisely," Jiang Jian affirmed. "You're saying that the leader of the Jian network, disguised as a servant, only to be pursued, did so to steal an account book?" she asked incredulously. "Indeed," he replied. "Jiang Jian, have you no subordinates left?" Wen Tangjiu inquired, her face a mask of disbelief. "This ledger is of great importance to me. Since I happen to be in the capital on business, I seized the opportunity to steal it," Jiang Jian explained. "Jiang Jian, are you foolish? You stole the ledger and were caught. Do you think you can escape now?" Wen Tangjiu questioned. Given the commotion caused by Jiang Jian, it was inevitable that Nan Zhuxin would seal off the Nanrong residence. At that point, it would be nearly impossible for Jiang Jian to navigate the murky waters undetected. If he were discovered, the esteemed leader of the Jian network, masquerading as a mere servant to commit theft, would find it impossible to hold his head high for the rest of his life. I hadn't anticipated that the drug would wear off so soon," Jiang Jian admitted, lowering his head in shame. "What do you plan to do now?" I don't know what to do," Jiang Jian replied, his damp, puppy-like eyes gazing imploringly at Wen Tangjiu. "Wicked woman, can you help me? Seeking assistance while refusing to change your address? That's unacceptable." Wen Tangjiu shot him an exasperated glare. "Please, sister, I beg you help me," Jiang Jian implored softly. "I have only one course of action, but, Jiang Jian, I must know the purpose behind your theft of that ledger. If it is merely an ordinary account book, it is not worth my intervention," Wen Tangjiu stated sternly. If it were merely an ordinary ledger, even if Jiang Jian were discovered, he would only suffer a slight blemish on his reputation. After all, he was the leader of the Jian network, and Nan Zhuxin would not be foolish enough to take drastic measures against him over something so trivial. The ledger contains evidence of Nan Zhuxin's fraudulent dealings with the crown prince. My subordinate leaked information about the prince, and thus I must deliver this ledger to him. It serves as a balancing act. After all, the crown prince belongs to the royal family, and the Jian network cannot afford to oppose the imperial house. Jiang Jian disclosed to Wen Tangjiu. When Tangjiu understood, it seemed that the ledger was of great significance to Nan Zhuxin. If the crown prince were to learn of the deception, Nan Zhuxin's aspirations for the head of the family would likely be shattered. "Jiang Jian, to exit the Nanrong residence, you must create a greater disturbance than the loss of the ledger, one that will divert Nan Zhuxin's attention from tightening security." Wen Tangjiu advised after a moment's pause. "You previously shared with me everything regarding the cliff incident, even implicating the emperor. I will assist you this time, and we shall be even." She had to repay the favor she owed. Soon, most of the guards will leave the residence. Use the chaos to slip away. Wen Tangjiu instructed Jiang Jian. "What will you do?" Jiang Jian grasped Wen Tangjiu's arm as she prepared to leave, his eyes betraying his anxiety. "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to sacrifice myself for your sake." Wen Tangjiu shook off his hand, leaving him with a parting remark. "Seize the opportunity. Do not let my efforts go to waste before departing." Wen Tangjiu positioned herself by a tree near the west gate of the Nanrong residence, awaiting the approach of a cleaning maid. In the distance, she spotted a maid making her way toward her. She descended from the tree, drew a dagger from her bosom, and unhesitatingly plunged it into her shoulder, collapsing to the ground. As expected, the maid rushed toward her, exclaiming, I must inform the Grand Master and young Master Nan that Wen Tangjiu has been attacked. She spoke to the flustered maid, who nodded and immediately sprinted to relay the news. Young Master Nan, something dreadful has occurred, the maid shouted as she burst into the main hall. All eyes turned to her in the hall. What is happening? They inquired, alarmed. Nan Zhuxin frowned. Yes, it is Wen Tangjiu, the maid gasped. Miss Wen was attacked to the west gate. The dagger is still embedded in her body. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as Jia crushed the teacup in his grip. Hurry and summon a physician, lead the way. Nan Yaozhu stood up, her voice tinged with unprecedented panic. When Nan Zhuxin, Jia, and Nan Yaozhu arrived, they found Wen Tangjiu sprawled on the ground, a vast stain of crimson spreading across her chest. Where is the physician? Where is he? Nan Yaozhu cried out. Jia stepped forward and lifted Wen Tangjiu, his expression dark as if ink would drip from it. Who did this? He demanded, his tone laced with murderous intent. It was a masked assassin who fled through the west gate, Wen Tangjiu indicated weakly. Young Master Nan Rong, I require an explanation. Jia's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Nan Zhuxin. I will mobilize half of the guards to pursue the assassin at once. Please remain calm. I will ensure Miss Wen receives an explanation, Nan Zhuxin replied, bowing his head in shame, lamenting the timing of such an incident. And what are the other half of the guards? Jia inquired, his brow furrowed. That half was just robbed. We must retrieve the stolen items. Nan Zhuxin's head lowered even further. Are you suggesting that what was lost in your residence holds more importance than the safety of my people? Jia's voice was frigid, the atmosphere thickening with tension. I would not dare. I shall command all of my guards to track down the culprit immediately. Nan Zhuxin wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling the saying that when an emperor is enraged, corpses float for miles. Yet, the current Grand Master was a figure of immense power, second only to the emperor himself. Now, if the Grand Master were to be angered, he feared that bloodshed would soon engulf the Nan Rong residence. After all, the Grand Master's methods were notoriously ruthless and direct. It seemed that the matter of retrieving the account books would have to be set aside. It was better to offend the Crown Prince than the Grand Master. The physician emerged, addressing Jia, Grand Master, the dagger has been removed, and it did not strike a vital artery. Miss Wen is no longer in grave danger. She simply needs to follow the prescribed medication and change her bandages daily. Jia nodded at the physician and entered the room. Nan Zhuxin and Nan Yaozhu attempted to follow, but Jia spoke firmly. Miss Wen is under my protection. I shall attend to her. Those unrelated should not intrude. With that, Nan Zhuxin and Nan Yaozhu were left to halt in their tracks. Sighing, Nan Zhuxin departed to address the matter of the assassin, while Nan Yaozhu remained rooted in place, paralyzed by her emotions. He loathed himself for lacking even the privilege to visit Jujing, forced to wait for her return. How much pain must Wen Tangjiu have endured in her moment of injury? As Wen Tangjiu noticed Ye entering, she attempted to sit up, but he gently restrained her. It's nothing, just a minor injury, she insisted, waving her hand and straightening her posture. Now that all the guards of the Nan Rong residence are pursuing the assassin, are you satisfied? Jia inquired coldly, his demeanor shadowed by a veil of darkness. What do you mean by satisfied? I do not understand what you are saying. When Tangjiu's voice dwindled. Others may not recognize your martial prowess, but I certainly do. Who could possibly harm you unless you allowed it? Jia stared intently at Wen Tangjiu, a smile gracing his lips, yet it bore an unmistakable chill. There was no assassin. It was indeed I who inflicted the wound upon myself. I exercised restraint, so there is no need for you to worry. Jinya, Wen Tangjiu softly explained. Restraint? Jinya pointed at the bandage wrapped around Wen Tangjiu's shoulder. His face contorted with anger as he questioned, Wen Tangjiu, is this your idea of restraint? Are you suggesting that next time you might stab yourself in the heart? Witnessing Jinya's genuine fury, Wen Tangjiu bowed her head, refraining from further provocation. After all, she was in the wrong. Jinya had known from the start that she was responsible for her own predicament, yet he had accompanied her throughout the ordeal, even pressuring Nan Zhuxin to mobilize all the guards of the Nan Rong residence. Wen Tangjiu, you truly are remarkable, Jinya thought, finding humor in her silence. Should this happen again, if you wish to die, simply inform me. I shall personally escort you to the underworld, he declared with a cold smirk. There will not be a next time. I assure you, Wen Tangjiu hastily reassured him. She bore her injury with little concern, yet Jinya's anger left her wondering if perhaps he harbored slight affection for her. Cautiously, she glanced up at him and tentatively asked, Jinya, you're concerned for me. Could it possibly mean you have feelings for me? What do you think? Jinya countered, locking eyes with Wen Tangjiu. I believe you are utterly smitten with me, for I am indeed captivating and beloved by all. Yes, I'm quite taken with you. Therefore, I implore you, Miss Wen Tan, to refrain from injuring yourself in the future, for it pains me deeply. He interrupted her self-praise. Wen Tangjiu widened her eyes. Did Jinya just confess his affection? He even mentioned being upset by her injuries? Jinya, are you feeling unwell? She asked, reaching to touch his forehead. But he was not warm. What nonsense was he spouting? Jinya looked at Wen Tangjiu, bewildered by her repeated gestures to check his temperature. There is no need for that. I am perfectly lucid. Chapter 38. You are truly selfish. I am quite clear-headed, Jinya asserted, grasping Wen Tangjiu's hand that was playfully resting on his forehead. Jinya, are you serious? Wen Tangjiu still found it hard to believe. How could someone so indifferent allow themselves to form attachments? I speak no falsehoods. Jinya intently gazed at Wen Tangjiu, his eyes brimming with unyielding tenderness and sincerity. However, Jinya, I do not harbor feelings for you. I am aware. I do not harbor feelings for you either. Jinya covered Wen Tangjiu's mouth, and, in a tone she had never heard from him before, gently said, I love you. I truly love you. Liking someone is a desire for reciprocity, whereas love requires none. I love you. Therefore your happiness brings me joy, and your pain brings me sorrow. Regardless of your attitude towards me, it will not diminish my affection for you. For whenever I see you, this wretched world seems worthy of forgiveness. Jiujia, whether you like me or not, even if you come to love another, my love for you will remain. For from the beginning to the end, no matter how you treat me, you are still you. Smiling, Jinya lightly tapped Wen Tangjiu's forehead. Do not overthink it. If you like me, I would be delighted. If you do not, that is perfectly fine as well. Now, rest for a moment. I shall have Lan Yin make the preparations, and soon we shall return home. As Jie gently laid Wen Tangjiu down and covered her with a quilt, he quietly closed the door upon his departure. Wen Tangjiu's heart was in turmoil. Did Jie truly harbor feelings for her? Love, what a weighty term it was. Her heart forbade her from loving anyone, as she could not bear such an immense emotion. Yet, would she grow fond of Jie? She herself did not know. Upon exiting, Jie immediately spotted Nan Zhuxin, standing motionless at the courtyard gate. What business does young Master Nan have here? Jie's expression was devoid of warmth, lacking the gentleness he had shown to Wen Tangjiu. Master Ji, you ought not to act this way, Nan Zhuxin stated with his characteristic smile. Oh, what advice does young Master Nan have? Jie's face bore an air of irreverence. You have declared in front of the emperor that Zhu Jiao is your beloved, and now the entire capital is aware that she belongs to you. Jie, you are ensnaring yourself. The respect they show Zhu Jiao is merely because she is your beloved. You know well that Zhu Jiao is exceptional in her own right, yet you have overshadowed her brilliance with your own feathers. I do not know if your feelings for Zhu Jiao are genuine, but you are undeniably selfish. Nan Zhuxin's voice had lost its calm, tinged with a hint of indignation. Have you finished your reprimand? I have taken your words to heart, Jie replied nonchalantly. He approached Nan Zhuxin, pausing beside him. You are right. Zhu Jiao is indeed remarkable. Everything I do is merely to facilitate her endeavors. Her brilliance will not be obscured by any wings. However, this seems of little concern to young Master Nan, for you are merely unrequited in your affections. With that, Jie chuckled softly, patting Nan Zhuxin on the shoulder, before continuing on his way, producing a handkerchief to wipe the hand that had just touched him. After a moment, Nan Zhuxin's voice reached Jie's ears. The messenger from a sea family has arrived at the Master's residence. Do not forget our arrangement. I shall not forget. Jie's voice was carried away by the wind. Nan Zhuxin gazed at the courtyard, murmuring, Zhu Jiao, it seems his affection for you is not insubstantial. Meanwhile, Jiang Jian seized the opportunity to escape from the Nanrong residence while the guards were absent. What could that wicked woman have done to mobilize the entire guard? He pondered. Upon reaching the street, he noticed guards interrogating passers-by. Just then one guard spotted him. He attempted to flee, but it was too late. The guard approached him directly. Surely, I want to be captured, Jiang Jian thought, feeling a surge of anxiety, though his face betrayed none of it. Have you seen a masked person fleeing down the street? Do you know the direction he took? The guard inquired without any aggression. Jiang Jian breathed a sigh of relief, shaking his head. The guard, unable to extract any information, walked away with a look of disappointment. Jiang Jian hurried back to his lodging in the capital, recalling his earlier encounter with a sense of unease, and summoned Qilu. At your service, Qilu appeared with a bow. Investigate what significant event transpired at the Nanrong residence today, and why the guards have all left. As you command, Qilu responded before departing. Yet, Jiang Jian's heart remained unsettled. That wicked woman Wen Tangjiu truly do something foolish, would she? Soon, Qilu returned. Have you discovered anything? Jiang Jian asked anxiously. Report, my lord. It has been confirmed that Miss Wen Tangjiu was ambushed within the South Rome residence. The assailant fled through the western gate, inciting the National Master's fury, prompting the entire household guard to pursue the culprit. Chapter 39. Long time no see. What? The wicked woman has been attacked. Who could possibly harm her? Jiang Jian felt a mix of anger and urgency. Once he regained his composure, he pieced together the reasoning behind the incident. Given the prowess of the wicked woman, who besides herself could inflict harm upon her. How is Miss Wen? Is her injury severe? Jiang Jian inquired anxiously. When the National Master and others arrived, the dagger remained lodged in Miss Wen's shoulder. Now that it has been removed, she is not gravely injured, replied Qilu. I understand. You may leave now. Yes. Qilu withdrew. So this is the method you employed to stir trouble. Jiang Jian murmured, as if his soul had been snatched away. Wasn't T had said that she would never be foolish enough to sacrifice herself. He recalled what Wen Tangjiu had said to him. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Oh, nothing. Jiang Jian felt a blend of laughter and tears. Sister, this time I owe you far too much. Wen Tangjiu never expected that as she and Ji exited the South Rome courtyard, they would encounter Nan Yaozhu. Nan Yaozhu stood there with her head bowed, as still as a stone. Yaozhu? Wen Tangjiu queried in confusion. Nan Yaozhu suddenly looked up, her eyes brightening upon seeing Wen Tangjiu. Jiu, what are you doing here? I wish to see for myself if you were unharmed, but given my status, it would be inappropriate to enter your room. So I waited for you outside, Nan Yaozhu replied, her sorrow evident. Ji shot a glare at Nan Yaozhu, snorting in disdain. He hadn't anticipated that this young lady truly stood there unmoving for 3 hours awaiting Jiu's emergence. I am fine, Yaozhu. You need not worry. Please return home promptly, Wen Tangjiu said sincerely. Just as Nan Yaozhu was about to respond, her words were interrupted by a voice. It is truly wonderful that Miss Wen is unharmed. The speaker was Nan Zhuxin. National Master Ji, Miss Wen, young Master Nan. Nan Zhuxin greeted the three and said to Ji, National Master, I have failed in my duty and have yet to capture the assassin. I humbly request your grace for a little more time. It would be a surprise if you could catch them. The true assailant stands right here. She discreetly tugged at Ji's sleeve, indicating that this matter should not be further investigated. Ji, understanding her intent, maintained his expression and replied solemnly. My men have already identified and apprehended the assailant, who is now detained at the National Master's residence awaiting your judgment, Jiu. It is splendid news that the perpetrator has been captured. This was my oversight, resulting in Miss Wen's ordeal. I have prepared a token of apology to be sent to the National Master's residence. I hope for your understanding, Miss Wen. It is nothing, merely a minor injury. Wen Tangjiu gestured dismissively. Nan Zhuxin did not straighten up. Instead, he turned his gaze to Ji. This shall not happen again, Ji warned coldly. Of course. Nan Zhuxin finally stood upright. Yaozhu, long time no see. Nan Zhuxin turned and smiled at Nan Yaozhu. Nan Yaozhu also wore a smile, though it did not reach her eyes. You jest, young Master Nan. We are not yet familiar enough for such familiarity. Nan Zhuxin's contempt for Yaozhu was truly nauseating. He found the sound of Jiu's voice far more pleasant, thought Yaozhu. Jie observed their exchange and contemplated departing, yet after taking a few steps, he noticed Wen Tangjiu still standing there, intrigued by the two's pretense. Even while injured, Jie was still keen on the spectacle. He chose to remain where he was. Watching Wen Tangjiu. Have you forgotten, Yaozhu? I once brought you out of the forest. Why so quickly dismiss me as a friend? Nan Zhuxin did not waver, attempting to evoke Yaozhu's gratitude for past favors. Friend? Does young master Nan truly consider me a friend? Then I must ask, do you still possess the cold 7 I gifted you? Yaozhu replied with a cold laugh. Nan Zhuxin was taken aback. He had believed it to be an ordinary dagger, thinking someone of Yaozhu's lowly status could hardly possess anything of worth. Little did he know it was the legendary cold 7. Regret washed over him instantly. Of course, I have kept it safely stored in my Jingya mansion. His mansion was not in the capital, and Yaozhu wouldn't compel him to travel such a distance for a dagger. Just as he reveled in his flawless lie, Yaozhu produced a dagger, the very cold 7. Young Master Nan, this is certainly not Jingya mansion, is it? Chapter 40. I prefer symmetry. Nan Zhuxin was left dumbfounded. Hadn't he discarded the cold 7? How could it be in Yaozhu's possession? He was at a loss for words. Yaozhu, however, sneered, I must thank you, young Master Nan, for revealing the truth behind the rockery and discarding this cold 7. Otherwise, I might have actually considered you a friend. Nan Zhuxin's face flushed with a mixture of red and white. He had not anticipated that his word from years ago would be overheard by Yaozhu of the Nan family. Suddenly, he understood the drastic shift in Yaozhu's demeanor. Any hopes of winning Yaozhu over were dashed. He decided to sever ties completely, casting aside his previous amiability. He now addressed Yaozhu with an air of superiority. Indeed, I look down upon you, a grotesque, illegitimate child of the Nan family, utterly unworthy of being my friend. Individuals like you are avoided by everyone. Wen Tangjiu was astonished. Grotesque? Who? Yaozhu? She recalled Yaozhu's breathtaking face hidden beneath the veil. Had Nan Zhuxin lost his sight? Young Master Nan, your assertions are misguided, Yaozhu retorted, unfazed by Nan Zhuxin's insults, his expression merely one of mockery, as if viewing a foolish clown. It is you who are unworthy of my friendship, for you do not even qualify as the head of the Nan family. Nan Zhuxin could not abide by anyone questioning his status as the family head. His desire for that position was as fervent as his aversion to its mention. Yaozhu's words pierced his heart like daggers, igniting his fury. Yaozhu, what being the head of the Nan family? Merely a stroke of luck. Everyone looks down upon you. Your inherent lowliness is unchangeable. Who would willingly be your friend? Yaozhu turned to Wen Tangjiu, then withdrew his gaze, ultimately remaining silent. As Nan Zhuxin observed Yaozhu's silence, his arrogance swelled even further. Nan Yaozhu, a wretched being like you will never find anyone willing to be your friend. Who says Yaozhu has no friends? When Tangjiu finally could not contain herself, Nan Zhuxin was exceedingly overbearing. It was she who had suggested friendship with Nan Yaozhu, and Nan Yaozhu had indeed treated her sincerely. Now, witnessing Nan Yaozhu's humiliation, she could not stand idly by. I am indeed Yaozhu's friend. Yaozhu is a wonderful person, and I chose to be her friend. When Tangjiu continued, yet you, young Master Nan Zhuxin, resort to such crude insults, casting aspersions with your foul language. It truly makes me question the upbringing of the Nan family. Nan Yaozhu looked at Wen Tangjiu, who stood up for him, the moonlight cascading over her. Yet she willingly shared some of that light with him in the darkness. How wonderful it was. He had not misjudged. Jujin was indeed special. He gazed at Wen Tangjiu with admiration. Nan Zhuxin, embarrassed by Wen Tangjiu's retort, felt his face flush with rage. You, a commoner, are just as despicable as that wretched being. Wen Tangjiu rubbed her hand, having not struck anyone in a while, struggling to control her strength. Young Master Nan Zhuxin, please bear with me. Nan Zhuxin was momentarily dazed by the slap. Having been raised in an environment where he was adored by all, he had never endured such humiliation. He glared fiercely at Wen Tangjiu. Apologies, young Master Nan Zhuxin, but I have an affinity for symmetry, Wen Tangjiu remarked, observing the two distinct handprints on his face with satisfaction. Nan Zhuxin's reason had completely unraveled. You vile commoner, I shall kill you. He unsheathed his sword and lunged at Wen Tangjiu. Both Nan Yaozhu and Jie were anxious to intervene, but Wen Tangjiu commanded them to remain still. Do not move. Do not interfere. With 2 fingers, Wen Tangjiu pinched the sword, effortlessly snapping the blade, then seized the sword's body and hurled it to the ground with a resounding thud. Seeing his sword so easily taken, Nan Zhuxin dared not continue the fight. However, Wen Tangjiu had no intention of letting him off the hook. She grasped his collar and forcefully threw him to the ground, placing her foot upon his chest. Did you not claim you would kill me, young Master Nan Zhuxin? Chapter 41. I await young Master Nan Zhuxin's invitation. Nan Zhuxin's face flushed crimson as he began to curse. You wretched commoner dare to. When Tangjiu pressed down harder with her foot. Ah! Nan Zhuxin let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. What do you intend to say, young Master Nan Zhuxin? When Tangjiu inquired, looking down at the disheveled Nan Zhuxin with a smile. The pain in Nan Zhuxin's chest felt as if it were being torn apart, while Wen Tangjiu's foot only pressed down harder. No, I have nothing to say. Please let me go, he cried out in desperation. But I believe young Master Nan Zhuxin still has something to express. Wen Tangjiu replied leisurely. It seems you owe both me and Yaozhu an apology. I shall not apologize to that wretched being. Nan Zhuxin screamed in agony. Wen Tangjiu increased the pressure. It appears young Master Nan Zhuxin has no intention of apologizing. How could I possibly let you off the hook? As pain coursed through his entire being, he could only plead for mercy. My lady, I was wrong. I apologize to you and Miss Nan. Now, see, that is more like it. When Tangjiu withdrew her foot and cast a cold glance at Nan Zhuxin, who was trembling as he rose from the ground. I apologize, Miss Wen. I spoke recklessly. He said, his heart filled with reluctance. Yet the pain in his body forbade him from maintaining his pride. When Tangjiu nodded slightly, I am sorry, young Master Nan. It was I who offended you. Please forgive me. Nan Zhuxin bowed to Nan Yaozhu. Yaozhu, do you forgive him? When Tangjiu asked with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. If you do not forgive, I can continue. Upon hearing her words, Nan Zhuxin broke into a cold sweat and, with a thud, knelt before Nan Yaozhu, pleading, Young Master Nan, I truly recognize my error. I beg of you, do not hold my misdeeds against me. Nan Yaozhu regarded the man kneeling before him, who was now a far cry from his former arrogance when he had insulted him. In the past, he had loathed Nan Zhuxin for giving him hope only to cast him into despair. But now, with Yichen by his side, he chose to let go of Nan Zhuxin and, in turn, liberate himself. He smiled gently at Wen Tangjiu, his gaze imbued with tenderness. I forgive him, Yichen. With that, he turned his attention back to Nan Zhuxin, his expression shifting from warmth to icy resolve. Although you have insulted and deceived me, young Master Nan, you are also the one who led me out of the forest. I shall not hold this against you, but from this day forth, we shall be as strangers, with no debts between us. Thank you for your magnanimity, young Master Nan. Nan Zhuxin straightened up. I am aware that you harbor resentment and likely plan to seek revenge. When Tangjiu remarked casually, as if discussing trivial matters. Today's incident was solely my doing. I was the one who struck you. It has nothing to do with the National Master or you, young Master Nan. Jia opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by Wen Tangjiu's gaze. This is our grievance, and I shall not allow the National Master to intervene. Young Master Nan is free to devise means of retribution. She paused, adding, however, given that the Nan family does not rank among the 3 great clans, and you are not even the head of your family, your methods of revenge may be rather limited. Nan Zhuxin clenched his fists, inwardly cursing, vowing to kill this insolent girl. After much consideration, he realized he could only resort to hiring an assassin to eliminate her. However, the leader of the Shaolin Pavilion, ranked second in the martial world, is also my defeated foe. When Tangjiu observed with delight as she noted the shock on Nan Zhuxin's face. She continued, if young Master Nan wishes to kill me, he must seek the new leader of the Qisha Pavilion, Shu Jin, who is known to be exceedingly difficult to persuade. Seeing the renewed spark in Nan Zhuxin's eyes, she chuckled inwardly, maintaining her composure. I suspect it will require a hefty price for you, young Master Nan. I await your request for someone to come and kill me. I wouldn't he dare. I shall take my leave, Nan Zhuxin replied with a smile, though it was laced with venom. Once he departed, when Tangjiu intended to return home with Jia, Yichen, Thank you for today, Nan Yaozhu called out, sincerely expressing his gratitude. It was a trivial matter. We are friends. After all, it is only natural to assist one another, she replied. Yes, we are friends. Nan Yaozhu felt his heart swell with happiness. But upon noticing Wen Tangjiu's shoulder still wrapped in bandages, his joy swiftly transformed into concern. Eugene, is your shoulder all right? A minor injury, inconsequential to her movement. Wen Tangjiu paid it no mind, smiling as she waved goodbye to Nan Yaozhu. Standing still, Nan Yaozhu also waved to Wen Tangjiu, feeling fortunate that fate had smiled upon him, allowing him to encounter such a wonderful companion. Hey, Jinya, wait for me. Chapter 42. Homeward bound. Hey, Jinya, wait for me. Wen Tangjiu called out, observing Jinya striding ahead without a glance back. Jinya halted, but did not turn around, speaking in a calm tone. I see that Miss Wen is quite adept at fighting despite her injury, and I believe you do not require my assistance, so I shall not wait. Wen Tangjiu realized he was upset again. What could she do when he was angry? She must soothe him, for she was in the wrong. The saying that men remain youthful until death rings true, they are all so immature. Jinya, please don't rush. As Wen Tangjiu approached Jinya, he moved forward again, prompting her to grasp his wrist firmly. Jinya, aware of her shoulder injury, hesitated to move, but still refused to look at her. Jinya, my shoulder injury is not severe. I didn't exert much effort in dealing with Nan Zhuxin. I didn't aggravate the wound, Wen Tangjiu explained. Jinya remained silent, averting his gaze. The disagreement with Nan Zhuxin stemmed from my friendship with Nan Yaozhu. You have no ties to her, which is why I didn't want you involved, Wen Tangjiu persisted. This matter is between Nan Yaozhu and me. If it affects you, that would be unfair, she stated earnestly. Unfair? Jinya scoffed, finally turning to meet her gaze. Isn't it Miss Wen who asserts that there is so much unfairness in this world? Indeed, this world is rife with inequities. However, I hope that your experiences of unfairness do not include my involvement. At least in my presence, you shall receive the fairness you deserve, Jinya. Jinya regarded Wen Tangjiu's earnest eyes and found his anger dissipating. She was the first and the only one to promise him fairness. He grasped her wrist in return. Let's go home. Yes, home. Wen Tangjiu observed the slight curve of Jinya's lips. Jinya, are you no longer angry? Yes, I shall indeed. The setting sun elongated their shadows, while distant sounds of laughter and playful banter echoed. A woman scolding and a man pleading indulgently. Lan Yin, I must say, could you please inform me next time that the master will not be taking the carriage? He merrily conversed with a young lady as he returned home through the side gate, only to remember me waiting at the gate of Nan Rong's residence. Growing moldy with impatience, upon entering the eastern chamber, Wen Tangjiu sensed an unsettling presence. Someone was in the room. She swiftly withdrew the hairpin from her head, ready to hurl it toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, the hidden figure spoke. Sister, it is I. Wen Tangjiu was perplexed. The voice bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Jian, who typically called her a wicked woman. Jiang Jian? She tentatively inquired. Jiang Jian leapt down from the beam. Indeed. What brings you here? Wen Tangjiu questioned, eyeing Jiang Jian, who was clad in dark attire, with suspicion. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and looked at Jiang Jian warily. You're not planning to steal something from the national teacher's residence, are you? Are you seeking death? Jiang Jian, wicked woman, I am not foolish. I have not yet descended to the level of provoking Ji Yi. Furthermore, Jiang Jian glanced at the bandage on Wen Tangjiu's shoulder. I shall not allow you to be hurt because of me again. Sister, does it pain you? Are you referring to this? Wen Tangjiu pointed at the bandage. It is merely a small injury. It no longer hurts. It must have been quite painful when it happened. Jiang Jian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am sorry, sister. Oh no, please do not cry, Wen Tangjiu hastily consoled, noticing Jiang Jian's reddened eyes. It truly was not severe. There is no need for you to apologize. I owe you for this. No, Jiang Jian shook his head. Now it is I who owe you, sister. As he spoke, he retrieved a porcelain bottle from his bosom and handed it to Wen Tangjiu. Sister, this contains scar ointment. You simply need to apply it to the wound. Thank you. Wen Tangjiu accepted it. While she was indifferent about scars, she appreciated Jiang Jian's thoughtful gesture. Seeing that Wen Tangjiu had accepted the gift, Jiang Jian prepared to take his leave. It is getting late. It would be improper for me to linger in your room any longer. The medicine has been delivered, and I must depart. Farewell, sister. Just as he was about to exit, he paused. Sister, I reiterate, this time it is I who owe you. Whenever you need me, do not hesitate to seek me. With that, he departed. Wen Tangjiu looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand, reflecting on the saying that one is at a disadvantage when indebted to another. How had it come to pass that with Jiang Jian, she found herself at a loss for words? It seemed he had even taken to calling her sister. Yet, she did not dislike the title. Chapter 43. Your impatience is truly unbearable. The following day, Wen Tangjiu discovered a homing pigeon perched at her window. She approached and retrieved the note from its beak. Unfolding it, she recognized the familiar, square, yet spirited handwriting. Jiu, it has been ages since we last met. I miss you dearly. I feared I might disturb you, so I refrained from seeking you out. Yet you have not come to find me either. I feel so abandoned. Oh, dear. By the way, there is something important I wish to discuss with you. A masked individual has come, specifically requesting to see you, claiming to wish to engage in business. Jiu, do you plan to meet him? If so, please let me know the time and place. I also wish to see you. When will you return to visit? We can spar. I have made considerable progress recently, truly. You must return to assess my training results when you have the leisure. The note was signed with a star. Wen Tangjiu smiled as her fingers brushed over the familiar script, as if she could see the adorable girl from her memories gazing at her with a hint of grievance, questioning why Wen Tangjiu had not come to see her. She picked up her pen and wrote a reply. I shall return to the pavilion today at the hour of shun. First to pay a visit to our lovely little star. Tell that masked individual to come to the pavilion at the hour of you. I will meet him there. After completing her message, she secured the note and placed it back in the homing pigeon's beak, watching as it took flight. Initially, she thought it would be some time before she would have to deal with this matter. Little did she expect that Nan Zhuxin would be so impatient. Wen Tangjiu chuckled softly to herself. Nan Zhuxin could never have imagined that the newly appointed head of the Seven Kills Pavilion, renowned as Shu Jin, was none other than she. She had deliberately enticed Nan Zhuxin to seek Shu Jin to eliminate her. It was surprising that he had not exercised more caution. She proclaimed that anyone beneath her in the martial realm is merely a defeated opponent, rendering her supremacy quite evident. Wen Tangjiu reminisced about her initial encounter with the girl who had penned her a letter that day, Yichen, the former head of the Seven Kills Pavilion. At that time, she emerged from the depths of the Wangduan cliff, devoid of any silver coins. As she wandered the streets, she chanced upon a martial arts competition. The prize rumored to be 50 taels of gold. Ascending the stage, she effortlessly vanquished all her adversaries and claimed the reward. Just as she intended to depart, the host intercepted her. Miss, might you have an interest in joining the Seven Kills Pavilion? The Seven Kills Pavilion? I have no interest, Wen Tangjiu retorted, preparing to leave. The host, however, remained undeterred. My lady, I perceive that you could benefit from some coin. This competition is organized by our esteemed pavilion master, and we are quite affluent. Join us, and your worries about sustenance will vanish. Upon reflection, Wen Tangjiu recognized that to offer 50 taels of gold for a no-threshold competition was no idle boast. She, too, was in need of funds, thus she nodded in agreement. Little did she anticipate that the Seven Kills Pavilion was the foremost assassin organization in the realm. Surely, no reputable assassin seeks recruits so brazenly in the streets. The host led her before the pavilion master, kneeling with a thud on one knee. The host glanced at Wen Tangjiu, signaling her to kneel as well, but she chose to feign ignorance. The host, Li Jie, noticing her indifference, ceased to concern himself with her and reported to the masked pavilion master, Master, this is the champion we recruited from the streets. Oh, the master regarded her, noting that recruits from the streets often varied in caliber. Let my brother spar with her to test her skills. That will not be necessary, Wen Tangjiu interjected. I have encountered some on my way here. They are too weak, and I might inadvertently injure them. Turning her gaze to the pavilion master, she inquired, You're the master of the Seven Kills Pavilion. I presume you're the strongest among your ranks? Indeed, the master replied, his interest seemingly piqued. Then let us engage in a spar. Before Li Jie could voice his concerns, he was halted by Yichen. With an amused expression, she addressed Wen Tangjiu. Have you considered this thoroughly? Do not come crying to me if I happen to best you. Fear not, I shall prevail, Wen Tangjiu asserted confidently. This arena is not suitable for our duel. Let us proceed to the training grounds. Yichen guided Wen Tangjiu to the training arena. As she surveyed the throng of onlookers, a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. Yichen, discerning her uncertainty, remarked, "What troubles you? Are you afraid? Concerned about your reputation? It takes considerable courage to challenge me. Do not mind them, for they lack even that much bravery. Wen Tangjiu, however, aim to be forthright. I fear you might lose. After all, you are the leader of a pavilion, and in front of so many subordinates. You are worried that I cannot handle defeat? Ye Ingyank posit." Surprised by the implication, Wen Tangjiu acquiesced. Yichen burst into laughter. "You are truly amusing," she said, her laughter mingled with newfound fondness. "Rest assured, I am not one to shy away from loss. Such an intriguing individual as yourself, regardless of victory or defeat, I sincerely hope we can forge a friendship. I am Yichen, a name that evokes the falling of autumn leaves and the shimmering of starlight." As she spoke, Yichen removed her mask, revealing a playful and charming visage. "Very well, whether one wins or loses, we must first engage in combat to become acquainted. After that, we shall be friends." The young lady, Wen Tangjiu, remarked, "Warm wine awaits no time. The begonia blossoms no longer resemble the past." She nodded in agreement, harboring a fondness for Yichen, for she was a spirited and endearing girl. "Please, enlighten me." Both Wen Tangjiu and Yichen performed a respectful bow, and thus the duel commenced. Yichen was the first to unsheathe her sword, executing her technique with remarkable finesse, radiating a chilling brilliance. Wen Tangjiu merely defended, refraining from offensive moves. The two danced around each other with the grace of swallows, the sound of their swords echoing in the air, as the onlookers clapped in admiration. Eventually, Wen Tangjiu transitioned from defense to attack, feigning a strike aimed at Yichen's waist. In that moment, as Yichen attempted to parry, Wen Tangjiu's blade was perilously close to her throat. "I concede," Yichen said with a smile, acknowledging her defeat. Wen Tangjiu lowered her sword and graciously replied, "Thank you for the match. You are truly formidable and swift," Yichen observed, her gaze intense as she regarded Wen Tangjiu, recognizing that she had been graciously allowed to win. Had Wen Tangjiu attacked from the outset, she could have defeated her in mere 2 moves. It seemed that Wen Tangjiu had chosen to allow her to save face in front of her subordinates. Approaching Wen Tangjiu, Yichen knelt on one knee. "Master, please accept me as your disciple. I wish to learn martial arts under your guidance." Taken aback, Wen Tangjiu quickly helped her to her feet, exclaiming, "Didn't we agree that after the match we would be friends? Why bring in the matter of discipleship? I never anticipated that Miss Wen would be so skilled." "I am unworthy of being your friend," Yichen stated, her eyes sparkling. "I carry the title of the foremost in the martial world. Yet I was defeated by you in just 2 moves. You are the true champion. Individuals of Miss Wen's caliber surely do not confine themselves to the humble confines of my modest 7-kill pavilion. Thus, I wish to seize this opportunity while you are still here to learn from you. After all, masters like you are rare and precious." Yichen spoke earnestly. "I truly did not foresee that a seemingly unreliable individual, randomly encountered on the street, would possess such remarkable prowess. Truly, there are layers to mastery beyond mastery." "I did not intend to take on disciples," Wen Tangjiu said, noticing the flicker of disappointment in Yichen's expression. With a gentle smile, she patted her head. "However, I do wish to cultivate a friendship. Would you be amenable to that? Really?" Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "May I truly?" "Of course. It was you who proposed it. You would go back on your word, would you?" "Absolutely not. Then we are friends. Jiu, may I call you that?" Yichen exclaimed joyfully. "Certainly, my little star." Wen Tangjiu observed Yichen twirling in delight, reminiscent of a young girl, utterly adorable. The members of the 7-kill pavilion were left speechless in astonishment. This exuberant girl, seemingly as cheerful as a child, was indeed the same ruthless leader known as the Demoness in the martial world. In time, she imparted her sword techniques to Yichen, who diligently practiced and steadily improved, often seeking her out for further sparring sessions. Later on, the stars implored her to become the leader of the Seven Kills Pavilion. This was simply out of the question. The pavilion was his brainchild, painstakingly established by him, and could not be relinquished so easily. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Tangjiu declined. She had come to understand that the Seven Kills Pavilion was no ordinary assassin organization. Its members were forsaken souls, abused, and without kin. They did not indiscriminately take lives, but targeted only the malevolent among the powerful. Zhujiu, you should agree. You are so formidable. You ought to lead the Seven Kills Pavilion. Over time, Yichen had mastered the art of charming Wen Tangjiu. Unfortunately, Wen Tangjiu was utterly susceptible to such entreaties, and each time Yichen pouted, she would indulge her. However, this time was different. She resolutely refused. When appealing to her emotions failed, Yichen resorted to reason. Zhujiu, the rules I established for the Seven Kills Pavilion dictate that the strongest shall prevail. As you are now so powerful, it is only fitting that I step aside for you. Surely, you wouldn't wish to see me violate my own rules? Yixingyang's eyes sparkled with hope. But Xing, you must understand, I cannot remain here indefinitely. I have other matters to attend to. Wen Tangjiu felt a pang of guilt at denying Yixingyang's request. Yet she truly could not stay at the pavilion for long. It's all right, Zhujiu. You only need to serve as a figurehead. I will remain at the Seven Kills Pavilion and manage its affairs. You will hold the title of Pavilion Master and have authority over everyone, including me. Yichen asserted earnestly. Xing, have you truly considered this? It was evident that Yichen was genuinely contemplating her welfare, offering her the status and power of a Pavilion Master without the burdens of daily administration. I have indeed thought it through, Zhujiu. You know me. I am merely a martial enthusiast. If someone as capable as you were not the Pavilion Master, it would sadden me greatly. Very well, I shall accept. Hooray! Hooray! Yichen twirled joyfully. From that moment onward, she became the new Pavilion Master of the Seven Kills, known as Shujin, and everyone recognized her as an even more formidable figure than the previous leader. Logically, she was now the foremost in the martial world, making Xing the second, while the Master of the Twilight Pavilion was to be third. However, the old Pavilion Master stubbornly refused to relinquish his title of perennial second, and Xing, indifferent to such trivial accolades, paid him no mind. The Seven Kills Pavilion maintained its secrecy well. No one knew the true name or appearance of Shujin. Not even Jiang Jian, who had been unable to uncover this layer of her identity. Reflecting on the past had come to a halt. She wished to see the girl from her memories with her own eyes, and, incidentally, take her dog for a stroll. Zhujiu. Qiuqiu tugged at Wen Tangjiu's sleeve, having caught sight of a letter she had penned. Though still learning to read, it vaguely registered to Qiuqiu that Zhujiu seemed to be preparing to go out. Are we going out to play? Qiuqiu loved outings. Yes, and we could take the dog for a walk too, Wen Tangjiu replied, gently patting Qiuqiu's little nose. A dog? Zhujiu, you have a dog? Why have I never seen it? Qiuqiu was filled with confusion. It had always followed Wen Tangjiu closely. Surely, it could not have been raised while it slept, right? Ha, not a real dog, but a person resembling one. A person resembling a dog? I have yet to encounter such a being. Does he possess ears and a tail as well? You shall find out soon enough, Wen Tangjiu replied with a playful smile. Qiuqiu's curiosity was piqued, leaving it restless and unable to nap. It was not until Wen Tangjiu prepared to depart for the Seven Kills Pavilion that it perked up with renewed vigor. Today, it would be the first to behold the peculiar creature that resembled a dog, yet bore human traits, as Zhujiu had described. In any case, it was determined to be the first hamster to witness such a marvel. Qiuqiu was filled with joy and anticipation. At the entrance of Jifu, Wen Tangjiu encountered the returning Jie. Are you heading out on an errand? Jie inquired. Indeed, Wen Tangjiu replied, suddenly recalling something. She pulled out a pouch of silver coins and handed it to Jie, saying, I apologize for any inconvenience caused during my stay at your residence. What do you mean by this? Jie frowned, refusing to accept the pouch. Do you regard me as a landlord? I merely feel it is inappropriate to stay in your home without offering compensation. Given that I have been residing here for several days, Wen Tangjiu explained. Jia's expression darkened further. I have no need for money. My willingness to accommodate you was never contingent upon payment. Are you not returning? Jia asked. No, I intend to purchase my own residence, she replied. She had the means and was certainly not unable to afford it. She could not remain at Jia's abode indefinitely. Jia fell silent for a long while, the atmosphere around them growing increasingly tense. At last, he spoke. If you wish to stay here, you may do so for as long as you like. Even for a lifetime. That will not do. Wen Tangjiu hastily waved her hand. Although Jia professed his fondness for her, she was uncertain if his affection was fleeting or profound. If his interest were merely a passing fancy, that enthusiasm could wane, and it would not be impossible for her to find herself unceremoniously cast out. Moreover, Jia held considerable power. Should he so desire, he could easily fill his residence with concubines. Her presence, there would ultimately be a breach of propriety. Seeing her refusal, Jia's expression grew even more sullen, and he fell silent once more. Finally, he spoke again. The residence opposite Jifu is available for purchase. You should acquire it. Isn't that the Liu residence? The Liu family is not in need of money. Would their master truly sell it to me? So it shall not be so. Once you return from your errands, simply proceed to purchase it, Jia insisted, fixing his gaze upon Wen Tangjiu. Jia, you cannot possibly intend to coerce them into selling it. Can you? If you were to do so, I would find it impossible to maintain my dignity residing there, Wen Tangjiu stated sternly. I am not as despicable as you imagine, Jia retorted. Chapter 46. Do not let go. Hold me tight. I am not as despicable as you imagine. Jia's demeanor was a mix of irritation and a hint of grievance. I had intended to negotiate with him. As you know, I excel in such dealings. Do you perceive me as someone who resorts to oppression through power? Wen Tangjiu found herself at a loss for words, realizing that she had indeed misjudged Jia as character. Without uttering another word, Jia turned and walked away. Hey Jia, Wen Tangjiu called out, eager to explain herself, but the words failed to escape her lips. She lacked the standing to argue further. She did not harbor feelings for Jia, nor did she believe in the sincerity of his affections as he professed. Indeed, she is vile, filled with suspicion, and incapable of believing in the existence of such selfless love in this world. Her acquaintance with Jia was born from a misunderstanding, and now it concludes the same way, which is quite fitting. There ought not to have been excessive entanglement between her and Jia. Her path is one she must traverse alone. As for the debt of gratitude she owes Jia, she shall attend to it when he requires her assistance in forming the alchemical array. When Tangjiu contemplated this and ultimately chose not to pursue him, turning away from the Ji residence, she did not glance back, nor did she witness Jia slowing his pace the moment she spoke, waiting in vain for her to chase after him. Upon turning back, all he beheld was her resolute silhouette departing without a backward glance. Not even a moment's inclination to provide an explanation. Was it Jiayu? Jia pressed his hand to his heart, agony constricting his breath. I once declared, I care not for anyone but you. Others may think ill of me, but you, Jiayu, are different. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, unnoticed by anyone, and there would be no more tender comforts for him. Jiayu. Just as when Tangjiu arrived at the entrance of the Seven Kills Pavilion, someone dashed towards her and enveloped her in an embrace. When Tangjiu steadied herself to receive the person, be careful, she advised Yichen. Indeed, the exuberant individual dashing towards her was none other than Yichen, who had been eagerly awaiting her arrival at the entrance. Jiayu, I've missed you so much. At long last, we meet, Yichen exclaimed, planting a kiss on Tangjiu's cheek. The guards at the entrance averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight of the deputy pavilion master's exuberance. I missed you too. I came to see you after all. Now let go. I won tea. Yichen clung tighter to Wen Tangjiu. I want to hold on to you, so you won tea run away. All right, I won tea run. Wen Tangjiu chuckled affectionately, shifting to a princess carry without relinquishing her hold. Thus, Wen Tangjiu carried Yichen into the inner pavilion, where many greeted her with bows, to which she nodded in return. Finally, they arrived at the conversation chamber, where she set Yichen down and selected a seat for herself, prompting Yichen to sit beside her at once. Jiayu, has your memory returned? How did you end up back in the capital? Has anyone bullied you? Yichen bombarded her with a flurry of questions. Wen Tangjiu smiled, addressing each inquiry in turn. Firstly, my memory hasn't returned, but I have found a method. I just haven't tried it yet. Secondly, I returned to the capital to investigate a matter, but after resolving that issue, I became embroiled in another. So I must remain here for the time being. Lastly, no one has bullied me, nor could anyone dare to. But what about you? Have you been practicing diligently? When Tangjiu playfully flicked Yixingyang's forehead. I've been training hard. Let me tell you about the amusing events that transpired in the 7 Kills Pavilion while you were away. During a mission, Li Jie heroically rescued a damsel in distress and fell head over heels for her, only to discover upon confessing that the beauty was disguised as a woman, and what he revealed was even larger than his own. Ha 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 ha. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, intertwining the strands of hair of the two girls. A girl enthusiastically recounted her experiences, while another girl listened intently, her eyes sparkling with a smile, focused entirely on the storyteller. Inside the chamber, a serene tranquility prevailed, contrasting sharply with the chaotic emotion outside. Chapter 47. There shall be a price to pay. Nan Zhuxin, veiled in a cloak, paced anxiously in the outer hall, occasionally stopping to inquire of passing disciples from the Qisha Pavilion. Is the pavilion master not present yet? Despite being informed to arrive at the hour of you, he had waited for 2 full hours without sight of anyone. The disciple shot him an irritated glance, admonishing him not to utter the pavilion master's name so casually. Nan Zhuxin pressed on. Then might I inquire as to the current whereabouts of your pavilion master? The pavilion master and the vice pavilion master are engrossed in a pleasant discussion within, replied the disciple, blocking Nan Zhuxin's path toward the inner chamber. No outsiders are permitted within. Those who breach this rule shall face severe consequences. Would it be too much trouble to notify them? I have urgent business with your pavilion master, Nan Zhuxin pleaded, his anxiety mounting. That is not permitted. The vice pavilion master has decreed that no one may disturb their conversation, the disciple retorted. Why are there so many rules? Nan Zhuxin's irritation grew. To visit the Qisha Pavilion, one must adhere to its customs. If you cannot wait, then feel free to leave. The disciple gestured toward the exit before departing, leaving Nan Zhuxin seething, yet powerless to act. What kind of hospitality is this? Making one wait so long without offering tea or even a chair, Nan Zhuxin grumbled, his hunger and frustration mounting as darkness enveloped the sky, and no passing disciples paid him any heed. Guests, please remain patient. A figure clad in a robe and mask approached, their voice deliberately lowered, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. A disciple behind them presented a chair, and the figure took a seat, leaving Nan Zhuxin to stand. I earnestly wish to discuss business with the pavilion master, yet I am not even granted a seat. Nan Zhuxin Jialen. Business? You must understand your position. It is you who seeks the Qisha Pavilion's assistance, not the other way around, the pavilion master replied, sipping tea offered by the disciple. Every word of the pavilion master rang true, leaving Nan Zhuxin speechless. He realized he must quickly convey his purpose and depart from this wretched place. Pavilion master, I wish to request your assistance in eliminating a woman named Wen Tangjiu. A woman? You seek an assassin to deal with a woman? How utterly disgraceful! The pavilion master, revealing herself as Wen Tangjiu, regarded him with disdain. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Nan Zhuxin endured her scorn and continued. This woman possesses formidable skills, claiming to have defeated the leader of the Shaohan Pavilion. Currently, there exists only one precedent of a female general in our court. If she is not a general, she must hold considerable influence. You understand the Qisha Pavilion's rules. I comprehend, he hastily added. Though she is not of royal lineage or wealth, she is the beloved of the current national teacher, who heeds her counsel. She truly stands above others. Wen Tangjiu furrowed her brow, perplexed. How could she not be aware that Ji listened to her? Above others? Was Nan Zhuxin jesting? Yet, Maintaining her composure, she replied coolly, "Then why do you wish to kill her? Think carefully before you speak. Falsehoods cannot be uttered within the Qixia Pavilion. Even if you are masked, uncovering your identity will be an effortless task for us." She gave me a beating and demanded that I apologize to her and that despicable man. The Lord's gaze suddenly turned oppressive as he struggled to articulate the term despicable. "She merely struck you. You are neither maimed nor crippled, yet you contemplate her demise." The Lord took another sip of tea, remarking that your justification for murder is rather insufficient. "Whatever sum you require, I can provide," Nan Zhuxin stated eagerly. "The 7-kill pavilion is never in want of funds." Xu Jin cast a disdainful glance at Nan Zhuxin, saying, "I can assist you in eliminating her, but there will be a price to pay." "What kind of price?" Nan Zhuxin inquired hastily. "It is said that the prince possesses an object known as the spirit communication jade pendant, which he holds in high regard. I, too, find it intriguing. You may use it as a bargaining chip." Nan Zhuxin hesitated, for he had heard of the spirit communication jade pendant, a symbol of the prince's esteemed status. He deemed it unwise to jeopardize his safety for a mere Wen Tangjiu. "Should you acquire it, you may even receive a 2-for-1 deal, and you can designate another person for me to eliminate, commoners included," Xu Jin remarked coolly. Intrigued, Nan Zhuxin considered that Nan Zhuxin had always been his heart's aversion. Yet presently, Nan Zhuxin was not the head of the Nan family, and according to the rules, the 7-kill pavilion could not harm him. However, Xu Jin's offer to assist in Nan Zhuxin's assassination was enticing. If Nan Zhuxin were to perish, the position of a Nan family head would inevitably belong to him. "Very well, it's a deal. The little ones have matters to attend to today. I shall take a leave and make up for the missed updates tomorrow." Chapter 48. Your news will never be an intrusion. Supplement. "Very well, it's a deal." Nan Zhuxin agreed readily. If he could eliminate his persistent adversary, he would dare to take the risk. "Deal." A sinister smile crept upon Xu Jin's lips. Though concealed by her mask, Nan Zhuxin could not perceive it. "My lord, take care. I shall await your arrival at the 7-kill pavilion with the spirit communication jade pendant," Xu Jin said leisurely, bidding farewell as Nan Zhuxin departed. Just as Nan Zhuxin's figure vanished from the outer pavilion, a figure emerged behind Xu Jin, laughing exuberantly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Yichen laughed uncontrollably. Wen Tangjiu removed her mask, regarding the gleeful Yichen with affection. "Why is Nan Zhuxin so foolish? He even requested you to kill her." Yichen's laughter brought tears to her eyes. Previously, she had shared a heartfelt conversation with Wen Tangjiu, who had informed her of Nan Zhuxin's situation, prompting her to instruct the disciples to neglect him while she continued her dialogue with Wen Tangjiu. How could Nan Zhuxin be so dim-witted as to solicit Wen Tangjiu for his own demise? She was curious about how he would react upon discovering the truth. Since he has consented, his death must be imminent. Wen Tangjiu scoffed coldly. Jiang Jian acted swiftly, presenting the false accounts of Nan Zhuxin's dealings with the prince before him, leading the prince to grow increasingly dissatisfied with Nan Zhuxin. The spirit communication jade pendant was a gift from the sovereign to the prince, symbolizing his esteemed position and bearing immense significance. If Nan Zhuxin were to covet such an item, and the prince were to learn of it, coupled with previous incidents, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the prince. Opposing the prince would jeopardize not only his aspirations to become the head of the Nan family, but also his very life. "Wen Tangjiu, you are exceedingly clever." Yichen laughed enough and ran to Wen Tangjiu's side, joyfully embracing her. Wen Tangjiu returned the embrace, smiling as she spoke. "He caused the trouble first. If he doesn't provoke me, I won't retaliate. If he wishes my demise, I shall strike him down with a borrowed blade. His matters are settled, but you must take good care of yourself. If you miss me, feel free to write. Your messages shall never be an intrusion." Before departing, Wen Tangjiu patiently advised Yichen. "But Jiu, I can't bear for you to leave." Yichen clung to Wen Tangjiu's hand, reluctant to part. Wen Tangjiu bent down, kissed Yichen on the left cheek, and gently ruffled her hair. "I will visit often, my little star." Yichen felt elated. Jiu had kissed her. Yet, a tinge of sadness enveloped her as she realized Jiu was leaving. "Very well then. Yi Xingyang released her grip. Jiu. You must take care of yourself as well. Do not fall ill or get hurt. If you do, let me know, and I shall come and care for you. Rest assured, Wen Tangjiu replied with a smile, waving goodbye. I'm off now. Wishing you a safe journey. Yi Xingyang chased her to the door, calling out, Have a safe trip. She watched Wen Tangjiu's figure recede until it faded from her sight. Jiu, that person doesn't resemble a dog at all, Jiu said, peering out curiously. When Jiu conversed with the person she likened to a dog, it had stealthily glanced at him. The individual bore no dog-like ears or tail. Aside from a somewhat unpleasant aura, he indeed did not resemble a dog. It's not about appearance, it's about character. See, doesn't he do exactly what I say? When Tangjiu explained to the inquisitive Jiu. Indeed, Jiu, you asked him to fetch that jade pendant, and he obliged. Jiu's eyes sparkled, instantly dispelling any doubt. It understood Jiu's meaning now. It had become cleverer. The little mouse happily nestled into her sleeve, spinning in delight. When Tangjiu ceased speaking and continued on her way. At last, she arrived at the residence Yi Xingyang had mentioned. The plaque at the entrance read, Wen Residence. After learning that Wen Tangjiu was searching for a house, Yi Xingyang recounted that there was a property on Shirley Street in the capital. The owner, facing difficulties, intended to sell it at a low price. Passing by, she deemed the house quite appealing and casually purchased it. Coincidentally, the owner also bore the surname Wen. Lacking need for additional properties, she had furnished it with a few items and left it unoccupied. Excitedly, she suggested to Wen Tangjiu, Jiu, why not reside there? It suits you perfectly since you share the surname Wen. I shall gift it to you. Wen Tangjiu politely declined, but eventually coaxed Yi Xingyang into revealing the purchase price. She paid Yi Xingyang the original amount and received the key from her hand. Chapter 49. Love for the House and its Crows Supplement. Master, you have stood here the entire afternoon. Miss Wen likely will not return. Perhaps you should. Lan Yin hesitantly began, only to be silenced by Ji's gesture. Lan Yin sighed in resignation. The master had been standing at the entrance, lost in thought, seemingly waiting for someone. It was evident that the one worthy of such anticipation was the elusive Miss Wen. As the hour grew late and the streets became deserted, the master continued to wait. He had counseled 3 times, even offering to wait for his master. Yet all his entreaties were met with refusal. Lan Yin shook his head and departed. Ji remained fixated on the Yi residence across the way. Jiu had neither returned nor ventured over. Jiu, I was wrong. I should not have been angry with you, Ji murmured. Will you come back? Is it true that you do not even wish to stay at the Yi residence? Indicating a complete severance between us? Sadness filled the depths of Ji's eyes. He had stood there since afternoon, waiting for Jiu, who never appeared. As twilight descended, his heart sank further. The moon ascended the branches, and distant sounds of the night echoed. A figure lingered at the gate of Ji Manor for quite some time. A sigh seemed to drift through the darkness. Is that you, Master Wisher? The steward of the Yi residence had specifically come to Ji Manor in the morning to report on matters, only to find a shadow clad in dark robes seated at the entrance. Initially, he assumed it was some audacious beggar, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the Master Wisher. Ji cast a fleeting glance at him before rising. Master Wisher, the young lady in red you mentioned did not arrive yesterday to purchase the estate. The steward, being astute, refrained from elaborating and simply reported the facts. I'm aware. You have kept her presence in mind, Ji replied. How could he be unaware? He had waited the entire night without encountering the one he longed for. Very well. The steward bowed and departed. My lord, you should return and have your breakfast. I shall wait for you. Lan Yin emerged, surprised to find his master had been waiting at the gate all night. There is no need to wait any longer, Ji said, swaying slightly as he made his way to the side chamber. Lan Yin dismissed the gathering. After finishing his breakfast, Ji instructed. Understood. Lan Zan has dida. Noting that his master had not dined the previous evening and had barely eaten a few bites of breakfast. Go and investigate Jiu's whereabouts. Once you ascertain how she is faring, return immediately, but do not disturb her, Ji ordered. As you command. Lan Yin acknowledged the directive. Jiu, there is a vast expanse of shifu crabapple trees here, Qiu exclaimed joyfully, having climbed a tree to speak to Wen Tangjiu. Wen Tangjiu looked over. The crab apples were in full bloom, their beauty captivating. She adored crab apples for their elegant fragrance, vibrant yet not garish. She reached out to touch the petals of the Shifu crab apple, recognizing that the stars must often send people to care for them, hence their splendid display. Star, who cherished the evening primrose, modernly known as Baby S Breath, had planted many in the Seven Kills Pavilion, reminiscent of her name, like clusters of stars blooming in the night sky. However, upon learning of Wen Tangjiu's fondness for crab apples, Star had subsequently planted them in the pavilion as well. Perhaps it was love for the person that extended to the things she cherished. Star would water any crabapple trees she encountered on the roadside, saying they reminded her of Wen Tangjiu. Now, seeing the crabapples flourishing within the estate, it could only be attributed to Star's efforts or personal care. May the crabapples remain as they are, and may the people remain unchanged. Be careful. Wen Tangjiu caught Qiu as he leaped down. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Her gaze sharpened as she looked toward the wall, catching a fleeting shadow. What is wrong, Qiu? Qiu, noticing the change in her demeanor, quickly inquired. It's nothing. Wen Tangjiu shook her head. It was not difficult to guess who had sent that figure, as there was but one person who had both a connection with her and disdain for personally confronting her. Uncertain whether he still harbored anger, she had never regarded him as a villain. That man, at this moment, must be utterly loathing him, having sent someone to observe her state of disarray. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Wen Tangjiu shook her head, casting the man's figure from her mind. Master, Miss Wen currently resides in the Wen residence on Shirley Street. When I visited, she was happily conversing with a hamster, reported Lan Yan. That Miss Wen is indeed a peculiar individual, engaging in cheerful dialogue with a hamster. Can it comprehend her words? Chapter 50. She deserves it. It seemed she had found her dwelling. The Wen residence was quite fitting for her. Ji appeared to recall the girl's bright eyes and radiant smile, a hint of mirth flickering in his gaze. Let be. There is no need to observe her further. We must now prepare for the alchemical array. Understood. Lan Yan departed. Jiu. The repetition of her name carried an intoxicating tenderness, reminiscent of whispers shared between lovers. Ji lifted the completed painting, where the woman depicted wore a charming smile. We shall meet again, he murmured, caressing the girl's smiling visage on the canvas. The imperial tomb of the Li Kingdom. Yichen, I have come to see you. The Emperor of Li gently caressed a gravestone, inscribed with the words Tomb of Empress Shu. Yichen, I dreamed of you last night. You wept and questioned me, yet still harbored resentment. The Emperor wiped the dust from the gravestone. Yichen, I too am helpless. I am sorry, he spoke, his expression suddenly turning fervent. It is all that wretched child's fault, all her doing. It seemed he had unleashed some inner turmoil, gradually descending into madness. It is her fault. Thank goodness she is dead. Good riddance. The Emperor laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face, bloodshot eyes brimming with satisfaction. Good riddance. With a violent motion, he overturned the offerings placed before the gravestone, the gentleness in his gaze replaced by sheer hatred. All of this is your doing. Why did you bring her into this world? It is your fault. It is her fault. I am blameless. Thank goodness she is dead. She died a miserable death, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Emperor cackled. She called out for you in her final moments, Yichen. How dare she think she deserves to? You not? The Emperor crawled to the gravestone, embracing it. You too must wish for her demise. It is her fault. She led you astray. Do not blame me for my cruelty. Yichen, you should blame that wretched child. It is her fault. She deserves to die, the Emperor proclaimed, his voice oscillating between laughter and tears. A gust of wind swept through, further scattering the offerings that lay on the ground. The wind's howl seemed to lament, echoing sorrow. At a residence. Chenia, what are you doing? Ning Wanshu approached and inquired. Replying to mother, I am painting. Yichen raised the artwork in his hands, depicting a cluster of elegant, pristine begonia blossoms. Quite well done. You have made progress. Ning Wanshu nodded approvingly. Thank you for the praise, mother. Yichen bowed respectfully. Ning Wanshu exchanged a few words with the maid before leaving the room. Yichen gazed at the vibrantly alluring begonia in his painting, and the image of an extraordinarily beautiful face surfaced in his mind. So, it is the Tangjian begonia in the Jiuan wine, Yichen murmured softly. He could never have imagined that the one he cherished was, in fact, the savior of the national master, who held her in high regard as well. At the Nanyang mansion, the moment she entered the main hall, his gaze was fixated upon her, unwavering. Yet, she remained oblivious to his presence. Later, when she exited, he followed, but alas, he lost sight of her. Their paths crossed again, but this time she lay wounded on the ground, a dagger embedded in her shoulder. A sight that struck terror in his heart. Subsequently, she was carried into a room by the national master, who summoned a physician to tend to her injuries, leaving him without the privilege to follow. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of relief, having finally discovered her identity and name. Yichen was elated. The ephemeral hope of a reunion had materialized, even if she had not seen him, fulfilling his longing. He took up his brush and inscribed upon the canvas, "The begonia blooms brightly. May we share a drink?" Rising, he placed the painting in a box and concealed it in a hidden compartment. Within that compartment lay a mechanical bird for division of estate, a wooden model of a firearm, a slingshot, and a forbidden book. Now, this hidden space contained the soul tenderness and impulsiveness of a well-behaved youth's heart. Chapter 51. Crossing paths with others and oneself? My lord, there is someone collapsed in the middle of the road ahead. The carriage came to a halt as Qianli called out to the young master within. Go see what is amiss, the occupant instructed. Qianli disembarked to investigate. He returned to report, my lord. It appears he has suffered from heat stroke. What a pitiful soul. Send someone to take him to the clinic, murmured Murong Du from inside the carriage. He sat with prayer beads, clad in pure white, resembling an ethereal noble untainted by the dust of the world. Yes, a guard lifted the man and swiftly departed towards the clinic using lightness of foot. The carriage continued on its journey. Before long, they entered the grand capital. It has been a while. I wonder if my elder brother remembers me. Murong Du mused as he lifted the curtain to behold the bustling scene of the capital. Suddenly, he spotted a throng of beggars by the roadside. Stop the carriage, he commanded. Quien li estili cumplia. He stepped down, opened his pouch, and with hands as white as jade adorned with prayer beads, placed silver coins into the dark palms of the beggars. Thank you, the beggars chorused in gratitude. Murong Du's pristine attire contrasted starkly against the grimy beggars. Yet he continued to smile as he bestowed coins upon them. Passers-by witnessed this incongruous scene, whispering, look at that young master. Not only is he handsome, but he also possesses a kind heart, truly resembling a deity descended to earth. Ah, I recognize him. Is he not the beloved younger brother of the current emperor, the carefree prince who roams the world? Someone exclaimed to the crowd. The crowd gasped. Hastily bowing to Murong Du, he quickly raised his hands to halt their reverence, saying, I am no different from you all. Please, no need for formalities. Saying this, he returned to the carriage, drawing back the curtain to wave goodbye to the crowd. The carefree prince truly has no airs about him. He is a benevolent soul, someone in the crowd remarked in admiration. Indeed, others echoed in agreement. Young master, everyone praises your kindness, Qianli noted. And what do you think of me? Murong Du inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor devoid of expression. My life is owed to you, young master. In my eyes, you are the finest person. Qianli replia instantly. He was an orphaned assassin, devoid of parents. During his final assignment, he suffered an unexpected mishap and was struck in the shoulder by a projectile, collapsing against the wall. As he bled excessively, contemplating death, he was discovered by Murong Du. Murong Du summoned a physician to tend to his wounds. Once healed, he chose to accompany Murong Du, continuing their journey across the land. Upon hearing Qian Li's resolute response, Murong Du chuckled softly, remarking that he merely assisted others as well as himself. Truly, young master, you embody your name, Qianli praised. By the way, shall we proceed directly to the palace to pay our respects? Qianli inquired. Let's go directly to the palace. After spending so much time outside, I have kept my elder brother waiting for too long. I miss him, Murong Du replied, resuming his gentle manipulation of the prayer beads. These beads are not the usual yellow, but rather a pristine white. Qianli had always been curious about their material, yet Murongdu never parted with them. Inscribed with scriptures, they had developed a sheen under his touch. In the sunlight, the beads emitted a chilling aura, glimmering with a frosty luster. Sister, every time I visit, you manage to blow up the kitchen. Did you invite me specifically to witness your fireworks? Jiang Jian remarked, observing the ashy Wen Tangjiu with amusement. Wen Tangjiu wiped the grime from her face and retorted fiercely, if you think you can do better, then go ahead. In an instant, 3 dishes that were a feast for the senses appeared before Wen Tangjiu. Upon tasting a bite, she exclaimed in astonishment, Jiang Jian, you can actually cook. Of course, I am quite the versatile one, Jiang Jian declared proudly, placing the last dish in front of her. Jiang Jian couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the chubby little hamster munching away, resembling Wen Tangjiu beside it. Honestly, I never expected our beautiful, intelligent, and skilled martial artist, Miss Wen, would be bested by cooking. Jiang Jian playfully placed a chicken leg into her bowl. No matter how it turns out, the utensils are not to blame. Wen Tangjiu mumbled through her mouthful of rice, attempting to counter Jiang Jian's teasing. Although her cooking sometimes led to minor disasters, she could indeed prepare a meal. It was merely that Jiang Jian's culinary skills made her efforts appear lackluster. All right, it's the utensils' fault, Jiang Jian said affectionately, observing Wen Tangjiu with a smile. Eat more. You've grown thin after not seeing you for 2 days. Wen Tangjiu chose to ignore Jiang Jian, having dined out these past 2 days, making weight loss impossible. Nevertheless, Jiang Jian's food was undeniably superior to that found in restaurants. After their meal, Jiang Jian finally broached a serious topic. Chapter 52. I am no longer connected to Ji. Murongdu had returned to the capital. Jiang Jian spoke solemnly to Wen Tangjiu. His surname is Murong, she mused, her heart stirring as she deduced his identity. He was a prince, titled Xiaoyao. After years of wandering, he had suddenly returned to the capital. Yi Jiang, the Grand General of the Li Kingdom, was currently making his way back from the border. Jiang Jian gazed at Wen Tangjiu, sensing that changes were imminent in the Li Kingdom. Et sang, Wen Tangjiu note that the more chaotic, the better. Turbulent waters make it easier to fish, and disorder will aid me in investigating the events of that year. Yi Jiang, having reached an advanced age, should soon retire from military service. At present, the court was conducting martial examinations to recruit new generals. Jiang Jian paused, glancing at Wen Tangjiu, yet chose not to elaborate further. Wen Tangjiu discerned the unspoken implications of his words. Are you suggesting I participate in the martial examination? Indeed, Jiang Jian nodded. Following the precedent of female generals, with your martial prowess, you could easily surpass them in the trials. The incident at Wangduan Cliff is related to the emperor. To contend with him, one must possess absolute military loyalty and authority. Previously, the people of the capital respected and feared her, not for her own merits, but because she was the beloved of a national advisor. Now, the martial examination presents a splendid opportunity. If she were to be appointed as a general, she could safeguard the peace of the people of Li State and stand against imperial might. When will this take place? When Tangjiu inquired, have you considered it thoroughly? Being selected means you must face the battlefield, which could entail bloodshed and even peril to your life. Jiang Jian asked with furrowed brows, his tone earnest. I have made up my mind. Even setting aside my personal grievances with the emperor, becoming a general to protect the citizens is profoundly meaningful. If I never recall my past, at least I can leave a mark of my existence in this world. I am currently lost, so I wish to hang a significant guiding star in my uncertain future, Wen Tangjiu replied, each word deliberate. Since you have decided, I can only offer my support, Jiang Jian smiled. The martial examination is scheduled for the 8th of next month, so prepare yourself. The martial aspect should pose no issue. The written examination is the primary concern. I will prepare earnestly, Wen Tangjiu affirmed with a nod. By the way, even if you were to excel in the martial examination, should you still have feelings for Ji, the emperor will likely prevent you from becoming a general. I understand, Wen Tangjiu responded calmly. I have already severed ties with Ji. An outsider like Jiang Jian could easily perceive what she could not. If she aspired to be a general, she must not be entangled with Ji. Hooray! Jiang Jian exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Wen Tangjiu glanced over, and Jiang Jian, realizing his exuberance, touched his nose and clarified. I mean, this is quite good. The emperor will not harbor suspicions. Wen Tangjiu regarded Jiang Jian, but chose not to comment further. Sister, I shall take my leave for now. I will return with any new information, Jiang Jian announced as he prepared to depart. Wen Tangjiu nodded in acknowledgement. After taking a few steps, Jiang Jian suddenly recalled something and hurriedly turned back, saying, Sister, next time, you need not trouble yourself with cooking. I can manage. The kitchen cannot withstand any more mishaps. Wen Tangjiu waved her hand dismissively, urging Jiang Jian to leave swiftly. Jiang Jian chuckled twice and exited. As she was about to close the door, a carriage halted outside, and a figure descended. It was Ji Yi. Wen Tangjiu slammed the door shut, locking it, and turned away. Some misunderstandings need not be clarified, and some connections need not linger. Ji Yi stood before the closed door, the joy of seeing Wen Tangjiu transforming into sorrow. Master, Lan Yin hesitated to speak beside him. It matters not, Ji Yi instructed Lan Yin, just wait in the carriage. Understood. As Blue Flame turned, he was astonished to see his illustrious master scaling a wall. What? Scaling a wall? Blue Flame rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and upon a second glance, his master had already climbed over. Wasn't wall scaling the personal hobby of Miss Wen? How had his master been led astray? The esteemed national master, not only rejected at the door, but also climbing the walls of a lady's residence. What a disgraceful display. Meanwhile, Ji found himself in Wen Tangjiu's embrace, exchanging intense glances with her. The atmosphere was eerily silent until, with a sudden thud, Wen Tangjiu released him, sending Ji Yi crashing to the floor. Ji Yi rubbed his sore backside. It seemed Wen Tangjiu held a grudge. How had the national master learned to scale walls? Wen Tangjiu inquired icily. The light in Ji Ye's eyes flickered out. Wen Tangjiu no longer addressed him as Ji Yi. He stifled his feelings of grievance and sorrow, replying, A distinguished master produces an exceptional apprentice. Wen Tangjiu had no retort. Indeed, she had instigated this situation. What brings the esteemed national master here? Chapter 53. Does your hand hurt? What brings the esteemed national master here? Wen Tangjiu asked, Jiuyo, Qi Mugue wishes to see you. He requests that you meet him tomorrow at the hour of the snake. Ji Yi, fearing he would irk Wen Tangjiu, hastily explained the purpose of his visit. However, Wen Tangjiu furrowed her brow. She had no knowledge of Qi Mugue's residence. Seemingly discerning her thoughts, Ji Yi suggested, the former national master's dwelling is somewhat remote. Perhaps I could accompany you there tomorrow? He held his breath, anxiously awaiting her response. Very well, Wen Tangjiu agreed readily. To her, Ji Yi was a benefactor, not an adversary. There was no need to squander this hard-won opportunity. By the way, when you need to set up the alchemy array, do not forget to notify me. I still owe you a favor, Wen Tangjiu suddenly recalled, reminding Ji Yi. Upon hearing her agreement, Ji Ye's heart sank once again. She still wished to distance herself. I will, he murmured, lowering his gaze. If the national master has no further matters, you may take your leave. I have nothing to offer you, Wen Tangjiu stated, signaling the end of their conversation. Then I shall take my leave, Ji Yi replied, still not lifting his head, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Wen Tangjiu, seeing him with his head bowed, couldn't help but liken him to an abandoned puppy. She shook her head, hastily dispelling this dangerous thought from her mind. Do take care. I shall not see you off, Wen Tangjiu said resolutely. I will come to find you at the hour of the dragon tomorrow. Ji Yi reminded her before departing, seemingly unconvinced. Rest assured, I will rise early, Wen Tangjiu assured him, instilling confidence. Ji Yi left, glancing back multiple times. The truth proved that one should not raise flags too early. The next day, Wen Tangjiu was roused from her slumber by someone pinching her nose. Groggy, she slapped the person who was pinching her nose, but they did not flinch. The sharp sound echoed, silencing both individuals. Wen Tangjiu, startled by the slap, looked at Ji Yi, whose face bore a vivid handprint. Ji Yi, why are you pinching my nose? It is already the hour of the dragon. If we do not set off now, it will be too late. The night was serene, yet the sound of Ji Ye's soft voice resonated with a hint of sorrow. as the vivid imprint of a red handprint adorned his face, rendering him particularly pitiable and aggrieved. A wave of intense self-reproach washed over Wen Tangjiu. It was my negligence that led to this, but why did you not evade? With Ji Ye's adept skills, he should have been able to avoid it. I never anticipated that you would strike me, Ji replied, his tone laced with grievance, delivering yet another blow to Wen Tangjiu's conscience. I'm truly sorry. Does it hurt? She asked, overwhelmed with guilt. It's all right. It doesn't hurt. Ji gently shook his head in understanding. He then inquired with concern. Does your hand ache from a blow? Witnessing Ji, who was still preoccupied with her well-being despite his own predicament, made Wen Tangjiu feel utterly ashamed to face him. Even as she sat in the carriage with Ji, she dared not meet his gaze. I have prepared some pastries for you. Please have a bite, Ji said, sliding a plate of delicacies before Wen Tangjiu. Thank you, she murmured, her head bowed as she accepted them. By the way, don't tie your pouch too tightly. It might suffocate the little ball inside, Ji cautioned. Wen Tangjiu hastily checked her pouch. The little creature had not yet awakened before she departed, and she couldn't bear to rouse it, so she tucked it inside. She loosened the pouch slightly, and, upon seeing the tiny mouse snoring contentedly within, felt a wave of relief. Ji observed Wen Tangjiu's bashful demeanor and her reluctance to look him in the eye, finding her utterly adorable. Indeed, the tactic of self-inflicted pain proved effective. Now that she felt guilt towards him, it was the perfect moment for reconciliation. Jiu, I apologize. I should not have taken offense that day, Ji said sincerely as he gazed at her. Huh? Wen Tangjiu's head snapped up. When had the events of that day become Ji's fault? She had thought he was still upset, yet he was the one apologizing first. Seeing the bewilderment in her eyes, Ji assumed she had not yet found closure and quickly added, I'm sorry, Jiu. I promise I will not show you a cold demeanor again. Ji, you seem to have misunderstood my meaning. Wen Tangjiu sighed in exasperation. What I mean is, you did nothing wrong. Why should you apologize? She questioned. Jiu is upset with me and doesn't want me anymore. I must have done something wrong, Ji said, his eyelashes fluttering as if on the verge of tears. Wen Tangjiu realized Ji had misconstrued her words, yet she hadn't expected him to interpret it this way. It was imperative to clarify matters this time. Ji, my decision to stay away is because I need a new identity, one that must solely pertain to me and cannot be linked to anyone else. It is not a matter of your wrongdoing. Rather, I can no longer reside in your estate under the guise of being your beloved. Do you understand? Chapter 54, Ascending to the Clouds. Do you understand? Wen Tangjiu pressed. Ji nodded, his eyes still glistening red, as if bearing a great burden of grievance. Wen Tangjiu, feeling helpless, placed her hands on Ji's shoulders, gazing earnestly into his eyes, and spoke each word with conviction. I have never harbored any dislike for you, nor have I ever deemed you a villain. Ji's eyes sparkled with newfound light. He looked at Wen Tangjiu. Truly, I swear, every word I speak is sincere. I regret the misunderstanding from before. I am deeply sorry, Wen Tangjiu declared, making a gesture of swearing an oath. As Ji gently pressed down the hand of Wen Tangjiu, lifting the wine, he smiled and said, It matters not. Your lack of disdain for me is sufficient. Wen Tangjiu was momentarily taken aback. Ji's laughter was truly captivating, with his brows dancing and eyes sparkling, imbued with a tender sentiment amidst the clear breeze and bright moonlight. Alas, he seldom smiled. The clouds had dissipated, leaving a clear and bright sky, unmarred by any cloud. As the carriage traversed the flower fields, blossoms of various hues vied for attention, presenting a scene of thriving vitality. The faint melody of birdsong could be heard in the distance. How warm it is! Lan Yin, the driver, gazed at the picturesque scenery, feeling the caress of the spring breeze, and couldn't help but exclaim. The chill that had relentlessly assailed their backs had vanished, both inside and outside the carriage, enveloped in the warmth and bloom of spring. In the Eastern Palace. Oh, my imperial uncle has returned? And has he met with Father Emperor? Murong Ling held a scroll, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, Your Highness, came the reply. Father Emperor and my uncle share an enviable bond. Murong Ling turned a page of the scroll, speaking in a measured tone. Below him, many knelt in unison. Why are you all kneeling? Rise, Murong Ling commanded, glancing at the prostrated crowd. Your Highness, Nan Zhuxin requests an audience, a servant announced as he entered. Nan Zhuxin? He dares to come? Murong Ling scoffed coldly, gesturing for the servant to admit him. Yes. The servant withdrew to summon the visitor. Greetings, Your Highness. Nan Zhuxin entered and bowed to Murong Ling. Yet, Murong Ling appeared indifferent, engrossed in his scroll. This humble minister, Nan Zhuxin, pays his respects to Your Highness, he reiterated, raising his voice slightly upon receiving no acknowledgement. At last, Murong Ling shifted his gaze from the scroll, seemingly just noticing Nan Zhuxin. Ah, young Master Nan Zhuxin has arrived. Please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Nan Zhuxin stood. Prepare a seat for young Master Nan. Yes. An attendant brought forth a chair. Your Highness, I have come today to discuss a business matter, Nan Zhuxin stated as he settled into the seat. Upon hearing the word business, a glint of sharpness flashed in Murong Ling's eyes, though unbeknownst to Nan Zhuxin. Curiously, he inquired, What business does young Master Nan wish to discuss with me? I am willing to offer half of the Nan Zhuxin family shops in exchange for Your Highness's spirit jade pendant, Nan Zhuxin replied respectfully. However, Murong Ling's expression darkened suddenly. As he fell silent, Nan Zhuxin held his breath, awaiting the prince's response. After a lengthy pause, Murong Ling broke into laughter, eliciting a forced smile from Nan Zhuxin. If I recall correctly, young Master Nan is not yet the head of the Nan Zhuxin family. Am I mistaken? The prince inquired with a smile. Your Highness is not mistaken. I am not currently the head of the Nan Zhuxin family, but it is a matter that is already decided, Nan Zhuxin hastily responded. Oh, young Master Nan is so confident? I wonder why you seek this imperial gift from me. Murong Ling set down the scroll, emphasizing the words imperial gift. This, I fear it may not be convenient to disclose to Your Highness. Nan Zhuxin hesitated, knowing he could not reveal that he was leveraging the request to eliminate Wen Tangjiu and Nan Zhuxin. Young Master Nan speaks of business with me, yet does not provide details, and promises what you do not yet possess. The Crown Prince smiled, yet his smile did not reach his eyes. The sincerity of young Master Nan Zhuxin was insufficient. For now, I shall refrain from engaging in this business with young Master Nan Zhuxin. We shall discuss it again when he truly becomes the head of the Nan family and possesses the means to negotiate. Your Highness, someone, escort our guest out. Murong Ling interrupted Nan Zhuxin's words. A guard stepped in front of Nan Zhuxin and gestured for him to leave. Reluctantly, Nan Zhuxin complied. What a fool he is. Chapter 55. There is nothing you cannot hear. Indeed, a fool. Murong Ling scoffed, unaware that he was being used as a pawn. Yet he dared to engage in deceit with him? With several heads pressing down on Nan Zhuxin's neck, did he truly believe he was fit to become the family head? The fact that he spared Nan Zhuxin's life in that moment was already a great act of mercy. However, he was quite curious about who had instigated Nan Zhuxin to seek the spirit communication jade pendant. The mastermind behind this was truly shrewd, capable of orchestrating murder without leaving a trace. Such talent, not being under his command, was indeed a pity. Dismissed, Murong Ling commanded. Your subordinate is at your service. A masked man emerged from the shadows. Investigate whom Nan Zhuxin has had conflicts with recently and whom he has met. Understood, the subordinate replied. Such a fool as Nan Zhuxin posed no threat. However, my dear royal uncle, do not compete with your good nephew for possessions. Murong Ling recalled that pristine figure, his eyes darkening as he picked up a scroll once more. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon him. Yet his face bore only an indifference toward all things. Please, share your intentions, Qi Mugue said as he brewed tea in the wooden cottage. Ji glanced at Wen Tangjiu. Mr. Qi, during our last visit, we were deeply moved by the stories you shared. Thus, we wish to delve deeper into the events surrounding Wang Duan Cliff. Wen Tangjiu spoke earnestly. Upon hearing the name Wang Duan Cliff, Qi Mugue's hand trembled slightly before returning to composure. He pushed the brewed tea toward Ji and Wen Tangjiu, gazing at Wen Tangjiu as he slowly inquired. What piques your interest in the matters of Wang Duan Cliff? I have been telling stories for many years, and few listen attentively to the end. Most treat it merely as casual conversation, never probing deeper. Wen Tangjiu hesitated, unsure if she could reveal her connection to Wang Duan Cliff. Qi Gui sensed her uncertainty and said, I have resigned from official duties for many years. I possess no acquaintances in the court, nor do I hold any power. In the past decade, the only person I have encountered is Ji Yi. You're the first individual I have met besides Ji Yi in these 10 years, and will likely be the last. You may speak freely without fear of me disclosing any secrets. Or perhaps, Qi Gui glanced at Ji Yi, who was intently observing Wen Tangjiu, and added, Do you not trust this Ji fellow? At his words, Ji Yi appeared momentarily taken aback, a hint of sorrow crossing his face. I can step outside, Ji Yi said, rising to leave. No need. When Tangjiu grasped Ji Ye's arm, You may stay here. There is nothing you cannot hear. Ji Yi understood that she had much to share, and whatever she could confide in Qi Gui, she could certainly also disclose to him. The sorrow etched on Ji Ye's face dissipated in an instant as he promptly took a seat, nodding with a smile, his eyes crescent-shaped like the moon in the sky. Qi Gui observed Ji Ye's radiant demeanor and shook his head, surprised that the seemingly cold-hearted scion of the Ji family could be warmed by a lady's affection. Mr. Qi, the situation is as follows. I have lost my memory, Wen Tangjiu confessed. After awakening at the bottom of Wangduan Cliff, I found myself devoid of recollections of my past, which has sparked my curiosity about everything related to the cliff. Is it possible you were thrown down there? Qi Gui's voice trembled slightly. That seems unlikely. I had someone investigate the path to the cliff's base, and no one has entered that area. Moreover, I was covered in numerous injuries upon waking. When Tangjiu reflected on the circumstances of that moment, Ji Yi felt a pang of heartache. He knew she had awakened at the cliff's bottom, yet he was unaware of the extent of her injuries. He grasped Wen Tangjiu's wrist. What is it? She asked, puzzled by his concern. I possess ointments for scar reduction and pain relief, he offered. I'm already well, Wen Tangjiu replied dismissively with a smile. It must have been quite painful, Ji Yi remarked, his eyes brimming with concern and sadness as he gazed at her. Ha! Wen Tangjiu laughed, catching the heartbreak in his gaze. It wasn't painful, I assure you. She spoke truthfully. For reasons unknown, her sensitivity to pain was rather muted. So you believe you fell from Wangduan Cliff? Qi Gui fixed an intense look upon Wen Tangjiu, his eyes filled with complexity. Wen Tangjiu nodded. With a sudden crash, the cup in Qi Gui's hand shattered on the floor. You mean to say you fell from a cliff? He did not glance at the broken glass, but instead focused intently on Wen Tangjiu, his urgency palpable. That seems to be the case, she replied, uncertain due to his anxious demeanor. Upon hearing her response, Qi Gui remained silent, his gaze lingering on her, filled with unspoken sentiments. Do you recognize me? Wen Tangjiu inquired, studying his expression. I do, Qi Gui replied, as if aged a decade in an instant, his arm trembling. I know you. There's no doubt about that. Is that so? Then do you know where my family and friends from my past are? Wen Tangjiu asked eagerly. Having journeyed from Wangduan Cliff to this point, she had inquired everywhere, yet found no one who recognized her, not even a hint of her past. The notion that Qi Gui acknowledged her made her feel that the truth of her identity was finally within reach. However, Qi Gui fell silent, contemplating her for a long time before posing a question unrelated to her inquiry. What are your plans now? Me? Wen Tangjiu was taken aback. Hadn't they been discussing her family and friends? How had the conversation shifted to her? Still, she answered truthfully, I plan to participate in the martial examination. I aspire to become a great general. Ji Yi was slightly startled. Wen Tangjiu desired to be a general? It made sense. No wonder she was reluctant to be associated with his name, even after reconciling. Being a great general is commendable. You aim to garner both military and civilian support. Qi Gui nodded approvingly. When you achieve the status of the great general I envision, return to me, and I shall divulge everything I know. Is it not possible to speak of it now? Wen Tangjiu queried, puzzled. If he was aware and willing to share, why not do so at this moment? Now, it is evident that insufficient capability only serves to exacerbate one's troubles. Qi Gui sighed, child, I owe you. So in the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Just remember, the current emperor lacks both benevolence and righteousness. You are the Grand General of the Li Kingdom's army, a protector of its people, but you must never become the Emperor's pawn. That is sufficient. Qi Mugui's words were filled with earnestness. Wen Tangjiu was taken aback. The former national master was undeniably talented, and the Emperor Li held him in high regard. Yet he boldly declared the Emperor's lack of virtue. This reminded her of Jie's intent to kill the Emperor, revealing that these two national masters shared a united front. I understand. Why become the Grand General you envision? I shall seek you out, Wen Tangjiu replied sincerely. Qi Mugui's sentiments resonated with her aspirations. She yearned to be a weapon for the common folk, not merely a piece on the Emperor's chessboard. Qi Mugui nodded, his gaze towards Wen Tangjiu infused with warmth and kindness. You have grown. Take good care of yourself. After saying this, he turned to Jie, and the tenderness in his eyes vanished, replaced by evident disdain. You, ensure that you look after her. Jie, bewildered, replied, I will. Though the teacher had never been particularly warm towards him, he had never been dismissed either. Today, witnessing such gentleness directed at Wen Tangjiu, he assumed the teacher was in a good mood. Yet, when it came to him, it was met with disdain instead. We shall take our leave now, and will visit again in the future. After bidding farewell to Qi Mugui, Wen Tangjiu entered the carriage. Travel safely, Qi Mugui remarked, standing still as he watched the carriage gradually fade from view. Good and evil inevitably meet their just recompense, he said with a voice laced with deep resentment. You surely never anticipated that this child would survive. Such is fate, indeed. She will undoubtedly repay the suffering you inflicted upon her in kind. Once you descend into hell, I will be able to depart with a peaceful heart. After enduring a decade of torment, I can finally witness your comeuppance. Qi Mugui spoke lightly, having been burdened by his conscience for 10 long years, yet now, hope had finally arrived. The spring breeze cascaded the new leaves from the old tree at the entrance, the tender green foliage gently settling upon his shoulders. It was springtime. Qi Mugui picked up a leaf, examining it closely. This was the first spring he felt since her demise. Chapter 57. Where would you prefer to be buried? Wen Tangjiu had never imagined that an assassin would come for her, even audaciously notifying her in advance. This realization struck her upon encountering the figure standing in her courtyard. The person wore a silver mask, eschewing dark attire for a striking crimson ensemble, making them conspicuously visible in the night. Did you not understand? Allow me to reiterate. I will kill you in 1 hour, the masked individual stated, tilting his head slightly as he observed Wen Tangjiu, who appeared lost in thought. May I inquire who sent you? Wen Tangjiu inquired, a smile emerging as she found humor in the absurdity of the situation. It was amusing to ponder which peculiar individual had commissioned such a preposterous assassination. No one. I wish to kill you myself, the masked man replied candidly. Then may I ask why you desire to take my life? Wen Tangjiu found herself genuinely intrigued. Apart from her conflicts with Nan Zhuxin, she had no enmity with anyone. She was merely an inconspicuous, ordinary person. Why, then, would someone wish to take her life? The assassin lowered his head, seemingly contemplating for a moment, before raising it again and sincerely providing an answer, because you and I both wear red. This absurd response rendered Wen Tangjiu momentarily speechless. While it was true that she often donned red garments, wasn't she dressed in black today, setting aside the sheer randomness of such a motive for murder? Even if it were true, it didn't align with the circumstances. She pointed to her black attire, perplexed, and inquired, Is your usual reasoning for murder always this inept? I speak the truth. On the day we first met in the Nan Zhuxin residence, you wore red, the assassin replied, his eyes brimming with innocence. The first meeting at the Nan Zhuxin residence? Wen Tangjiu pondered. Suddenly, it dawned on her. You were the man in red who followed Nan Zhuxin that day? She exclaimed in astonishment. That day, while she trailed behind Nan Zhuxin to seek out a young lady from a noble family, Nan Zhuxin had approached her with a masked man in red. Indeed, the assassin nodded, seemingly pleased that Wen Tangjiu remembered him. You boldly confess your identity. Are you not afraid I might uncover who you are? Wen Tangjiu's gaze sharpened. Not at all. In half an hour, I shall take your life. The assassin replied with a casualness that was almost as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. Huh. Wen Tangjiu chuckled lightly. bemused by whether to label him excessively confident or incredibly foolish. To dare openly attempt an assassination without ascertaining the opponent's strength, perhaps she merely appeared too harmless. She was rather eager to see how he intended to carry out his threat. Disregarding the assassin, Wen Tangjiu returned indoors to fetch a bucket of water for the crabapple tree. When she emerged again, however, the assassin had approached her, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "What are you doing?" "Watering the tree." "What tree?" "The crabapple tree of the west courtyard." "What water?" "Watering what?" "Watering you." With that, she doused him with a bucket of water. The assassin stood frozen for a few seconds before recovering, perplexed, and asking, "Why douse me?" When Tangjiu felt the man was somewhat lacking in common sense. "Because you are too noisy." "I do not like noisy people," she replied. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the emphasis of her words, his face lighting up as he asked, "If I am quiet, will you like me?" "Not all." "Who sent you here?" She mused, bemused by his lack of intelligence. "Yes," when Tangjiu replied curtly. The assassin appeared to take her words to heart, merely following her gaze as they wandered about, silent. After watering the tree, when Tangjiu, observing the assassin's curious expression, was inexplicably reminded of her little pet, Chiu, peacefully napping in her pouch all day. Her heart softened for a moment. She plucked a newly sprouted branch of late spring crabapple and offered it to the assassin. "If you like it, consider it a gift. This branch is a shoot from the root. If you plant it, it can grow into a small crabapple tree next year." The assassin took the branch, momentarily stunned. "For me?" he asked incredulously. "Indeed, as a reward for your tranquility." Wen Tangjiu felt as though she were soothing a child. "You favor quiet individuals. Hence, I have become quiet, and you have taken a liking to me, which is why you gifted me a branch of the begonia." "Yes." Wen Tangjiu wished to refrain from further explanations. Conversing with this person was exhausting. "Thank you. I shall nurture it well." The assassin cradled the begonia branch in his arms and spoke earnestly. Wen Tangjiu turned her head away, unwilling to look any longer. How on earth did this person become an assassin? Is the threshold to become one so low nowadays? Where would you like to be buried? Chapter 58, Towards Death and Song. Where would you like to be buried? The person inquired earnestly. He seemed to realize the abruptness of his question and quickly added, "I have a slight fondness for you, so I will leave your body whole. Tell me where you would like to be buried, and once I have slain you, I shall inter you there." Suddenly, Wen Tangjiu comprehended why this individual could be an assassin. His sense of conviction was remarkably strong. She nearly forgot his intention, and he still harbored thoughts of killing her. Wen Tangjiu rolled her eyes at him, disinterested in engaging. Yet he persistently pressed, "Come now. You have half a stick of incense's worth of time left. Where do you wish to be buried?" Wen Tangjiu did not respond to his question, but countered with one of her own. The man paused, seemingly contemplating the question she had posed. After a moment, he looked up, bewildered, and replied, "I do not know. After I die, no one will come to claim my body. Wherever I perish is where I shall remain." Wen Tangjiu fell silent. "Very well, time is up. I shall set the begonia branch down for now. I am going to kill you," the assassin said, carefully placing the begonia branch on the lawn. "Come on." Wen Tangjiu remained unfazed. "Aren't you afraid of death?" The assassin appeared inquisitive once more. Wen Tangjiu retorted, "Enough with the chatter. Act swiftly." The assassin made his move, unexpectedly fierce, a stark contrast to the oblivious persona he had portrayed around Wen Tangjiu. This assassin was indeed formidable. It took Wen Tangjiu 3 exchanges to disarm him and pin him to the ground. The assassin stared at her in disbelief. "Your martial prowess is astonishing. In merely 3 exchanges, you have subdued me unarmed. It is merely that you are too weak." Wen Tangjiu spoke coolly. As she said this, she removed his mask. The man was strikingly handsome, with features like a painting and eyes deep as the ocean. The birthmark at the corner of his eye, resembling a flower from the other shore, added an alluring quality to his appearance. He was momentarily stunned, and once he regained his senses, he abruptly shut his eyes and turned his head, attempting to evade Wen Tangjiu's gaze. "What are you hiding from? You are not unattractive. Do you dare to stab but not to face the consequences?" Wen Tangjiu teased. The man still did not turn back. He slowly opened his eyes, avoiding her gaze, and tremulously asked, "Do you not find it ominous?" Wen Tangjiu realized that in the Lin nation, the flower from the other shore signified death and an auspicious bloom, and the birthmark on this man's face resembled that flower. Do you believe in such things? Wen Tangjiu asked incredulously. I do not know. They all do, he replied, his voice still trembling. It is merely a birthmark. What is so ominous about it? However, your birthmark is indeed exquisite. It enhances the beauty of your face. The more Wen Tangjiu gazed at the mark, the more she found it enchanting. May I touch it? She inquired. The individual seemed to regain his senses, slowly turning his face to meet Wen Tangjiu's gaze with his crimson eyes. In her eyes, there was only curiosity and delight, devoid of any displeasure or fear, Mu Yu Xiangxing mused. This woman, her words seemed to resonate with sincerity. She truly does not perceive him as ominous. He nodded slightly. A chill brushed against his skin as Wen Tangjiu's hand caressed the birthmark he had long detested. His ears flushed crimson, and his heart felt as if a deer were frantically pounding within his chest. He could almost hear the rapid rhythm of his own heartbeat. It is indeed beautiful, Wen Tangjiu exclaimed in admiration, especially now, with the corners of his eyes tinged in red, complemented by the blossom of the other shore. He resembled a living portrait of a beautiful flower. Little assassin, can you now tell me your name and the true reason for your intent to kill me? Wen Tangjiu asked. My surname is Mu Yu. My given name is Xiangxing. From the Mu Yu clan? Wen Tangjiu was taken aback. The Mu Yu family was a mysterious lineage, known for their formidable power, with everything else shrouded in enigma. What conditions did they offer you to become an assassin? Wen Tangjiu was curious, wondering what kind of substantial reward could entice someone from such a secretive family to take action. I am not deceiving you. No one hired me. It is my own desire to kill you, Mu Yu Xiangxing defended, his face reddening. So you wish to kill me simply because I wore red like you did that day? Wen Tangjiu asked in disbelief. Yes, I swear, Mu Yu Xiangxing replied earnestly. Wen Tangjiu had always thought this was merely a pretext conjured by assassins, and now Mu Yu Xiangxing was presenting it as her impending doom? Mu Yu Xiangxing, are you serious? Wen Tangjiu felt as if she were in a dream. If Mu Yu Xiangxing wished to kill her simply because she had stepped on his foot, she would have understood. Yet this reason seemed far too trivial. Truly, I do not lie. Mu Yu Xiangxing's eyes conveyed a hint of innocence. Chapter 59. Just you alone, is this how you typically justify your killings? Wen Tangjiu furrowed her brow. He did not appear to be the type to indiscriminately take lives. My usual methods may be somewhat brutal. I would not leave them intact, Mu Yu Xiangxing reflected before adding. Some of those I have killed before were due to their discomforting gaze upon me. I would extract their eyes, force them to consume them, and then end their lives. This was during the times he did not wear a mask, when those individuals regarded him with utter disdain and contempt. Wen Tangjiu understood, likely, it was due to the birthmark on Mu Yu's face that led to such scorn. While she could comprehend this rationale for killing, she pressed on, aside from me. Have you ever killed anyone else for a similar reason? Mu Yu's justification for wanting to kill her truly seemed to border on indiscriminate violence. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Yu Xiangxing raised his head and looked at Wen Tangjiu, replying, No, you are the only one. His eyes shimmered brightly, distinct from others, which is why I resolved from the very beginning to leave your body intact. I even forewarned you that others would not receive such mercy when I took their lives. Indeed, she is extraordinary. Though few donned the crimson attire, he had encountered such individuals before, yet at that time, he felt no murderous intent. Those individuals bore the marks of a world that had trampled them, their red garments mere embellishments. However, Wen Tangjiu, clad in red, seemed to embody an inherent brilliance. She was proud and unrestrained, radiating like a resplendent sun that seared his eyes. He marveled at how someone could shine so luminously in a world so tainted. Such a person should not exist in this filthy realm. Thus, upon their first meeting, he resolved to end her life. Am I the only one granted this special privilege? Wen Tangjiu scoffed. Should I express my gratitude? That is unnecessary, Mo Yuxiang replied earnestly. Wen Tangjiu perceived him as a paradox, innocent and childlike when not in the act of killing, yet a cold and ruthless assassin when he was. So, what if you cannot kill me now? Perhaps you should try harder? She teased. No need for that. I no longer wish to kill you, Mo Yuxiang answered truthfully. His earlier desire to take her life stemmed from jealousy. Jealousy that her radiant light illuminated others while he remained enveloped in darkness, deprived of such warmth. Why should others bask in a brilliant sun while he was left with an endless void? Yet now, it seemed that darkness was lifting. With a chuckle, she released him. You may leave. Refrain from indiscriminate killings henceforth. Aren't you going to report me? Mo Yuxiang asked, astonished. You belong to the Mo family. Would reporting you be of any use? Wen Tangjiu was acutely aware of the current state of the officials. Corruption ran rampant, with the upper echelons misaligned, and the emperor indifferent. They were wholly the officials of the wealthy, not the guardians of the common folk. Given your formidable skills, you could strike me or render me powerless. Wen Tangjiu covered Mo Yuxiang's incessant chatter with her hand, yet his face flushed suspiciously. You haven't inflicted any significant harm upon me. It's unnecessary. Now, be off. I wish to sleep, she stated. Montauk Yuxiang nodded, and as Wen Tangjiu gazed at him in surprise, he retrieved a branch of begonia from the lawn, cradling it as if it were a treasure. Noticing the wide-eyed expression on Wen Tangjiu's face, he took a step back, warily declaring, You promised to give it to me. Rest assured, I never reclaim gifts bestowed. Wen Tangjiu replied with mild exasperation, astonished that he remembered to take the begonia branch after all that had transpired. By the way, what is your name? Mo Yuxiang suddenly turned back before departing. I am Wen Tangjiu. May the wine await until the begonia blooms anew, she answered. Mo Yuxiang nodded and vanished into the darkness. So, it is indeed a begonia. He recalled Wen Tangjiu's radiant smile, then glanced at the begonia branch in his arms. Now I possess 2 begonias. Chapter 60. The woman in the kitchen in the study of the Yi residence. Yichen knelt before Yiche. Rise, Yiche commanded. Yes, father. Yichen replied as he stood. The martial examination is approaching, Chener. Since your childhood, I have taught you martial arts, instilling in you the importance of mastery. Do you understand? Chener comprehends and intends to participate in the martial examination. Mere participation, however, is insufficient. The voice of Yichen resonated with an irresistible authority. You must secure the first position and succeed Yi Jiang as the general of the Li Kingdom. Father, Yichen hesitated, for the Li Kingdom is abundant with talented individuals. Though he has practiced martial arts since youth, he cannot guarantee invincibility. What? Yichen cast a sidelong glance at Yichen. The emperor currently favors martial prowess over literary talent. Just earlier in court, a general dared to provoke me. Our family has never lacked civil officials. What we lack are military leaders. Presently, you are the sole heir of the Yi family. If you do not become a general, do you wish to emulate those frivolous young masters? Yichen's expression darkened as he regarded Yichen. Chener dared not defy him. Yichen quickly replied, I shall exert every effort to secure the top position in the martial examination. Ha ha ha. Yichen chuckled with satisfaction, patting Yichen on the shoulder, declaring, This is my son. Yiche. Chener, Yichen said earnestly, your most pressing obligation now is to achieve great accomplishments. Set aside all other matters for the time being. Once you attain success and renown, will you not have everything you desire? You must discern the weight of priorities. Chener committed this to memory, responding affirmatively. Yet, as he contemplated the notion of having whatever he desired, the image of a radiant woman clad in red surfaced in his mind. When that time comes, will it truly be possible to possess everything? The only thing he yearned for was her alone. Ji, do you wish to visit 3 times a day? Are you truly so idle? Wen Tangjiu remarked, observing Ji Yi lingering in her courtyard, reluctant to depart. Indeed, I am quite idle. Did you notice me then? Qui replied. I simply do not understand. I cannot cook, so why do you come here so frequently? Wen Tangjiu was perplexed, as she lacked culinary skills and thus could not entertain Ji Yi. Yet, he continued to visit her daily, and upon arrival, he would take it upon himself to cook. Yes, I shall prepare meals for you. It is only fitting for a gentleman to assist in the kitchen. Despite being scolded, Ji Yi remained unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wen Tangjiu rolled her eyes internally, pondering the notion of a gentleman avoiding the kitchen. However, since Ji Yi was willing to cook, She relished in the leisure it afforded her. Gee, I've already stated that we must not entangle ourselves in public. Wen Tangjiu reminded him, considering the imminent martial examination. If she were to continue bearing the identity of Ji Ye's beloved, the emperor would never allow her to become a general. I'm aware. Kia suriteh. I came secretly, without using the Ji estate's carriage, simply bringing Lan Yin along, and I had him cover his face. Ji, perceptive and understanding, wished to draw near her, but vowed never to obstruct her pursuit of ideals. At this, Wen Tangjiu found it difficult to pinpoint any fault. By the way, Ji, when will you set up that alchemy array? Wen Tangjiu suddenly recalled this scheme Ji had been planning for quite some time. It may have to wait until next year. Next year? Until you previously mentioned it would be needed for the emperor's birthday? Wen Tangjiu exclaimed in surprise. The emperor, having heard rumors from an unknown source, claimed that this year is not auspicious for ascension. Thus I have postponed the elixirs until next year. Ji recalled Emperor Murongju, and the gentle smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by profound disdain. And what are the 42 women? What are your intentions regarding them? The knight cannot allow them to reside in your abode indefinitely. They too long for home, Wen Tangjiu expressed with concern. The body of extreme Yin is not difficult to find. I informed them to return home, yet none were willing, kneeling in supplication, begging not to be sent back. Is it their reluctance to return? Wen Tangjiu pondered, though she swiftly grasped the underlying reason. At their age, they are compelled by their parents to engage in discussions of marriage, relying solely on the words of matchmakers to forge a so-called suitable union, disregarding their own wishes. However, once they engage in the alchemical formation, the emperor would bestow upon them a title of merit, elevating their status and granting them the opportunity to make their own choices. If they return now, they will be forced into marriage. After analyzing this, Wen Tangjiu looked to Jie for confirmation. Indeed, Jujin remained as astute as ever. You nodded appreciatively. And what about you, Jie? Will you allow them to stay? Wen Tangjiu gazed at Jie with anticipation. Upon seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Jie could not help but smile, reassuring her that the National Master's residence would not lack for their sustenance. Jie, you are a good person, Wen Tangjiu affirmed. Jie chuckled, amused, noting that Jujin was fond of bestowing him with the good person card. Yet, he cherished it, for only Jujin, after comprehending his darkness, still deemed him a good person. Who permitted you to touch it? Chapter 61. This branch alone can rival the blossoms of spring. Who permitted you to touch it? Mo Yu Xiangxing shouted in anger, taking 3 steps in 2 strides, brushing aside the attendant who attempted to grasp the branch of the begonia. He carefully examined the branch for any scratches, and after confirming its safety, he sighed in relief. He cast a cold glare at the attendant who dared approach the begonia branch, the air around him thick with tension. The attendant, frightened, immediately knelt and bowed repeatedly. Please spare me, master. I merely saw this begonia growing here, fearing it was planted by some reckless child. Please forgive me. The attendant pleaded. The master had previously declared that no flowers were to be planted in this garden, and now this begonia stood out abruptly. He feared the master's wrath and intended to discreetly remove it, only to make matters worse. Trembling, he thought that given the master's temperament, he might lose at least a pair of hands. Get out, Mo Yu Xiangxing stated, not willing to pursue the matter further. Yes, the attendant exclaimed, as if hearing heavenly music, bowing fervently before hastily departing. Even after leaving the courtyard, the attendant remained apprehensive. He initially believed he might meet his end there, but to his surprise, the master had spared him. The master's temper in recent days seemed unusually mild. He punished anyone for several days. Mo Yin. Montag Yuxi Angsheng spoke coldly. At your service, Mo Yin emerged from the shadows. Inform the steward to notify everyone. Entry to the begonia garden is strictly forbidden. Understood, master. But where is the begonia garden? Mo Yin inquired, perplexed by the new name. Right here. This place is now called the begonia garden. Yes, master, Mo Yin replied, enlightened. This garden was originally named the withered garden, as the master had once set fire to all flowers and forbade them from planting anything therein. Now renamed the begonia garden. Could it be due to the begonia that the master himself had planted? Mo Yin recalled the scene from a couple of days ago when his master delicately planted a branch of the begonia. The gravity of that moment was something he had never witnessed on his master's face before. His master even instructed him to fetch a manual on tree planting. Mo Yin departed. Mo Yu, gazing at a solitary begonia amidst the overgrown weeds in the courtyard, couldn't he help but smile faintly. Initially, he intended to incinerate all the flora in this yard, and he indeed executed that plan. However, to his surprise, the wild grasses were resilient, springing back to life with the gentle breeze. The flowers may have vanished, but the weeds thrived throughout the garden. He grew indifferent to it all. Yet now, within his begonia garden, there existed but a single branch of begonia, and that was sufficient. Just this one branch could rival the splendor of an entire garden in spring. Suddenly, Wen Tangjiu sprayed a splash of water onto Jiang Jian's face. The scene froze for a moment. Wen Tangjiu hurriedly wiped the water from Jiang Jian's face. Apologizing profusely, Jiang Jian wore a resigned smile, refraining from scolding her, and merely inquired, "Sister, why are you so astonished?" The day prior, Wen Tangjiu had sent a message, requesting him to investigate the identity of the man who appeared alongside Nan Zhuxin at the Nan Zhuxin mansion. He had diligently sought the truth and personally came to inform her, never anticipating her reaction would be so pronounced. "I never imagined he could become the head of the Mou family," Wen Tangjiu remarked with a bitter smile. Watching Mou, who seemed so curious about her watering the tree, she pondered how someone so seemingly simple-minded could ascend to such a position. Is the Mou family truly in decline? She questioned, still reluctant to believe it. "No, the Mou family has always been robust," Jiang Jian replied honestly. Wen Tangjiu found herself at a loss for words. In this vast world, peculiarities abound. How could someone who seemed incapable of even comprehending murder rise to the rank of family head? Had the criteria for leadership shifted to mere martial prowess over intellect? Or was Mou the sole scion of the family? "Sister, has anything transpired between you two?" Jiang Jian asked with concern. "Some matters have occurred, but they are not significant." Wen Tangjiu waved her hand dismissively. Jiang Jian, with a worried expression, cautioned, "Sister, you must be wary of him. His martial skills are formidable. Although he pales in comparison to you, he is cunning and full of schemes." "Cunning? Him? Indeed. It will be prudent for you to avoid crossing paths with him. He is notorious for his ruthlessness and disregard for human life. Such individuals never adhere to any moral code and strike without mercy," Jiang Jian said, frowning. "Are you truly referring to Mou Xiangsheng?" Wen Tangjiu voiced her skepticism, doubting they were speaking of the same person. Indeed, the head of the Mou family. He was once the least favored illegitimate son, born under an ill omen. Yet, he managed to eliminate all his siblings in a state of isolation, ultimately claiming the title of family head. With that, Jiang Jian looked at Wen Tangjiu, anxiously advising her. "Such a person, sister, you must remain vigilant." "I will be cautious," Wen Tangjiu nodded in agreement. Jiang Jian's concern was well-meaning. There was no need for him to worry. Nonetheless, she still found it hard to fathom how Mou Xiangxing could vie for the position of family head with such innocent and unblemished eyes. She had once subdued him, only to let him go, thinking him too naive. Had he been an ordinary assassin, she would have shown no mercy, at the very least incapacitating him. However, from the very beginning, Mou's impression of Shang was that of an innocent child, utterly oblivious to the complexities of the world. She always viewed him from an adult's perspective. Even upon hearing him declare his intent to kill her, she perceived it as a child's feigned ferocity, clenching his fists in a futile threat against an adult. He was indeed a paradox, possessing a clarity that set him apart from others. A clarity so naive that it bordered on foolishness. Yet, the reasons he had for wanting to take her life were so trivial, as if human life held no value in his eyes. In summary, he resembled a child without the guidance of adults, innocent yet incapable of discerning right from wrong, devoid of moral judgment. "Sister, should you ever find yourself curious about people or matters, feel free to inquire with me. As the head of the sect, I possess the most knowledge," Jiang Jian eagerly assured, aware that Wen Tangjiu often hesitated to seek his counsel. "Is that truly permissible, Jiang Jian?" It seems you owe me a debt of gratitude that is not quite so extensive, Wen Tangjiu replied with some hesitation. Although she had aided Jiang Jian once, he had previously extended his assistance to her as well. It would be unreasonable to expect him to serve her indefinitely merely because she had saved him once. Besides, Jiang Jian was the leader of the network and undoubtedly had his own pressing commitments. Absolutely, sister. My assistance is not born from a sense of obligation, but rather from a genuine fondness for having you as my sister. Therefore, feel free to command me. It would bring me immense joy to be of help. Jiang Jian paused, struggling to articulate his affection. He harbored a fondness for her, one he had recognized long ago, yet he hesitated to voice it. The youthful, tender affection of a boy resembled a budding begonia, shyly revealing itself with every hint. He longed for his beloved to notice him, while simultaneously fearing that she might. If I had a brother like you, I would be quite content, Wen Tangjiu candidly remarked, recognizing Jiang Jian as a trustworthy individual. So now, should I refer to you as my brother? She inquired. Jiang Jian had proactively proposed the idea of her being his sister, a notion she welcomed wholeheartedly. No need for that. I shall call you sister, and you may simply call me Jiang Jian, he replied, wishing for Wen Tangjiu to refrain from labeling him as her brother, for he desired to be more than just that. Very well, Wen Tangjiu nodded in agreement, smiling as she extended her palm in a gesture of camaraderie. From this day forth, we shall be siblings by different parents. Jiang Jian reached out, but instead of a high five, he grasped her hand. An awkward silence ensued, with Jiang Jian looking at her with innocent eyes. She tugged her hand, but it remained ensnared, prompting her to remind him, I intended to high five, not shake hands. Seemingly realizing the misunderstanding, Jiang Jian released her hand. Then, with a sharp sound, they finally executed the high five. Wen Tangjiu, what on earth are you doing, my silly Jian? Was it truly necessary to exert such force? I've been slapped by others with less sting. Jiang Jian, appearing somewhat oblivious, asked in a soft voice, did I perhaps apply too much pressure? Wen Tangjiu gazed into his innocent, puppy-like eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. What would she say? After all, he was her brother now, and she felt compelled to indulge him. Not at all, she replied, concealing her reddened palm behind her back while forcing a smile. The pressure was just right. That's a relief. Jiang Jian genuinely believed her. Wen Tangjiu offered him a perfunctory smile, finally understanding the emotional toll of having a foolish brother. Jiang Jian was perplexed by Wen Tangjiu's laughter, yet it did not deter him from responding with a smile of his own. Outside the dwelling, a quartet of sparrows chirped noisily. Inside, two individuals sat opposite each other, grinning foolishly. In the Eastern Palace, after completing his farewell report, he knelt on one knee, awaiting further instructions. Murong Ling continued to write, not lifting his gaze nor pausing his pen, and casually remarked, it seems that Nan Zhuxin harbors animosity solely towards the head of the Nan family and the beloved of the National Master. Your Highness, according to my investigation, that woman appears to have developed a rift with the National Master and no longer resides in his residence, Li Ren added. Oh, Murong Ling continued to write without interruption, then inquired, did she leave of her own accord, or was she dismissed by the National Master? It was her decision to depart. Quite an intriguing individual. Murong Ling finally set down his pen after completing his writing. It was rare for an ordinary woman to dream of associating with the National Master. Yet she chose to distance herself. Perhaps I'll find some time to meet her, he said casually. The ink on the paper he had written upon bore the words one world and a multitude of killings. Chapter 63. I remember you, bookworm Jiu. You seem to sleep in such a peculiar manner. Jiu, still with drowsy eyes, climbed beside Wen Tangjiu's inkstone and murmured sleepily. Not awake yet? It's still early. You can sleep a bit longer. Wen Tangjiu gently patted the little hamster's head and smiled. Why is it that whenever you have matters to attend to, you oversleep? Yet on ordinary days, you rise early to read? Jiu clutched Wen Tangjiu's fingers, puzzled. Every morning at the hour of the rooster as crow, it would see Jiu diligently studying at her desk. Now it was spring, and even before dawn, Jiu was up reading. Because I need to review. The martial examination is approaching. Wen Tangjiu set aside her scroll and gently lifted the little hamster, placing it in its tiny bed. "All right, go back to sleep. You needn't keep me company." She watched as Chio's eyes squinted into a narrow slit, speaking affectionately. The little hamster soon drifted into slumber, and she resumed her studies. Indeed, it was a review, not mere learning. Strangely, as she perused the military texts, a sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had encountered them before, allowing her to recall everything after just one reading. Yet, she dared not grow complacent. Her aspiration was to become a general, to claim the top honors. The first rays of the morning sun cascaded over her desk as the young woman diligently turned the pages of her scroll, her eyes sparkling with resolute determination. Soon, the day of the martial examination arrived. The provincial examination in the capital was held at the martial arts garden. To Wen Tangjiu's surprise, she encountered a familiar face while attending the examination. "Miss Wen, we met aboard the ship," Yichen hastily said, fearing she might not recognize him. "I remember you, bookworm." Wen Tangjiu replied with a smile. Upon hearing her title for him, Yichen's ears flushed crimson, and he stammered, "I apologize for my awkwardness that day." Wen Tangjiu chuckled, playfully patting Yichen's shoulder. "I never expected a bookworm like you to participate in the martial examination. With your demeanor, you might have fared better in the literary examination." "Miss Wen, I have practiced martial arts since childhood," Yichen quickly defended himself, inexplicably eager to avoid her looking down upon him. "Indeed, I look forward to our contest." Wen Tangjiu nodded affirmatively, smiling as she said, "When the time comes, let's not hold back." "Indeed, giving our all is only proper," Yichen agreed. His admiration for Miss Wen deepened his commitment, as he approached their encounter with utmost seriousness, viewing it as a mark of respect towards her as an opponent. The provincial examination selection commenced, primarily revolving around martial contests. Participants were grouped into pairs through a draw, with each pair competing against one another, continuing until the top candidates were determined to represent at the imperial examination. Among the contenders, only Wen Tangjiu stood as a woman. As she surveyed the vast arena, the absence of any other females struck her as a poignant reminder of the prevailing inequities. Despite the sacrifices made by the first female general of the Li nation, who shed blood and risked her life to secure opportunities for women to participate in martial examinations, the status of women remained lamentably low. The court permitted women to partake in martial assessments, yet societal norms imposed restrictions. Women seemed destined to fulfill the roles of dutiful wives and nurturing mothers, educated in propriety by their parents and taught obedience by their husbands, confined to the domestic sphere and living their lives for others. How they longed to seize control of their destinies. Yet, the weight of tradition restrained them. Even if they took a courageous step forward, they would face scorn and derision. This only solidified Wen Tangjiu's resolve to become a female general. A distinguished female general had opened a window of opportunity for the women of the Li nation, instilling hope. If another were to emerge, perhaps that window could widen, allowing even more women to bask in the light of possibility. A woman, out of the home, to participate in martial examinations? Her opponent, a burly man, scoffed upon realizing she was a female. Wen Tangjiu chose not to engage with him. Even a glance would diminish her worth. The intensity of the contest would be difficult to control, and while injuries might occur, as long as no lives were lost, a broken arm or leg would be deemed a commonplace occurrence. As they stood upon the combat stage, the man failed to bow, instead wearing a lewd grin. "You must be unwanted if you are here for the martial examination. You're not bad-looking. You could accompany me, as I have no desire to strike a woman." "I'm not keen on hitting a dog, either," he taunted. Wen Tangjiu retorted with a cold laugh. "You." The man, incensed, lunged at her as the match commenced. With a slight sidestep, Wen Tangjiu evaded his advance, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. As he regained his footing, she swiftly delivered a punch to his face, followed by a kick. He found himself utterly defenseless against her onslaught. Wen Tangjiu regarded the bruised and battered man with a steely gaze, her movements relentless. Initially, she intended to conclude the match swiftly, but her resolve shifted. This man, emboldened by his gender, had adopted an air of superiority, oblivious to the suffering he had inflicted upon countless young women. She aimed to strike him until he could not beg for mercy. As she pummeled him, a mixture of snot, tears, and blood adorned the ground. He wished to plead for mercy, but she focused her strikes on his face. His teeth were knocked out, his visage swollen. He struggled to articulate his pleas, reduced to a mere punching bag for Wen Tangjiu. Wen Tangjiu, having exhausted herself from the bout, finally ceased her relentless assault. Before stepping off the stage, she cast a disdainful glance at the man, bruised and unable to rise. The recent contest had drawn a crowd of men, eager to witness the spectacle of a beautiful woman brought to tears. However, they were all taken aback by Wen Tangjiu's fierce and unyielding technique. As she descended, they hastily parted ways, almost eager to distance themselves from her presence. Observing their fearful expressions, she scoffed, recognizing that strength has never been dictated by gender, a truth some would never grasp. With her head held high, she navigated through the throng of men, a striking red amidst a sea of black and white, a comet streaking across the sky. Wipe the sweat off, Yichen approached her, offering a handkerchief. Wen Tangjiu, shedding any pretense, accepted it with a nod of thanks before returning the gesture. She smiled at him, remarking, "You are the only man brave enough to approach me after my match. I watched your contest. You were formidable," Yichen replied, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Did you not think my strikes were too brutal?" He could scarcely utter a plea for mercy. "No, you acted quite rightly," Wen Tangjiu affirmed. Yichen regarded her with sincerity as he added, "I heard his words. He deserved it, and you showed him mercy." At the mention of his deserved fate, Wen Tangjiu's surprise flickered momentarily before her gaze sharpened on Yichen. "You seem quite different from the ordinary bookworm I once knew. Did I speak too coarsely?" Yichen stammered, suddenly anxious that he might have displeased her. "Ha ha!" Wen Tangjiu laughed. "You are indeed unlike the typical scholar, and I find that appealing." Yichen stood frozen, contemplating her words. Did she just say she liked him? His earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by genuine joy. Could it be that he, too, might be favored by Wen Tangjiu? He now looked forward to their impending encounter on the arena. Wen Tangjiu rose, stating, "I have another match to compete in. You should do your best as well. I hope we meet again." "Indeed, best of luck," Yichen nodded, watching her depart, her figure radiant and luminous. As Wen Tangjiu continued to compete, the initial intimidation she instilled in her opponents led them to refrain from further provocation. She concluded her matches swiftly, exchanging only a few moves with each contender. Ultimately, she found herself face to face with Yichen in the final contest for the title of champion. "You're quite impressive," Wen Tangjiu remarked, her eyes brightening at the prospect of competing against him, recognizing that he was the most skilled contender aside from herself. "You are as well," Yichen replied, equally delighted to face her. "Regardless of who wins, we shall both attain the title of champion and participate in the grand examination. So let us engage in a spirited match." "Indeed," she agreed. After a mutual bow, the duel commenced. Yichen's moves were as graceful and gentle as his demeanor. Yet within that gentleness lay a hidden sharpness, like a serpent concealed among blossoms, poised to strike decisively. However, Wen Tangjiu would not grant him the opportunity. In the end, Yichen could not withstand her prowess, and Wen Tangjiu emerged as the champion, while Yichen claimed the runner-up title. As the provincial examination concluded, Wen Tangjiu intended to make her way home when she unexpectedly encountered Yichen at the entrance of the martial arts arena. "Miss Wen," Yichen called out, "your prowess is truly remarkable. I concede defeat with utmost respect. You are quite impressive yourself. There's no need for such formality. Feel free to call me by my name." She replied, "Very well, Jiao. Do you have anyone accompanying you? May I escort you home?" Yichen promptly rephrased his invitation. Wen Tangjiu paused for a moment, surprised that he had so readily adopted a nickname for her, but she chose not to dwell on it. "No, I came alone," she replied candidly. "Then allow me to escort you, Jiao." Yichen gestured towards his carriage with an inviting motion. "That would be most kind of you, young Master Yichen." Wen Tangjiu acknowledged with a nod, feeling more at ease this time, having had previous experience with such arrangements. Inside the carriage, Yichen said, "Now that we are friends, there's no need for formalities. Would you mind calling me Yichen from now on?" He gazed at Wen Tangjiu, expressing a sentiment he had long wished to convey. Of course. Yichen, when Tangjiu smiled. Since he had already referred to her as Jujiao, she felt no reason to maintain a distance. By the way, I have a small gift for you, Yichen said, pulling out a scroll from his robe. What is this? When Tangjiu hesitated, concerned that the gift might be too extravagant. It is a painting I created myself. I believe it compliments you splendidly, and it is not of great value. So please accept it, he said, sensing her apprehension, as he gently placed the scroll in her hands. May I open it now? She inquired. Certainly, Yichen nodded. Upon unrolling the scroll, she beheld a vibrant depiction of blooming crabapple flowers, resplendent in shades of white and pink, accompanied by a delicate inscription. The crabapple blooms brilliantly. May we share a drink together? It is beautiful, Wen Tangjiu remarked, caressing the lifelike blossoms. We must find time to drink together. Agreed, Yichen replied, his heart brimming with joy, knowing the painting was crafted especially for her, the crabapple within exuding a vivid allure, while the essence of their connection sparkled beyond the canvas. Thank you, Yichen. Wishing you a safe journey. Wen Tangjiu waved as she stood at the entrance of the Wen residence. Yichen gazed longingly from the carriage window, watching her slowly fade from his sight. Once inside the Wen household, she closed the door behind her and was about to turn towards the inner courtyard when she realized the door had not latched properly. A voice called from behind, prompting her to glance back and confirm the gap. Thank you, she said as she firmly shut the door. Suddenly, she turned around and found Jinya leisurely seated at a stone table, munching on sunflower seeds. Jinya, Wen Tangjiu exclaimed in surprise. Care for some? Jinya extended his hand, full of seeds, as she approached. Do you truly treat this place as if it were the Jinya residence? You come in without so much as a greeting? Wen Tangjiu grasped his wrist, demanding an explanation. I arrived when you were not here. How could I greet you? Jinya replied, feigning innocence. Then how did you get in? I locked the door. See? Jinya pointed towards the wall, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, once again, you have scaled the wall to enter. Kie, as the national advisor of a country, how can you so effortlessly breach boundaries? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed? Wen Tangjiu chuckled in disbelief. You are mistaken, Ji replied, shaking his head with utmost seriousness. Outside, I am the national advisor of Li, but here I am merely Ji. He suddenly stood up, leaning closer to Wen Tangjiu, gazing into her eyes with a playful smile, adding, I am the Ji who climbs the walls of those I hold dear. Wen Tangjiu took a step back, startled by Jiye's sudden proximity. However, he stepped forward again, his eyes filled with gentle mirth as he regarded her. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice shattered the silence. Ji, the national advisor, flirting with a respectable woman in broad daylight. Truly the epitome of a gentleman. Wen Tangjiu turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. It was Jiang Jian. The door had been opened at some point, and Jiang Jian stood at the threshold, a cold smile gracing his lips. Jiang Jian? When did you arrive? Wen Tangjiu exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Jian closed the door and approached, casting a frosty glare at Ji. He then turned to Wen Tangjiu, his demeanor softening, and replied, Sister, I arrived when this scoundrel began to speak of climbing walls. You simply did not notice. Ji, visibly displeased, pointed to the key in Jiang Jian's hand and looked at Wen Tangjiu with a grievance. Why does he possess a key to your residence, while I can only scale walls? Chapter 66. The rascals. Wen Tangjiu felt utterly speechless. She had given Jiang Jian a key because she had entrusted him with certain messages, and he often visited her residence. Having a key was merely practical. But Ji, what business did he have coming over daily? Why would he even ask for a key? I fear that should I grant you a key, my residence would truly become your Ji residence, Wen Tangjiu replied. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Jian deliberately moved closer to Wen Tangjiu, playfully fiddling with the key and casting a taunting glance at Ji. Ji, witnessing Jiang Jian's triumphant demeanor, felt his temper rising. He looked at Wen Tangjiu, a mix of indignation and exasperation on his face, and lamented, Why does he have one while I do not? Jiu, you are so biased. Wen Tangjiu, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead. What is so precious about this key? Why must you all compete over it? I don't care. Either you take his key away, or you provide me with one. Ji insisted stubbornly. If you do not comply, I shall remain seated here indefinitely. With that, Ji dramatically plopped down onto the ground. Wen Tangjiu was left utterly dumbfounded. Ji, get up, she implored, bending down to pull him up, but to no avail. I shall not rise unless you do as I request. Otherwise, I will remain seated here, Ji proclaimed with a proud expression. Jiang Jian observed Ji Ye's antics and scoffed, rascal, inwardly cursing Ji Ye's behavior. Wen Tangjiu found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. Here was a national advisor, sitting on the ground of her courtyard and refusing to budge. What kind of situation was this? I currently do not possess any spare keys. I cannot very well give you my own, Wen Tangjiu compromised gently. Then, take us away, Ji retorted, his cheeks puffed in indignation as he pointed at Jiang Jian. Wen Tangjiu had no choice but to look at Jiang Jian. Sister, Jiang Jian called out with a feigned sense of grievance, internally cursing Ji Yi with fervor. Jiang Jian, kindly hand me the key, Wen Tangjiu said, disregarding Jiang Jian's pleading gaze with a touch of cruelty. Surely, it would not do to let Ji Yi remain seated on the ground. If he bore no shame, she certainly felt it. With Wen Tangjiu's command, Jiang Jian had no choice but to return the key to her. After doing so, he glared fiercely at Ji Yi. This shameless scoundrel. Are you satisfied now? Wen Tangjiu inquit patiently. Ji raised his head, resembling a proud cat, and replied with a soft "mm." Then do rise, Wen Tangjiu urged. Ji paused for a moment, and after a while, his weak voice emerged. My legs have gone numb. I cannot get up. Wen Tangjiu, pull me up. Ji extended his hand towards her. At last, Wen Tangjiu helped him to his feet. Ji brushed off the dust from his clothes and cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Jian. Are you planning to linger here for the night, young master? Jiang Jian clenched his teeth. That was a question he ought to have posed to Ji Yi. I have matters to discuss with Jiu. But it seems inappropriate for you, Master Ji, to loiter here, Jiang Jian sneered, his gaze at Ji sharp enough to pierce. I too have something to say to Jiu, Ji replied, turning to Wen Tangjiu. Why don't we lay everything bare here? And once you both have concluded, you can make your swift exit? Wen Tangjiu's patience was wearing thin. Jiu, I had intended to secretly watch you compete in the provincial examination today. However, that old emperor detained me with trivial chatter for an entire day. By the time I returned from the palace, the examination was nearly over. Hence, I came directly to your home, Ji explained, casting a concerned glance at Wen Tangjiu. Jiu, how did you fare in the examination? Not too shabby. I placed first, Wen Tangjiu responded candidly. I knew it. There's no one more deserving of the top spot than you, Jiu, Ji laughed. Indeed, sister, you are remarkable. Jiang Jian chimed in from the side. Wen Tangjiu felt her face heat up from their praises. Was it really necessary to laud her for merely achieving first place in the provincial examination? Jiu, I came to see if you were injured. When the palace examination occurs, the emperor will personally oversee it, and I shall be able to witness your competition firsthand, Ji continued. Rest assured, I am quite well. Wen Tangjiu waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Jiang Jian. And you, Jiang Jian? What is on your mind? Chapter 67. The Gathering of Everyone's Sister. I wish to caution you to be wary of Duan Qianchu during the palace examination, Jiang Jian said earnestly, looking at Wen Tangjiu. Duan Qianchu? Indeed. He is aligned with the crown prince, who is determined to secure the position of Grand General. In terms of martial prowess and intellect, he pales in comparison to you. However, I fear his connections to the crown prince may lead him to employ underhanded tactics, Jiang Jian expressed, concern etched across his face. Are you suggesting that with the crown prince's backing, he might resort to foul play? Wen Tangjiu interjected. Ji furrowed his brow slightly. Why was that scoundrel from the Duan family also participating? The ambitions of the crown prince were indeed considerable. Precisely, therefore, sister, you must be cautious of him. He may target those who stand out, Jiang Jian warned. I understand. Thank you, Jiang Jian, Wen Tangjiu thought inwardly, recognizing the wisdom in remaining vigilant. The sky was growing dark. Sister, I must take my leave, Jiang Jian stated. Upon receiving Wen Tangjiu's nod, he did not depart immediately, but shot a warning glance at Ji Yi. Ji scoffed lightly and bid farewell to Wen Tangjiu, Jiu. I too shall take my leave. Rest early. Then, when Tangjiu observed the two individuals simultaneously scaling the wall, their movements synchronized to an eerie degree. She pondered whether their mutual disdain might lead to a confrontation. Although a hint of worry crossed her mind, it was fleeting. Both were adults. Even if a fight did ensue, they would likely exercise restraint. Moreover, their martial skills were comparably matched, so the repercussions should not be severe, or so she hoped. Meanwhile, the pair swiftly executed their lightness skills and fled the city, arriving at a desolate patch of land in the outskirts. It was hard to fathom that the revered Master Ji, celebrated for his ethereal grace, would engage in such base conduct. What are you waiting for? Let us get to it, Ji replied, his expression icy. Thus, the two began to spar. As when Tangjiu had anticipated, their strikes were not heavy-handed. Yet they were exceedingly foul, deliberately targeting each other's faces. Consequently, both emerged with bruises, harboring a wealth of frustration as they returned to their respective homes. Jiu, our residence has been remarkably tranquil these past few days, Chiu remarked. Indeed, when Tangjiu replied, turning the page of her book. Strangely enough, since that day when Ji and Jian both scaled the wall, they had not reappeared at her estate. However, she relished the peace and seized the opportunity to diligently review the literary subjects for the upcoming examination. At the Ji residence, Ji gazed at his reflection in the mirror, the wound beneath his eyelid still unhealed. How I longed to see Jiu, Ji mused. Yet he feared that she might be repulsed by his disfigurement. He could only converse with his reflection, yearning for his face to return to its former state with haste. At the Jian online branch in the capital, Jian angrily hurled the scar removal ointment presented by his subordinate onto the ground. What kind of miraculous remedy is this? Days have passed, yet my scar remains, Jian exclaimed, glaring at the prominent scar at the corner of his mouth. My lord, it may require more time, his subordinate replied. Withdraw, he commanded. Yes, my lord. The subordinates retreated in unison. Ji, you truly are something, Jian gritted his teeth. He thought of how his sister was nearly going mad. Yet his current appearance left him utterly ashamed. On the day of the examination, within the martial arts academy in the capital, Jiu, Yichen spotted Wen Tangjiu in her resplendent red attire from afar and joyfully waved at her. Wen Tangjiu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, signaling encouragement with her hand. It was quite normal to encounter Yichen here, as they were both participants in the examination. However, the simultaneous presence of Ji, Jian, Nan Zhuxin, and even Mo Yuxiang was decidedly unusual. While she could understand Nan Zhuxin and Mo Yuxiang wearing masks, the reason behind Ji and Jian donning veils was perplexing. Ji stood beside the emperor, attending in his capacity as the national master to oversee the martial examination. Why then was he masked? Ji caught sight of Wen Tangjiu gazing at him and nodded in her direction. The emperor spoke, and the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Li Di surveyed the assembled candidates, a slight smile gracing his lips. Rising to his feet, he addressed them as esteemed talents. Today we gather here for the grand occasion of the martial examination. This examination serves as a vital pathway for the nation to select its potential leaders, aiming to identify those who are both scholarly and martial, endowed with wisdom and valor, to safeguard our splendid land and protect our common folk. I am well aware that you are all exceptional individuals chosen from various regions, each possessing remarkable skills and lofty aspirations. I implore everyone to exert their utmost efforts in the forthcoming examination, showcasing their talents and capabilities. In conclusion, I wish all candidates the best of fortune in their quest for triumph. With that, I announce the official commencement of the martial trials. The emperor, having spoken, resumed his seat. The candidates proceeded towards the archery and equestrian grounds. Along the way, Wen Tangjiu felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Turning to see, it was Mo Yuxiang. Ignoring Wen Tangjiu's astonished gaze, Mo Yuxiang leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "You are the top scholar of the capital's examination. You are on the list, so be exceedingly cautious." With that, he passed by her with an expressionless demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Wen Tangjiu, maintaining a calm fa like any other candidate, continued towards the equestrian venue, her mind racing with thoughts. Setting aside the truth of Mou's words. If we assume them to be true, does that imply she is indeed the top scholar? Does the list include top scholars for various regions? What is that list? She recalled Jiang Jian's words about the crown prince's unwavering ambition for the position of Grand General. It seemed that a vast conspiracy lurked beneath the serene surface of the martial arena. Chapter 68. She must prevail. The examination comprises 3 segments: equestrian archery, spear techniques, and military strategy. The first event is equestrian archery. Wen Tangjiu approached her steed, a magnificent chestnut horse, regal in stature and perfectly complementing her crimson attire. However, she keenly sensed that the horse appeared somewhat agitated. Recalling Jiang Jian and Mou's warnings, she gently stroked the horse's mane and whispered near its ear, "You seem a bit unwell. Is there something troubling you?" The horse, taken aback, was surprised that this person could communicate with it. Nonetheless, it felt an innate fondness for her and whinnied in response, expressing, "I feel something sharp digging into my back, and no matter how I shake, I cannot rid myself of it. It is quite bothersome." When Tangjiu was taken aback and quickly inspected the saddle, finding nothing amiss, she ventured beneath it and discovered a pointed object. She retrieved it, revealing a device resembling a spur, a sharp gear wrapped in spikes. Shocked into silence, she realized the malevolence of this scheme. Such a seemingly innocuous spur hidden beneath the saddle could wreak havoc. Unbeknownst before the competition, once the rider mounted, this insidious contraption would viciously jab into the horse's back, undoubtedly startling the creature. The likelihood of a rider meeting a fatal fate or suffering a lifelong disability atop a panicked horse was alarmingly high. With the competition about to commence, she dashed towards the viewing platform. "Your Majesty, I beseech you, I have urgent news." When Tangjiu knelt before the emperor, "Speak," he replied, casting a glance in her direction. "I discovered this beneath the saddle," she declared, raising the device above her head. "I implore your Majesty to command an inspection of all competitors' horses to thwart any treacherous plots against the candidates." "Present it to me," the emperor commanded. A nearby eunuch took the spur from Wen Tangjiu's hands and presented it to the emperor. The emperor's countenance darkened as he examined the sharp object in his grasp. At this moment, Ji stepped forward, beseeching his Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, to restore justice for the candidates of the Li Kingdom. "Now, let us scrutinize all the horses," commanded the Li Emperor. "It matters not if we investigate. Upon examination, we discovered that nearly half of the horses at the examination site bore this item beneath their saddles." When Tangjiu, witnessing this, had already formed a conjecture in her heart. "I humbly implore your Majesty to unearth the mastermind behind this," she urged. "I too beseech your Majesty to unveil the hidden culprit and impose appropriate sanctions." Ji also stepped forward to make his appeal, maintaining a composed demeanor while harboring deep-seated fury within. What difference is there between unleashing such a contraption and taking lives? Were it not for Jiu's keen observation, half of the individuals present today, including her, would surely have met their demise. How utterly cruel and malevolent is the hand that orchestrates this. "Yi Jiang, you shall investigate," the Li Emperor finally spoke. "As you command," Yi Jiang replied dutifully. "Let the competition proceed as scheduled. The rest shall swiftly return to their positions." Understood. The crowd dispersed to their respective spots. When Tangjiu approached the magnificent red horse, complimenting, "You are remarkably strong. Of course, I can carry you with ease." The red horse proudly lifted its head, with a gentle pat on its mane. When Tangjiu resolved that those who wished for her defeat would instead witness her triumph, and she would do so with grace. Yet, she suspected this was merely a feigned intimidation. Further machinations from the hidden adversary lay ahead. She meticulously checked her bow and arrows, finding no fault. As the competition commenced, she leapt onto her steed, holding her breath as she drew her bowstring taut. 3 arrows flew forth, striking the target with precision. Drawing her bow once more, she was startled as an arrow shot from the direction of a man in blue, landing directly in the heart of her intended target. Upon glancing at the source of the arrow, She noticed the man's eyes were filled with anxious evasion. It appeared that this was not an accidental miss, but a deliberate attempt to thwart her aim, albeit an underestimation of her capabilities. The man in blue, now rendered ineffective, was no longer a concern. She applied greater force, releasing an arrow that cleaved through the obstructive projectile, embedding firmly in the target center. With one final draw, her last arrow also found its mark. After the equestrian examination concluded, Wen Tangjiu dismounted. Each of her targets had been struck perfectly, undeniably securing her the top position in the archery contest. This year's champion in archery is a woman, murmured the onlookers in astonishment. Indeed, her accuracy is terrifying. Wen Tangjiu paid no heed to the crowd's whispers. Her focus was on finding Yichen. Sister, Yi Jiang has returned with the results of the investigation. Jiang Jian awkwardly rephrased. The National Master Ji instructed me to convey this to you. Since his altercation with Ji Yi, Jiang Jian had berated him daily, calling him a scoundrel and coward. Yet today, Ji had approached him unexpectedly. Is there something you need? He replied curtly, still bearing the humiliation from their previous encounter. I did not come to quarrel with you. Ji discerned Jiang Jian's hostility and replied coolly. You must inform Jiu that Yi Jiang has uncovered the truth. The groom has been made a scapegoat, while the true instigator remains audacious. She must exercise utmost caution. Ji furrowed his brow, conveying the urgency of the matter. Why don't you speak to my sister directly? Jiang Jian inquired, puzzled. Why would that scoundrel Ji offer to take the initiative when he had his own reasons to approach her? Could it be that Ji was genuinely kind-hearted? With the emperor present, it was inconvenient for me to meet Jiu openly. Please convey my message on my behalf, Ji explained. He longed to see Jiu and personally deliver his words, yet he could not afford to entangle himself with her, at least not in front of others. Very well, Jiang Jian consented. Thus, once the competition concluded, he would seek out his sister. Jiang Jian relayed Ji's words to Wen Tangjiu. She nodded in understanding. It was as she had anticipated. Relying solely on that little thing to uproot the forces behind the scenes was undoubtedly futile. From the beginning, she had not expected Yi Jiang to uncover anything of substance. I understand. You may return now, Jiang Jian, Wen Tangjiu instructed. All right, sister, please exercise caution, Jiang Jian advised, his concern evident. Rest assured, Wen Tangjiu replied, watching Jiang Jian depart as she continued her search for Yichen's figure. May I inquire if you are Miss Wen? A man in a blue robe obstructed her path. I am not, Wen Tangjiu denied. She had no connection with him. Roadblocks were never benign. The man, momentarily taken aback by her response, did not yield but instead smiled. Miss Wen, you jest. I recognize you. Your prowess in archery and horsemanship is truly admirable. Observing Wen Tangjiu's growing impatience, the man hurriedly added, I have yet to introduce myself. My surname is Duan. Given name, Qian Chu. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Wen. Wen Tangjiu paused, her foot poised to move. Duan Qian Chu? Wasn't he the very individual Jiang Jian had mentioned, a prince's subordinate? How intriguing that he had come to seek her out. Duan Gongzi, a pleasure. Do you have business with me? Wen Tangjiu inquired, donning a signature fabricated smile reminiscent of Nan Zhuxin. Initially, she had disliked this disingenuous smile, finding it overly distant, yet now she found it quite handy. Nothing of much consequence, merely that I find Miss Wen quite fascinating and would like to befriend you. Duan Qianchu replied with a seemingly sincere grin. Very well. It would be an honor for me to be a friend of Duan Gongzi, Wen Tangjiu responded readily. She would remain unyielding, curious to see what ripples this Duan Qianchu could create. After the shooting competition today, would Miss Wen consider joining me at Zue Ri Lu for a gathering? Certainly. However, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wen Tangjiu replied. To enter the tiger's den, one must catch the tiger cub. She would indeed attend this banquet. Duan Qianchu bowed to her, stepping aside to clear her path. Wen Tangjiu resumed her search and finally spotted that familiar figure. Yichen, she called out. Yichen abruptly lifted his head, and upon seeing Wen Tangjiu, his eyes instantly sparkled with recognition as he ran toward her. Jiu, Yichen, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Is there a problem with your horse? No. Yichen shook his head. Wen Tangjiu understood, It appeared, as she suspected, that the issues were targeted at the top scholars from various regions. I see. Thank you, she said, turning to depart. Jiu, Yichen grasped her sleeve. Be cautious in all matters. Regardless of the outcome, your safety is paramount. Ah Chun, this is undoubtedly the umpteenth time I have heard the warning to be cautious today. Wen Tangjiu chuckled, saying, Fear not. My opponent is overly arrogant and underestimates us, while I shall give my utmost effort. The marksmanship competition commenced. From the very beginning, Wen Tangjiu remained tense, yet the contest unfolded with an uncanny smoothness, resulting in her securing first place once again. Her shooting skills were commendable, even earning a nod of appreciation from the emperor. Until she exited the martial arts arena, the atmosphere remained undisturbed. Wen Tangjiu was not naive enough to believe that the forces behind the scenes had abandoned their intentions. It was likely the calm before the storm. She traveled to Zue Rilu without informing anyone, not even returning home to fetch Xiuqiu. While attending a meeting unaccompanied was indeed perilous. Relying on others could easily become a habit. Once such a habit was formed, for someone like Wen Tangjiu, who lacked kinship and support, the prospect of severance could prove more terrifying than death itself. During this time, Ji, Nanyaozhu, Jiangjian, Yichen, and Mo Xiangsheng had all surrounded her, causing her to nearly forget that she was fundamentally alone. Ultimately, the path ahead was one she alone must tread. Apologies for keeping you waiting, young Master Duan. Wen Tangjiu pushed the door open to find Duan Qianchu indulging in solitary libations. Not at all, Miss Wen. Please take a seat, he replied, setting down his cup and rising. After Wen Tangjiu settled in, he resumed his own seat. Chapter 70. This Miss Wen is truly remarkable. Duan Qianchu poured a glass of wine for Wen Tangjiu. Say, miss, please. Wen Tangjiu declined, pointing to the array of wine flasks on the table. Did you bring all this wine, young Master Duan? Indeed, I have an inherent fondness for wine. Duan Qianchu admitted candidly. Then let us drink, Wen Tangjiu declared, pouring a flask directly into her mouth. Before long, the flask was emptied. Duan Qianchu was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he exclaimed, Miss Wen has quite the capacity for liquor. Having indulged in drink, you did not invite me here solely for that purpose, did you, young Master Duan? Wen Tangjiu, disinterested in engaging in pleasantries, cut straight to the chase. The young lady is exceptionally astute. I shall dispense with the trivialities. Duan Qianchu lowered his voice. Are you aware that I am aligned with His Highness the Crown Prince? Aligned with the Crown Prince? Wen Tangjiu feigned ignorance. Indeed, the Crown Prince has coerced me by threatening my family's lives, demanding that I secure the top position in the martial examination to attain the role of general. Oh, Wen Tangjiu regarded Duan Qianchu with keen interest, such confidential matters you so casually share with me, young Master Duan. You are quite the familiar one. Only you, miss, can assist me in this matter. I have confided solely in you, Duan Qianchu stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Wen Tangjiu. You may overestimate my capabilities, young master. Setting aside whether I can assist, even if I possess such skills, why would I wish to wade through such murky waters? Wen Tangjiu replied with a smile, though her eyes betrayed a chill. If Miss Wen aspires to claim the title of champion in the martial examination, collaborating with me is your best option. Please allow me to finish, Duan Qianchu interjected, stifling her attempt to speak. The Crown Prince has already bribed the examiners, thereby learning of your examination venue in advance. During the exam, your venue will face a flood, and the Emperor will surely not order a retake for the sake of a single candidate, Duan Qianchu elaborated. Why are you disclosing this to me? Wen Tangjiu inquired, puzzled. I wish to collaborate with Miss Wen, and I am willing to present my tokens of sincerity in advance. However, do you realize that this would be a betrayal of the Crown Prince? If you align yourself with him, you may yet attain the position of Grand General. There exists no justification for your treachery. Miss Wen's words rang true. Unless you disclose the reasons behind your actions, I might reconsider the prospect of collaboration with you. Miss Wen fixed her gaze upon Duan Qianchu. My reason is simple. I refuse to become a puppet of the Crown Prince, for I lack the strength and capability to serve as Grand General. The fate of a nation rests upon its leaders. and I am unwilling to compromise my integrity or risk the well-being of the citizens of Li Nation. Duan Qianchu replied earnestly. So, by your own admission, you consider yourself a paragon of virtue. Miss Wen teased. Indeed, though you may not fully grasp my character, you are welcome to inquire. While I possess no remarkable talents, I have always acted with a clear conscience and with dignity. Let us set aside the veracity of your claims for now. Miss Wen's smile faded, replaced by curiosity. What is your proposal? I beseech you, Miss Wen, to rescue my sister from a moonlit mountain villa situated 10 miles south of the city gates. You are aware of the location. Why do you not venture there yourself? Miss Wen questioned. The area is heavily guarded, and I am but one man unable to infiltrate it. Should I attempt to lead an army, it would undoubtedly alert the Crown Prince. Given your exceptional martial skills and courage displayed today, I sought your assistance. Duan Qianchu spoke each word with sincerity, his gaze unwavering. Very well, I consent to this arrangement. Should I uncover any arsonists, I shall fulfill my promise to rescue your sister. I am profoundly grateful for your willingness to assist, Miss Wen. I have already eluded the Crown Prince's spies, and the events of today shall remain known only to the two of us. You need not worry. Then I shall take my leave. Miss Wen waved her hand, and, to Duan Qianchu's astonishment, she leapt from the window. He hurried to the edge of the window, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a red figure gracefully traversing the rooftops. One extraordinary woman Miss Wen is, Duan Qianchu marveled. Upon entering the courtyard, Miss Wen immediately sensed the presence of someone within the house. Cautiously, she pushed open the door, and, as a figure approached, she executed a swift shoulder throw, sending the individual crashing to the ground. Ouch! Sister, what are you doing? The person cried out in pain. Oh no, I've struck the wrong person, Miss Wen lamented. Lighting a candle, she was unsurprised to find Jiang Jian sprawled on the floor. Jiang Jian, you've arrived. Why didn't you light the candle? I merely wish to surprise you, sister, Jiang Jian mumbled. A surprise? Indeed. Today, I excelled in archery and marksmanship, and I intended to prepare a grand feast for you this evening. To my dismay, you were not at home, Jiang Jian explained, leading Miss Wen to the table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Sister, where have you been? Why do you reek of alcohol? Jiang Jian inquired, having detected the scent of liquor on Miss Wen. I just had a drink with a friend. Was it a man or a woman? It was a young gentleman. Sister, I am at home preparing a meal for you while you are out drinking with another man. Jiang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly filled with great grievance, and upon returning from his drinking escapade, he even threw a fit at me. Wen Tangjiu inexplicably sensed a hint of a wronged husband in his tone. I simply did not anticipate your arrival, she explained weakly. Jiang Jian remained silent, his canine-like eyes fixated on Wen Tangjiu, his expression portraying profound sadness and a sense of injustice. I was primarily discussing matters with him, not merely there to drink. Wen Tangjiu attempted to pacify him. Jiang Jian huffed. Sister, have you eaten yet? Not yet. How could that man be so stingy, inviting you for drinks without even offering a meal? Jiang Jian asked incredulously, then added, unlike me, I would always ensure you were well fed. Indeed, indeed. Jiang Jian is the best, Wen Tangjiu responded, following his lead. All right, let us not speak of that inconsiderate man any longer. Sister, do eat. Jiang Jian, unable to bear the thought of Wen Tangjiu going hungry, changed the subject, albeit with a disparaging remark about the man. He diligently served her dishes, all her favorites. Wen Tangjiu felt a swell of gratitude in her heart. After merely sharing a few meals with Jiang Jian, he had come to know her preferences so well. By the way, Jiang Jian, are you familiar with Duan Qianchu? Wen Tangjiu inquired. Duan Qianchu? Did you encounter him today, sister? Yes, he approached me for conversation. Sister, you must be cautious of him. He is under the prince's command. Jiang Jian continued to serve, quickly piling Wen Tangjiu's bowl high. I understand. Do you know his character? Setting aside his affiliation with the prince. His character? As far as I know, he has a good reputation. Others have nicknamed him the Honorable Young Master, likely due to his integrity and refusal to deceive in the shadows. Please, continue sharing more about him, Wen Tangjiu urged, resting her chin on her hand, intrigued. He is known for his humility, prioritizing his brothers at home and the common folk outside. Previously, when a peasant's cart collided with his carriage, despite it being the peasant's fault, he showed compassion for their plight, neither blaming them nor demanding reparations, and even provided them with silver to purchase a new ox. "Oh, he truly seems like a remarkably good person," Wen Tangjiu remarked with a hint of amusement. "Sister, to speak honestly, the network collects information without regard for status, whether among nobles or commoners. Everyone who knows him speaks highly of him. If he were not under the prince's command, it would be quite worthwhile to befriend him," Jiang Jian stated candidly. "Such high praise for him," Wen Tangjiu pondered. "Sister, what troubles you? Has he caused you distress?" Jiang Jian interrupted her contemplation. "Do you think he would trouble me?" Wen Tangjiu asked, regaining her cheer and smiling. "Though he has entered the prince's service, he has never committed any wrongdoing. He does not seem like the type who would resort to underhanded tactics. Your evaluation of him is quite favorable. He truly must be a good person, regardless of whether he is good or not. If he dares to trouble you, he is as good as dead in my eyes," Jiang Jian scoffed. "Oh dear," Wen Tangjiu playfully tapped Jiang Jian's forehead, saying, "At such a tender age, why speak of life and death? Rest assured, he didn't trouble me. I merely inquired." "That's good to hear," Jiang Jian replied, gently touching his forehead and smiling foolishly. The silhouettes of the two appeared against the window, while in the courtyard, a late spring begonia struggled to bloom. Its bud, yet to unfurl, stood out among the myriad of fully blossomed begonia flowers. However, it remained undeterred, listening to the joyous laughter emanating from within the house, soaking in the warmth that spilled forth, and continued its efforts. "Jiu, Jiu, look up at the tree." Chapter 72. My little star is the best. When Tangjiu lifted her head and beheld a familiar, charming face. "Xing, you've arrived so swiftly. Come down," she exclaimed with a smile. She had sensed someone entering the courtyard and had intentionally left the door ajar for that person. "Jiu, will you catch me? I'm going to jump down from up here. Will you catch me, please?" Yichen Tisit. When Tangjiu recognized that Xing was merely playing, otherwise, with her martial prowess, descending from the tree would pose no challenge. "Of course, I will catch you," Wen Tangjiu replied, spreading her arms in readiness. "Here I come." With that, Yichen leaped from the tree, landing securely in Wen Tangjiu's embrace. Wen Tangjiu spun around while holding Yichen, who erupted into a fit of giggles. Once inside, Yichen inquired, "Jiu, what is the matter? Today, I received your letter mentioning you needed my assistance. So I hurried over after arranging matters in the pavilion." "Xing, it's like this," Wen Tangjiu began. "Tomorrow is the written examination, and I wish to ask you to patrol around my examination venue to look out for any suspicious individuals." "Jiu, have you heard something?" Yichen asked, her tone turning serious. "Someone told me that during the exam, there will be a flood at my examination site. I suspect someone intends to set a fire." "What? A flood at the examination site? There are dozens of candidates inside. That is utterly disregardful of human life," Yichen exclaimed, her anger palpable. When Tangjiu recalled the previous incident involving the spurs, where half the candidates had hidden spurs beneath their saddles, she sneered. "They have never regarded human life with any seriousness from the very beginning." "Do not worry, I will take care of this," Yichen assured, her determination evident. "I will rally the experts from the pavilion to patrol around your examination venue. If we encounter any suspicious individuals, we will capture them immediately." "Thank you, Xing." When Tangjiu expressed her gratitude, "Jiu, let us not speak of burdens between us. It would sadden me if you didn't come to me for help." "Yichen, fine poet. All right, no more mention of it. My little star is the best," when Tangjiu chuckled, playfully pinching Yixin's cheek. Yichen was her closest friend. Asking Ji and others for help would make her feel indebted, but she felt no such hesitation with Xing. Just as Xing would come to her when in need, helping her friend brought her immense joy. By the way, Xing, do your best when the time comes. Even if you cannot capture them, it's all right, just don't make too much noise, Wen Tangjiu cautioned. After all, Xing and her companions were members of the 7-Kill Pavilion. If the situation escalated, and they were discovered with a group of assassins appearing near the examination site, it could bring unwarranted calamity upon Xing, rest assured. I am quite adept at managing affairs. Yichen imitated Wen Tangjiu, playfully pinching her cheek. The two girls exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their light-hearted conversation. The spring breeze was gentle, and the birds perched on the branches nestled together, quiet and serene. The following day, Wen Tangjiu encountered Yichen at the entrance of the examination hall, both there for the same purpose. "You can do it, Jiu, Yichen encouraged. Nodding at her, "I certainly will." "You too?" Wen Tangjiu replied with a smile. She felt confident about the exam, her knowledge of military strategies firmly rooted in her mind, and she had diligently reviewed her materials in the days leading up to it. She even began to wonder if she had been born into a family of warriors before her memory loss. From a distance, she spotted the hidden stars among the trees, and a sense of calm washed over her as they seemed to beckon her, prompting her to nod in silent acknowledgement. Inside the examination hall, the sound of pens scratching against paper filled the air. Wen Tangjiu focused intently on her answers, encountering few difficulties, and soon completed her exam, with time still remaining. She meticulously reviewed her work. Finally, with two sharp sounds, the time to submit had arrived, and the candidates began to hand in their papers. As they exited the hall, some were jubilant and beaming, while others appeared dejected, striking their chests in despair. Wen Tangjiu maintained her composure until she came upon Nan Zhuxin and Jiang Jian waiting at the entrance. Wen Tangjiu had not anticipated anyone would come to greet her after the exam, as she had matters to attend to. Pretending not to notice the two, she turned to leave, but Jiang Jian and Nan Zhuxin called out in unison, "Sister, Jiu." All eyes turned toward her, and she realized there was no escaping the situation. She halted, stiffly turned around, and forced a smile, greeting them, "Good day, Jiu. Let us celebrate your successful examination with a meal. Sister, I discovered a uniquely charming restaurant in the capital. Let's go together." Their simultaneous exclamations created an awkward silence as they exchanged glances. "Actually, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave," Wen Tangjiu said, maintaining her smile before hastily departing without looking back. In her heart, she fervently apologized to Jiang Jian and Nan Zhuxin, not intending to dampen their spirits. After all, the 7 Kills Pavilion and the stars awaited her. As Wen Tangjiu sprinted toward the 7 Kills Pavilion, she was grateful for the relatively sparse foot traffic on the streets, though many gazes were drawn to her as she rushed by. "Jiu, you've arrived." Yichen seemed to have been waiting for her. "Stars, how did it go?" Wen Tangjiu panted, catching her breath. "I was on patrol when I noticed a suspicious figure. I discreetly followed him and saw him pull out a fire starter. So I approached and subdued him. He is now locked away in the dungeon of the 7 Kills Pavilion." "Thank you, Xingyang. Please take me to see him." "Follow me." Yichen led Wen Tangjiu to the cell where the man was held, his face etched with terror. Yichen unlocked the door, and Wen Tangjiu stepped inside. "I have several inquiries to make, and I hope you will respond truthfully. Otherwise, I cannot assure you of your survival here." Wen Tangjiu crouched down, gazing intently into the man's eyes. His gaze faltered, yet he remained silent. "The first question is, who sent you?" I don't understand what you're saying," he stammered. Observing his reluctance to divulge information, Wen Tangjiu adopted a more coaxing tone. "If you tell me, I will offer you double the reward." "I don't know. It seems it is not merely about money," Wen Tangjiu remarked coolly. "Then it must be about your life, or perhaps the lives of your family, resting in his hands. Reveal it to me, and I shall alleviate your concerns and grant you a substantial fortune to enjoy a carefree life henceforth. How does that sound?" She was negotiating her terms. The man trembled, but still held his tongue. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Wen Tangjiu's gaze hardened as she tightened her grip around his neck. "Think carefully before you respond." "You can't kill me," he retorted, his face flushed, still refusing to speak. "You lack evidence. You cannot unjustly take a life." Wen Tangjiu inwardly chuckled. He was not entirely foolish. They indeed lacked the proof necessary to justify his execution. "It appears you have not comprehended your surroundings." She released her hold, causing him to collapse to the ground. Gasping for breath, "Ordinary individuals wouldn't kill you without cause, but we are assassins. Murder is merely a matter of convenience." She observed the man convulsing on the ground and sneered. "Even if you were to kill me, I would remain silent." It seemed he recalled something terrifying, shaking violently. Very well, you possess some spirit. Wen Tangjiu, far from angered, smiled at him. You may leave now. The man seemed to receive a pardon, hastily scrambling to his feet and wobbling towards the exit. Jiu and Yichen attempted to intervene, but Wen Tangjiu restrained them. It's all right, Xing. She smiled. Though he appeared to say nothing, his reaction has revealed everything. I had already surmised who was behind this. Now it is merely confirmed, though he would not confess. The fear in his eyes was unmistakable. Yet, that terror was not directed at her. Only the supreme authority could instill such dread, one that surpassed even the instinct for survival. Li Jie, Yichen commanded, the intricacies of the 7-kill pavilion are convoluted. He should not have escaped yet. Follow him. Understood. Li Jie complied and pursued. The man ran desperately, exerting all his strength, until he reached the street, continuing until he arrived before the Eastern Palace. He was intercepted. Please inform the prince that I wish to see him. The guard glanced at him before entering. Shortly thereafter, he returned. The prince will see you. Follow me. Ah, yes. The man hurriedly trailed the guard. They arrived at a grassy area where the guard halted. Is there something you need? The man inquired. The next moment, a sound pierced the air. Something had entered his body. Chapter 74. The stars forever stand behind Jiu. The man, in disbelief, looked down to see a sword embedded in his abdomen. The guard, expressionless, withdrew the blade. Before the man could utter another word, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Soon, the man's corpse was removed, and the ground was cleaned with an air of tranquility as if nothing had ever occurred. Your Highness has dealt with the man. Feng Yu reported to Murong Ling. Murong Ling nodded. The worthless individual had dared to return to this palace after being captured, fearing that his followers would not know it was the doing of this palace. My lord, the one who followed him possesses considerable skill and has not entered the palace. He is likely beyond pursuit now. That is of no consequence. Wen Tangjiu is not a fool. She must have realized from the outset that it was the hand of this palace. My lord, she is merely a young woman, Feng Yu began. But a book struck him on the head, prompting him to immediately lower his gaze and fall silent. A woman? What of it? Do any of our dispatched agents measure up to her? Or can you ascertain who apprehended the arsonist's infiltrator? Murong Ling retorted with a cold smirk. Wen Tangjiu is not only formidable in skill, but also astute. She is certainly more intelligent than you all. Furthermore, she is backed by an unseen force that cannot be traced. Do you presume she poses no threat to this palace simply because she is a woman? Murong Ling spoke, his aura heavy with foreboding. He took the scroll that Feng Yu had picked up and patted Feng Yu on the shoulder. You are a trusted confidant of this palace. Do not be foolish like the others. Remember, underestimating an opponent is akin to wielding a dagger against oneself. Feng Yu understood. That is well. You may withdraw, Murong Ling said, turning his gaze to the windowsill, where a mantis stealthily approached a cicada. Wen Tangjiu, how intriguing. I had intended to befriend you, but alas, you obstructed my path. Murong Ling, seemingly resigned to the cicada's impending doom, turned and entered the inner chamber. Thus, he did not witness the moment after his departure when the sparrow, lying in wait behind the mantis, swiftly devoured it as it lunged for the cicada, allowing the cicada to flap its wings and escape. The mantis, until its last breath, remained oblivious to the fact that the cicada was merely bait. Within the 7-kill pavilion, I only followed him to the Eastern Palace. After that, the man entered and the guards were formidable. I cannot gain entry. Li Jie reported truthfully. Well done. Yichen nodded, seemingly casually bringing it up. By the way, Li Jie, how have you been faring with that beautiful, handsome gentleman? Li Jie's face flushed crimson, replying to the deputy pavilion master, I only have affection for women. Oh, then it is of no matter. You may leave. Yichen watched Li Jie depart before bursting into laughter. Xing, do not make it difficult for him, Wen Tangjiu, who had been listening intently, said with a resigned smile. I was merely letting him go. All right, enough about him. Let's discuss your affairs. Jiu, it seems that man is closely linked to the crown prince. Closely linked to the crown prince, but not solely him, Wen Tangjiu replied gravely. Why is that, Jiu? Well, it is merely an instinct. Wen Tangjiu could not articulate what felt amiss, but she sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Behind each incident, it seemed as though an unseen hand was at work. The man belonged to the crown prince, yet he also did not. Jiu is so clever. If your instinct feels wrong, it undoubtedly is. Yichen held unwavering admiration and support for Wen Tangjiu. Ha ha ha. Xing, you are simply adorable. Wen Tangjiu, witnessing the look of admiration on Yichen face, could not help but laugh aloud. Jiu, I may not possess your intellect, and I shall refrain from misguidedly analyzing matters for you. However, remember this. As long as you need me, I shall always be there. The stars will forever stand behind you. Yichen eyes sparkled with a gentle curve, yet her tone was earnest. Then I must thank my little star? Wen Tangjiu affectionately ruffled Yichen hair. Perhaps the greatest happiness in the world lies in having someone who does not pry into your innermost thoughts, seldom reaches out, yet remains steadfastly by your side when you need her. By the time Wen Tangjiu returned home, the moon had already ascended the treetops. After countless previous encounters, the presence of someone in the courtyard no longer surprised her. However, the arrival of Mo Xiangxing did catch her slightly off guard. What brings you here? Wen Tangjiu inquired, gazing at Mo, who stood still like a statue. You knew someone was in the courtyard as soon as you entered. Mo Xiangxing stated rather than answered. Indeed, but you are not surprised. It is only when you see that it is I that you express astonishment. Mo Xiangxing remarked with utmost seriousness. Precisely. Should I commend your keen observation? Wen Tangjiu replied with a forced smile, finding the workings of the human mind rather peculiar in her conversations with Mo Yu. No need. Mo Xiangxing firmly declined her suggestion and continued to deduce. So, there are often visitors to your courtyard. Who is that person? Is it related to you? Wen Tangjiu retorted. She could hardly disclose to an outsider that the national master of the Li Kingdom and the leader of the Jianwang organization often trespassed her walls. Mo Xiangxing paused, seemingly sensing Wen Tangjiu's unease, and explained, I'm merely worried that someone might disturb you. I can take care of that individual for you. Wen Tangjiu fell silent. How could he so casually speak of murder? Upon their first meeting, he had also suggested killing her. To him, it seemed as trivial as eating or drinking. Noticing Wen Tangjiu's silence, Mo Xiangxing assumed she doubted him and hastily presented a box he had held for quite some time. I am sincere in my words. Wen Tangjiu accepted the box, her curiosity piqued. What is this? This is a return gift for the begonia branch you bestowed upon me. A faint blush appeared on Mo Xiangxing's face. You already received it during the martial arts examination the other day. You reminded me, Wen Tangjiu replied earnestly. That return gift is insufficient. It must include this. Mo Xiangxing shook his head resolutely. Seeing his insistence, Wen Tangjiu seized her refusal and opened the box. Inside lay the severed head of a person, eyes wide open in eternal terror. With a thud, the box fell to the ground, and the head tumbled out, rolling around Wen Tangjiu's skirts. Mo Xiangxing. Wen Tangjiu managed to utter with a darkened expression, glaring at him. What is it? Do you not like it? Mo Xiangxing asked, his face a mask of confusion. Like it? I adore it so much it nearly gives me a heart attack. What kind of decent person presents a head as a gift, especially on a moonless, windy night? This is not a gift. It is a threat. Frustrated, she wanted to question Mo, but upon meeting his earnest, puzzled gaze, her words faltered. Wen Tangjiu endeavored to calm her emotions and then inquired with a composed tone. Mo Xiangxing, is this truly your gift, and not a declaration of war? Why would I issue a declaration of war against you? Mo Xiangxing appeared genuinely perplexed. Then what is the meaning of sending me a severed head? Take a closer look at that head, Tang. Do you not find it familiar? Montague Xiangsheng plumped it. Wen Tangjiu failed to notice the change in address and scrutinized the head more closely. It indeed bore a semblance of familiarity. She recalled that it belonged to the man who had intentionally shot an arrow at her target the other day. Did you kill him because he obstructed me? Wen Tangjiu asked incredulously. Mo Xiangxing nodded. But his crime does not warrant death, Wen Tangjiu argued. The man's arrow struck her target, not her. He merely aimed to prevent her from claiming first place, without intending to take her life. Moreover, in her eyes, such an obstruction was trivial, merely the antics of a clown, not deserving of murder. I understand, but even if I hadn't killed him, he would not have survived. I merely acted preemptively to help you vent your frustration, Mo Yu, Xiangxing explained. In truth, he was indifferent. He could kill a mere individual without hesitation. Yet, it seemed Tang Tang disapproved of indiscriminate slaughter, so he restrained himself. When Tangjiu recognized the truth in Mo Yu Xiangxing's words, a pawn that had failed in its purpose held no value. The dead would never reveal secrets. Even if the task had been accomplished, survival was not guaranteed. Throughout history, many have preferred to share in hardship rather than in prosperity. Very well, I shall accept your gift in return, and I have no one for you to kill. When Tangjiu sighed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Really, you don't need to kill anyone in your courtyard? Mo Yu Xiangxing seemed reluctant to let the topic go. Pressing on. No, and it is strictly prohibited. That is my friend, Wen Tangjiu declared earnestly. Oh, no killing. Then, Mo Yu Xiangxing appeared somewhat disheartened. However, I do require your assistance with a matter. I wonder if you would be willing, Wen Tangjiu mentioned casually. What is it? Speak freely. Who would you have me kill? Mo Yu Xiangxing's eyes brightened once more. It is not a request for murder, Wen Tangjiu replied, slightly exasperated. I wish to inquire about the list you mentioned the other day. Mo Yu Xiangxing fell into an unusual silence. If it is inconvenient to discuss, then let it be. When Tangjiu understood that she and Mo Yu Xiangxing had not yet cultivated the intimacy required for complete openness, his reluctance to share was entirely reasonable, especially since he had already gone to great lengths to offer her a warning the day prior. The list was not compiled by the Crown Prince. The individuals behind it include the Crown Prince himself, Mo Yu Xiangxing suddenly revealed. When Tangjiu was taken aback, although she had sensed that more than just the Crown Prince was involved, she was astonished that someone would dare to include him in such a scheme. Truly, it was a grand game being played. Thank you, Mo Yu Xiangxing. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, when Tangjiu expressed sincerely. Mo Yu Xiangxing's willingness to share such crucial information took her by surprise. No need. Tang Tang, this is a return gift from Haitang, he replied, shaking his head. When Tangjiu hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided to speak. Mo Yu Xiangxing is merely an ordinary begonia branch. It does not warrant such lavish reciprocation. It is worth it, Mo Yu Xiangxing firmly countered. It is nothing special. It is worth it, Mo Yu Xiangxing interrupted when Tangjiu, his gaze earnest and focused upon her. It is valuable, and so are you. How can it not be worth it? This is the first flower I have received in my life. And you are the first person who does not mind my murderous intent, choosing instead to respond to my hostility with a flower. Because of your kindness, I have harbored thoughts of violence against you. Yet you remain unfazed, opting for forgiveness and gifting me a begonia as beautiful as yourself. That flower, like its owner, harbors no disdain for me and blooms splendidly. It is the only flower I can nurture. When Tangjiu was at a loss for words, Mo Yu Xiangxing's persistence made it somewhat inappropriate to argue further. By the way, you need not wear a mask when you visit in the future. It's not as if I haven't seen your face before, when Tangjiu remarked, noting how he donned a mask daily, which she found stifling. I'm accustomed to it, Mo Yu Xiangxing replied, momentarily surprised before he comprehended. It is a habit, not a preference, is it not? When Tangjiu retorted, indeed, Mu igreku xiangsheng kensided. Unpleasant habits that bear no benefit should not be maintained. They ought to be discarded, when Tangjiu advised. However, everyone except you wishes for me to wear it. Mo Yu Xiangxing recalled the disdainful gazes of those around him, biting his lip, as a sudden urge to kill stirred within him. What others desire, while you do not, is not a habit but a shackle. Shackles ought to be severed, when Tangjiu asserted earnestly. Moreover, not everyone wishes for you to wear it. I do not. Those who desired him to wear the mask were also bound by their own shackles, lacking the courage and strength to break free, thus imposing their chains upon him. They wish for him to conform to societal norms and laws. But you are different. You possess strength, and you can boldly be yourself. Besides, how regrettable it would be to conceal such a beautiful face. When Tangjiu smiled, her red attire making her exceptionally radiant, Mo Yu Xiangxing gazed at her, captivated. How wonderful! He thought he had found his own son. He removed his mask and smiled at Wen Tangjiu, a smile devoid of malice, filled instead with childlike innocence and joy. Wen Tangjiu was once again awestruck by Mu Yu Xiangxing's beauty. Was this what they referred to as youthful charm? He was the epitome of a spirited young man. I suddenly understand the allure of beauty as a strategy, Wen Tangjiu said wistfully. What she admired most about Mu Yu Xiangxing was his childlike demeanor. Even when he spoke of murder, she perceived it as the innocent ramblings of a naive child. Is it truly that beautiful? Mu Yu Xiangxing asked, tilting his head. I assure you, do not wear a mask when you come in the future. It is pleasing to the eye. Wen Tangjiu turned her face away, fervently reciting calming mantras in her heart. Very well, Mu Yu Xiangxing laughed joyfully again. She spoke of the future. Did that mean he could seek her out again? The day is getting late. You should return, Wen Tangjiu said. In any case, thank you for your message. Thank you. Mo Yu earnestly expressed her gratitude to Wen Tangjiu, and then departed under Wen Tangjiu's astonished gaze. Thank me? Huh. I thank him, and he thanks me? Wen Tangjiu stood in place, pondering the absurdity of life. The moon was luminous, and the stars were sparse, with the crows flying southward, circling the tree thrice. Upon which branch could it rely? That crow, once lost, has now found its rightful perch. It stands upon the branch, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, reveling in the dew and moonlight. Much like any ordinary bird, the gentleman has arrived. Please take a seat. Wen Tangjiu welcomed Duan Qianshu to sit down. Miss Wen has invited me out today. She must have discerned the truth behind my words. Duan Qianshu smiled, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. What you say is not unfounded. Wen Tangjiu replied as she poured wine for him. Please. Duan Qianshu accepted the cup, smiling. Previously, I invited Miss Wen for a drink. Today, it is Miss Wen who extends the invitation to me. It seems Miss Wen dislikes being beholden to others. Not quite. It depends on the person, Wen Tangjiu casually responded, lifting the nearby wine jug to pour into her own mouth. Now, let us discuss your request. After finishing a jug of wine, Wen Tangjiu spoke. My soul wishes for Miss Wen to safely escort my sister out of the Moonlight Villa, Duan Qianshu said slowly. I agree to your request, Wen Tangjiu replied. But wait, Duan Qianshu added, when I speak of safety, I wish for both my sister and Miss Wen to be unharmed. Please act within your means. Wen Tangjiu was taken aback. After a moment, she burst into laughter. Huh, Brother Duan, you truly are a gentleman of integrity. You flatter me, Miss Wen, Duan Qianshu responded. Unperturbed. Rest assured, but you must inform me of your sister's name and provide something to prove my identity as a rescuer, Wen Tangjiu said, her smile fading as she spoke earnestly. My sister is not my biological sibling. I found her, yet we share a deep bond. She carries our mother's surname, Su, and her name is Emo. If you encounter her, give her this pouch, and she will recognize your identity, Duan Qianshu said, removing the pouch he wore. Wen Tangjiu accepted it. The stitching of the pouch was delicate. Though imperfect, it revealed the care of its creator. Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, the prince has matters requiring the attendance of the guards. At that time, 2/3 of the guards at Moonlight Villa will withdraw, and Miss Wen may act then. Duan Qianshu advised. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Duan. I shall take my leave now, Wen Tangjiu said as she approached the window. Miss Wen, please ensure your safety. Do not overexert yourself. Duan Qianshu called out to her. Rest assured, Wen Tangjiu replied, leaping from the window. Jiu, that Duan Qianshu is indeed a good person, Jiu remarked, peeking out. It is Duan Qianshu, Wen Tangjiu smiled. The little hamster, usually slumbering by day and active by night, was awake today and had overheard their conversation. Yes, Duan Qianshu, Jiu nodded vigorously. Jiu, he is concerned for your safety. He truly is a wonderful person, Jiu said softly. A good person? Wen Tangjiu chuckled ambiguously, then affectionately patted the little mouse's head. Indeed, he is a truly wonderful person. After all, he is the esteemed gentleman praised by all, possessing lofty morals and admirable virtues. What a perfect individual he is. Wen Tangjiu followed the address from Jiang Jian's letter and arrived at the Jianshan branch in the capital. Upon entering the establishment, she encountered a smooth passage, with several individuals greeting her along the way. Good day, lady of the pavilion. Initially, Wen Tangjiu wore a large question mark on her face, often retorting, "I am not the lady of the pavilion." However, those who countered her would merely smile knowingly and respond, "Lady of the pavilion, please come in," before departing. As the number of greetings increased, she eventually grew weary of rebutting them. It was not until she pushed open the door and beheld Jiang Jian, who was examining a box with great interest, that she spoke up. "Jiang Jian, I require an explanation." Jiang Jian appeared startled and hastily tucked the box beneath the books on his desk. He lifted his gaze to Wen Tangjiu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sister, you're here," he exclaimed with a smile. "Jiang Jian, please tell me why your disciples address me as Lady of the Pavilion?" Wen Tangjiu inquired, furrowing her brow. "Well," Jiang Jian replied, his gaze evasive, "when I visited your courtyard previously, I brought along a subordinate. I instructed him to wait outside the wall, and it seems he secretly peeked over and caught sight of you, leading to the wild rumors in the pavilion. Is that truly the case?" Wen Tangjiu asked skeptically. "Indeed, as genuine as gold," Jiang Jian affirmed, swiftly changing the subject. "Sister, let us discuss serious matters." Meanwhile, a brief interlude unfolded. Hong Su passed by Wen Tangjiu and Jiang Jian. Jiang Jian pointed at Hong Su and said, "Sister, the subordinate I mentioned is Hong Su. I shall ensure she is more discreet in the future." Hong Su interjected, "But didn't the pavilion master show the disciples Miss Wen's portrait, claiming she is the future lady of the pavilion?" Jiang Jian desperately gestured at Hong Su. "Yes, it was my foolish remark," Hong Su admitted. "Miss Wen, I sincerely apologize. It's quite all right. Such misunderstandings are common. Just refrain from doing so in the future," Wen Tangjiu responded empathetically. "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Wen," Hong Su said gratefully. Due to her misstep, Hong Su felt disheartened in front of the beauty until Jiang Jian informed her that her salary would be doubled this month. Instantly, her spirits lifted. "Pavilion Master, should there be blame to assign next time, please call upon me. I am your chosen scapegoat," Hong Su declared earnestly. "Enough, enough," Jiang Jian said, growing impatient as he examined Wen Tangjiu's portrait. "Leave now." "All right then." Hong Su dashed off to count her money. End of interlude. Chapter 78. Despite his arrival, "Go ahead and speak," Wen Tangjiu said, her attention diverted from the issue of titles. "Nan Zhuxin has been expelled from the Nan Rong residence," Jiang Jian revealed, dropping a bombshell. "Not surprising. Having offended the crown prince, it's fortunate he survived at all," Wen Tangjiu remarked, showing no sign of astonishment. "The infighting among noble families is indeed brutal. Victors reign while the vanquished are cast out, disgraced, and removed from the family lineage. Sister, those without shoes fear not those who wear them," Jiang Jian hinted, and Wen Tangjiu immediately grasped his meaning. Now, with nothing left to lose, Nan Zhuxin feared nothing. She and Nan Yaozhu are both enemies of Nan Zhuxin, and he is highly likely to seek revenge against them, especially since he has only one life left. No matter, let him come. Wen Tangjiu possesses absolute confidence in her abilities. However, Nan Yaozhu furrowed her brow. She would remind him of this in the future. Additionally, "Sister, there are rumors that the emperor is aging, and both Prince Xiaoyao and the crown prince are vying for the throne. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Sister, you must be cautious not to be caught in their crossfire," Jiang Jian cautioned. Wen Tangjiu observed the worry etched on Jiang Jian's face, but refrained from revealing that her entanglement was inevitable. Firstly, there was her ambiguous connection with the emperor. Secondly, she was determined to seize the position of the crown prince's formidable general, and in the crown prince's eyes, she had likely become a stumbling block. "What do you know about Prince Xiaoyao Murongdu?" Wen Tangjiu inquired. "As for Murongdu, he enjoys far more favor among the people than the crown prince. He is approachable, kind-hearted, and non-confrontational. It is precisely for these traits that he has become the only one among the emperor's numerous siblings to survive to this day. Non-confrontational? Yet there are rumors he seeks the throne?" Wen Tangjiu pointed out the inconsistency. Currently, it is well known that the crown prince is narrow-minded and jealous of those more capable. He may fear that the kingdom would fall into the hands of such a person, Jiang Jian speculated. Moreover, these are merely rumors and may not hold true. Jiang Jian added, "It is also possible that someone is deliberately spreading these rumors to sow discord, hoping to profit from the conflict between the two parties. Wen Tangjiu concluded succinctly. Indeed, Jiang Jian nodded in agreement. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure my own safety, Wen Tangjiu replied with a smile. That is reassuring, sister. Do take care, Jiang Jian urged. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Wen Tangjiu began her journey home. Sister, allow me to accompany you back to the estate, Jiang Jian said, feeling uneasy about her returning alone. No need for that. My martial skills surpass yours. If you accompany me and something occurs, I would have to divert my attention to protect you, Wen Tangjiu stated bluntly. Jiang Jian found himself speechless. For Wen Tangjiu's reasoning was indeed sound. For the first time in his life, he resented his own lack of martial prowess. Although he was already among the elite in terms of skills, he felt inadequate in comparison to his sister. If he diligently practiced, could he catch up to her? The answer was no. It was evident that Wen Tangjiu's abilities had reached an extraordinary level. Jiang Jian felt that even if he devoted his entire life to training, he might never surpass her. He ultimately relinquished the thought of desperately honing his skills. Wishing you a smooth journey, sister, Jiang Jian called out as she departed. Very well. You should head back now, Wen Tangjiu waved goodbye. The sunset's afterglow enveloped Wen Tangjiu, and Jiang Jian watched as her gentle silhouette gradually faded, her shadow elongating beneath her feet. The following day, be good, Qi Qiu, continue your slumber, Wen Tangjiu gently coaxed. I don't want to Jiu. I want to be with you, the little hamster insisted, refusing to release her sleeve. Early that morning, when Tangjiu had risen, she was determined to rescue Duan Qianchu's sister. Suyimo. Due to the potential dangers of her journey, she refrained from awakening the little hamster. Instead, she left food and a note beside Qiu, intending to venture forth alone. To her surprise, Qiu awoke on its own, grasping her sleeve and insisting on accompanying her. But Qiu, I promise to bring you delicious treats when I return, Wen Tangjiu coaxed patiently. No, I don't want treats. I want to go with you. Chapter 79. How could I possibly quibble with a little hamster? Normally fond of snacks, Qiu refused to eat anything at that moment. Left with no choice, Wen Tangjiu had to discreetly render it unconscious. Jiu, a familiar voice called from outside. Wen Tangjiu opened the door to find Ji standing there. Ji, why are you here so early? Don't you have court today? Wen Tangjiu inquired, astonished. Today is a day off, Ji replied. I came early to avoid being overheard. What if I hadn't woken up? Then I would wait, Ji stated resolutely. He never minded how long he had to wait. What mattered to him was simply being able to wait for her. You arrived just in time. Wen Tangjiu pulled Ji into the room and pointed to the unconscious Qiu. Ji, I have something to attend to today. Qiu insisted on coming with me, so I had to render it unconscious. Would you mind looking after it? Ji furrowed his brow slightly. Jiu, would you rather knock it out than take it with you? Is what you plan to do very dangerous? Not particularly dangerous. I just fear the unforeseen, Wen Tangjiu replied. I can't go with you. Stop. I can handle this alone. I'm simply worried about Qiu waking up with no one to care for it. She interrupted Ji before he could speak. If Qiu awoke and found itself alone, it would surely seek her out. She truly feared that the naive little creature might wander into the streets and be caught under a carriage. So, our kind-hearted national teacher, if you have no pressing matters today, could you please look after Qiu? Wen Tangjiu clasped her hands together in a gesture of entreaty. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. Given the circumstances, Ji had no choice but to agree. Though he could not accompany Wen Tangjiu, he could at least allow her to pursue her tasks without concern. Thank you. Its food is here, enough to last several days. Qiu can now write many words, so you can communicate with it. Wen Tangjiu gestured towards the food and paper. Ji nodded. Ji, you two should be able to coexist peacefully, right? A trace of worry crossed Wen Tangjiu's mind. Ji could sometimes act as childishly as a 3-year-old, and Qiu was, after all, a child. She feared they might argue. Naturally, how could I possibly quibble with a little hamster? Ji reassured her. Hearing this, Wen Tangjiu felt her concerns were unfounded. Qiu had previously rated Ji quite favorably, and Ji had even gifted Qiu presents. Surely, they could coexist harmoniously. However, As events unfolded, it became evident that Wen Tangjiu's worries were not merely excessive, they were insufficient. For a human and a hamster could not only argue, but even come to blows. Well then, I must take my leave. Ji, do take care of yourself as well. Wen Tangjiu waved goodbye to Ji. You too. Take care. I shall await your return. Ji smiled faintly at Wen Tangjiu. Wen Tangjiu activated her lightness skill, swiftly vanishing into the mist. The Moonlight Villa lay beyond the city, surrounded by a dense bamboo grove. A main path led directly to the villa. However, to avoid alarming the nearby guards, Wen Tangjiu opted to traverse the bamboo forest from the rear. To her surprise, she discovered someone amidst the bamboo. He was a man, with arched brows and alluring peach blossom eyes, a prominent nose, exuding an aura of a carefree scion from a noble family. Clad in a bright yellow robe, he leaned against a bamboo stalk, casually sipping from a wine jug. Upon noticing her, Wen Tangjiu sensed trouble. She had been spotted, and should he raise an alarm, it would spell disaster. The man squinted, casting aside the wine jug, and stood up, addressing her, "Fair maiden, have you come here specifically to seek me?" How thoughtful. Wen Tangjiu thought to herself that he seemed rather delusional, exuding an air of narcissism that was beyond remedy. Yet, unable to discern whether he was friend or foe, she dared not act recklessly. "Indeed," she replied, "it is my first encounter with such an ethereal beauty. Pray tell, what is your name, your age, and where do you reside?" Xiao Lucy Apojek Wen Tangjiu, smiling. It was common for beauties to throw themselves at him. Yet this one felt different. She possessed more than just a pretty facade. There was a spark in her eyes. Observing Wen Tangjiu's contemplative expression, Xiao Luoxi found her irresistibly charming and felt an urge to pinch her cheek, just as his hand was about to graze her face. Wen Tangjiu abruptly seized his wrist. "Do not lay hands on me," she warned, her countenance darkening. Xiao Luoxi attempted to retract his wrist, but found himself unable to. Her grip was too strong. "Fair maiden, you are hurting me," he complained. Wen Tangjiu released him, regarding him with cold disdain. "Such fierceness and strength. Be cautious, lest you find yourself unwanted," he remarked, eyeing his reddened wrist. Wen Tangjiu scoffed. "I lack nothing in martial prowess, intelligence, or beauty. Why would I need anyone's desire? The question should be whether I wish to desire anyone." She scrutinized Xiao Luoxi with disdain, adding, "You are weak, average in appearance, and excessively self-absorbed. You should be the one worried about being wanted." "You," Xiao Luoxi retorted, flustered. Never had anyone belittled him in such a manner. While he could tolerate remarks about the other two, to claim he was merely average was intolerable. He was famously charming, akin to the illustrious Pan, and even in his folly, he soon realized that Wen Tangjiu was not there for him. "Are you intending to intrude upon the Moonlight Villa? Do you not fear my calling for assistance after offending me?" Xiao Luoxi, regaining his composure, quickly deduced Wen Tangjiu's intentions and threatened her. Wen Tangjiu remained silent. "Very well. If you kneel and apologize to me, I shall overlook this transgression. Otherwise, I shall indeed summon others," Xiao Luoxi boasted, interpreting her silence as fear. His confidence swelling. In the next moment, a dagger was pressed against his throat. "You may very well try. We'll see whether your scream is swifter than my blade." Wen Tangjiu whispered in a low voice, reminiscent of a devil's murmur, into Xiao Luoxi's ear. A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Luoxi. How could this woman be so quick? Yet the chilling sensation against his neck compelled him to believe. "You cannot kill me. If I perish, the Xiao family will not spare you." Xiao Luoxi's voice trembled. "Ha!" Wen Tangjiu chuckled lightly, as if she had heard something amusing. "Do you know to whom Moonlit Villa belongs? I dare to offend even the crown prince. Do you truly think I regard the mere Xiao family?" Xiao Luoxi fell silent. Indeed, this madwoman dared to intrude upon the crown prince's villa. What was there that she would not attempt? "Open your mouth," Wen Tangjiu commanded coldly. Xiao Luoxi felt the dagger press deeper against his throat. Reluctantly, he complied. A pill was placed in his mouth, dissolving instantly. He coughed desperately, attempting to expel the substance, but to no avail. "What have you given me?" Xiao Luoxi asked, clutching his throat as he questioned Wen Tangjiu. Wen Tangjiu sheathed her dagger. Nothing of consequence. Merely an ordinary poison, she replied nonchalantly. Oh, and by the way, only I possess the antidote. She reminded him kindly, when the poison takes effect, you may bleed from all your orifices and perish. What do you intend to do? I require you to remain here until I exit Moonlit Villa. Then we shall leave together to prevent any unnecessary troubles you might cause me. When Tangjiu observed the fleeting hatred in Xiao Luoxi's eyes and added, I advise against calling for help or attempting anything foolish. Should anything happen to me, just see who under heaven can cure the poison you now bear. Xiao Luoxi, valuing his life, dare not gamble. He returned to his previous position, his brow furrowed in gloom. Very well, I shall await your return. When Tangjiu, satisfied with his compliance, utilized her lightness skill and approached the villa. At the Wen residence, Qiuqiu awoke, the first thing on its mind being to find Yichen. Jia held it down. It picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and scrawled 3 characters on the paper, Yichen where. Jia understood. It was inquiring about Wen Tangjiu's whereabouts. I do not know where Yichen has gone. Let us patiently await her return, Jia responded. However, the little mouse grew upset, believing Jia was deliberately concealing Wen Tangjiu's location to monopolize her. After all, this man had always coveted Yichen. Qiuqiu, both angry and sorrowful, purposefully wrote on the paper, Yichen's sleep. Are you implying that Yichen sleeps with you? Jia frowned. Qiuqiu proudly nodded. In truth, it was just trying to provoke Jia. Do you not have your own bed? Why cling to her? Jia's brow furrowed so deeply one could imagine it crushing a fly. Yichen loves me. Qiuqiu continued to scribble on the paper, determined to exasperate Jia. As it desired, Jia was indeed perturbed. I know where she has gone. She has abandoned you and cast you aside to me, Jia replied with a cold laugh. If this little hamster wished to harm him, then let the games of mutual harm commence. Upon hearing Jia's words, Qiuqiu became infuriated, her fur bristling with indignation. Chapter 81. Do not fear. All is well. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You lie. Jojo does not want you. You wicked creature, sowing discord with your baseless words. She desires me, yet she rejects you. Ji discerned the meaning behind the little mouse's outburst, concocting a serious yet absurd retort. Squeak, 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 squeak. Ji, you are nothing but a thorough villain. 0 points. I shall rate you as 0. The little mouse was so incensed that its whiskers stood on end. Although Ji could not comprehend what Qiuqiu was saying, the mouse's demeanor suggested it was hurling quite the invective. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of mutual harm, he continued to stab at Qiuqiu's heart. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited quarrel, ultimately resorting to physical altercations. Wen Tangjiu perched upon a branch, observing the movements of the guards around the Moonlight Mountain Villa. The number of guards was not excessive, and their movements followed a predictable pattern. Finally, she seized an opportunity and slipped inside. Within the courtyard, guards were also present, and she concealed herself behind a rockery. At last, she spotted a lone guard. She swiftly incapacitated him, hiding his unconscious form behind the rockery, and donned his uniform. Though the courtyard of the Moonlight Mountain Villa boasted numerous chambers, Wen Tangjiu knew that the one with the heaviest guard presence must be the one where Su Emo was confined. That particular room had guards entering and exiting periodically. Disguised as a guard on patrol, she strode confidently into the chamber. Inside, a woman was leaning against the window, gazing out at the scenery. Wen Tangjiu approached her from behind, just as the woman suddenly spun around, brandishing a hairpin aimed at her neck. Wen Tangjiu deftly dodged the attack. Realizing her miscalculation, the woman pressed the pin against her own throat, her eyes red but fierce, declaring that should Wen Tangjiu make a wrong move, she would take her own life right there, leaving Wen Tangjiu with the burden of explaining to her master. Understanding that Su Emo must have misunderstood the situation, Wen Tangjiu felt a pang of empathy upon witnessing the trembling figure before her. The woman's skillful technique and fierce reaction suggested she had faced such peril before. It was evident what those guards intended to do to her, and it was unimaginable what torment she endured daily in her mind. Do not act rashly. I am a woman, and I have come to rescue you. Wen Tangjiu can li go set. Upon hearing her voice, Su Yimo lowered the hairpin. Though her body remained tense, her gaze still wary. It was Duan Chu who sent me to save you. Here is the token. Wen Tangjiu produced a pouch from her bosom and offered it to Su Yimo. With trembling hands, Su Yimo accepted the pouch. Seemingly unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streaming down her face. Brother Chu, do not be afraid. All is well. I will take you away. Wen Tangjiu softly reassured, gently patting Su Yimo's back. As Su Yimo met Wen Tangjiu's gaze, her defenses finally crumbled. She wiped her tears and replied, "All right, let us go." "You are very brave," Wen Tangjiu praised. Su Yimo, lacking martial prowess, had been trapped here alone, deprived of her family, and frequently subjected to harassment by men. Many would have crumbled under such circumstances, yet she persevered, holding on steadfastly. Even when confronted with the sight of the purse, unable to suppress her feelings of grievance, she swiftly managed to adjust her emotions. Within her frail physique resided a formidable spirit. "Thank you," Su Yimo said, her eyes curving into a smile as she looked at Wen Tangjiu. "How are we going to get out?" "There are guards all around," Su Yimo reminded her. "I observed on my way here. There are no guards behind this house. We can climb out through the back window and then use that tree to scale the courtyard wall." Wen Tangjiu had already devised a plan. "But there are guards outside the courtyard wall as well, and they do not change shifts," Su Yimo expressed her concern. "No worries. I noted that there are not many of them, and they lack bows and arrows. We can force our way out." I cannot fight," Su Yimo lowered her head, feeling ashamed. This beautiful sister had come to rescue her single-handedly, and yet she felt she would be a burden. "It's all right," Wen Tangjiu smiled gently, patting Su Yimo's head. "I am quite skilled in martial arts. I will protect you. Can you climb trees?" "Yes," Su Yimo nodded. She had always been an active child, often climbing trees to observe baby birds. "That is splendid. Let us go. We shall climb out the window." Wen Tangjiu led Su Yimo to the rear window. The two of them climbed out and approached the grand tree. "Can you manage on your own?" Wen Tangjiu inquired. "I can," Su Yimo affirmed resolutely. "Then I shall go first to handle those guards outside," Wen Tangjiu declared, utilizing her lightness skill to vault over the wall. "Hurry," she urged, as Su Yimo had not yet had the chance to call her back. Chapter 82. The Foolish and Useless Man. Sounds of combat echoed from beyond the wall. And without any long-range weaponry, Wen Tangjiu fought against them alone, causing Su Yimo great concern. Yet there was nothing she could do. With all her strength, Su Yimo climbed the tree, using its branches to reach the top of the wall. When she anxiously peered down, she was greeted by the radiant smile of Wen Tangjiu. "Mimi, jump down. I will catch you," Wen Tangjiu called out, arms outstretched. Trusting her completely, Su Yimo leapt down, landing safely in Wen Tangjiu's embrace. "Are you unharmed?" After being gently set down, Su Yimo hurriedly grasped Wen Tangjiu's sleeve to check for injuries. "I am unscathed, do not worry. I assure you, I am quite capable." Wen Tangjiu twirled around to demonstrate her well-being. "I merely knocked them unconscious, just in case." "We should hurry," she said, taking Su Yimo's hand to lead her away. However, fate was not on their side, as they soon collided with a squad of guards. Surrounded, Wen Tangjiu instructed, "Mimi, hold on tight to me." With one arm wrapped around Su Yimo's waist and the other picking up a spear from the ground, she declared, "We will fight our way out." Despite the guards being numerous, their weapons were limited to swords and spears, lacking ranged weaponry, which presented an opportunity to break free. Faced with so many guards wielding spears, Su Yimo hesitated. "You should go on without me. I will be fine," she urged, wanting to let Wen Tangjiu leave without her. However, Wen Tangjiu tightened her grip instead. "Listen to me, trust me. If you're scared, just close your eyes and do not distract me." As Wen Tangjiu spoke, she deftly employed her lightness skill, carrying SYM towards the opening in the encirclement. Thus, with a single hand and a long spear, Wen Tangjiu led SYM out of the besieging circle. However, the guards relentlessly pursued them from behind. "Do not fear, They will not catch up with us soon," Wen Tangjiu reassured, sensing the tremors of SYM's body. After all, there was still Xiao Lu X seated in the bamboo grove. Initially, there was concern about his potential interference. but it now appeared he was their only avenue of escape. I am not afraid. I trust you. Sym fought to suppress her inner dread, resolved not to burden Wen Tangjiu further. At last, Wen Tangjiu spotted the distant figure clad in bright yellow. "Hey, where's your carriage? Hurry and take us," she called out. This individual had appeared alone outside the city gates. Surely he did not arrive on foot. Given his tone, he seemed to be a young master from a prestigious family, likely possessing his own carriage. "Why should I let you ride in my carriage?" Xiu Luxi's responded, rising with an expression of indignation. This madwoman had threatened him, poisoned him, and now audaciously sought to hitch a ride? "You need not take us, but if you cannot outrun us, then serve as a shield against the prince's guards." Wen Tangjiu pointed behind her, wearing a slight smile that appeared earnest and harmless. Xiu Lux was taken aback. This reckless woman not only intruded upon the prince's estate, but also managed to provoke a cadre of guards. She truly had no fear of death. Faced with the choice between vengeance and survival, Xiu Lux decisively opted for the latter. "No more words. I value my life," he declared. "Follow me." Utilizing his own lightness skill, he soon landed behind Wen Tangjiu. It became evident that she had not lied. Xiu Lux was indeed unable to keep pace with her. "What a foolish and useless man," Wen Tangjiu remarked disdainfully. She discarded the spear, turned, and hoisted him onto her shoulder. "Guide me." Xiu Lux felt a wave of dizziness. Being carried was far more disorienting than he had anticipated. How dare she carry him? He caught sight of Sym nestled against Wen Tangjiu's left side and felt a surge of indignation, only to be met with another jolt of nausea. "Enough of this. If you dare to vomit on me, I shall throw you down to be trampled by the pursuers." Wen Tangjiu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Has her courage and tenacity. What does Xiu Lux compare to her? For the sake of his own life, Xiu Lux had no choice but to obediently give directions. Finally, they emerged from the bamboo grove and reached the carriage. Wen Tangjiu placed Sym on the seat and unceremoniously tossed Xiu Lux to the ground before taking her place at the reins. The astonished coachman looked on in disbelief. "Allow me," Wen Tangjiu stated, seizing the reins and whip from his hands. She raised the whip, calling out, "Giddy up." As the whip cracked, the horses surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiu Lux, lying in the carriage, felt utterly miserable. Not only had she thrown him to the ground, but now the carriage was speeding along at such a pace. After being jostled on her shoulder, he found himself bouncing about even more in the carriage. Gripping the seat, he attempted to rise, but a wave of dizziness struck him again, sending him tumbling back to the floor. Upon witnessing Xiu Luoxi in such a disheveled state, Su Yimo instinctively wished to assist him. However, she was abruptly reminded of Wen Tangjiu's cold treatment towards him. What could possibly warrant such disdain from the valiant sister? Su Yimo retracted her outstretched hand and resolutely closed her eyes, choosing to remain oblivious to his plight. Ugh! Xiu Luoxi continued to retch on the ground. Chapter 83. I shall educate him. Supplementary update. Wen Tangjiu drove at a rapid pace for some distance, confident that she had evaded her pursuers. Before gradually coming to a halt, she approached the carriage to assess Su Yimo's condition, only to find Xiu Luoxi sprawled on the ground, half alive. A cold smirk flitted across her lips, and she chose to disregard him. The arrogant scion of a prominent family, if it did not endure some hardship, would perpetually believe the world revolved around him. Su Yimo lay with her eyes closed, appearing calm and gentle. "Yimo," Wen Tangjiu called softly. "Sister." Su Yimo opened her eyes, gazing expectantly at Wen Tangjiu. "Are we safe now?" "Yes, we are safe," Wen Tangjiu affirmed. "Thank you, sister." Gratitude shimmered in Su Yimo's eyes. "No need to thank me. It is merely that your brother paid the price in advance, and I am here to fulfill my obligation," Wen Tangjiu replied candidly. "It is Brother Chu." Su Yimo tightened her grip on her purse, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Wen Tangjiu understood. This was the innocent affection of a young girl. Su Yimo was taken in by Duan Qianchu, not her biological sibling, so her feelings were permissible. She recalled Duan Qianchu's expression when he mentioned Su Yimo. filled with tenderness and care rather than romantic shyness. Alas, it seemed that the feelings were unreciprocated. Regardless, I'm grateful that you risked danger to save me. May I know your name, dear sister? Su Yimo asked earnestly. Of course. My name is Wen Tangjiu. When shall we drink? The begonia shall not return to its former self. Wen Tangjiu replied with alacrity. I shall remember that. Su Yimo and Wen Tangjiu exchanged a smile. Xiao Luoxi, still on the ground, finally regained his composure, overhearing the conversation and feeling perplexed. He had never heard of a prominent Wen family in the capital. Why did this woman dare to act so audaciously? However, he knew that his immediate concern was to rise from the ground. Yet after the recent turmoil, he found himself utterly drained. He grasped the hem of Wen Tangjiu's skirt, but she shot him a cold glance, causing him to release his grip immediately. Crazy woman. Help me up, Xiao Luoxi said weakly. If you cannot learn some manners, I would not hesitate to toss you from the carriage, Wen Tangjiu retorted, sitting beside Su Yimo and casting a frosty gaze at Xiao Luoxi. Xiao Luoxi was not foolish. In such circumstances, he had no choice but to be accommodating. Miss Wen, I would be grateful if you could assist me, he murmured. Wen Tangjiu seized his arm, yanking him upright and unceremoniously tossing him onto the opposite seat. Ouch! Xiao Luoxi rubbed his arm, casting a reproachful glance at Wen Tangjiu, yet he dared not voice his complaints. Have a driver take us to the Duan residence. Wen Tangjiu instructed. Ah, yes, Xiao Luoxi called out. Uncle, we are heading to the Duan residence now. Understood, the driver replied, and the carriage resumed its journey. Wait, is she from the Duan family? Xiao Luoxi looked at Su Yimo with confusion, for the Duan family had never given birth to a daughter. Suddenly, he recalled and pointed at Su Yimo, exclaiming, You are the abandoned infant that the second son of the Duan family picked up from outside. When Tangjiu shot him a glare, exasperated by his rudeness. How could one speak so carelessly about an abandoned child? Su Yimo remained unfazed and nodded, affirming, Yes. Is this your first meeting? Yes. Then why is Miss Wen so kind to you, yet treats me so differently? Xiao Luoxi protested, pointing at Su Yimo and looking at Wen Tangjiu. You show her such kindness, yet I, a true young master, receive this treatment? Wen Tangjiu could no longer tolerate his insolence. Stop the carriage, she commanded. The carriage came to a halt. Wen Tangjiu seized Xiao Luoxi and kicked him off the carriage. Turning back to the astonished Su Yimo, she smiled and said, Allow me to educate him. Please wait a moment. Su Yimo obediently nodded as Wen Tangjiu jumped down. Inside the carriage, Su Yimo could hear commotion outside. Crazy woman, why did you resort to violence? Do not strike the face. Wen Tangjiu, I will kill you. Eventually, the voices faded, becoming weaker and less defiant. I beg you, please stop hitting me. Do you understand your mistake now? Came Wen Tangjiu's voice. I understand my mistake. Please do not strike me again, Xiao Luoxi pleaded. What was your mistake? I should not have pointed at her. And what else? Xiao Luoxi found himself at a loss for words. No worries. I shall enlighten you, Wen Tangjiu scoffed. Crazy woman. Why are you hitting me again? It hurts. First, you lack manners. Please, do not strike my face. Second, you presume yourself to be superior. With a punch, Wen Tangjiu struck Xiao Luoxi's face. Yet you possess neither martial prowess nor intellect. Without your parents, you are nothing. You are right. Please stop, Xiao Luoxi admitted, utterly powerless against her assault. Thirdly, judging by your demeanor, it seems your parents have never disciplined you. The education your parents failed to provide, I shall impart. No need for thanks. I am wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Xiao Luoxi sobbed from the beating. Finally, Wen Tangjiu ceased her assault. Looking down at Xiao Luoxi, who was crying uncontrollably on the ground, she coldly instructed, Go apologize to Yimo. Xiao Luoxi, sniffling, climbed back into the carriage and stood before Su Yimo, stammering, I am sorry. He lowered his head, speaking softly. Su Yimo observed his swollen face, bruises surrounding his eyes, rendering his features unrecognizable. She felt an urge to laugh, yet her upbringing dictated that it was inappropriate. Thus, she stifled her laughter and replied, It's all right. Wen Tangjiu reboarded the carriage, and upon hearing Su Yimo's response, she spared Xiao Luoxi, saying, Very well, you may sit there. Xiao Luoxi slowly sat down, his head bowed, too timid to speak. The carriage resumed its journey. Sister Jiao, how did you manage to make him so obedient? Su Yimo inquired, hoping to ease the awkward atmosphere. Immediately, she regretted her question. Was it not painfully obvious? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Luoxi felt as though another dagger had pierced her heart, and the tears she had just managed to suppress began to flow once more. Children who exhibit rudeness are often a product of indulgence. A thorough reprimand will suffice, Wen Tangjiu remarked with a smile towards Su Yimo. After saying this, she cast a disdainful glance at the sobbing Xiao Luoxi, questioning the merit of her tears. What's there to cry about? All you do is weep. You're already unattractive. Who would want you if you keep crying? Wen Tangjiu's remarks effectively transformed Xiao Luoxi's quiet sobs into loud wails. At that moment, the carriage traversed a particularly bumpy stretch of road, causing it to jolt. Crying will only deplete your good fortune. How do you expect to marry off with such behavior? Wen Tangjiu expressed her annoyance. Faced with the choice between continued weeping and enduring a beating, Xiao Luoxi opted for the latter, curling into a ball to minimize her presence. Meanwhile, Wen Tangjiu engaged in light-hearted banter with Su Yimo. Eventually, the carriage arrived at the Duan residence. Under Xiao Luoxi's hopeful gaze, Wen Tangjiu and Su Yimo alighted from the vehicle. Hurry! Xiao Luoxi shouted at the coachman. As the coachman cracked the whip, the carriage swiftly departed, leaving behind an impression of hurried escape in Wen Tangjiu's eyes. Momo, this is where I bid you farewell. Wen Tangjiu waved to Su Yimo at the entrance of the Duan residence. Thank you, Sister Jiao. Please come visit often. Su Yimo replied with a smile that lit up her eyes. I will indeed, but I must take my leave now. After exchanging farewells, Wen Tangjiu gracefully utilized her lightness of foot and headed towards the Wen residence. What would they be up to? She pondered, recalling Xiao Shu and Ji Yi. A gentle smile gracing her features as she gazed at the moon hanging high in the sky. They must be fast asleep by now, she mused. Meanwhile, the Wen residence was ablaze with light. Ji Yi and Qiuqiu were locked in a fierce stare-down. At last, the tranquility was shattered by the announcement. I'm home. It was Wen Tangjiu, Jiu, both the girl and the little mouse, as if hearing divine music, exclaimed in unison, rushing towards Wen Tangjiu. How was your day? Was it all right? She inquired with a smile, aware that the girl and the mouse, despite their inability to communicate verbally, would likely not have any conflicts. However, contrary to her expectations, Qiuqiu clung to her finger and began to cry. Woo-woo, Jiu, Ji is so fierce. He hit me and even pulled out my whiskers. On the other side, Ji was equally indignant, with red-rimmed eyes as he extended his arm, revealing a prominent scratch. Jiu, it was Qiuqiu who started it. I didn't strike him. In truth, neither the girl nor the mouse had intended any harm. Initially, their spat had merely been a quarrel. Yet, as the argument escalated, Ji unintentionally pressed down on one of the little hamster's whiskers, leading to an accidental break. The little creature, feeling both aggrieved and angry, was about to receive an apology from Ji when Qiuqiu lunged at his arm, baring its teeth in a mock threat. Although Qiuqiu intended only to feign aggression, Ji recoiled, leaving a red mark on his arm from Qiuqiu's teeth. Now, Ji felt wronged as well. When Tangjiu sighed, watching the tearful duo before her. Before she departed, she believed she was overthinking matters. However, it has become evident that her understanding of Ji was rather superficial. Ji was far from resembling a mere 3-year-old child. He was something much more profound. What have we done now? She would have to coax him gently. She first tenderly placed the little ball on her palm, examining its wound. A small red spot, already scabbed over, posed no significant danger. Yet, emotional reassurance was still necessary. She patiently comforted the little mouse, finally managing to soothe its distress. Afterward, she turned her attention to Ji's injury. It was not broken skin, nor was it a serious wound, so she adopted the same soothing tone she had used with the ball to console Ji once more. Although he still appeared somewhat aggrieved, he recognized that Wen Tangjiu had been busy all day and likely hadn't eaten. I have prepared a meal, but it has cooled. I shall go heat it for you. With his eyes tinged with red, Ji left, and Wen Tangjiu did not attempt to stop him. Ji, whose tears had only just ceased, was now going to heat her meal. Such tenderness and domesticity were commendable, showcasing his potential as a devoted husband and father. Wen Tangjiu silently gave him a thumbs up in her heart. Before long, the meal was heated, and Jia brought it to her. "It's delicious," Wen Tangjiu praised with a smile. Jia's earlier discontent finally dissipated, and he smiled faintly. After finishing the meal, Jia took the initiative to wash the dishes, prompting Wen Tangjiu to rush to assist him. "Jia, you ought to rest now," Wen Tangjiu began, hesitating as she glanced at him. "Is something the matter?" he inquired. "Aren't you returning to the manor? I have no other guest rooms here." With a resolute heart, Wen Tangjiu spoke her mind. Sure enough, Jia's expression visibly darkened, and he looked at her with a sense of grievance, as if to say he was merely disposable. It was already past midnight. I had sent Lanyan back at noon, and I did not wish to return alone to the manor, fearing that Jia's voice would grow fainter. Did Jia fear? Surely. It was those he encountered at night who should feel afraid, given his formidable martial prowess. However, Wen Tangjiu chose not to confront him on this matter. "Very well, then you may stay here overnight." After all, Jia had diligently cared for the little ball all day and prepared a feast. It would be rather unbecoming of her to send him away, so she acquiesced to his request. "You take the bed, I shall take the floor." Wen Tangjiu gathered a quilt and laid it on the ground. "It's best I sleep on the floor," he insisted. "Listen to me," Wen Tangjiu interrupted, lying down on the quilt. "You should rest early, Jia." Seeing her firm resolve, Jia no longer pressed the matter and lay on the bed, facing her. The little ball, however, scampered over to Wen Tangjiu. "Jiu, it tugged at her finger. I want to sleep with you tonight, is that all right?" Wen Tangjiu understood that it must have been too preoccupied with their earlier quarrel to have slept during the day, and was now weary. She nodded in agreement, gently placing the little mouse upon her abdomen. Soon, both the girl and the mouse drifted into a peaceful slumber. Yet, Jia found it difficult to sleep. He cast a forlorn gaze at the little ball resting on Wen Tangjiu's belly. Although she slept fully clothed, this little creature was somewhat vexing. After much contemplation, he rose, took the quilt, and quietly approached Wen Tangjiu. He spread the quilt on the ground, lying down, leaving a distance of 2 feet between them. In this manner, one could approach Jiu without being impolite, while drawing nearer to her. Ji, filled with contentment, closed his eyes. In the middle of the night, Jiu tumbled from the warm embrace of Wen Tangjiu's belly. Drowsily, it groped around until it finally found an arm and climbed back onto the belly. "Why is this little mouse so hard?" it murmured, noticing that Jiu's belly seemed to have grown firm, which felt slightly uncomfortable. However, sleepiness soon overtook Jiu, and it swiftly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Ji awoke to a dampness on his chest, accompanied by a feeling of weight, as if something were pressing down on him. Chapter 86. She is of the highest order. Ji glanced down at his chest, where Jiu lay sprawled, drool cascading from its mouth onto his clothing, leaving a wet patch. Drool. Ye emitted a sharp, piercing tsuri. Wen Tangjiu was roused by the commotion. Upon opening her eyes, she spotted Ji not far from her. "Why is Ji sleeping on the floor?" Wen Tangjiu pondered in confusion. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed Jiu, who was smacking its lips on Ji's chest, with drool stretching like threads. Wen Tangjiu struggled to suppress a laugh as she observed Ji's exasperated expression. Suddenly, she recalled Ji's severe obsession with cleanliness. "Jiu, you must take it away." Ji's voice trembled as he looked at the still slumbering Jiu as if it were a formidable adversary. Wen Tangjiu's face flushed with embarrassment, trying to stifle her laughter. She gently lifted the little mouse and placed it back on its bed. Producing a cloth, she offered it to Ji, saying, "Wipe it off." With an expression of reluctant resignation, Ji wiped away the drool, not returning the cloth to Wen Tangjiu, but instead rising to bid farewell. Leaving so early? Wen Tangjiu was somewhat taken aback. The dawn had barely broken. "I'm going back to shower and change my clothes," Ji replied. "Very well, please be careful on your way." Wen Tangjiu watched as Ji gracefully leaped out of the house and over the wall, barely giving her time to open the door before he vanished like a fleeting shadow. "Ha ha 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 ha." Wen Tangjiu finally burst into unrestrained laughter. It was utterly amusing to think that Ji Yi, with his obsession for cleanliness, had been doused in drool. Meanwhile, the little culprit remained blissfully asleep on the bed. Chiu rolled over, revealing a satisfied smile, then proceeded to gnaw on its large chicken leg. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Sister, the results of the examination are out. You should go and see. Jiang Jian arrived at Wen Tangjiu's courtyard to find her practicing swordplay. Her movements flowed like water, seamless and graceful, both fierce and aesthetically pleasing. There's no rush. Besides, didn't you already see? Wen Tangjiu sheathed her sword. Jiang Jian hesitated momentarily. Indeed, he had seen it, as his sister had also participated in the examination, waiting there before the results were announced. However, he wished for Wen Tangjiu to experience this joy personally. Noticing the expression on Jiang Jian's face, Wen Tangjiu realized she had guessed correctly. Smiling, she remarked, "You came to find me to tell me to look, so I must be the top scholar, right?" Jiang Jian understood her wishes. If she had placed second or third, he would have rushed over to share the news. Sister, Jiang Jian pouted, casting a forlorn glance at Wen Tangjiu. You're far too clever. He had intended to surprise her, yet it seemed she had anticipated even the color of his undergarments. Thank you, Xiao Jian, for informing me. I shall now see what my ranking is. Wen Tangjiu feigned ignorance, pretending she had not deduced anything. Jiang Jian let out a soft huff. Yet his body honestly grasped Wen Tangjiu's wrist, leading her outside. My carriage awaits. Let me take you. Wen Tangjiu and Jiang Jian boarded the carriage. And a quarter of an hour later, they arrived before the rankings. Although Wen Tangjiu had long figured it out and felt confident about the examination, her heart could not contain its excitement upon seeing her name at the top. In that moment, it seemed as if the world had fallen silent. Even Jiang Jian's jubilant shouts turned mute. Her name, 3 characters, lay serenely on the list, signifying that her efforts had not been in vain. This was a rightful achievement, earned through her own capabilities. She was at the pinnacle. She was the champion. Jiu, congratulations. A male voice yanked Wen Tangjiu back to reality. It was Nan Zhuxin, wearing a mask. Yaozhu, you are here as well, Wen Tangjiu replied with a smile. However, Jiang Jian was not pleased. He tugged at Wen Tangjiu's sleeve. She shrugged it off, but when he persisted, she allowed him to pull her along. Nan Zhuxin noticed Jiang Jian's small antics, and a fleeting displeasure passed over his face. Yet he continued with a genuine smile. Jiu, I came to see the rankings. You are first. Congratulations. His joy for Wen Tangjiu seemed heartfelt. Thank you, Yaozhu. Initially, he had intended to celebrate with her, but with the palace examination tomorrow, he did not wish to take up her time. We shall meet after the palace examination results are announced, Nan Zhuxin said with a smile. All right, see you then. Wen Tangjiu nodded in farewell to Nan Zhuxin. Sister, I shall escort you home. Prepare well. Jiang Jian understood that the most pressing matter was the palace examination tomorrow. Yes, let us go, Wen Tangjiu replied, glancing at a particular spot before boarding the carriage. I found you. There is more to come. I will release the next chapters soon as I strive to catch up on what I owe. Chapter 87. You were not like this before. Concealed in the shadows. Mou's heart sank. Had Tang discovered him? Was his gaze too intense? He usually avoided crowded places and never cared about who topped the rankings in past examinations. Yet today was different. Tang was participating in this examination. He knew that with her capabilities, she would excel. However, he was also aware of unseen obstacles at play. To be cautious, he had come to observe. It was indeed as he feared. Tang had secured the top position, and amidst the crowd, he spotted his son. Yet, he could not disturb her and could only watch her every smile and frown from the shadows, unexpectedly being noticed. Yichen could not articulate his feelings upon witnessing the rankings. Was it guilt? Guilt for the long-standing cultivation his family had provided him. Yet he had failed to meet his father's expectations. Was it joy? Joy for the radiant girl who had earned her success through hard work. Was it acceptance? Jiu deserved to be in that top position, and he conceded his defeat wholeheartedly. Yichen himself did not know. He returned home, enveloped in a tapestry of complex emotions. Upon entering the residence, a servant approached to inform him that his master summoned him to the study. He nodded, feeling a weight of despair settle in his heart. Kneeling down, as Yichen pushed the door open, he was met with the imposing voice of Yigo. "What is the reason for your second-place finish?" Yi's tone was tinged with thinly veiled anger. "I exerted myself to the utmost, yet I concede my defeat with a sense of acceptance," Yichen replied, keeping his gaze lowered. "Do you comprehend what it means to be second?" Yi's voice rose sharply. "It signifies that you are ineligible for the position of Grand General. I have inquired, and the first place is occupied by a woman, one of no influence, and the Emperor has a penchant for those lacking power. Moreover, since she has secured the top position, it is to be expected that she shall be the champion." Yigo paused to temper his ire and continued his analysis. "I understand, father. I feel a deep sense of shame towards my parents. However, I'll truly accept my defeat." Yichen's voice was filled with determination. "Very well. Given the circumstances, since you have already done your utmost, I shall take care of the rest." Yigo sighed. "What do you intend to do?" Yichen Sudendi Panichkit, raising his head sharply to inquire. "Naturally, I shall employ certain means to ensure she appears disheveled before the National Master's residence, allowing all to discern that her past affections for the National Master remain unresolved, thereby ensuring the Emperor shall not bestow the title of Grand General upon her." Yi's voice was low and grave. "Absolutely not. Father, reconsider," Yichen implored urgently. "Besides, her martial skills are extraordinary. You cannot compel her to appear at the National Master's residence. That is simple enough. We shall find a courtesan whose figure resembles hers, veiling her face to substitute for her. What I desire is merely for the Emperor to believe it is she. The identity is of no consequence." "Unthinkable." Yichen felt both alarmed and distressed. "Father, how can you resort to such methods to tarnish a girl's reputation? She earned her first place through her own merit." Yigo closed his eyes, remaining silent. "Father, you were never like this before." As he spoke, Yichen's eyes reddened. His father had always embodied an upright and honorable figure in his mind, one who would never resort to such despicable tactics. "What do you know?" Yigo opened his eyes, glaring at Yichen. "Times have changed. The Yi family has fallen into decline. My only brother has passed without leaving an heir. You are the sole child of me and Wan Shu. If you cannot become the Grand General, what will become of the Yi family? How many in the capital are eyeing the Yi family as a delectable morsel, and with the slightest misstep, we shall be devoured. Yi Gitai did it. Father, even if I cannot ascend to the rank of Grand General, I can still serve as a Vice General." "It is the same," Yichen retorted. "No, it is not the same." Yigo shook his head. "Just look, everyone in the capital knows Grand General Yi Jiang, but who knows the name of his Vice General? Moreover, should Wen Tang wish to suppress you, you shall never rise again. All your accomplishments will be attributed to her. Ultimately, you will be sewing garments for another." Yigo spoke with heartfelt gravity. "That will not happen. I am aware of her character. She would never act in such a manner." Yichen fervently shook his head. "Human hearts are inscrutable. Even if she is virtuous now, can you guarantee she will always remain so?" Yigo slammed his palm down on the table. Just like those corrupt officials in the court, when they were commoners, they aspired to be benevolent leaders for the people, seeking to champion the cause of the citizenry. However, when they ascend the social ladder and taste the sweetness of power, they find themselves at odds with the common folk. The initial intention can transform in the blink of an eye. To remain steadfast is indeed a challenge. Chapter 6 and Sikis, Unta Intet, Yichen Unta Intet. My child, understand your wisdom. But father, do you recall what you said when I once asked you why one should pursue knowledge? Yichen's voice was tinged with sorrow. He continued, "You told me that the purpose of education is not to elevate oneself above others, but to ensure that countless impoverished souls no longer wander in despair, that those who suffer from hunger and cold may find joy. You said I was studying the teachings of sages, destined to rescue the people of the world. All beings are not mere plants. Every person possesses emotions. I must learn from books what true love is, to embrace every individual. Have you forgotten?" Tears streamed down Yichen's face. Yigo turned away, remaining silent. "Even if you have forgotten, I remember. You said that while it is easy to alter one's original intentions, It is challenging to uphold them. Yet, my intention for learning has never wavered. If, because of me, an innocent woman suffers baseless slander and humiliation, I shall carry that shame for life. As Yichen spoke, he knelt down and bowed deeply. I implore you, Father, do not commit deeds that will lead to regret or shame for me. Otherwise, I shall perish here today. His forehead bled from the intensity of his blows. Ego turned back, observing the prostrating Yichen, and finally relented. Enough, cease your bows. Fulfill your role as a vice-general. May that woman be as sincere as you claim. Ego sighed, as if a decade had been added to his years. Thank you for your understanding, Father. Yichen exclaimed joyfully. Go now. Do not forget to bandage your wound, and prepare well for tomorrow's palace examination. I shall obey. Yichen replied, retreating outside. How wonderful, Yichen thought, patting his chest with lingering trepidation. Heaven knows the despair he felt when his father spoke of such a malevolent scheme. He truly feared he would never again be able to face his beloved moon. Moreover, even if his father's intent was not to harm Zhuxin, he would still act thus. His words were sincere. He had never forgotten his original intention for studying. The youth followed the moonlight's guidance, returning to the place where it all began, just as he had come. Yichen, untouched by dust, remained untainted. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating my heart. Though mired in a quagmire, my heart aspired towards the moonlight. The next day, within the palace, Wen Tangjiu seized her brush, swiftly penning her answers. The emperor served as the proctor, and she avoided making eye contact with him throughout, fearing a psychological reaction. Soon, the time to submit the papers arrived. She handed in her work, but inadvertently met the emperor's gaze. His eyes held profound meaning, filled with inquiry. She struggled to maintain her composure, offering him a smile. Upon exiting the examination hall, the candidates engaged in lively discussions. Who do you think will be the top scholar, and who will be the second and third? I have no idea. I just know we're destined to miss out on the top ranks. Ha ha ha. Laughter resonated among the crowd, as it was rumored that Wen Tangjiu and Yichen would be the leading candidates. It is said that once the correction of the literary examination concluded, the chief examiner held the two scrolls with great affection, remarking on their unique understanding of military strategy. However, who among them emerged as the top scholar or the second place would ultimately depend on the decision of the higher authority. In the East Palace, a girl incapable of even holding a chicken poses more trouble than she is worth. Murong Ling gazed at the captain of the guards as though observing an inanimate object. Your Highness, the red-clad lady who saved her possesses remarkable skills. The captain stammered in response. Oh, pray, describe the appearance of this lady. Murong Ling inquired with apparent interest. She is exceedingly beautiful, the most stunning person I have ever encountered, the captain confessed, his face flushing. He could hardly believe that such a beautiful individual could wield such prowess. Murong Ling commented, a woman in red, extraordinarily beautiful and skilled. It's quite evident who she is. Wen Tangjiu, well done, repeatedly thwarting my endeavors. A smile tinged with irritation crossed his face. Is it just her? He pressed, frowning. No. There was also a man in yellow who assisted her from the bamboo grove. I could not discern his face from such a distance, and they escaped in a carriage. The captain replied, was there any insignia on the carriage? None. This complicates matters. Murong Ling pondered for a moment before instructing. Investigate and see if you can uncover the identity of that individual. Understood. The captain acknowledged and departed. Wen Tangjiu, you have already bestowed upon me such delightful surprises before we even met. It would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. Murong Ling's voice was low, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. Chapter 89. This is a gift from them to you soon. The day of the announcement arrived. This time, the heralds arrived before Jiang Jian could, bringing tidings of joy. Jiu, there are so many people, Xiao exclaimed, retreating into her sleeves as she gazed at the throng entering the courtyard. Fear not. They harbor no ill intentions, Wen Tangjiu reassured. Producing red envelopes she had prepared in advance to distribute among the crowd. The gathered individuals beamed with delight, and the leader proclaimed, Miss Wen, you are indeed the embodiment of a martial star. Congratulations on becoming this year's martial champion. Thank you, esteemed gentlemen, for gracing my humble abode. Let's celebrate together. Wen Tangjiu replied graciously. Please wait. I must change my attire. As she spoke, she entered the inner chamber to don her scholar's robes, tying her hair in a high ponytail and adorning herself with the scholar's cap. Surrounded by admirers, she rode a splendidly decorated horse, following the ceremonial procession through the streets. The men and women, young and old, watched in awe as the spirited Wen Tangjiu passed by, discussing the significance of this year's female champion. The last female champion was the first general of the capital, commanding a force equivalent to 100,000 soldiers, though she ultimately sacrificed her life for the nation. Indeed, who would have thought another would emerge? I aspire to be like her. I wish to become a martial champion too. Wen Tangjiu lowered her gaze to the girl who had spoken and smiled, nodding in encouragement. You can too. The female champion responded to me. She said I can. The girl gasped in astonishment, her face turning crimson as she squealed. Wen Tangjiu observed the girls surrounding her, their eyes filled with admiration, approval, and ignited hope. This was the effect she had longed to achieve. The legendary first female general had long since passed, her myth gradually fading into the annals of time. When girls lose faith in themselves, she is willing to be that beacon of light, telling them, I have succeeded, and so can you. Women are capable of gracing the battlefield for their country and need not confine themselves to the 3-foot mirror, inflicting wounds upon their own hearts. The blue flame, nearly succumbing to slumber in the attic, finally caught sight of the red-clad figure, instantly awakening with excitement, exclaiming, Master, it is Miss One. Yet, no response followed. Turning around, he discovered Ji, fixated on the triumphant Wen Tangjiu below. It seems he is utterly captivated. The master had been waiting here since dawn, insisting that today's announcement would surely see Miss when parading through the streets, passing this very spot. Observing the master's unwavering confidence, he swallowed any doubts that threatened to escape his lips. The master was utterly convinced that Miss Wen would emerge as the top scholar. Indeed, she lived up to everyone's expectations. A once-in-a-decade female scholar, the second female top scholar of the Li Kingdom. She achieved it all. Sister, a voice both familiar and strange echoed, sounding like Jiang Jian's, yet it was a female voice. How could that be? Wen Tangjiu turned to see Jiang Jian dressed in women's attire, garbed in red, joyfully waving a handkerchief at her, calling out, Sister. Wen Tangjiu turned away, feeling the need to cleanse her eyes. What was Jiang Jian doing in women's clothing? However, unable to withstand Jiang Jian's persistent calls, she reluctantly looked back. Sister, I have admired you for so long. This is a gift for you. Jiang Jian presented her with a pouch, throwing her a flirtatious glance. Wen Tangjiu, at a loss for words, accepted the pouch embroidered with a flamingo, murmuring, Thank you. All right, I've sent my regards to my sister. Come, my husband, let us depart. Jiang Jian tugged at the veiled man beside her, ready to leave. At that moment, Wen Tangjiu noticed that the man beside her, adorned with a veil, was none other than Nan Zhuxin. What? How did they end up together? And husband? Nan Zhuxin, noticing that Wen Tangjiu finally looked at her, nodded and offered a slight smile, only to furrow her brows as Jiang Jian pulled her away. Wen Tangjiu remained in a state of bewilderment as she continued her procession through the streets. At the corner, Nan Zhuxin impatiently waited at the entrance. Are you ready? She knocked on the door and inquired. Knowing that Zhujiao would be parading, she had come to see her and perhaps share a few words, but unexpectedly encountered Jiang Jian in women's attire. You? What is this? Nan Zhuxin exclaimed in shock. What do you understand? My sister is a martial arts champion, the center of attention. You, a mere boy, speaking to my sister. Do you not understand the need for discretion? Jiang Jian examined her reflection in a copper mirror, checking if her makeup had smudged. Nan Zhuxin had no retort. While Jiang Jian's actions were indeed perplexing, her words held a kernel of truth. Such a guise was not conducive for a public meeting with Zhujiao. How about this? Being magnanimous, will do a good deed. You can pretend to be my husband, and we shall go together to see my sister. That way, no gossip will arise, Jiang Jian proposed generously. Chapter 90. Scandalous conduct. Nan Zhuxin pondered for a moment and concluded that there truly was no better alternative. Regardless of his cross-dressing, Though it is indeed embarrassing to be with Jiang Jian, the prospect of seeing Jiu makes it bearable. One can simply close their eyes and endure. Thus, the scene that Wen Tangjiu witnessed earlier unfolded. Is it not done yet? Nan Zhuxin inquired impatiently. Jiang Jian insisted he could not cross-dress at the Jianwang. Yet he had to come here to change clothes, leaving him to stand guard outside. Who knows how long he pinched his brow before he finally acquiesced. Ultimately, fearing Jiang Jian might spread the word about this incident, he begrudgingly remained outside, only to find that the fellow had still not finished changing. So impatient, with not a shred of patience. My sister would not favor someone like you. Jiang Jian grimaced and finally emerged from the room. He had removed his fiery red lipstick and donned male attire, appearing considerably more normal. Indeed, one might prefer you this way. Your cross-dressing resembled a ghost. Nan Zhuxin retaliated against Jiang Jian's mockery. Your cross-dressing cannot possibly surpass my allure. Jiang Jian, incensed, jumped 3 feet high. How could I resemble a ghost? I look splendid. Even my sister was left in awe. Could it be that Wen Tangjiu was the one left astonished? You in red is breathtaking. You in red looks like a specter. In the evening, with that makeup, standing in the middle of the road. The king of the underworld would surely see a surge in performance, Nan Zhuxin scoffed. You, Jiang Jian, furious, wanted to retaliate. But recalling the fierce outcome of his previous conflict with Ji Yi, he restrained himself. Let us part ways if there is nothing further, Nan Zhuxin declared. Turning to leave. TCH, utterly tedious, Jiang Jian huffed as he walked towards the Jianwang branch. Thus, in front of Wen Tangjiu, the couple who appeared harmonious and respectful parted ways in less than a quarter of an hour. On the other side, upon witnessing a somewhat peculiar woman successfully present a pouch, the other women, shedding their shyness, began to offer Wen Tangjiu handkerchiefs, pouches, and even hand-carved wooden swords. Wen Tangjiu graciously accepted each gift, but her heart skipped when a wooden sword came into view. It was an exquisitely crafted wooden dagger, showcasing the artisan's dedication. However, in the state of Li, such wooden crafts were often dismissed as mere trifles, unworthy of serious consideration. Indeed, a nearby man scoffed. A young lady should not be toying with such items. It is unbecoming. The girl's outstretched hand recoiled slightly. Wen Tangjiu shot a glare at the man and retorted, "What business do men have parading about instead of attending to their household duties? It is truly unbecoming." The man's neck flushed crimson with indignation. He wished to retort, but as Wen Tangjiu was the newly crowned top scholar, he lacked the audacity to offend her. He could only retreat back into the crowd. Wen Tangjiu took the wooden sword in both hands. "Thank you. I truly cherish this," she said with a smile to the girl. "Should you ever require it, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall gift you a real sword, for I believe there will come a day when you shall wield a true blade." Wen Tangjiu gazed earnestly into the girl's eyes, making a solemn promise. Very well. The girl nodded, feeling that such a day would indeed arrive. Her family was not well off, and they could not even afford a genuine sword. Her parents wished for her to marry into a wealthy family, even if it meant becoming a concubine. However, she was unwilling. She too aspired to bring glory to her nation, much like the first female general of the Li Kingdom. Thus, each day, she wielded a wooden sword in the courtyard, diligently self-teaching martial arts. Eventually, that wooden sword transformed into a genuine blade, a fine sword of exceptional quality. A seemingly simple promise, encapsulated in just 2 sentences, irrevocably altered the course of the girl's life. This is a tale for another time. Miss Wen, the Emperor requests your presence. These items of yours will be sent to your residence, a servant announced. Wen Tangjiu had just completed her parade when she encountered Eunuch Li, who was accompanied by a sedan chair. "Thank you, Eunuch. I appreciate your assistance in escorting me," she replied, handing the items she had collected along the way to a steward before boarding the sedan chair. "Lift the chair," Eunuch Li commanded. The sedan chair began its slow journey toward the imperial palace. Announced Wen Tangjiu's entrance to the court, the voice commanded. Upon entering the main hall, Wen Tangjiu was unexpectedly greeted by the presence of Yi Jiang, and she instinctively understood the emperor's intentions. He was to transfer military power. "Commoner Wen Tangjiu pays her respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor," she proclaimed, kneeling and bowing deeply. "You may rise," came the voice from the elevated platform. "Wen, do you know why I have summoned you?" The emperor inquired. "I do not know, your majesty," she replied, aware that revealing her insights could lead to severe consequences. "I have reviewed your petition. It is commendable. To receive the emperor's acknowledgement is an honor for a commoner like myself. I have summoned you today regarding the matter of the Grand General of the Li Kingdom. General Yi has sustained numerous injuries and suffers from lingering effects. Yet, the nation cannot remain without a general for even a day, and since there are no suitable candidates, we must conduct a martial examination to recruit talents." The emperor squinted, pausing briefly before continuing. "One, I ask you, are you willing to become the Grand General of the Li Kingdom, safeguarding our nation from external threats?" "I am willing," she answered. "Can you pledge your unwavering loyalty to me and the Li Kingdom?" "I can," she declared with conviction, although internally her voice whispered otherwise. Being loyal to the Li Kingdom was her duty, yet loyalty to the emperor would mean neglecting the responsibilities toward the common people. She was destined to be an inadequate subject. She could not turn a blind eye to the widespread suffering of her compatriots while the wealthy reveled in excess. The stench of wine and meat fills the Zhu family gates, while the streets bear the bones of the frozen dead. She could not conspire with the corrupt officials in court. She had to protect the populace from both foreign invaders and the oppression of greedy bureaucrats. "Ha ha ha, splendid." The emperor laughed, turning to Yi Jiang, who stood nearby. "General Yi, you shall bestow the tiger talisman upon one." Yi Jiang placed the talisman in the palm of Wen Tangjiu's hand. "Be a good general," he instructed. "Rest assured, your excellency, I shall not betray the trust of the people," Wen Tangjiu solemnly vowed. Yi Jiang, having heard her words, nodded with satisfaction. He understood the underlying message, her loyalty to the people, not to the emperor. However, having followed the emperor since childhood, he was well aware that the sovereign of today was no longer the bright-eyed youth he once knew. 20 years ago, a small boy crawled through the dog hole of the Duan family, tightly clutching something in his arms. "Your Highness, why have you sneaked out of the palace again? And through a dog hole no less?" The young Yi Jiang, in a state of helplessness, pulled the person up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. There exists no distinction between a sovereign and a commoner. Moreover, I am not even a sovereign. If the children of ordinary families can crawl through that dog hole, why can't I? The youthful Murongju's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and his eyes sparkled with brightness. He retrieved a cherished painting from his bosom and handed it to Yi Jiang. "Yi Jiang, behold, is my depiction of the land and its people." Yi Jiang accepted the painting, which featured a ring of mountains encircling several flowing rivers, with the majority of the canvas filled with people. There were vendors selling candy, weavers at their looms, mothers carrying children, and merchants haggling, all of them adorned with smiles radiating happiness. "Is this not a portrayal of the land and its people? Why have you filled it with figures?" Yi Jiang inquired, puzzled. "Because these common folk are the true essence of the realm," Murongju elucidated. "The mountains and rivers symbolize our homeland, and together with the people, they constitute the essence of our nation." He added passionately, "If I were to ascend the throne, I would ensure that every citizen experiences the same joy and happiness as those in my painting." His eyes brimmed with anticipation and hope. Watching Murongju, Yi Jiang resolved to follow him, convinced that he could become a wise and benevolent ruler. In those days, Murongju would show compassion to beggars on the streets and would sneak out of the palace to care for sick, destitute elderly women. At that time, a fervent flame burned within him, vowing to transform the plight of the common people and to enhance the splendor of the realm, placing humanity at its core. And he did. Upon his ascension, he implemented a series of reforms, reducing taxes, abolishing forced labor, punishing corrupt officials, and aiding the populace. During that era, the realm flourished, and the people, much like the figures in his painting, wore smiles of contentment. However, the absolute power and status began to erode his humanity, dulling his original intentions. At some point, the boy with the illuminating gaze transformed. His eyes became clouded, rendering him unable to perceive the suffering of the common people or the corruption of officials. He became solely focused on clenching his power, as if all else paled in comparison. Later, he encountered an assassination attempt and met his destined beloved. rekindling the light and love in his eyes. Yijiang believed that the boy of year had returned. Yet, when his beloved bore him a daughter, he initially reveled in the joy of his wife and child. However, when the unfortunate incident occurred, and he personally ordered the arrest of both mother and daughter, Yijiang realized that Murongju could never return to his former self. Eventually, Murongju morphed into the cold and ruthless figure he had become, seated high above, indifferent to the suffering of the world. Yijiang witnessed, with a heart heavy with confusion and sorrow, the transformation of the once compassionate boy into this brutal and unfeeling ruler. He understood all too well that they were no longer on the same path. Thus, he abdicated and resigned. He had grown old, powerless to effect change, and unwilling to draw his sword against old friends. It was time to entrust the future to the younger generation. As Yijiang observed Wen Tangjiu, he was inexplicably struck by how her demeanor echoed that of the youth with a radiant gaze from the past. Yet, unlike him, Wen Tangjiu possessed an added layer of resolve. He hoped this determination would enable her to steadfastly pursue her own path. Li Gonggong, convey my imperial decree. Today, I bestow upon Wen Tangjiu the title of First General of Li Kingdom. Proclaim this to the world. The emperor's voice resonated. Chapter 92, Then I shall wait with you. Li Gonggong accepted the edict. Wen Tangjiu has now truly become the Grand General of Li Kingdom. Please inform Lord Yijiang that Wen Tangjiu requests an audience. With a smile, Wen Tangjiu addressed the young servant at the gate of the Duan residence. Jiujing, you are already a general. Why do you still wish to meet Yijiang? Qiuqiu inquired, puzzled. Having just returned to the residence, Wen Tangjiu hurriedly brought several military treatises to the Duan house. Qiuqiu, Yijiang has been a general for many years, with countless experiences on the battlefield. Much of what he knows cannot be learned from books. One cannot merely engage in empty theoretical discussions. Wen Tangjiu patiently explained to the young mouse. Sister Wen, a cheerful female voice chimed in. Qiuqiu quickly withdrew into her sleeves. Wen Tangjiu looked up to see Su Yimo. Sister Wen, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I wanted to visit you. Is there something you need? Su Yimo sweetly grasped Wen Tangjiu's wrist. Sister Wen possessed a unique charm, making it seem unnecessary to adhere to rules and propriety when in her presence. One could simply be oneself. I have come to discuss military strategies with General Yijiang, Wen Tangjiu replied. All right, Su Yimo exclaimed, smacking her forehead with amusement. Sister Wen, you are now a general. I should address you as such. Wen Tangjiu was somewhat taken aback. The emperor had only declared this news a few hours prior. And yet Su Yimo was already aware. Is the news spreading so swiftly? Wen Tangjiu asked, her eyes widening in curiosity. Su Yimo felt her heart melt. Sister Wen's inquisitive demeanor was irresistibly charming. The usually aloof and stunning female general tilted her head to inquire. What a striking contrast. The emperor has made a public announcement. Even someone like me, who rarely steps outside, has heard about it. The news is now circulating in the streets, Su Yimo explained. Sister Wen, what business do you have with my elder brother? I wish to consult General Yijiang on military tactics and strategies for engaging the enemy on the battlefield. That makes sense, Su Yimo realized, promptly pulling Wen Tangjiu inside. Sister Wen, don't stand at the door. I will take you to the study to find my brother. However, Wen Tangjiu remained still. Yimo, one must approach a consultation with the proper attitude. If General Yijiang is willing to see me, I shall then disturb him. Thank you for your kindness. Then I will wait with you. Su Yimo stood beside Wen Tangjiu, the two of them resembling the guardian deities adorning a door. Yimo, Lord Yijiang has said that Miss Wen may come to the study. A servant interrupted, countering Wen Tangjiu's refusal. My brother has agreed to see Sister Wen. Let's go. Su Yimo joyfully exclaimed, taking Wen Tangjiu's hand and running inside. Unfamiliar with the layout of the Duan residence, Wen Tangjiu allowed Su Yimo to lead her. Brother, Sister Wen has arrived. Su Yimo shouted as she flung open the door to the study. The response was an irate rebuke from Yijiang. Have you stuffed all your studies into a dog's belly? Why the ruckus? Su Yimo immediately lowered her head, realizing she had let her exuberance get the better of her. She almost forgot that her brother was not Wen Tangjiu. In truth, no one can compare to Sister Wen, for she has never imposed upon her any demands of decorum or societal expectations. Witnessing Su Yimo's discomfort, Wen Tangjiu swiftly stepped forward, shielding her behind, acknowledging that her eagerness to seek guidance had inadvertently pressured Miss Su. "That is not true," Su Yimo retorted, lifting her head. Wen Tangjiu immediately shot her a glance, silently urging her to relent. "Enough, enough, it is not a grave matter. I merely startled my gentle sister. There is no need for continued resentment." Yichen waved his hand dismissively, adding, "Meower, you may step out. I have matters to discuss with General Wen." "Alright, Su Yimo nodded, taking a few steps before abruptly turning back, her concern evident as she cautioned, "Elder brother, Sister Wen is not one of your soldiers. Please temper your words." In truth, Yichen was a good man, albeit a bit brusque in his manner, shaped by his years of experience on the battlefield. "Rest assured," Yichen replied. Exasperation etched on his brow. It was then that Su Yimo finally closed the door behind her. "You certainly possess a remarkable talent to evoke such concern from my sister," Yichen remarked, his earlier gentleness evaporating as he scrutinized Wen Tangjiu, as if seeking to unravel her essence. "General Yi, you flatter me. I have merely met your sister once, and she treated me with sincere warmth and loyalty. To have made such an impression after a single encounter? It seems Miss Wen indeed possesses considerable charm." Yichen resolved not to let Wen Tangjiu escape unscathed. "Our first meeting was merely a matter of obligation. General, you may verify this with the second young master. I have never sought to approach your sister with ulterior motives, so there is no need for you to regard me in such a negative light," Wen Tangjiu replied with measured dignity. Clapping his hands, Yichen exclaimed, "Bravo! Miss Wen, you truly possess great poise." A smile broke across his face. "I have also heard of your exploits. Not only are you a woman of your word, but your martial prowess is formidable, qualifying you as a potential great general, which is indeed a blessing for our nation. You overstate my capabilities, General Yi. It is you who has rendered great service to our nation, and it is we who are fortunate to have you. You are quite eloquent, but I shan't indulge in flattery here. Were you not seeking to inquire about military strategy? Let me be candid. I am a rough man, hasty in nature, and my words may be harsh. Do not be disheartened should I speak too bluntly. Rest assured, General Yi, I welcome your candor. As a student, it is only fitting to endure the chastisement of a teacher," Wen Tangjiu replied, offering him the military texts. "Please enlighten me." Thus, they engaged in an extensive discourse throughout the afternoon, traversing topics from troop deployments to the art of commanding soldiers. Wen Tangjiu exhibited a commendable aptitude, and thus Yichen refrained from rebuking her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wen Tangjiu returned home, her mind brimming with insights. Truly, the experience of a seasoned general, honed over years of warfare, cannot be encapsulated within the pages of military treatises. Upon opening the door to her residence, she noticed the main house was illuminated, indicating the presence of guests. However, the number of guests was somewhat overwhelming. "Well, it seems you all have come to indulge in a tea gathering at my home," Wen Tangjiu remarked, attempting to break the icy silence as she surveyed the 5 solemn faces. "Jiu, I promised I would celebrate with you when you became a great general." Then Yaozhu explained first. "Sister, is it not entirely normal for me to visit your home, especially on such a fine day?" In Jiang Jian's tone, there was an inexplicable hint of boastfulness, provoking the deathly glares of the other 4. "Jiu, I have been avoiding you out of caution until today, as I wish to celebrate with you," Ji asserted, unwilling to be outdone. "Jiu, I have been appointed by the emperor as vice general. Henceforth I shall be your subordinate, and I thought it prudent to become better acquainted with you." Yichen's reasoning was equally sound. However, the gazes of the others successfully shifted from Jiang Jian to him. A subordinate? A vice general? If Jiu were to depart for the frontier, they would have no chance to see her, yet this fellow could meet her daily? The thought incited further ire. "Very well, your justifications are all acceptable." Wen Tangjiu turned to the side, addressing Mo Yuxiang Sheng, "Little assassin, what is your reason?" Mo Yuxiang Sheng's face flushed. Tang had called him little assassin, and she had not forgotten their first encounter. "I merely came to see if you were still alive," he replied candidly. "You wish for my demise?" Wen Tangjiu Zito. "Not at all. Hence I came to check on you. Were I to wish it, I would have come to take your life. Mo Yuxiang Sheng looked earnestly at Wen Tangjiu. He genuinely harbored concerns for Tang Tang's safety, given his own past, although she did not require his worry. Wen Tangjiu found herself at a loss for words. Jiu, let us dine. Everyone has prepared a meal for you. Yichen interjected, dissipating the awkward atmosphere. The group hurriedly ushered Wen Tangjiu to the dining table, placing her in the seat of honor, while Ji and Jiang Jian vied for positions beside her. Sister, do try this. Jiu, sample these dumplings. Tang, they all eagerly served her dishes they had prepared, and soon, Wen Tangjiu's bowl was heaped like a small mountain. You all resemble a harem of husbands. Wen Tangjiu remarked helplessly at the overflowing food. The faces of the others turned suspiciously red. If it were a harem, I would be the foremost. Ji declared first. I want to be too. Jiang Jian was not to be outdone. Consider me as well. Even Nan Yaozhu joined in. Wen Tangjiu raised an eyebrow. Are you all serious? I merely made a metaphor. She smiled wryly, but the others quickly forced smiles, deftly glossing over the previous topic. After dining, she stated flatly, I appreciate you all taking the time to visit amidst your busy schedules. I must rest now. Although reluctant, the others understood that lingering would be improper, and they bid their farewells. Tang, Mo Yuxiang Sheng called out to Wen Tangjiu before departing, his face revealing concern. Do try to avoid entanglements in others' affairs. Wen Tangjiu was perplexed. His words seemed disjointed, yet she knew he would not waste words without reason. I will, she nodded in response. Only then did Mo Yuxiang Sheng slightly relax, turning to leave. That night, the moon was obscured and the wind howled, casting an air of eerie desolation. The following day, Wen Tangjiu received an invitation from Duan Qianshu, announcing a banquet in celebration of Duan Mu's 60th birthday. Duan Mu had once sheltered the current emperor, and the eldest son of the Duan family, Yi Jiang, was not only a former general, but also a close friend of the emperor. Thus, even the crown prince would pay his respects at Duan Mu's birthday celebration. Having received the invitation, Wen Tangjiu had no reason to decline. Sister Wen, Su Yimo waved at Wen Tangjiu at the entrance of the Duan residence. Mo, are you here to receive guests? Wen Tangjiu inquired. The fine wines at home have dwindled. My second brother went to procure more, and my elder brother is accompanying our parents, so I came to welcome the guests, Su Yimo explained, guiding Wen Tangjiu inside. Upon entering the main hall, Wen Tangjiu discovered Ji, Jiang Jian, Nan Yaozhu, and Yichen were all present, and even the prince was seated nearby, sipping tea. Dressed in crimson and possessing a beauty that could captivate hearts, this must be the legendary Miss One, thought the prince. He rose and approached Wen Tangjiu, his hawkish gaze fixed upon her. Indeed, it is I, the daughter of a humble family. I pay my respects to His Highness the Prince. Wen Tangjiu met his gaze directly, responding with neither deference nor arrogance. Chapter 94. A reunion with Nan Zhuxin. Ah, my memory fails me, the prince exclaimed, tapping his forehead with a chuckle. I had forgotten that Miss Wen has become a great general. She should now be addressed as General Wen. Your Highness hold a position of unparalleled esteem, and with so many matters to remember, it is an honor for someone as inconsequential as I to occupy your thoughts. Wen Tangjiu replied, fully aware of the prince's pretense, though it was not the moment to expose it. Your Highness, there are others awaiting my presence. I must take my leave, she said, although no one was truly waiting for her. She merely wished to avoid engaging in empty pleasantries with the prince. Very well, General Wen, you may proceed. The prince stepped aside. They exchanged polite smiles and nods. Yet internally, both were engaged in constant evaluation and analysis. As Wen Tangjiu approached Jiang Jian, the others noticed and gathered around her, except for Ji Yi. Ji Yi drew closer to Jiang Jian, feigning camaraderie by resting his arm upon Jiang Jian's shoulder. Yet his gaze continually darted towards Wen Tangjiu. The gesture was merely for show. After a brief performance, he withdrew his arm and discreetly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the spot where he had touched. Jiang Jian's mind was already inundated with expletives. Why are you here today? Ji Yi queried Jiang Jian. The two others, including Wen Tangjiu, could discern that the inquiry was not directed at Jiang Jian. Why was everyone treating him as a mere tool to get closer to Jiu. Nan Yaozhu did this, and Ji did as well. If they had no legitimate reason to approach her, they ought to refrain from doing so, always sacrificing him in the process. I received an invitation. Even the prince wishes to honor us, Wen Tangjiu remarked to Yichen beside her. Yichen smiled faintly, aware that Jiu was indirectly responding to Ji. The Duan residents belonged to an esteemed family, and with the eldest son being a former general and the second son known for his integrity and high moral standing, the Duan family's reputation must be upheld. Finally, Jiang Jian could no longer restrain himself from interjecting. At that moment, Wen Tangjiu noticed an elderly woman setting a fruit platter upon the table. Why is this aged woman still toiling away? Wen Tangjiu asked, perplexed. Such affluent households as the Duan family certainly did not lack servants and maids, rendering it unnecessary for an elderly woman to run about. I know a bit about this old woman. She has long served the Duan family, and she is the wet nurse of the second young master. Her status within the household is not insignificant. It is her own desire to work. No one is compelling her, Nan Yaozhu explained. Ah, I see, replied Wen Tangjiu. Wen Tangjiu gazed at the masked Nan Yaozhu and praised him, exclaiming, truly, you are the all-knowing young master Nan. I possess considerable knowledge as well, Jiang Jian interjected, feeling somewhat indignant. Indeed, Jiang Jian is quite formidable, Wen Tangjiu acknowledged, having honed her skills in charming children over time. Both Jiang Jian and Nan Yaozhu operated within the realm of information networks. However, their focuses differed. Jiang Jian primarily dealt with intelligence concerning key figures, even delving into confidential matters related to the royal family, while Nan Yaozhu was well-versed in the lives of ordinary individuals, possessing insights into the affairs of less prominent characters. Together, their combined expertise rendered them unmatched in the realm of intelligence. Regrettably, neither seemed to favor the other, and despite their previous charade as a married couple leading Wen Tangjiu to believe they had formed an alliance, they now exchanged glares once more. As Wen Tangjiu pondered this peculiar situation, a young man disguised as a servant rushed in, attempting to take the elderly woman by the hand and lead her away. The woman resisted vehemently, and the young man, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "Grandmother, if we don't leave now, it will be too late." The voice sounded familiar to Wen Tangjiu, and upon closer inspection, she recognized him. The seemingly unremarkable young man was none other than Nan Zhuxin, who had been expelled from the Nan Zhuxin manor. She recalled Nan Zhuxin's previous haughty demeanor, always looking down upon others. When had he become so grounded? "Grandmother!" Nan Zhuxin knelt before the elderly woman, pleading, "We must go quickly, or it will truly be too late." Too late for what? Wen Tangjiu approached and inquired. Upon seeing her, a flicker of panic crossed Nan Zhuxin's face, and he averted his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. This unfamiliar side of Nan Zhuxin perplexed her. Gone was his former arrogance, a change she could comprehend given his diminished standing. Yet, the myriad emotions swirling in his eyes as he looked at her, save for hatred, left her bewildered. Had he truly abandoned his animosity towards her? After all, he had once contemplated her demise following a confrontation, and his expulsion from the Nan Zhuxin family was intricately linked to her. How could he harbor no resentment? What exactly is this too late you speak of? Wen Tangjiu pressed again when Nan Zhuxin remained silent. Finally, he spoke, revealing a shocking truth that left all present in disbelief. Duan Qianshu is colluding with Nan Zhuxin, plotting to eliminate everyone here. He dropped this bombshell. You lie. My brother could never be such a person. Sudimo protested vehemently, stamping her foot in anger. The others shook their heads in disbelief. While they may not know Nan Zhuxin well, Duan Qianshu's character was widely respected. How could such a gentleman resort to such treachery? Moreover, among those present were members of the Duan family. How could Duan Qianshu possibly harm his own kin? Seeing the disdainful glances directed at him, Nan Zhuxin retorted angrily, "Believe it or not, I have warned you. If you perish, you will have brought it upon yourselves." He hastily turned back to the elderly woman, urging, "Grandmother, let us leave quickly and disregard these people." "No, Exa, I cannot go," the elderly woman insisted. "Grandmother, trust me, I would never deceive you." Do not let these people be your downfall. Nan Zhuxin's desperation nearly brought him to tears. Dear Exiner, your grandmother believes in you. The elderly woman clasped Nan Zhuxin's hand, her face adorned with a gentle smile. I have spent many years with the Duan family. This place is my home. The Duan family has treated me well. I cannot abandon them and leave. What are you waiting for? What benefit do I gain by deceiving you? Hurry, go. Go. Seeing that he could not persuade the elderly woman, Nan Zhuxin raised his head and shouted at the crowd, his face streaked with tears. Nan Zhuxin, you have changed, Wen Tangjiu remarked, observing the emotional turmoil etched on his face. Nan Zhuxin was taken aback, but soon a sardonic smile graced his lips. No, I have merely seen the true nature of this society. Once, he had been expelled from the Nanrong residence and removed from the family genealogy. Like a stray dog, he sought refuge with former friends, only to be met with cold shoulders or mocking laughter. Even his closest companion, the second son of the Zhang family, Zhang Ji, looked down upon him. You are nothing now, a lowly commoner unworthy of being my friend. Throw him out. This phrase resonated painfully as the tides of fortune had turned. The very daggers he once wielded against others now pierced his own heart. He was cast out by the Zhang family's servants like a dog. And as onlookers wrinkled their noses in disgust while walking past him, he realized the bitter truth. Nan Zhuxin, the eldest son of the Nanrong family, was nothing without his title. Reduced to begging on the streets, no one offered him alms. He fainted from hunger, believing he would perish in that state. In his last moments of consciousness, he mused, perhaps this is my retribution. I have harmed so many. I must pay with my life. Yet, fate had other plans for the wayward son, granting him a chance for redemption as the elderly woman took him in. She, childless and alone, smiled kindly at him upon his awakening and said, Do not be a stranger. This will be your home from now on. If you wish, you may call me grandmother. We are family. He was dazed. Could it truly be? Could the once-nothing Nan Zhuxin have a home? He even thought he had died and entered a heavenly realm. It was not until the grandmother brought him a bowl of white rice porridge that he realized the truth. Poor child, you are so famished. You cannot eat the rich foods now. Start with this porridge. As she fed him, he stared blankly at her, swallowing the bland porridge in small bites. This was the first time Nan Zhuxin had tasted such porridge, yet it surpassed all the delicacies he had previously known. Tears streamed down his cheeks. It was not a celestial paradise. There truly existed someone willing to assist the once worthless Nan Zhuxin. And that person was someone he had once looked down upon as a lowly commoner. Grandmother, I am so sorry. He wept, realizing not only had he wronged her, but also Nan Yaozhu, Wen Tangjiu, and all those who had suffered due to his arrogance. Child, what nonsensical words are you saying? Do not worry. I do not lack for food. Take care of yourself. You look so thin. The elderly woman wiped away his tears and gently patted his head. From that day forth, Nan Zhuxin ceased to exist. The once esteemed eldest son of the Nanrong family had died. What remained was simply Yichen, the grandson of the grandmother. He later worked alongside his mother-in-law at the Duan residence, willingly taking on various chores and living a life as ordinary and blissful as that of the common folk. However, the belongings of his mother remained in the Nanrong manor, and today he stealthily infiltrated the estate with the intention of retrieving them. To his astonishment, he overheard a conspiracy between Nanrong Sheng and Duan Qianqiu. He was taken aback. While it was unsurprising for Nanrong Sheng to engage in such deceit, Duan Qianqiu was a person of remarkable integrity whom he had previously encountered. Yet, the stark reality lay before him. He hurried back, determined to take his mother-in-law away. He could not gamble with her life. Even if escape proved impossible, he resolved to share her fate. I lack the time for explanations. An abundance of black powder is buried around us. Trust me this once, and come with me, he implored everyone present. Jiang Jian turned to Wen Tangjiu and asked, Sister, do you believe me? If you go, I will follow. Character side story Nanrong Xian. From a young age, Nanrong Xian was taught the importance of competition. His mother passed away when he was quite young, and later his father remarried, fathering Nanrong Sheng. His father seldom paid him any mind, nor did he concern himself with Nanrong Sheng. Recognition only came when Nanrong Xian excelled in certain areas or excelled in competition against Nanrong Sheng. receiving his father's praise and affection. In those moments, Nan Zhuxin felt his father's love. Consequently, everything he lacked, including paternal affection, became something he felt compelled to strive for. This yearning for recognition also fueled his ambition for the position of family head. Should he ascend to the leadership of the Nan family, he believed his father would surely commend him, affirm him, and perhaps even love him a little longer. A child deprived of love does not comprehend its essence. He merely seeks his father's approval, convinced that love is intrinsically tied to status and power. It was only when he was destitute that his mother-in-law took him in that he realized love does not require justification. No need for glamour, nor for nobility. There are those who will love you unconditionally. Mother-in-law, I'm going to chop wood, Nan Zhuxin declared, seizing the firewood from her grasp. His hands, now roughened from labor, bore calluses unlike before. Sweat trickled down his cheeks to the ground, yet his heart brimmed with joy and sweetness. Once a battered little tree, crooked and scarred, was discovered by an elderly woman who tenderly nurtured it back to health. Today, that little tree has grown into a tall, straight oak, providing a generous canopy, offering shade to passers-by. What a splendid tree, a traveler remarked. Indeed, it has grown splendidly, Nan Zhuxin agreed, cheerfully cradling an apple given to him in gratitude for assisting the woman in packing up her stall as he strolled along the path home. On either side, an array of nameless wildflowers bloomed. End of character side story, chapter 96. I only trust myself, others turned their gazes toward Wen Tangjiu. I believe in Nan Zhuxin, she declared resolutely. Nan Zhuxin had no reason to lie. He had not initially approached them with malice, and it was evidently not an act of revenge. As for Duan Qianchu, she sensed something amiss from the very beginning. For no matter how admirable a person may be, human limitations exist. Perfection is unattainable, nor can one satisfy everyone. Even the most virtuous individuals, whose character approaches that of a sage, will inevitably incur the jealousy and dissatisfaction of others. To seek universal approval is, in essence, a rebellion against human nature. I trust him, declared Jiu. Yichen immediately expressed his agreement. Then I shall trust him too. Ikuate Kiye. Sister believes, so I believe, added Jiangjian. However, it was Nan Zhuxin who voiced her dissent. Wen Tangjiu gazed helplessly at Nan Zhuxin, acutely aware of the entanglement between her and Nan Zhuxin. To trust Nan Zhuxin again would be akin to believing that someone who had once taken your life would not do so again. Jiu, you are aware of our history. I once placed my complete trust in him, only to be cast into the abyss of deception in the end. Nan Zhuxin's tone was calm, yet Wen Tangjiu discerned the profound sorrow beneath. Zhu, you and Tangjiu faltered, realizing she had no grounds to persuade Nan Zhuxin. Yet remaining here was undeniably perilous. I do not trust him, but I trust you. Jiu, if you go, I shall follow, Nan Zhuxin said with a smile, her gaze towards Wen Tangjiu filled with warmth and trust. Very well, let us depart, Wen Tangjiu replied, nodding at Nan Zhuxin before addressing the others. Quickly, follow me, I will lead the way. A hint of urgency flickered across Nan Zhuxin's face. Mo decided to follow as well. Wen Tangjiu seized Su Emo, who stood motionless. Sister Wen, I know you do not believe your brother is such a person. However, setting aside whether he is involved, our immediate priority is to leave this place. Montak, your parents are still here. Are you willing to gamble their lives? Wen Tangjiu stated earnestly. Su Emo resolved herself, recognizing the danger posed by the impending explosion. They must evacuate. Perhaps her brother was not involved after all. She clung to a glimmer of hope. Everyone rose to follow Nan Zhuxin. Your Highness, shall we also depart? Do you trust Nan Zhuxin? Li Ren Ning Kidat. We go. I trust no one but myself, Murong Ling replied. Although Duan Qianchu was of good character, it bore no relevance to him. He trusted no one, merely engaging in comparisons and choices. The consequences of trusting Nan Zhuxin might only result in a wasted journey, whereas trusting Duan Qianchu could endanger one's life. The weight of the matter was evident. The group followed Nan Zhuxin into the underground passage, proceeding forward. Suddenly, A door loomed before them, blocking their path. Nan Zhuxin reached out to push it open, but to no avail. I should be the most skilled here. Allow me to try. Wen Tangjiu stepped forward, and the crowd parted for her. She gathered her strength and pushed with all her might, yet the door remained unmoved. In desperation, she struck the door with her fist, causing it to shudder, but blood began to seep from her knuckles. Sister Wen, do not attempt it. Su Emo rushed forward to stop her. This door was constructed by my brother, forged from mysterious iron. I was skeptical at the time, but it is evident that brute force will not suffice. Hearing this, Wen Tangjiu turned, concealing her bloodied hand behind her, and asked, Mo, do you possess a key? I do not. There is but one key, and it resides with my brother. Su Emo's voice trembled with sorrow, her eyes dimming instantaneously. Everyone fell silent, and it was evident that they all speculated that this incident was indeed inextricably linked to Duan Qianshu. After all, the series of coincidences were too significant, and Duan Qianshu happened to be absent. Such remarkable serendipity is rarely found in the world. Grandmother, I am here with you. Nan Zhuxin comforted the elderly woman. He then approached Wen Tangjiu, bowing deeply and uttering an apology. At the very least, he wanted to express his remorse before facing death. Wen Tangjiu paused momentarily, waving her hand dismissively. You owe me nothing, for I have already avenged myself. What you did was right. Nan Zhuxin gazed at her with an intensity that betrayed his profound gratitude. Thank you as well. Without you, I might never have encountered my grandmother, and I would have lived a life of arrogance and ignorance. Nan Zhuxin then turned to Nan Zhuxin, who averted her gaze. He knelt on both knees, bowing his head in repentance. Young Master Nan, the one I have wronged the most is you. You are right. I am unworthy of your friendship. I am aware that I have no face to seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to express my apology before my end. Nan Zhuxin remained silent for a moment before turning her face to regard the kneeling Nan Zhuxin, her expression void of sorrow or joy. Rise, she said. The past is behind us. I wish only to focus on the present and cherish those before me. I have long stated that we should consider each other as strangers. Had this been the former Nan Zhuxin, she would not have brushed off the past so lightly. However, the current Nan Zhuxin had encountered Wen Tangjiu, as well as other adversaries who, despite their conflicts, commanded her respect. Clinging to the past would only inflict its wounds upon her present self. She preferred to embrace forgiveness. She found contentment in her current state. Nan Zhuxin stood up, saying nothing further, and bowed deeply once more to Nan Zhuxin. He returned to the elderly woman, shielding her beneath him. Even if there were but a sliver of chance, he wished to trade his life for that of his grandmother. What should we do, sister? I still wish to live and be your heroic partner, Jiang Jian jested. I never anticipated we would meet our end so swiftly. He had previously hesitated to express his feelings, yet he did not wish to carry this unspoken affection into the grave. Do not worry, even if I live, I will not become a reckless wild swan with you, Wen Tangjiu stated frankly. Jiang Jian's affection for her did not surprise her. After all, the boy could hardly conceal his emotions. Yet her words held truth. She had her own responsibilities. As the Grand General, abandoning everything for the sake of so-called love was not an option. Likewise, Jiang Jian should not forsake his duties. He had his own obligations to fulfill. I'm on the brink of death, and you leave me no room for fantasy, Jiang Jian pouted. Meanwhile, Ji stood beside Wen Tangjiu, saying nothing. After avoiding suspicion for so long and bearing it in silence, he decided to indulge himself one last time, wishing to die beside Jiu. Everyone waited quietly for the arrival of death. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the door swung open, and all eyes turned toward the newcomer. As Wen Tangjiu cast her gaze back, she beheld Mo Yuxiangxing, who surprisingly was not wearing a mask. The only ones present, apart from Wen Tangjiu, Ji Yi, Nan Zhuxin, Yichen, Jiang Jian, Su Yimo, and the ever-expressionless crown prince, were momentarily stunned upon noticing the flower-shaped birthmark on Mo Yuxiangxing's face before hastily averting their eyes. Mo Yuxiangxing bit his lip, suppressing the turmoil and murderous thoughts within, and rushed to Wen Tangjiu's side, grasping her wrist. Tang Tang, we must leave. All right, Wen Tangjiu nodded. Following Mo Yu Xiangxing as they moved forward, with the others trailing behind. The exit is just ahead, we can climb up. Mo Yu Xiangxing released Wen Tangjiu's wrist and stepped aside, allowing her to ascend first. Wen Tangjiu immediately utilized her lightness skill, leaping upward, and upon landing, she crouched by the opening to assist those without martial prowess, elderly, women, and children. At last, everyone had emerged from the underground passage. Just then, several loud crashes echoed nearby, and the estate collapsed in an instant, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air, particularly from the direction of the Duan residence. How could this be? Impossible. My brother is not that kind of person. Su Yimo's tears flowed freely as she witnessed the scene. He was the brother who had brought her home, treated her like a sister, and protected her at every turn. He was the one who would rise early to drive 3 streets to buy her favorite flour cakes. Such a perfect person, so good-hearted, could not possibly wish to kill everyone. The atmosphere was heavy with disbelief. The esteemed young Master Liangjie, a rare gem in this world, was thought to have intended to annihilate everyone. Yimo, do not grieve just yet. When Tangjiu supported the swaying Su Yimo, offering comfort. It may not have been young Master Duan who did this. Su Yimo nodded, wiping her tears away. But it was him. I saw it with my own eyes. Nan Zhuxin was about to retort when Tangjiu shot him a pointed glare, silencing him. Let us move outward for now, to avoid any remaining gunpowder that may yet explode, Wen Tangjiu suggested. Everyone readily agreed and began to head outside. By a twist of fate, they encountered Duan Qianchu and Nan Zhuxin, who were moving inward. You're still alive? Nan Zhuxin stared at them in disbelief, while Duan Qianchu hastily tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Su Yimo looked at Duan Qianchu in utter disbelief and despair, but he averted her gaze. Oh, do enlighten us as to why we should perish, Wen Tangjiu remarked with a mocking smile. It shouldn't be possible. How did you escape? Who informed you? Nan Zhuxin muttered in confusion. Duan Qianchu rubbed his forehead, exasperated by his foolish companion. Why, brother? Why would you wish to kill everyone? You could take my life. It has always belonged to you. But why would you harm so many? Our parents, our elder brother? Su Yimo cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Each question pierced the air like a lament. Her brother truly appeared to desire the death of all. Duan Qianchu understood that, at this juncture, there was no escaping the inevitable fate. It was a dead end regardless. He merely smiled disdainfully, his expression now devoid of humility and tolerance, replaced by ambition and desire. Do you wish to know why? Very well, I shall tell you. Because all of you must perish. You obstruct my path. I aspire to be a great general, a powerful minister, to wield supreme authority over the court, and any one of you alive will hinder my ambition. Su Yimo gazed at the fierce Duan Qianchu, feeling a profound sense of estrangement. She shook her head and questioned, You wish to kill Sister One, the national master, and the crown prince because they stand in your way, but why do you seek to slay my parents and elder brother? They are your kin, your family. Kin? Family? Huh. Duan Qianchu chuckled softly. They're indeed family, but my parents belong to Yi Zhang's family, not mine. My talents and martial prowess have never been inferior to my elder brothers, yet no one recognizes my brilliance. They only sing praises of my brother, as they did in our youth, and continue to do so now. I am Duan Qianchu, an independent individual. I am not Yi Zhang's brother, nor the younger sibling of a great general. Everyone believes my brother possesses talent while I lack it. Yet the truth is, I excel in academia compared to him, and in martial arts, I can match him equally. I ought to be the great general, rather than the one who must rely on humility and forbearance to earn praise as the virtuous young master. The resentment etched on Duan Qianchu's face deeply pained Su Yimo's heart. Duan Qianchu then resumed a calm tone, stating, In truth, I never intended to kill you or your parents. However, should you perish, no one would suspect me, and I could then rightfully ascend to the position of great general. His words were delivered with an unsettling tranquility, devoid of any tumult, as if he were merely discussing mundane matters. Yet, his declarations resonated like the pronouncement of a devil. But speaking of this is futile. It is evident that I have lost. Duan Qianshu turned to look at Mo Yuxiangxing, a cold smirk on his lips. You truly succeeded in your rescue. Who would have thought that you, Mo Yu, a person even more nefarious than I, would one day risk yourself for others? Mo Yuxiangxing bowed his head in silence. Wen Tangjiu approached and patted Mo Yuxiangxing's shoulder, sincerely expressing, Xiangxing, thank you. We owe you a great deal this time. Thank you? Duan Qianshu scoffed, peeling away the layers of harsh reality. You cannot seriously believe that Mo is a good person, can you? Mo is the one who has been closest to Nan Zhuxin all along. Can you guess why he came to your rescue? Or perhaps, do you wonder if he has known about this matter all along and was only choosing to remain a bystander until a mere quarter of an hour ago? Chapter 98. A tear falls. Mo Yuxiangxing raised his head, fixing a gaze upon Duan Qianshu that seemed capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts. Yet, Duan Qianshu burst into uproarious laughter. Huh. Mo, what you pretend to be a good person for? You have known everything from the very beginning. And was it not you who provided half of that black powder to Nan Zhuxin? You are utterly indifferent to the lives of these people, are you not? If it were not for her, Duan Qianshu pointed at Wen Tangjiu, you would never have come to their aid, would you? It has nothing to do with you. Mo Xiangxing replied coldly. Indeed, blame me. I should not have let you know that Wen Tangjiu was also present, forcing me to yield the key by gripping my throat. I initially thought you would all meet your demise there. Yet here I am, still alive. Duan Qianshu furrowed his brow, recalling the events of a quarter of an hour ago. A quarter of an hour ago. What did you say? When Tangjiu also went? S voice suddenly rose. Give me the key. He extended his hand. There's only a quarter of an hour until the black powder explodes. You one team make it in time. It's unnecessary to risk your life, Duan Qianshu urged. His words rang true. Would not have enough time to escape through the tunnel, at best perishing alongside Wen Tangjiu. However, was consumed by rage. He seized Duan Qianshu by the throat. An oppressive aura radiating from him as he roared, I said, hand me the key. Otherwise, I will kill you. Duan Qianshu had no choice but to relinquish the key too. After being cast aside, he watched the anxious figure depart and muttered a curse, madman. Yet, it was fortuitous. If chose to endanger himself, he would fulfill his own demise. Surprisingly, even a cold-hearted and unfeeling lunatic like could one day embrace death for love. I truly do not comprehend where the fault lies that allowed you all to escape, Duan Qianshu lamented. His plan had indeed been flawless, and could only accompany Wen Tangjiu to death. Yet, an unexpected variable, Nan Zhuxin, emerged, allowing everyone to learn of the situation and flee in advance, coinciding perfectly with his rescue attempt. He had calculated every move, but his greatest oversight was underestimating the power of love within the human heart. Nan Zhuxin loved his grandmother. Thus he chose to inform her, and everyone else, loved Wen Tangjiu, which compelled him to insist on acquiring the key to open the tunnel door. The love between these two individuals became the miraculous force that saved them all. In any case, saved everyone. As the mastermind, you shouldn't slander others, Wen Tangjiu remarked. Upon hearing her words, turned to her, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Duan Qianshu was indeed correct. He cared little for the lives of others. But his little son must not perish. He felt the light and could no longer bear the agony of darkness alone. If that were the case, he would rather face death. Thus, despite knowing he was running out of time, he resolutely entered the tunnel. You truly trust him. Do you know what he's done in the past? Duan Qianshu taunted. Enough, Duan Qianshu shouted in anger. Are you afraid? Afraid your beloved will discover how cruel you truly are? Or do you wish to kill me to silence me in front of her? Duan Qianshu replied nonchalantly. Then, with deliberate clarity, he recounted, once killed a man who had seen his true face after his mask fell off. That man was blinded and forced to chew and swallow his own eyes before being killed. Countless have met their demise for similar reasons. Also slaughtered all his siblings, including infants still in their cradles. He even killed his own father. Stop it, cried out, unable to bear the thought of Wen Tangjiu's disgusted gaze, which would wound him more deeply than death itself. Duan Qianshu stripped away layers of pretense, exposing his vile nature before Wen Tangjiu. Yet, he did not relent, continuing, oh, and his mother also died because, smack, With a crisp sound, Wen Tangjiu rubbed her palm and offered a slightly apologetic smile to the incredulous Duan Qianchu. I apologize. It has been a while since I've struck someone, and my technique has grown somewhat rusty. Please bear with me. What I speak is the truth. Another slap echoed through the air. When Tangjiu coldly regarded the blushing Duan Qianchu and remarked, Xiangxing has mentioned, do not speak further. Are you truly defending that ominous wretch? Duan Qianchu shouted, losing control of his emotions. He is not an ominous wretch. You have no right to judge him, nor do I. Even if he has taken many lives, the only ones entitled to evaluate him or seek vengeance are those he has wronged. Yet, he has not harmed me. On the contrary, he has saved us. Thus, I lack the authority to assess his past actions. All I know is that the person standing before me now is the one who has saved everyone, Mo Yu Xiangxing. When Tangjiu declared resolutely. For the first time, Mo Yu Xiangxing turned his gaze towards Wen Tangjiu, tears shimmering in his eyes. Xiangxing, you have never been ominous. This time, you are a blessing to all. The birthmark is merely an ornament. It signifies nothing, Wen Tangjiu stated earnestly. Indeed, what can a birthmark represent? Jiang Jian interjected, eager to support his sister. Though he harbored a dislike for Mo Yu Xiangxing, viewing him as a new rival in love, he found himself agreeing with her sentiment. Judging by appearances is incredibly superficial. Yichen affirmed, the birthmark is a natural occurrence and merely a resemblance. There is no need for unwarranted worry, Su Yimo concurred. Jie and Nan Zhuxin both nodded in agreement. For the first time, Mo Yu Xiangxing was regarded equally by so many, their eyes devoid of malice or disdain. He lowered his head, a single tear escaping. It seemed he had been genuinely mistaken in the past. The youth had once believed he was blameless, for his worldview was shrouded in darkness. He had never experienced love, thus he was incapable of empathizing with others, lacking value in the eyes of others. He too undervalued the lives around him. No one had told him that life is sacred and not to be desecrated. Everyone had scorned and despised him, prompting him to grow thorns that pierced those around him. He did not perceive his actions as wrong. After all, he was merely reflecting the treatment he received. Yet now, a seed of kindness had quietly taken root in his heart, blossoming under the gaze of those who bore no ill will. When a person's moral compass is entirely skewed, they do not recognize their misdeeds. However, when their perspective shifts positively, they may suddenly realize that their previous actions were, in fact, wrong. This was the transformation that Mo Yu Xiangxing was undergoing. I'm sorry, Mo Yu Xiangxing, he murmured. There is no need to apologize, Xiangxing. You have wronged us not. I have said it before. You are our great hero, when Tangjiu gently patted his head. As for young Master Duan, it was astonishing that he showed no sign of remorse or regret at this juncture. When Tangjiu's tone sharpened, for evaluations of Mo Yu Xiangxing, please refer to the author's notes. Me? Ashamed? Ha ha! Duan Qianchu laughed impatiently, but his expression soon darkened as he coldly remarked, I simply find it regrettable. Alas! He was on the brink of success, just a hair's breadth away. You are truly incorrigible. When Tangjiu gazed at Duan Qianchu, her face barely concealing her disdain. While she could still respect him as a worthy adversary in the game, using his family to orchestrate schemes was the mark of a base and unscrupulous individual. It is all you're doing. It is your fault. This statement seemed to ignite Duan Qianchu, shattering his previous calm as he roared at the crowd. Duan's mother, witnessing her son who yearned for their demise, clutched her heart and collapsed onto the ground. Su Yimo hurried to assist her. Enough. You were born into a prestigious family, elevated to heights unattainable by ordinary people. If you perceive bias against you, you could simply articulate your grievances. If there are things you desire, you should express them openly, instead of feigning piety, claiming to relinquish to others while resenting your parents for favoritism and lamenting that your brothers have taken what you believe to be yours. Duan Qianchu, you disgust me. When Tangjiu stood protectively in front of Duan's mother, her expression icy. Child, why do you not speak of what you desire? Duan's mother questioned, her voice tinged with unmistakable heartache and sorrow. Anyone observing their once cultured, filial, and amiable child transform into a heartless demon would surely feel profound disappointment. If you wish to claim something, Simply voice your desire. Throughout your life, I have always granted you what you sought. Why act thus? Yichen gazed at his estranged brother, feeling an ache in his heart. Duan Qianshu attempted to rush toward his mother, only to be kicked down by Wen Tangjiu. He scrambled back to his mother. This time, Wen Tangjiu did not intervene. You are deceiving me. You must be, even if I were to ask, you would still give it to my elder brother. Duan Qianshu wailed as he locked eyes with his mother. Child, you must understand. Both you and your elder brother are my flesh and blood. As a mother, what reason do I have to show favoritism? Duan's mother was in tears. Second brother, I cannot speak of what happened before I was taken in, but since my arrival in this family, I have never witnessed any favoritism from our parents. They have always provided equally. Often, it is you who have chosen to forego what is offered. As for the title of general, it is not merely a rank. It entails the peril of battle, the potential for bloodshed, and even death. In your youth, when your health was frail, our parents assisted your elder brother in attaining the position of general. When he faced peril on the battlefield, you too were unwell, and the family, fearing your distress, concealed the truth, assuring you that the general was safe. But is that the reality? Your elder brother sacrificed his well-being for glory, enduring countless dangers to elevate the stature of the Duan family, thereby earning you respect and protection from scorn. Yet now, you harbor envy for his renown? You seek power without grasping the weighty responsibilities that accompany it. Su Yimo articulated each word with clarity, tears streaming down her face. The memory of her once glorious second brother had been forever swept away by the winds. This is not how it should be. This is wrong. Duan Qianshu shook his head, his eyes vacant. I do not believe it. I refuse to believe it. Duan Qianshu, no one is at fault. It is you who are mistaken. It is you who have changed, ensnared in your own obsessions, unable to escape. Su Yimo could no longer contain her outburst. This time, she did not refer to him as second brother, but called him by his name. I have changed, indeed. But when did that transformation begin? At the outset, he genuinely wished for his family's happiness and earnestly sought to assist those who loved and revered him. But when did that sincerity begin to deteriorate, becoming tainted with other elements until it ultimately decayed? This is not right. It should not be this way. Duan Qianshu suddenly rose to his feet. Wen Tangjiu instinctively shielded Su Yimo, standing protectively in front of her, gazing at him with apprehension. It should not be like this. Ha ha ha. You are all mistaken. You are all mistaken. No, it is all wrong. I should die. We all should die. Ha ha ha. Duan Qianshu laughed uproariously, his hair disheveled. Yet he paid no heed to it. He uttered nonsensical words, wearing a self-deprecating smile, clapping his hands and spinning around, repeatedly insisting, this is not right. We are not to perish. He had lost his sanity. Mou revealed the truth to Shang, until the prince's guards arrived, bringing more sentinels to shackle Nan Zhuxin and Duan Qianshu and escort them to the dungeons. Duan Qianshu continued to laugh, proclaiming, you are all mistaken. Those present could only express their sorrow. Who could have anticipated that the once bright and virtuous youth, regarded by the world as a paragon of integrity, would descend into such madness, estranged from kin and behaving erratically? When Tangjiu encountered Su Yimo again, 3 days had elapsed. Yimo, I have come to see you. When Tangjiu cautiously observed Su Yimo's countenance, finding no signs of weariness or anguish, she understood that Su Yimo held Duan Qianshu in high regard, and his current madness left her deeply concerned for Su Yimo's well-being. She genuinely feared that Su Yimo might succumb to despair. Sister Wen, thank you. You need not worry about me. I am fine, Su Yimo replied with a smile, placing her hand upon Wen Tangjiu's. Yimo, in truth, Duan Qianshu, Sister Wen, you need not comfort me. I know he is to be executed in 3 days. Yet, I do not feel particularly sorrowful, Su Yimo interrupted. She gazed into Wen Tangjiu's eyes, which sparkled with clarity, and smiled as she continued, currently, my parents are filled with guilt and grief. They are aging and in poor health, and my elder brother is reluctant to venture out. The entire Duan household needs a pillar of support. We cannot allow the entire family to crumble because of Duan Qianshu, can we? The Duan family requires me, as my parents and elder brother have shown me kindness. I must uphold the family now. I have no time to dwell on matters of love. Su Yimo's eyes drifted to the distance as she added, Sister Wen, I once held deep affection for Duan Qianchu, very much so. However, I have now realized that what I cherished was his kindness, his humility, his gentle demeanor. I admired the benevolent and radiant essence of him. Since that essence is but a facade, my affection, too, must be insincere. I shall not wallow in grief over a false sentiment and remain trapped within it. The time for my mother's medication has come. I must tend her now. I apologize for the inconvenience, Sister Wen. I shall certainly host you for a banquet next time to make amends. No need for apologies. This family needs you. Go on. Wen Tangjiu nodded with a smile. She watched as Su Yimo hurried away until her figure was engulfed by the sunlight. The jasmine in the courtyard flourished magnificently, and beneath it lay a multitude of wildflowers and grasses. The once fragile seedling that required protection now thrived, its lush leaves providing shelter to the smaller grasses. The past is beyond recall, and the future is already scented with jasmine. When did this happen? No, is it already so soon? Chapter 100. The Rooster, the Flamingo, and the Phoenix supplemental update. Has it arrived so quickly? Jiang Jian's eyes widened in surprise. Our illustrious leader of the Jianwang, unaware of the emperor's birthday? Wen Tangjiu asked with a smile in her eyes, countering. I know, I'm just astonished. Time passes too swiftly. Jiang Jian pouted in discontent as he gazed at Wen Tangjiu. His sister teased him again, clearly annoyed. Seeing Jiang Jian's lips pouting as if they could hold an oil pot, Wen Tangjiu couldn't help but chuckle and change the subject. By the way, I really liked the flamingo pouch you gave me last time. Thank you. The flamingo pouch? I gave that. Jiang Jian was perplexed, for he had never gifted such a thing. It's the one you made while dressed as a woman during the horse parade. I still carry it with me. Wen Tangjiu explained, as she unfastened the pouch from her waist and handed it to Jiang Jian. Jiang Jian stared at the pouch, momentarily dumbfounded, his ears flushing crimson. What's wrong? Wen Tangjiu inquired, puzzled. Is it possible that I embroidered a phoenix? Jiang Jian's voice grew softer, his head lowering further. A phoenix? Wen Tangjiu looked at the pouch in Jiang Jian's hand, genuinely surprised. It resembled a bright red chicken. Yet, she knew Jiang Jian would never embroider a chicken for her. So she offered a more pleasing name. Little did she know, it required not only intricate speculation, but also a vivid imagination. Yes, indeed, it's a phoenix. I didn't pay close attention when Tangjiu hastily smoothed things over. Jiang Jian, however, found no solace in her words, nearly bowing his head to the table in despair. When I gave it to you, it didn't seem ugly, but now it truly grows more unappealing with every glance. The bright red chicken on the pouch seemed to mock him with its grin, taunting his lackluster embroidery skills. Sister, have you been wearing it all this time? Jiang Jian's voice trembled as he hesitantly posed the question. Yes, it is a token of your affection. Since the day you gifted it to me, I have worn it. Wen Tangjiu replied matter-of-factly. Jiang Jian fell silent once more. His sister was beautiful, elegantly attired, with even her strands of hair perfect. Yet, she had been adorning herself with this unsightly piece he had presented. Fortunately, she favored red garments, rendering the pouch less conspicuous. Were she to wear white, the image of a serene beauty with a pouch embroidered with a grotesque red chicken would be too much for him to fathom. Perhaps you should stop wearing it. Jiang Jian suggested. Why? Do you regret giving me something you hold dear and wish to reclaim it? Wen Tangjiu laughed playfully. No, I'll make you a more beautiful one when I return. Jiang Jian's face was as red as if he had fever. Ah! Wen Tangjiu couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Jian's expression. Jiang Jian, this wouldn't happen to be your first embroidered pouch, would it? Jiang Jian silently acquiesced. He had learned and embroidered simultaneously, consulting the embroidery mistress, working for 5 nights to complete it. At the time, he felt quite proud, believing he had a talent for it. In hindsight, it was utterly dreadful. Then it is even more precious when Tangjiu seized the pouch while Jiang Jian was distracted, teasing, This pouch is so significant. I must take good care of it. Sister Jiang Jian seemed to express a hint of grievance. Yet the corners of her mouth could not help but lift in a smile. Then, dear sister, simply do not wear it. I shall embroider another one for you to fasten at your waist. Jiang Jian cast an inquiring glance at Wen Tangjiu. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Wen Tangjiu nodded in response to Jiang Jian's hopeful gaze. By the way, sister, Duan Qianchu has passed away. Jiang Jian suddenly recalled the purpose of their visit. Wasn't he to be executed tomorrow? Wen Tangjiu's brow furrowed slightly. Has it happened earlier? No. He refused food and water in prison, merely laughing and repeating those few phrases. Today, when the prison guard checked on him, he had already breathed his last, his eyes wide open in death. I see. Wen Tangjiu nodded, unsurprised. Duan Qianchu had been ensnared, trapped within his false obsessions. Nan Zhuxin is to be executed tomorrow, and now the Nan Rong family is left leaderless. They sought out Nan Zhuxin, hoping to reinstate him as the head of the family, but he flatly refused. How ironic, Wen Tangjiu remarked. It is indeed laughable that the two once fought fiercely for positions, only to be discarded like refuse. Many things, originally devoid of value, are assigned worth by society, inciting a fervent competition among people. Yet when they truly engage in that struggle, they often discover that the so-called priceless treasures are merely illusions. A diamond, in the eyes of a child, is simply a colored stone, perhaps even less appealing than a toy. On the emperor's birthday, the Jiang kingdom will also send congratulatory gifts. It is said that the envoy will be the princess and the crown prince, Jiang Fengling and Jiang Shengyan. Jiang Jian added. Why tell me this? Are you afraid I might marry into their family? Wen Tangjiu jested. Although our Li kingdom lacks a princess, we certainly would not send our formidable general to a marriage alliance. Jiang Jian, seeing through Wen Tangjiu's jest, explained with affectionate indulgence. At that time, they will both be present at the birthday banquet. I have heard that Jiang Xingyan possesses a rather conventional character, while Jiang Fengling is rumored to be eccentric and unconventional. Conventional? That would not suffice for a crown prince. Have you forgotten about Duan Qianchu? Wen Tangjiu reminded her. Indeed, Jiang Jian conceded. Thus, you must exercise caution around both of them. Although the Jiang kingdom is currently allied with the Li kingdom, who can guarantee the permanence of such friendships? Should war arise between the two nations, or if one harbors intentions of conflict, the first to be targeted would be the enemy's general. Jiang Jian paused, elongating her voice. So, sister, you must be cautious. Mimicking Jiang Jian, Wen Tangjiu straightened her face and elongated her tone. I will indeed be careful. Sister, Jiang Jian exclaimed in mock anger, pretending to chase after Wen Tangjiu. Ha ha, teasing you is simply too delightful. Wen Tangjiu made a funny face, laughing as she ran. The courtyard was filled with joyous laughter, while the camellia, which had yet to bloom, continued its tireless efforts, its bud now showing a slight opening. And Mo Yin, do you think she will like this?